Chapter 1. The Dragon Hatches, the Grand Event Chest System Awakens. Vanaheim. Once the abode of the Vanir gods, this realm is one of the 9 worlds within the World Tree system. Millennia ago, under the ambitious invasion of Odin and Hel, who sought to unify the 9 realms, the Vanir allied with the fire giant Surtur to resist the forces of Asgard. Ultimately meeting with failure, the Vanir were left gravely weakened, compelled to concede and sign a peace treaty, thus merging into the dominion of Asgard. The once vibrant Vanaheim was left with but a few felines, large and small. The leader of the Vanir, Freya, wed Odin, becoming the goddess consort of Asgard. In the aftermath, although Odin, having undergone a profound epiphany, aspired to be a benevolent ruler and renounced further conquests, the conquered 9 realms ushered in a new order. Asgard emerged as the custodian of this new order, at this moment. Within a secluded cavern of Vanaheim, a colossal crimson egg stood at the center, its surface shimmering with an erratic red glow. What is this place? Why do I feel so sticky? Shen Mu, a young man who had succumbed to exhaustion while working late, regained consciousness that I distinctly remember still being at work, revising proposals. It seems the last thing I felt was a sudden jolt to my heart before losing consciousness. Shen Mu began to recollect the events that had transpired. He attempted to rub his eyes, only to discover that his hands had transformed into claws, soft to the touch. What the hell? Where are my hands? He cried out in terror, but the sound that emerged was not the familiar cadence of his native tongue, but rather a hissing roar. It's over. I'm no longer human. After a moment of bewilderment, Shen Mu gradually grasped the reality of his current physical condition. It appeared he was ensconced within an egg, possessing claws, a tail, and scales adorning his body, with 2 small fleshy protrusions on his back like wings. A profound sense of despair washed over him. While he had often fantasized about not being a mere cog in the human machine in his next life, the reality of no longer being human left him feeling unmoored. After wallowing in despondency for a time, Shen Mu rallied his spirits. Although he remained uncertain about the exact nature of the creature he had reincarnated into, he harbored a strong inclination that he resembled a dragon. As an external soul, he possessed no memories of any kind, leaving him entirely in the dark. Thus, the immediate priority became to break free from the shell and ascertain the specifics of his new existence, as well as the world in which he now found himself. Shen Mu began to tap against the inner wall of the eggshell, which felt as unyielding as steel. It seems I am not yet destined to be born, he reassured himself. The warmth and comfort enveloping him gradually lulled him into a state of relaxation, leading him to sink back into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, time passed in the outside world. The shell encasing Shen Mu had begun to take on a degree of transparency. Shen Mu, nestled within his egg, suddenly awakened, feeling a slight sense of pressure enveloping his body. He realized that during his slumber, he had undergone further development, and the confines of the egg were becoming increasingly inadequate for his form. It is time, he pondered, and with determination, he struck the eggshell fiercely with one of his claws. To his surprise, the shell yielded with only minimal resistance, fracturing under the force of his blow. Perhaps I am on the brink of hatching, and the nutrients of the entire egg have been absorbed by my now burgeoning body, he contemplated. Hence, the shell has become less resilient. With renewed vigor, he thrust his head against the shell, shattering it completely and revealing his entire being to the world. I have finally emerged. Shen Mu roared, standing atop the fragments of the shell, a youthful cry of triumph echoing through the cavern, heralding his rebirth. Gazing into a small puddle within the cave, he caught sight of his new form, a tender black dragonling. Indeed, it appears I have been born into a fantastical realm. Shen Mu marveled at his reflection, his heart swelling with wonder. Ding! Host has successfully hatched. The Grand Event Treasure Chest system is officially activated. Ding! Host rebirth is the most momentous occurrence in the entire multiverse. The treasure chest has been charged, and the host may choose to open it for rewards. The sudden voice resonating in his mind extinguished Shen Mu's initial excitement, yet it was swiftly replaced by an even greater thrill. He calmed his mind and began to communicate with the system, ensuring that he was not merely imagining it. System, are you there? He called out. Ding! Esteemed host, the system is at your service. System, please elucidate your functions. Ding! This system is the Grand Event Treasure Chest system. Whenever the host engages in any event, rewards can be obtained based on the event's significance and the host's involvement. Ah, so you're suggesting that I should stir up some trouble? Shen Mu quipped after absorbing the system's explanation. Ding! The host is a free agent. The choice lies within your hands. Can you enlighten me about the world in which I currently reside? Shen Mu inquired eagerly, yearning for knowledge of his surroundings. Ding! Please explore the world on your own. Receiving this response left Shen Mu momentarily speechless. System, did you not mention that I have a treasure chest to open? Ding. Would you like to open the treasure chest? At that moment, a projection of a treasure chest, radiating golden light, appeared before Shen Mu, accompanied by an invitation to unlock it. Why does this feel reminiscent of a low-quality online game? A novice treasure chest, is it? Let me see what you have in store, system. Despite his mild sarcasm, Shen Mu could not suppress his excitement as he rubbed his claws together and reached forward. Ding! Treasure chest open. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a fragment of the ancient Kryptonian bloodline. Would you like to integrate it immediately? As the treasure chest creaked open, a luminous orb of golden blood materialized before Shen Mu. Wait a moment, system. You mean the Kryptonian bloodline is indeed the one I am thinking of? Shen Mu's mind briefly faltered upon witnessing the reward from the chest, and he incredulously inquired. Ding! Indeed, it is the Krypton that the host is familiar with from the superhero comics. Krypton, the terrifying race that birthed Superman, Shen Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Kryptonians, favored children of the sun, possess the extraordinary ability to grow stronger simply by basking in sunlight. With a steel physique, superhuman strength, super speed, flight, and heat vision. Acquiring all these powers merely requires absorbing the radiation from that radiant yellow sun. However, system, what does the ancient Kryptonian bloodline signify? Shen Mu queried, somewhat perplexed. Ding! The Kryptonian bloodline of later generations has been artificially modified, resulting in significant limitations for each individual. The ancient Kryptonian bloodline, obtained by the host, encompasses infinite possibilities and possesses greater potential, albeit with a correspondingly longer growth period. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shen Mu was instantly reminded of General Zod from the film Man of Steel. The Kryptonian general, endowed with combat and leadership talents, could swiftly master his abilities after a brief exposure to yellow sun radiation, engaging in battle with Superman, who had basked in the sun for years. Yet despite General Zod's formidable strength, his potential paled in comparison to that of Superman. Though Superman had absorbed sunlight for a longer duration, his growth ceiling was significantly higher. More importantly, he harbored the existence of the Codex of Life within him that at this moment. While the ancient Kryptonian bloodline Shen Mu had acquired may not rival the fully matured Codex of Life, it certainly possessed unparalleled growth potential. Compared to the genetically cultivated ordinary Kryptonians, the system truly is generous. Gazing at the treasure he had unlocked, Shen Mu couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. Chapter 2. The Super Kryptonian Dragon System. Grant me the fusion of Kryptonian bloodline. Faced with the opportunity to ascend to greatness, Shen Mu did not hesitate and initiated the fusion. Although he now possessed the identity of a dragon, he was devoid of any inherited memories and had no knowledge of his path to growth. At the very least, after merging with the Kryptonian bloodline, he understood that he merely needed to bask in the sun. As Shen Mu's words fell, a surge of blood rushed toward his heart. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though a volcano had erupted within his chest. The Kryptonian bloodline began to intertwine and merge with his original dragon bloodline, ultimately giving birth to a new lineage that combined the strengths of both. Throughout this fusion, despite the fierce conflict between the two bloodlines, Shen Mu felt no pain whatsoever. He merely perceived the vigorous beating of his heart, the sound resonating in his ears. This newfound bloodline power rapidly began to transform his original dragon heart, making its rhythm more resilient and robust. Consequently, each heartbeat generated blood infused with this novel lineage. Shen Mu reveled in the experience. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt a swelling sensation throughout his body. The flow of blood quickened, as if something were striving to break free. The original blood within him was on the verge of being replaced by this new essence. Shen Mu's body began to bloat, the new scales stretching and detaching from his form. Oh, how it hurt. The pain that he had not endured during the blood fusion now came crashing down upon him. Finally, when Shen Mu's body reached its limit, all the scales burst apart, crimson blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, he expelled a large torrent of blood from his mouth. His entire being felt drained of vitality. At that moment, he deeply regretted his impulsive decision to forget the necessity of fusing under sunlight. Gazing at the illuminated opening outside, Shen Mu gritted his teeth against the pain and crawled toward it, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. With each movement, the friction between the ground and his tender flesh caused him to grimace. Fortunately, the pain was bearable. At last, as he neared the entrance, Shen Mu felt as though he could already sense the essence of sunlight. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, his entire body propelled forward, bursting into the open. Instantly, his bloodied form was fully exposed to the radiant sunlight. Shen Mu distinctly felt a warm energy surging toward him. Every cell within him drank in this energy as if parched, like a desiccated sponge encountering water. embracing the transformation brought forth by the yellow sun. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration blossomed from the depths of his being. Each cell seemed to rejoice, celebrating the dawn of a new existence. Shen Mu closed his eyes, savoring the energy bestowed by the sunlight. As time passes relentlessly, absorbing the sun's radiant energy, the wounds on my physical form begin to heal gradually, eliciting a tingling sensation akin to ants traversing my cheek. With the restoration of my flesh, the shattered scales commence to regrow. It is evident to the naked eye that this new layer of scales is significantly more robust than those that had previously fallen away. Instinctively, I, Shen Mu, maneuver my body in pursuit of the sun. As the sun gradually sets, I feel nearly fully restored, and suddenly, I open my eyes wide. A fleeting glimmer of crimson light sparkles within them. With a swift motion, I roll over and rise to my feet, my claws gripping the solid earth. I sense that my body has at least doubled in strength. This is the formidable advantage of the Kryptonian bloodline. Such rapid growth leads me to believe that my development will continue for an extended period until the cells within my body reach saturation, at which point the pace of growth will decelerate. In comparison, while the dragon lineage may also possess significant potential for growth, the time required is far too lengthy, often spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. It is simply impossible to attain such swift progression as I am experiencing now. However, for a dragon, time holds little value. A substantial part of their lifespan is spent in slumber, with their power steadily increasing with age. With a mighty roar, I tilt my head back, seemingly driven by an instinctual yearning from within. What a liberating sensation! As my somewhat juvenile dragon roar subsides, I feel an overwhelming sense of ease coursing through me. I shake my wings, still feeling a hint of unfamiliarity. The thought of flying with these wings never crossed my mind after merging with the Kryptonian bloodline. For I know that basking in the sun will naturally grant me an even more potent means of flight. Suddenly, an idea strikes me, and I begin to cautiously survey my surroundings. How careless of me. In such an unfamiliar environment, I had been utterly unprepared. Fortunately, no danger has presented itself. Otherwise, I would have met my demise before even embarking on my journey. As I continue to explore, I express my frustration, aware that I have made several errors in such a brief span of time. Yet, it is hardly surprising, given that in my previous life, I resided in an exceptionally peaceful and stable nation. Even though I had gleaned knowledge of various dangers through the internet, I had never personally encountered them in my less than 30 years of existence. Thus, my vigilance did not immediately awaken. Now, regaining my composure, I realized the necessity of exercising caution. After all, I have only just been born, and the sun has yet to fully warm me. I lack the privilege to disregard danger. Surveying my surroundings, I find myself amidst a desolate landscape, filled with jagged rocks. The cave behind me appears to have been hewn with brute force, its craftsmanship exceedingly crude. Shen Mu surmised that this cavern might well be the dragon's lair birthed by the progenitor of his current form. However, it struck him as rather peculiar that she did not remain within the confines of the cave to safeguard her offspring as he was on the verge of birth. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Otherwise, as he had read in certain Western fantasy novels about dragonkind, he would have been compelled to utter his true name upon his arrival into the world, lest he be deemed a lesser dragon beast, given Shen Mu's present condition. Despite possessing the visage of a mighty dragon, it was highly probable that he would be regarded as mere dragon fodder. Thus, the current predicament was not entirely unfavorable. After surveying his temporary abode, Shen Mu discerned that there were no signs of other creatures in the vicinity apart from himself. The landscape was dominated by towering, grotesque stones, with scarcely a plant in sight. Oh dear, where am I to seek sustenance? He lamented, momentarily taken aback by the desolate surroundings that offered little in the way of nourishment. While absorbing solar radiation could replenish his energy, the primal instinct within him was sending urgent signals of hunger to his brain. Therefore, he resolved to contemplate how to procure some food before nightfall. Otherwise, he might be left with no choice but to consume the very stones encircling him. Yet, he pondered with a wry smile. Would the gastric juices of a dragon even be capable of digesting rock? Chapter 3. Growth and exploration. That night, tormented by hunger and unable to find solace in sleep, Shen Mu attempted to pick up a stone and place it in his mouth. Crack. The stone shattered under the pressure of his strong teeth. Yet he found it impossible to swallow. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Disgusted, Shen Mu spat out the fragments. Ultimately, he had no choice but to drink deeply from the small pool within the cave, quenching his thirst and momentarily alleviating his hunger. The following day, Shen Mu awoke at dawn and climbed up the rocky walls of the cave to greet the first rays of morning light. As a glimmer of brightness appeared on the horizon, the long-awaited sun finally ascended. Shen Mu spread his wings wide, striving to absorb the sun's radiant warmth to the fullest extent. This was the sensation he craved. When the initial beam of sunlight kissed his skin, he couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort, a sigh escaping his lips. He keenly felt the cells within his body awakening, and the lingering hunger he had felt began to swiftly dissipate. Time flowed by as Shen Mu repeated his sunbathing ritual day after day. During the first month, he dared not venture far from his cave, dutifully basking in the sun and experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of his being. Gradually, as he sensed a burgeoning strength for self-preservation, he began to explore the surroundings. At last, he encountered his first living creature since his birth, a beast resembling a goat, yet larger by more than double. Strangely, this creature bore a third eye upon its forehead. Out of an abundance of caution, Shen Mu refrained from charging recklessly. Instead, he found a massive stone, over 2 meters high, and hurled it towards the creature. He had assumed that the fauna of this fantastical world would be formidable. However, it seemed he had overestimated its capabilities. The goat-like creature, though it reacted to dodge the oncoming boulder, was just a fraction too slow. Ultimately, half of its body was struck by the stone, and blood gushed forth. With a series of piercing cries, it collapsed, lifeless. Could it be? It has fallen just like that. Observing the scene before him, Shen Mu approached the creature, staring at the undeniably lifeless form with a sense of incredulity. He had expected it to possess some magical qualities, but it appeared no different from an ordinary beast. Yet, as he gazed at the fresh blood and flesh on the ground, his primal instincts began to stir, urging him to consume it. However, the remnants of his humanity held him back from indulging in raw flesh. Thus, Shen Mu took the intact portions back to his sanctuary. He gathered some dry twigs, intending to ignite them with his fiery gaze. Yet, after staring intently for what felt like an eternity, no flames emerged. In the end, it was an inadvertent cough that expelled a few sparks, igniting the dry branches. Upon his birth, Shen Mu experienced his first taste of warm sustenance, albeit devoid of any seasoning. Even the meat was only partially cooked, yet he savored it with an insatiable delight. Subsequently, Shen Mu ventured into ever more distant realms, encountering a plethora of extraordinary species. Remarkably, he even crossed paths with the saber-toothed tiger he had once glimpsed in a documentary on Earth. There were also two-headed giant wolves and winged pegasi. These creatures possessed a myriad of abilities, which barely satisfied Shen Mu's cravings for wonder. Such were the beings befitting a fantastical world. As Shen Mu chewed on a roasted horse leg, time slipped by unnoticed. 3 years had elapsed since Shen Mu's arrival into the world. During this span, the transformation he underwent was nothing short of monumental. Initially, at birth, Shen Mu resembled a mere foal in size. Yet, within a mere 3 years, his physique burgeoned as if fueled by hormones. Now exceeding 15 meters in length and towering over 6 meters when upright, a veritable behemoth. However, it was not merely the growth in size that was significant. The resurgence of his Kryptonian dragon lineage was of paramount importance. The powers inherent to Kryptonians began to awaken gradually. The first ability to manifest was his steel-like physique. In contrast to ordinary Kryptonians, Shen Mu possessed an additional layer of scales on his exterior, effectively granting him a double fortification of his already formidable defenses. Following this was the enhancement of his strength. He could effortlessly lift and hurl boulders weighing hundreds, even thousands of tons. Super hearing emerged quietly one sun-drenched afternoon. In that instant of awakening, a multitude of subtle sounds surged from all directions. Drawing from his cinematic experience of superhuman abilities, Shen Mu remained composed, dedicating 2 days to honing his super hearing to a manageable level. Next came super speed, heat vision, X-ray vision, and biological perception. However, when he endeavored to unleash his icy breath, a searing plume of fire erupted instead, melting the rocks before him into molten lava. After several attempts, he continued to emit a fierce dragon's breath. It appeared that this was indeed an innate ability of his draconic heritage. Shen Mu meticulously contemplated the sensations accompanying the expulsion of flames. It seemed that in the act of exhalation, a peculiar tremor resonated within his dragon lungs, resulting in the fiery breath. Thereafter, Shen Mu made a conscious effort to exert control. After numerous trials, he finally released a breath once more. This time, the rocks ahead were instantaneously encrusted in ice. He then alternated between fiery and freezing breaths, reveling in the experience. Ultimately, his ability to fly awakened last. Although wings sprouted from his back, Shen Mu found himself quite unaccustomed to the act of flying with them. Thus, until now, Shen Mu's travels were still reliant on running. However, one day, as he was basking in the sun and drifting into slumber as per his usual routine, his body inexplicably ascended into the air. Gradually, he soared higher until he reached a height of over 1,000 meters above the ground, at which point he came to a halt. Upon awakening, Shen Mu beheld an endless expanse of sky. Yet, rather than feeling any panic, he was filled with exhilaration. However, when he attempted to control his flight, his body unexpectedly lost its autonomy and began to plummet downward. Oh no, how do I brake? Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded. The small mountain below was violently shattered upon impact. The dust that erupted resembled waves, spreading outward and causing creatures within a radius of several dozen miles to flee in a frantic panic. After a prolonged silence, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the heap of rubble, rising into the air and stabilizing above. I have mastered flight. At this moment, Shen Mu finally broke free from the constraints of the earth, acquiring the ability to soar freely in the azure sky. Chapter for the first slumber having just plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. Even the steel-like body of Shen Mu was momentarily dazed. Although he emerged unscathed, the exhilarating sensation akin to bungee jumping continued to echo within his mind. As the saying goes, one must lie where they fall. In the pit he had created, Shen Mu contemplated the transformations within his own physique. He discerned the emergence of an invisible, extraordinary biological force field surrounding his body. Picking up a stone, he endeavored to manipulate this force field to envelop it. When he attempted to crush the stone with his other claw, he discovered that even exerting nearly half of his strength proved futile. Shen Mu realized that yet another ability inherent to his Kryptonian lineage had awakened, the biological force field. This was the very reason Kryptonians could soar freely through the skies, counteracting the constraints of gravity. Similarly, it explained how Superman could lift airplanes and skyscrapers without leaving a gaping hole in them, as well as how he could fly at high speeds with ordinary people without causing them harm. Superman's ability to apply a protective force to objects stemmed from his utilization of the biological force field. In contrast, a certain giant infant, lacking this capacity, could not lift a crashing plane as Superman could. 3 years of relentless pursuit, akin to sunflowers seeking the sun, had not been in vain. Although the rate of growth felt somewhat sluggish, it was a remarkable acceleration compared to the initial slow development reliant solely on the dragon's bloodline. Akin to being propelled by a rocket. Suspended in the void, Shen Mu gazed down at the earth below and reflected on his journey. The ancient Kryptonian bloodline undoubtedly possessed immense potential for growth, yet 3 years was but a fleeting moment. The path to reaching his zenith remained long, and should he one day acquire the Codex of Life from a treasure chest, his potential for growth would surge even further. At that moment, Shen Mu began to control his body, soaring freely through the skies. Yet, he felt the need for greater speed, an insatiable desire to go faster. Listening to the roaring wind beside him, he pushed himself to unleash his latent potential, straining every fiber of his being. Crack! His velocity surged, breaking through barriers in rapid succession, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. Soon, he focused on the sun at the horizon and descended toward it, piercing through the clouds. He spotted a faint, bluish shield-like layer above. Coming to a sudden halt, he cautiously extended his claw to touch it, only to find that it offered no resistance, allowing him to pass through effortlessly, with no unusual sensation in his body. Without further hesitation, he traversed the barrier, eager to embrace the sun more fully. However, at that moment, in the realm of Asgard, Heimdall, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, raised an eyebrow. Gifted with the ability to see through all 9 realms, Heimdall, while conducting his routine patrol, happened to catch sight of Shen Mu bursting forth from the dimensional boundary. When did such a colossal dragon appear in Warnerheim? Heimdall, intrigued, lingered his gaze on Shen Mu for a moment, then noticed that Shen Mu ceased his ascent upon reaching a certain altitude. It seemed he was reveling in the warmth of the sun. Since when did dragons take pleasure in basking in sunlight? Heimdall muttered in bemusement, yet, seeing Shen Mu make no further movements, he dismissed it from his mind. At that moment, Shen Mu felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through every cell in his body. Each cell was greedily absorbing the immense radiation emitted by the sun, undergoing transformation and growth under its influence. The dark scales of Shen Mu glimmered with a golden sheen in the sunlight. This sensation was utterly exquisite. I have truly fallen in love with the sun. Gradually, Shen Mu's eyelids began to grow heavy. However, amidst the vast expanse of stars, he dared not succumb to slumber so carelessly. After all, the existence of formidable beings in this world remained a mystery to him. As a dragon, Shen Mu must be regarded as a rare treasure in the eyes of some. Dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon horns. These are the most coveted materials in various fantasy tales. Moreover, he had yet to encounter the true powerhouses of this world and remained unaware of their combat prowess. Should he fall victim to some unknown scheme, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Thus, Shen Mu resolutely suppressed his body's instinct, steeling himself and heightening his vigilance. Just as he was fervently absorbing sunlight, a surge of primordial information flooded his mind, seemingly a prompt from the dragon blood coursing through his veins. Sleep? Shen Mu was momentarily bewildered by the sudden revelation from his bloodline. It turned out that each time he reached a new stage of growth, he must undergo a period of slumber. Yet, had he truly completed his first stage of growth in just 3 years? Shen Mu was unaware of the growth cycles of other dragons in this world, but he was certain none could match his swiftness. It appeared that the unexpected wave of drowsiness he had just experienced was indeed a signal from his body. Very well. While the time for slumber had not yet arrived, he needed to prepare a perfect resting place. Calculating the time, Shen Mu estimated he still had a day before entering his slumber. Therefore, He resolved to renovate his dwelling within that day. At the very least, he must ensure that he could bask in the sun daily during his sleep. He did not wish to waste such an opportunity. With that, Shen Mu dove from the sky, surveying the surroundings of his lair, roughly assessing the angles through which sunlight could penetrate. Then, two crimson beams of thermal vision burst forth from his eyes as he set about renovating his abode. Observing the newly added skylights in his cave, he noted with satisfaction how the remnants of the setting sun could filter through them. He nodded in approval and, with a powerful breath of dragon fire, sealed the entrance to his lair. Shen Mu nestled within the cave, enveloping his form with his wings, relinquishing the restraint upon his body's primal instincts. Gradually, a profound drowsiness compelled him to close his eyes. After half a year of slumber, an unexpected intrusion befell Vanaheim. As a coalition of frost giants allied with stone giants and trolls commenced their assault, bereft of the protection once afforded by the Vanir, the inhabitants of this realm were left with no recourse but to seek refuge in Asgard. Self-proclaimed guardians of the 9 realms, Asgard could not remain indifferent to such turmoil. Thus, Thor, the god whose mind now seemed dominated by brawn, eagerly volunteered to confront those who dared to disturb the peace of his territory. Chapter 5, Thor, my father. As the guardian of the 9 realms, grant me the power to vanquish our foes. The majesty of Asgard shall not be trifled with, proclaimed Thor. His countenance ablaze with youthful fervor as he addressed Odin, the All-Father. Your Majesty, we stand ready to accompany Thor, declared Vostag, one of the 4 brave warriors of the realm and a steadfast friend of Thor. Vostag, I alone can easily dispatch those ruffians. You need only prepare for the feast to celebrate my triumph, Thor retorted, eager to impress his father without the company of his friends. Odin gazed upon Thor, filled with martial zeal, and saw reflections of his younger self, once equally ambitious, leading his eldest daughter, Hela, into a divine war to conquer the 9 realms. Yet, with each battle waged, Odin's thoughts deepened. Conquering the realms brought him no satisfaction. Instead, he perceived the undercurrents of unrest hidden beneath the surface of brute force. Moreover, he sensed the existence of ancient and formidable presences beyond the 9 realms, entities that even he, the god king endowed with Odin's might, could not contend with. Thus, he resolved to abandon further conquest and restore peace to the realms. However, Hela, the goddess of death, and his daughter, harbored ambitions far more audacious than his own. Reluctantly, Odin employed his power to seal Hela within Helheim, the realm of the dead. Now, nearing the twilight of his own life, Asgard required a new sovereign. Yet, Thor seemed too immature for such a mantle. In terms of cunning, he paled in comparison to his brother Loki. At times, Odin even mused that Loki might be more suited to ascend the throne of Asgard. Yet, it was only Thor who could defy the prophecy of Ragnar K. And then there was the enigma of Loki's lineage. A sigh escaped the weary god king's lips in silent contemplation. Father, what do you hesitate for? Thor inquired, noticing Odin's silence after his previous statement. Go, Odin finally commanded, dismissing Thor with a wave, though a seed of intention had already been sown in his heart, waiting for the right moment to flourish. With Odin's blessing, Thor excitedly brandished his Mjolnir and hastened towards the Bifrost. The Bifrost served not only as Asgard's interdimensional conduit, but also as a weapon capable of obliterating an entire realm. Guarding this bridge was Heimdall, the watchman of Asgard, endowed with the ability to perceive across the 9 realms. Heimdall, open the Bifrost, Thor exclaimed with enthusiasm. Heimdall remained silent, merely inserting the sword of protection into the control panel. In an instant, a portal shimmering with a spectrum of colors opened. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor leaped boldly into the passage. At that moment in Vanaheim, a grotesque troll was gripping a native inhabitant, poised to tear off his arm to consume him. However, in the next heartbeat, a resplendent rainbow descended from the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy. Instantly, the troll was hurled away by the force of this energy wave. I am Thor, the god of thunder, and for the glory of Asgard, I shall make those who dare to invade pay a grievous price. Bursting forth from the rainbow bridge, Thor swung his hammer with ferocity at the rabble of foes. It's the god of thunder, kill him. Compared to Odin, the name of Thor had yet to strike fear into these adversaries. The frost giants readied icy blades upon their arms, aiming them at Thor. The stone giants raised their fists, their naturally rocky bodies serving as formidable weapons. Meanwhile, the trolls brandished their spears, encircling Thor menacingly. Nevertheless, these adversaries posed no genuine threat to Thor. Though wielding Mjolnir, his power was still somewhat eclipsed by Odin's might. He was not to be underestimated. The mountain giants believed their sturdy forms could withstand the might of Thor's hammer, but against it, they were as fragile as eggs, shattering at the slightest contact. The frost giants, in a reckless attempt to reach Thor, sought to touch him, believing their inherent icy blood could shatter his armor and freeze his flesh. Ironically, among the coalition, the trolls, with their hideous blue skin, possessed the highest intellect. Thus, recognizing their impending defeat, they began to retreat stealthily, piloting their craft away into the distance. Once Thor had dispatched the lesser foes around him, he spotted the fleeing trolls. With a vigorous swing of his hammer, he took flight in pursuit. The trolls, glancing back to see Thor closing in, pushed their craft to its limits. At this point, Thor abruptly halted, raising Mjolnir high above his head. Suddenly, the skies darkened, swirling with ominous clouds and flickering lightning. In the next moment, Thor's arm descended with force, calling forth a barrage of lightning bolts from the heavens. "Get out of the way." The trolls inside the craft screamed in terror at the approaching storm. The pilot frantically maneuvered the controls, narrowly avoiding the first strike. Yet, before they could exhale in relief, another bolt of lightning struck true upon their craft. Instantly, the entire vehicle lost control, plummeting downwards. Remarkably, the rugged terrain below was the very cave where the slumbering Shen Mu resided. The troll's craft crashed directly through the skylight Shen Mu had created for himself, landing squarely upon his dragon form. Boom. The explosion triggered by the impact stirred the long-slumbering Shen Mu from his deep slumber. Prior to this incident, Shen Mu was already on the brink of awakening. This explosion served as an alarm clock, rousing him from his repose. "Roar! Who dares to disturb my sleep?" Shen Mu opened his eyes and shook his body, only to witness a cascade of mechanical debris tumbling from his form. "Is this an alien spacecraft? Am I not reborn into a fantastical realm?" Shen Mu scrutinized the wreckage that had fallen upon him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. These objects unmistakably bore the hallmarks of advanced technology, starkly contrasting Shen Mu's preconceptions of a magical world. A dragon. A colossal dragon has been lying in slumber here, and now the adversary of the divine beings has arrived. The heavily charred and barely breathing giant troll gazed at Shen Mu's imposing form and exclaimed with fervor. At that moment, Shen Mu realized, to his astonishment, that this creature was speaking English. "Hey, what are you? So grotesque." Shen Mu extended a claw and gently prodded the still-living troll, addressing it in Chinese. However, the troll was equally perplexed by Shen Mu's words. Just then, another figure descended through the cave's skylight. It was Thor, clad in battle armor, his grand crimson cape billowing behind him. Chapter 6. The Universal Language of the Cosmos. Oh, what is this? A colossal figure. Thor gazed with wide eyes at Shen Mu, dramatically exclaiming. Shen Mu took note of the figure's imposing stature and the short-handled hammer in his grasp. "Thor, have I ventured into the realm of Norse mythology? No, that object that struck me moments ago was undoubtedly a spacecraft. If this world amalgamates Norse myth with advanced technology, then it is highly probable that I have landed in the Marvel Universe." In an instant, Shen Mu deduced the world in which he now found himself. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on identifying your current world. Chest charging is complete. Would you like to open it immediately? My conjecture was indeed accurate. This is the Marvel Universe. However, I remain uncertain whether it pertains to the cinematic universe or the comic realm. If it is the former, all is well. If the latter, then complications may arise." A flurry of Marvel-related knowledge raced through Shen Mu's mind. Meanwhile, Thor, left to stew in frustration, was not accustomed to being so blatantly disregarded. As Odin's son and the heir to the throne of Asgard, he had never experienced such neglect, even when facing a formidable dragon. For Asgard, he swung his hammer fiercely towards Shen Mu. "Do not disturb me. I have no time for games." Shen Mu nonchalantly flicked his tail in response to Thor's onslaught. As the hammer hurtled toward him, Thor hastily raised his weapon to defend himself, but the tail collided with the hammer, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the overconfident Thor hurtling backward. He crashed into the stone wall behind him, leaving a large indentation in his wake. Having absorbed the blow, Thor emerged unscathed, brushing dust from his attire. "You are a worthy opponent. However, I shall claim your head as a trophy to display in my palace." Thor's eyes sparkled with the thrill of battle. The previous skirmishes with lesser foes had left him unsatisfied, but Shen Mu reignited his fervor for combat. Yet, Shen Mu remained unfazed. "System, open the chest," he commanded in his mind. Instantly, as before, a somewhat dim chest materialized before him, appearing far inferior to the initial one. A prompt indicated it was ready to be opened. With this, Shen Mu extended a claw and gently tapped the chest. In that moment, a swirl of golden light enveloped his mind. Ding. Chest opened. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining the universal language of the Marvel Universe." Upon receiving this reward, Shen Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, communication is crucial. However, as the information settled in, he nearly cursed aloud. It turned out that the so-called universal language of the Marvel Universe was none other than English. What a letdown. Is it true what they say, that the entire universe speaks English? At this moment, Shen Mu's heart was filled with an unexpressed grievance. "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Thor, who had been disregarded by Shen Mu, shouted his name in a fit of rage. Instinctively, Shen Mu replied, recalling a humorous anime from which he had heard this phrase. After all, that adorable Shiba Inu was also the god of thunder. As he pondered, Shen Mu couldn't help but chuckle. When Thor heard the phrase about the glory of the northern gods, he paused momentarily, for the Aesir, his clan, were indeed referred to as the northern gods on Midgard, which made the remark perfectly apparent. How do you know this phrase? Thor inquired, lowering his hammer as he gazed at Shen Mu, eager to learn more. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it to you. Shen Mu was keen to test the mettle of this god of thunder. Upon hearing this, lightning surged around Thor's Mjolnir. Without hesitation, he hurled the hammer directly at Shen Mu. Shen Mu was aware that this hammer had been enchanted by Odin during its forging, making it impossible for just anyone to wield it. Although the hammer appeared small, it was crafted from the core of a dead star by the hands of the Dwarven king, an artifact of immense power. One would need the hammer's acknowledgement to lift it. Unless one possessed strength surpassing Odin's, it was simply unattainable. Thus, Shen Mu had no intention of testing his luck and swiftly dodged. However, the hammer followed him as if equipped with a tracking system, relentlessly pursuing him. Realizing the confined space of the cave was too restrictive, Shen Mu soared into the sky, leaving his dragon's lair behind. Thor summoned his hammer back and pursued him with fervor. Yet, Shen Mu did not flee. Instead, he landed on the ground to await Thor's arrival. Having undergone a transformative slumber, Shen Mu had grown significantly. Standing tall, he now reached nearly 10 meters in height, with a body length exceeding 25 meters. Truly a colossal being. The two backward-curving dragon horns on his head had become even more fearsome, and his previously dark scales now glimmered with a hint of crimson light. His enormous leathery wings unfurled, their edges glistening with a menacing cold gleam from countless barbs. In comparison, Thor appeared somewhat diminutive before him. However, at that moment, Thor gazed at Shen Mu with a burning intensity, for he harbored a deep admiration for his father's steed, the eight-legged horse Sleipnir. Regrettably, aside from Odin, no one in Asgard was worthy to ride it, not even Thor himself. Now, witnessing the imposing and majestic Shen Mu, Thor's mind began to entertain different thoughts. Fortunately, Shen Mu remained oblivious to Thor's intentions. Had he known, he might have shown the god the full force of his dragon's tail. With certain thoughts swirling in his mind, Thor resolved to tame Shen Mu. In the future, if he were to ride such a magnificent dragon into battle, he would undoubtedly be the most resplendent warrior. The second round of battle was about to commence. This time, Shen Mu held no reservations whatsoever. Confronted with the hammer hurtling towards him, Shen Mu clenched his dragon claw and retaliated with a powerful punch. Thor believed that the first time he was sent flying was due to his own carelessness. However, this time, he truly felt the formidable force emanating from Shen Mu's iron fist. His body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a small mountain behind him. Subsequently, Shen Mu leaped into the air, exhaling a torrent of searing dragon breath. Thor, caught off guard, had no choice but to swiftly spin his hammer to fend off the flames, gradually advancing towards Shen Mu amidst the blaze. In the next moment, Shen Mu abruptly closed his mouth, only to open it once more. This time, he expelled a bone-chilling gust of icy wind. Instantly, Thor, along with his hammer, was encased in ice, plummeting from the sky. Yet, in the following second, the heavens shifted ominously, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking directly at the frozen Thor. Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed as Thor broke free from his icy prison. At this moment, he realized that relying solely on physical combat would not suffice to defeat Shen Mu. The disparity in their strength and speed was significant. However, as the god of thunder, the power of lightning was his essence, even if it had yet to awaken fully. Chapter 7. Defeating Thor. Your prowess has earned my respect. I am Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard. Asgard venerates warriors. Now you may reveal your name. Thor embodies the martial spirit of the Asgardians, and he holds a particular admiration for the strong. The combat prowess displayed by Shen Mu is sufficient to command his attention. Throughout his millennia of existence, Thor has encountered numerous battles. However, since acquiring Mjolnir, he has seldom faced an opponent like Shen Mu. After I vanquish you, I shall divulge the details. Shen Mu exhibits no trepidation towards Thor. His current strength rivals, if not surpasses, that of this still unawakened god of thunder. Haha. Who among those who have fought me could claim to have bested me as you do? Aside from Loki, who has managed to ensnare me with his mischief, I have yet to face defeat, and you shall be no exception. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, Thor, filled with rage, found himself laughing in anger. The current Thor, a brawny embodiment of youthful vigor, possesses an innate competitive spirit. Thus, their conversation became terse. Thor resumed his offensive, hurling his hammer towards Shen Mu while propelling himself upward. In the face of the soaring hammer, Shen Mu merely shifted his body slightly to evade the attack with ease. However, Thor swiftly summoned the hammer back. The hammer crackled with terrifying lightning, descending with formidable force towards Shen Mu. Yet, before the strike could land, Shen Mu, endowed with superhuman speed, deftly evaded the center of Thor's assault in the mere fraction of a second. The hammer crashed into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of thunder that radiated outward. The surrounding flora and stones were instantly reduced to dust by the ferocious electricity. Nonetheless, Thor realized that his strike had completely missed its mark. Suddenly, Thor perceived a deafening rush of air behind him. Turning, he was met with the sight of a colossal claw descending upon him, glistening with a chilling sheen. He had no time to evade. His body was struck by the claw with overwhelming force, offering no resistance whatsoever. He was driven into the ground, sending shockwaves of tremors rippling outward. While the Asgardians are undeniably stronger than many races across Earth and the cosmos, Thor, being among the elite of the divine, possesses a power that is formidable beyond measure. Yet, when confronted with Shen Mu, a dragon infused with Kryptonian heritage, his strength pales in comparison. Perhaps only upon fully awakening his own powers could he attempt to contend on equal footing. Had Shen Mu not restrained the sharpest edges of his claw upon impact, Thor would have faced unimaginable devastation, even if reduced to fragments. Thor felt as though he had been struck by a meteorite. The bone in his chest had fractured completely. Unable to suppress himself any longer, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Witnessing this, Shen Mu lost all desire to continue the battle. From the outset, he had no intention of vanquishing Thor. He merely sought to utilize Thor as a means to gauge his current strength and that of the god of thunder before him. It was evident that the newly emerged bloodline, a fusion of Kryptonian and dragon heritage, was evolving at a pace far superior to these deities, and with greater potency. Concurrently, Shen Mu was curious to discern whether the Thor before him was the cinematic version or the comic incarnation, or perhaps which phase of Thor he represented, and whether he had ever set foot on Earth. Given the present circumstances, it seemed likely that this was the Thor from the cinematic universe, who had yet to fully harness his divine powers. At this moment, Heimdall, who was observing the battle from the Rainbow Bridge, fell into a contemplative silence. He recognized Shen Mu as the dragon he had previously seen soaring into space to bask in the sunlight. Initially, he had paid little attention to it. However, he was utterly astonished to find that Shen Mu could completely dominate Thor. Furthermore, Thor's condition was far from optimal. Heimdall was acutely aware of Thor's character. In such a state, Thor would rather perish in battle than retreat, as turning one's back on an enemy was the greatest dishonor for a warrior. Thus, even after sustaining such a grievous blow, Thor still did not raise his hammer to summon Heimdall to the Rainbow Bridge. Seeing this, Heimdall could no longer afford to hesitate. The safety of Thor's life took precedence above all else. Without further deliberation, Heimdall promptly drew his sword of protection and plunged it into the control panel, preparing to activate the Rainbow Bridge to bring Thor back. Evidently, Thor sensed something amiss and shouted towards the heavens, "No, Heimdall, my battle is not yet over." Shen Mu heard Thor's cry and raised his head to gaze into the void of the sky. However, despite possessing extraordinary vision, he had yet to attain the ability to pierce through galaxies. Let this battle come to a close. I have yet to exert my full strength, and you have already fallen. At this juncture, Shen Mu felt no inclination to prolong the fight. It must be said that Thor was still rather inexperienced at this moment. His speed, strength, and physical prowess were all thoroughly suppressed by Shen Mu. The only aspect that could have allowed him to contend with Shen Mu, the power of thunder, remained dormant and unawakened. Ding! Congratulations, host, on accomplishing the significant feat of defeating Thor. The treasure chest has been charged. Would you like to open it now? Shen Mu chose not to open it. Yet he discovered certain methods of charging within his system. No. For the glory of Asgard, I would rather die in battle. At this moment, Thor, lying in the massive crater, responded with fervent excitement upon hearing Shen Mu's words. However, speaking triggered the internal injuries he sustained, and he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Just then, another rainbow descended from the heavens, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. As the aftershocks subsided, an elderly figure emerged before Shen Mu, adorned with a crown of white hair, a single eye, and clad in golden battle armor, wielding a long spear and astride a fearsome beast with 8 legs. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Mu recognized him as the current king of Asgard, Odin, the father of the thunder god he had previously vanquished. In his grasp was the eternal spear, Gungnir, and beneath him galloped the 8-legged steed, Sleipnir. Thor, to become a worthy king, you must learn to acknowledge defeat. Remember, you carry not only the honor of a warrior but also the weight of your people's lives and deaths, Odin admonished Thor before turning his gaze towards Shen Mu. It is truly astonishing that Vanaheim has given rise to such a formidable dragon as yourself. Yet, in the timeline I am familiar with, your existence does not appear. Odin's words instilled a sense of caution within Shen Mu. The mention of timelines revealed the elder's ability to perceive certain events of the past and future. This ancient king was no mere figure. The Asgardian trait of growing stronger with age meant that Odin was at the peak of his power. The arsenal of abilities possessed by this venerable being was indeed formidable. Moreover, Shen Mu could feel every cell in his body instinctively rejecting Odin's presence, evoking thoughts of the Kryptonians' magical resistance. Chapter 8. The arrival of Odin. In contrast to the formidable physical defenses of Kryptonians, their resistance to magic is somewhat lacking. At this moment, Odin merely stood there, entirely motionless, yet capable of eliciting such a powerful reaction from the cells within his own body. Shen Mu had already confirmed the low magical resistance of the Kryptonians, thus his vigilance towards Odin heightened to its utmost. Noticing Shen Mu's state of heightened alertness, Odin, in turn, retracted all semblance of his might. "Do not worry, I harbor no ill will towards you," Odin assured, resembling a kindly grandfather from the neighborhood. "Is it of no concern, even though your son has been reduced to this state by my hand?" Shen Mu retorted, gesturing towards Thor, who was struggling to rise from the pit. Long-standing victories had rendered Thor proud and arrogant. Asgard no longer required a king solely versed in martial prowess. "Father, I shall defeat him," Thor declared, his wounds beginning to heal as he ascended, yet still filled with indignation. "Enough. Do you realize that your opponent has only been alive for less than 4 years? Odin's keen perception was not deceived by Shen Mu's imposing size. From the immense body of Shen Mu, he discerned a life trajectory of barely 4 years. This indicated that the dragon before him was still in its juvenile phase. Although even Odin found it hard to believe, the current reality stood as such. "Father, what are you saying?" Thor questioned, incredulous. "For years? This monstrous being, over 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters high, you tell me is not yet 4? Thor marveled. "Does that mean my nearly 400 years of life equate to nothing?" Meanwhile, an 8-year-old cosmic sovereign from the neighboring DC universe faced a severe beating from the indigenous deities of Earth upon his arrival. Shen Mu was not surprised that Odin could see through his true nature. "Did you truly just come into existence 4 years ago?" Thor's battle fervor had dissipated, replaced by sheer disbelief. "Calculating from the day I hatched, I should have been born 3 years and 9 months ago," Shen Mu replied, leaving Thor utterly disheartened. The mighty god of thunder had been bested by a mere newborn. Though this infant appeared somewhat fearsome, it did not obscure the undeniable brevity of its growth period. "Could you share your name with me?" As a vanquished foe, Thor felt somewhat embarrassed to inquire of Shen Mu. Traditionally, a defeated party holds no right to question the victor. "Of course, I am called Shen Mu." "Shen Mu, what a curious name," Thor remarked, finding the name rather peculiar. "Why would you choose such a name?" "It reminds me of the supreme mage of Midgard, who hails from a lineage that names their descendants in such a manner. Yet, all dragons in the 9 realms should be descendants of the black dragon Nidhogg." Upon hearing the name Shen Mu, Odin experienced a flicker of familiarity, which instantaneously conjured the image of the supreme sorcerer Gui from Earth. Gui was the name she adopted after becoming a sorceress. Prior to that, she was known as Yao. Yet, it perplexed Odin as to why a native of Vanaheim like Shen Mu would possess such a name. "I am uncertain, but this name has been etched in my mind since the moment of my birth," Shen Mu exclaimed playfully to Odin. "Midgard is the heart of the 9 realms, the dwelling of mortals," Odin explained. Shen Mu, intrigued, inquired, "Might there be a means for me to journey to Midgard? I seek to unravel the origins of my name." "The Bifrost of Asgard can transport you to any location within the 9 realms," Thor interjected proudly from the side. Shen Mu then made a modest request. "Odin, may I accompany you back to Asgard? I wish to utilize the Bifrost." Odin welcomed all friends of goodwill. However, Midgard is guarded by the supreme sorcerer and other forces, and an unannounced visit could incite unnecessary conflict. While Odin granted Shen Mu permission to travel to Asgard, he did not explicitly offer the use of the Bifrost. "Thank you, Odin. I shall contemplate my next steps," Shen Mu replied, not dwelling on the matter, for as long as he could reach Asgard. He believed he would eventually find a way to ride the Bifrost. After all, despite Shen Mu's ability to traverse cosmic expanses, he had no guidance. Relying on sheer luck to reach Earth seemed implausible. Thus, a journey to Asgard was essential. Furthermore, he mused, he might discover ways to overcome his low magical resistance there. Shen Mu was well aware that Frigga, the goddess of Asgard, was a concealed master of magic, and much of Loki's sorcery had been taught by her. Once arrangements were settled, Odin raised his spear, the Gungnir, slightly. In an instant, a surge of vibrant rainbow energy enveloped Shen Mu and his companions. The next moment, as a powerful spatial shift occurred, Shen Mu, unaccustomed to such phenomena, found his mind slightly bewildered, taking a few seconds to acclimatize. "Brother, welcome to Asgard," Thor greeted. Accustomed to the Bifrost transitions, "Your Majesty," the diligent guardian of the divine realm, Heimdall, observed Odin returning with the injured Thor and the one responsible for his wounds. Shen Mu. He immediately approached the king with a bow. "Welcome to Asgard, sun-loving dragon." Heimdall's impression of Shen Mu was profound. Initially perceived as a somewhat unconventional dragon, he had unexpectedly triumphed over Thor, who rarely faced defeat in the celestial arena. "I presume you are the Heimdall that Thor just mentioned." "It is an honor to meet you," Shen Mu responded with equal courtesy. "Thor, tend to your wounds first, and then prepare for the banquet to welcome our friends," Odin instructed, having donned his regal attire after removing his battle armor. For the people of Asgard, combat and feasting are 2 indispensable aspects of life. Thor felt a twinge of astonishment. His father had never shown such fervor towards anyone else, not even the other lords of the 9 realms. Although he had been defeated, Surely it did not warrant such enthusiasm. Heimdall harbored similar thoughts. Even Shen Mu found himself taken aback, pondering what the mightiest god-king of Asgard could possibly be thinking. Chapter 9. A conversation with Odin. Odin slowly guided Shen Mu across the Rainbow Bridge. Beneath your feet lies the Rainbow Bridge, the passage connecting our Asgard to the Nine Realms. Odin elaborated on the grand achievements of Asgard, of which Shen Mu was already well aware. His attention, however, was captivated by the magnificent palace shimmering in gold beneath the sunlight. Gazing at the towering edifice before him, he recalled a dialogue between Hela and Thor from a film he once watched. Hela had remarked how she and Odin had submerged an entire civilization in blood and tears, questioning Thor about the origins of their gold. Now, standing beside the feeble, one-eyed elder, it was challenging for Shen Mu to reconcile this figure with the once mighty conqueror of the Nine Realms. Your soul does not belong to this universe, does it? Suddenly, Odin addressed Shen Mu with this statement. Instantly, Shen Mu halted in his tracks, his body instinctively tensing. Yet, he soon relaxed. Indeed, I am not from this universe. I merely awoke to find myself within a dragon egg, destined to become an unhatched giant dragon. He did not conceal this from the aging deity, for it was evident that Odin's insight had led him to this conclusion. With their mutual understanding, there was no need for further circumlocution. This world is far grander than we can fathom. Compared to the infinite multiverse, the Nine Realms are but a grain of sand. The fact that you have arrived in this universe suggests you carry a certain purpose. In the future I once envisioned, Asgard's destruction seemed inevitable, and Thor was powerless to prevent it. However, your emergence has clouded that future, rendering it entirely opaque to me now. Odin's remaining eye fixed intently upon Shen Mu. Do you believe I will become a harbinger of fate? Shen Mu countered. No, fate is already decreed. Your arrival has rendered the past destiny obsolete. You are the new destiny. Upon hearing Odin's assertion, Shen Mu found himself at a loss for words. Your growth is a miracle. The sun above perpetually fortifies you. I sacrificed one of my eyes to drink from the well of wisdom. Though I possess only one eye now, I have gained the wisdom of Runas, which has allowed me to glimpse the fate of Asgard. It is a trajectory already set, beyond even my capacity to alter. I understand that conquering the Nine Realms is futile. Ragnarok shall inevitably arrive. Odin began to recount his past to Shen Mu. And what of the present? Shen Mu inquired. I do not know. Everything will stem from your choices. I can discern that your physique instinctively repels the magical particles I emanate. This constitutes a weakness you must surmount. In this universe, magic is an exceedingly prevalent force. Frankly, even Odin is astonished by Shen Mu's growth. Standing beside him, he can perceive the continuous evolution within Shen Mu. However, the sole lamentation lies in Shen Mu's body seemingly harboring an innate fear and aversion to magical particles. This indicates that magic could inflict severe harm upon Shen Mu's being. Is there any remedy for this flaw? Shen Mu inquired of Odin. Learn magic, allowing your body to gradually acclimate to the magical particles, and use magic to mend these deficiencies over time. Alternatively, cultivate divine power and ascend to divinity. Odin proffered two options. The first seemed relatively plausible, yet the latter, becoming a god, is no trivial endeavor. Should you wish to study magic, you may consult my goddess consort. She possesses an extensive repertoire of spells and arcane secrets from the Vanir pantheon. As expected, Odin recommended his wife to Shen Mu. What must I sacrifice? Shen Mu queried, aware that Odin would not divulge such information without reason. No, you need not sacrifice anything. Simply follow your instincts. Odin's words plunged Shen Mu into a moment of contemplation. Reflecting upon his system, it was evident that it intended to involve him in a series of significant events. Consequently, regardless of the circumstances, the fate of this universe would deviate from its predetermined path. Thus, the destinies of certain individuals or entities would inevitably transform. This is the overt scheme, an irresistible overture for Shen Mu. Once he has accepted the goodwill of Asgard, it would be rather unbecoming to merely stand by during its eventual downfall. A god and a dragon traversed the streets of Asgard side by side. The citizens, upon seeing Odin, were visibly stirred, bowing in respect, while casting curious glances at Shen Mu. With Odin by his side, even Shen Mu's imposing stature failed to incite unrest. This is a friend of Asgard. His name is Shen Mu. Just moments ago, he bested my son, Thor. Odin proclaimed. Asgard welcomes the formidable, tonight. I shall host a grand banquet outside the Golden Palace to honor our guest. With Odin's introduction, fervor ignited in the faces of the ordinary Asgardians. Half of their excitement stemmed from the revelation that Shen Mu had vanquished Thor, while the other half was due to the impending feast. Observing the jubilant crowd, Shen Mu sensed that this place might not be so bad after all. Gradually, he followed Odin to the Golden Palace. Looking down, a vast panorama unfolded before him. What do you think of Asgard now? Odin suddenly posed this question to Shen Mu. Indeed, it is delightful. Each visage is adorned with smiles, reminiscent of the harmonious tranquility of my birthplace. Reflecting on this, Shen Mu spoke earnestly. What do you believe is more significant for a king? The welfare of his subjects or the land beneath his feet? Odin inquired further. In my realm, a great sage once proclaimed, to preserve the land while forsaking the people is to lose both. To safeguard the people while sacrificing the land is to gain both. Shen Mu refrained from directly articulating his own perspective, instead invoking the wisdom of a predecessor. Surely, that individual was an extraordinary sage. Upon hearing these words, Odin's countenance reflected agreement. Indeed, subsequently, Odin shared his thoughts on Thor, the heir apparent. His words, though filled with hope for Thor, revealed that the current Thor had yet to meet his expectations. Shen Mu comprehended Odin's urgency, for time was not on his side. In response, Shen Mu suggested that Thor must endure trials to attain maturity. The divine being and the dragon engaged in delightful discourse. Meanwhile, the healed Thor stood in the square with the 4 warriors of the celestial palace, sipping wine and reflecting on the recent battle. Chapter 10, The Banquet, Part 1. Thor. What is the true origin of that colossal dragon? Why does His Majesty Odin treat him with such fervor? This is a situation I have never encountered before. As he shared a goblet of wine with Thor, Vandal inquired after downing a hefty cup. His gaze drifted towards Shen Mu, who stood alongside Odin at the pinnacle of the Golden Palace. Indeed, throughout the millennia, many esteemed figures of the divine realm have visited Asgard. Yet, none among them commanded Odin's attention in such a manner. After all, Odin had once triumphed over all 9 realms, and those divine rulers were but his vanquished foes. Thus, the origins of Shen Mu sparked immense curiosity among them. Given that only Thor had previously interacted with Shen Mu, the collective gaze of inquiry turned towards him. I do not know, Thor admitted, somewhat perturbed, as he gulped down another cup of wine. He himself could scarcely believe the reality that he, the mighty god of thunder from Asgard, had been bested by a dragon scarcely 4 years old. Moreover, the defeat had been swift and decisive. The strength he prided himself on seemed trivial in the face of such an opponent. This was a bitter pill for the prideful Thor to swallow. As for dragons, he had encountered his share. Whether in the frosty realm of Jotunheim or the fiery domain of Muspelheim, there existed similar dragon-like entities, all bearing the bloodline of the despairing dragon Nidhogg. Yet, none could rival Shen Mu. My dear brother, I have heard you were grievously wounded by a dragon. Oh, what astonishing news this is. What of your invincible Mjolnir? As Thor pondered in his cups, Loki, clad in a flowing emerald robe, approached with a golden chalice in hand. However, his words only deepened Thor's discontent. Loki, even in defeat, Thor remains a figure worthy of respect, a true warrior. Compared to you, who revels in cunning schemes and mischief, Thor is the genuine hero. Vostag, with his bushy beard, expressed his disdain for Loki's remarks, his disapproval of Loki's antics quite evident. After all, the 3 valiant warriors of the heavenly palace, alongside Sif, were steadfast friends of Thor, often victims of Loki's pranks. Yet, this trickster's magic was so adept that it nearly blurred the line between reality and illusion. Each time Loki's antics succeeded, they found themselves ensnared by his phantasms, thwarting their attempts to teach him a lesson. As Asgardians, if retribution could not be exacted face-to-face, it would never be revisited later. Thus, each encounter left them in frustration, unable to retaliate against Loki's mischief. Over time, their expressions toward him grew increasingly sour. Wostag, I believe it is high time you trimmed that magnificent beard of yours. Loki's words compelled Wostag to tightly shut his mouth, for he understood the implications behind Loki's jest. To him, aside from the thrill of battle and the pleasures of drink, his beard held the utmost significance. However, Loki had long been a source of mischief, often wreaking havoc upon it. The beard he had painstakingly nurtured back was not something he could allow Loki to toy with again. It was well known that Loki's pranks knew no bounds. He had once even laid waste to Sif's resplendent golden locks. The figure standing beside Father Odin was surely that formidable dragon, capable of besting Thor, who wielded Mjolnir, a truly remarkable being. Loki's gaze drifted upward, his mind racing with thoughts. It seemed the feast was prepared, and it was time for them to descend. Odin was engaged in a jovial conversation with Shen Mu, a venerable deity who had lived for countless ages and possessed profound insights into the world. His understanding far surpassed Shen Mu's knowledge gleaned from films or comics, as this was a tangible universe, not merely the icy surface depicted on the silver screen. Through his discourse with Odin, Shen Mu began to perceive that this world was not merely the simplistic cinematic universe he had envisioned. There were numerous discrepancies. For instance, Odin had mentioned a brother named Kull, imprisoned in the endless oceans of Midgard, who was the god of fear in Asgard and the legendary Great Serpent. Though the time of his return was uncertain, it was inevitable that he would breach his seal and re-emerge. Ultimately, Thor's fate was to confront him in a cataclysmic clash. Such narratives were woven into the fabric of comic lore, yet remained unmentioned in the films. Perhaps Shen Mu had traversed to this world before these tales had been adapted for the screen. During their conversation, Odin intentionally revealed the essence of magic in this realm to Shen Mu. It all revolved around the concept of borrowing lower-dimensional beings seeking power from higher-dimensional deities or demons, drawing upon energies from unique dimensional spaces to augment their own strength. However, the use of magic inevitably attracted the attention of its source. For instance, the origin of white magic lay with the triune Vishanti, the source of power for the supreme sorcerers throughout Earth's history. Conversely, the origin of black magic resided with the ancient underworld deity, Thon, who wielded one of the three ancient powers of the Marvel Universe, the chaotic force. The chaotic magic born from this power possessed the ability to reshape reality with greater potency than the Infinity Stones themselves. Both of these formidable entities were of multiversal stature, and it was conceivable that Thon had transcended even that. Shen Mu had, to some extent, gleaned knowledge of these two great beings through film and comics. As for the Vishanti, their existence was essential for Earth's defense against incursions from other dimensions, with Agamotto, a facet of the Vishanti, being the first supreme sorcerer. The numerous supreme sorcerers who followed him over the millennia were his disciples. The ultimate destination of the soul of each supreme mage upon their demise is the realm of the Emperor of Mount Wei. As for Zysorn, this formidable figure who departed from Earth in ancient times has transformed into a legend shrouded in obscurity. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, imbued with the essence of chaotic magic, serves as her chosen avatar for descent. The witch's formidable power emanates from the potency of chaotic magic itself. Upon comprehending the very essence of magic, Shen Mu finds himself at a crossroads. Should he persist in his pursuit of magical knowledge, or embark upon an alternative path that nurtures divine power? However, Shen Mu has not forgotten the existence of his system. Who knows when he might unlock a magical treasure chest, thereby transforming into a super dragon that embodies both magic and might. Speaking of the system, Shen Mu recalls that during his battle with the Thunder God, he seemingly completed the charging of the treasure chest. Yet, with an impending banquet on the horizon, this is hardly an opportune moment to unveil the chest. Thus, Shen Mu resolves to seize the opportunity to open the treasure chest once the banquet has concluded. Chapter 11. The Banquet, Part 2. As Odin descended from the Golden Palace alongside Shen Mu, the multitude of Asgardians gathered for the banquet began to chant Odin's name. In their hearts, Odin represented the epitome of divine supremacy. Despite his appearance, now graced with the wisdom of age, his white hair and frail demeanor did little to diminish the profound reverence the people held for him. Witnessing the fervent expressions of his subjects filled Odin with a sense of pride and passion. Since he embraced the path of a benevolent ruler, his perspective had undergone a remarkable transformation. This shift was evident when he once told Thor, during a moment of vulnerability, that Asgard is not merely a place, but rather the embodiment of its people. Raising his hand slowly, the clamor below fell silent. This is Shen Mu, a formidable warrior who has bested me. The son of Odin, Thor Odinson, wielding the mighty hammer of the Thunder God. He is also our most esteemed guest. Now, let us express our warm Asgardian hospitality to our friend. Without hesitation, Odin unveiled Thor Eskar before the eyes of all Asgardians. For them, a powerful warrior is forever deserving of respect. The existence of Valhalla instills in every Asgardian warrior an indomitable spirit on the battlefield. And ascending to Valhalla is the greatest honor a warrior can achieve. The martial spirit is etched into the very bones of every Asgardian. Thus, as Odin's words resonated, a tidal wave of cheers erupted across the vast square. Soon after, several remarkably robust Asgardians approached, bearing immense barrels of mead before Shen Mu. However, the term immense was relative. In the presence of Shen Mu, who towered nearly 10 meters high, these barrels appeared no larger than oversized cups. At that moment, Thor stepped forward, holding a cup aloft. Your strength commands my respect. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Thor, son of Odin, to the great warrior. With that, he raised his cup and downed its contents in one swift motion, then smashed the cup upon the ground, lifting his gaze toward Shen Mu. Unfazed by the drinking challenge, Shen Mu removed the lid from a barrel, and a potent, spicy aroma wafted toward him. Then let me introduce myself anew. I am Shen Mu, the dragon, hailing from Vanaheim. With that declaration, he opened his mouth wide and poured an entire barrel of mead down his throat. A fiery sensation coursed down his throat, seemingly awakening certain dormant aspects within him. With a tilt of his head, a massive plume of fire erupted from his mouth, soaring 1,000 meters into the sky before bursting into a spectacular display of fireworks. This singular act ignited the enthusiasm of the Asgardians, who quickly gathered around Shen Mu, raising their cups in his honor. Shen Mu, unreserved in his approach, indulged himself, pouring jug after jug of wine into his mouth. Occasionally, he would unleash a magnificent fireball into the sky, creating a dazzling display akin to fireworks. He was indeed an intriguing character. It is astonishing to realize that, as the daughter of the Warner Divine Clan's king, I had never known that our realm of Vanaheim could harbor such a formidable being. His physique is truly a marvel of the cosmos. At this moment, Odin had taken his seat beside Frigg, who was observing Shen Mu with a sense of wonder. In my slumber of Odin, I glimpsed a different future. The twilight of the gods shall be rewritten, and the destruction of Asgard is not a predetermined fate. In a more distant future, even if my brother Surtur were to break free, he could never claim Thor's life. Odin recounted all that he had perceived during his last slumber to Frigg. Are you suggesting that all these changes are due to that little dragon? Frigg expressed her astonishment at Odin's words. Indeed, from the moment he arrived, the fate of our universe began to blur. I know not from whence he came, nor do I understand his connection, if any, to that supreme being in the realm of eternity. My goodwill towards him was extended for the sake of Asgard, as well as for Thor and Loki. Odin conveyed why Shen Mu held such a special significance for him. At that moment, he was not merely the king of Asgard. He was also a father wishing for the safety of his children. Both he and Frigg gazed silently at Shen Mu, who was joyfully drinking with Thor and the others. Traditionally, a grand feast in Asgard would last several days, sometimes even weeks. Everyone reveled in merriment and libations. However, the Asgardians harbored a rather unfortunate habit in their exuberance. They often smashed their cups. Thor, in particular, was notorious for this. Almost every time he finished a large goblet of wine, he would shatter a cup. Shen, tell me honestly, did you defeat me without using your full strength? Thor, already feeling the effects of intoxication, posed this question to Shen Mu. At the mention of this query, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, all curious about how Shen Mu would respond. Of course, you are the strongest opponent I have encountered to date. I can sense that within you lies a tremendous power yet to awaken. Once it does, you shall be several times stronger than you are now, and perhaps I shall no longer stand a chance against you. Shen Mu, fully composed, provided the answer Thor sought, not wishing to further diminish his spirits. This, however, cannot be deemed deceitful. In truth, Shen Mu had indeed exerted his full strength at the onset. Albeit their clash lasted but a fleeting moment. He had merely restrained some power during the final blow, retracting his claws, and there remained within him a latent, unawakened force akin to that of the god of thunder. In contemporary times, it is perhaps more fitting to refer to Thor as the god of the hammer rather than the god of thunder, for he has come to regard Mjolnir as his very essence, unaware that it merely serves as a conduit for channeling and amplifying his inherent power. Even though Mjolnir is indeed a formidable artifact, this truth remains unaltered. Haha, Shen, I am determined to vanquish you. You are a valiant warrior, and I hope you choose to remain in Asgard. Thor placed his hand upon Shen Mu's shoulder, gazing upwards as he spoke. Even though Shen Mu lay prostrate upon the ground, he still commanded a sense of reverence from Thor and the other Asgardians. For the time being, I shall indeed stay in Asgard. Shen Mu also intended to linger in Asgard for a while, hoping to see if he could further empower the treasure chest. After all, there are many notable figures in Asgard. Having successfully charged the chest after besting Thor, perhaps other encounters might yield similar results. Chapter 12, The Banquet, Part 2. The banquet lasted a full 3 days and nights. The ground was strewn with shattered fragments of wine glasses, a testament to the revelry of Asgard. Throughout, save for Shen Mu, the others succumbed to intoxication, only to awaken and indulge once more in the cycle of drinking. Odin departed with Queen Frigga after the first day of festivities, leaving Shen Mu and Thor to their unending merrymaking. Seemingly, Shen Mu possessed an extraordinary resistance to alcohol. The libations, upon entering his system, were swiftly metabolized, leaving him untouched by inebriation. Whether it was the unique concoction of Asgardian spirits, he could not say, but he felt as though the drinks stirred something deep within his lungs, provoking an instinctive desire to expel a fiery breath. Amidst the celebrations, while Thor reveled in boisterous abandon, Loki appeared somewhat out of place. Shen Mu observed him more than once employing illusions to confound those who sought to drink with him. With his keen senses, he noted that Loki's gaze frequently drifted in his direction, as if plotting some scheme. However, Shen Mu paid little heed to it. Loki felt a pang of frustration at Shen Mu's sobriety. He had intended to take advantage of Shen Mu's drunken state to extract a scale from him. Yet, after enduring rounds of drinking against Thor, the Warriors 3, and countless others, Shen Mu remained as composed as ever. Thus, the opportunity to act eluded him until the banquet's conclusion, leaving him begrudgingly defeated. Once the revelry subsided, Shen Mu's first act was to soar into the heavens to bask in the warmth of the sun. Hey, Thor, why does Shen have such an affinity for the sun? The dragons we encountered generally prefer dark, enclosed spaces like caves or swamps. Vandal inquired, observing Shen Mu, who was suspended in the sky, luxuriating in sunlight. None of the dragons we met possessed strength akin to Shen's. Thor replied, making his point clear. Shen Mu's inclinations diverged from those of other dragons, reflective of their differing powers. Thor, do you still intend to challenge Shen? Vandal pressed. Indeed, a true warrior only grows through combat. I am Thor, the god of thunder, Odin's firstborn. No one can consistently best me, Thor declared, his gaze fixed upon the figure in the sky, brimming with determination. Meanwhile, Shen Mu, with his superhuman hearing, caught wind of Thor's words and merely smiled to himself. To match Shen Mu's growth, one would need to immediately inherit Odin's power and comprehend the essence of the runes, becoming Rune King Thor. Otherwise, within the same span of time, Shen Mu would only widen the chasm between them. Not only Thor was observing Shen Mu, Odin and Frigga also watched him intently. It seemed that his strength derived from the sun itself. Moreover, the sun's energy within him exhibited an astonishing conversion rate, magnified by dozens of times. Such a remarkable constitution had never been recorded in the annals of the Warner divine clan throughout millions of years. Is he truly a dragon, or merely one who possesses the visage of a dragon? Frigg, as a sorceress, was acutely attuned to fluctuations in energy. She discerned that Shen Mu's body resembled a colossal conversion furnace, drawing forth a measure of strength from the sun and transforming it into tenfold, or even dozens of times that power through his cellular structure. He was a marvel. The sun bestowed upon him its might, yet his strength would inevitably surpass that of the sun itself. Odin, too, expressed his profound reflections. At this moment, while basking in the sun, Shen Mu opened the treasure chest that had been charged during his battle with Thor. System, open the chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine power seed. Do you wish to fuse it immediately? A divine power seed. Could it be a catalyst for nurturing divine strength? Indeed, host. Possessing a divine power seed grants one the qualification to ascend to divinity. However, for the seed to germinate and flourish, the support of divine status is required. Divine status. Could it be akin to Thor's position as the god of thunder or Sif's as the goddess of the land and harvest? Precisely, host. System. What conditions must my divine power seed fulfill to activate? Ding. The divine power seed originates from the Aesir clan and requires the attainment of divine status to draw strength from Asgard. This seems rather challenging. As an outsider, no. As an external dragon, acquiring divine status in Asgard should not be so easily attainable. However, it appears there may be a way, given Asgard's tribulations. Promising to aid them in resolving a crisis or two in exchange for a divine status should not be unreasonable. Shen Mu swiftly contemplated how to procure divine status from Odin. After all, given Odin's current disposition towards him, he should not refuse such an offer. System. Please proceed with the fusion of the divine power seed. Shen Mu commanded the system, and the divine power seed seamlessly merged into his soul. Something feels amiss. Why do I sense a hint of divine energy emanating from Shen Mu, and of the most authentic Aesir lineage? At this moment, Odin, who was still strolling through the celestial palace with Frigg, suddenly halted, expressing his bewilderment. What? Impossible. That little dragon lacks the Aesir bloodline. It cannot possibly awaken divine power. Frigg, upon hearing this, believed that Odin must have misperceived. A dragon born in Vanaheim could not awaken the divine power exclusive to the Aesir. No. This is not mere illusion. It seems that Shen Mu harbors mysteries beyond my comprehension. Perhaps only the great being in the eternal realm possesses the knowledge of all. The eternal realm spoken of by Odin is the dwelling of one of the 5 primordial deities, a true creator within this universe. However, possessing the divine power of our Asar race is indeed a fortuitous circumstance, as it will deepen his connection with Asgard. A faint smile graced Odin's visage, seemingly reflecting his pleasure regarding this matter. By the way, Shen Mu once expressed a desire to seek your guidance on matters of magic. You might consider granting him access to all the magical knowledge of Asgard. It is rather peculiar that his physique possesses a terrifying defensive capability that even we find daunting. Yet, his resistance to magic appears to be rather weak. At one point, in an effort to intimidate him, I unleashed my own power, only to discover that the magical runes upon my body elicited a profound sense of repulsion within him. Frankly, Odin himself is quite astonished by the remarkable dichotomy of Shen Mu's physical attributes. Perhaps this is a manifestation of the strange balance that the universe has struck. It remains uncertain whether Shen Mu's existence is an anomaly or if there are others who share similar traits. Once Shen Mu felt that his time basking in the sun had been sufficient, he slowly descended from the sky. Chapter 13. Seeking Frigg. The sensation of gradually growing stronger filled Shen Mu with an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Odin had once mentioned that he could seek Frigg's counsel regarding the arcane arts, and fortuitously, the sun was just right today. After descending to the ground, Shen Mu reflected that rather than mingling with the brutish crowd of Thor, it would be more prudent to consult with this esteemed sorceress who had nurtured Loki, a contender for the title of the greatest mage across the 9 realms. Moreover, while Shen Mu relished his current draconic form, its sheer size proved cumbersome for effective communication. Thus, he sought Frigg not only for her expertise but also to explore potential magical means of controlling his physical dimensions. Had he been on Earth, he might have sought out Hank Pym, whose discovery of Pym particles allowed for the manipulation of size, even to subatomic scales. As for transforming into a human form, Shen Mu held no particular desire. Having endured a life of toil in his previous existence, the prospect of experiencing life in a different guise felt rather enchanting. With resolve, Shen Mu retracted his wings and strolled towards Frigg's abode, opting not to fly out of respect for her palace. He encountered patrolling guards of the celestial palace, who gazed up in awe upon seeing the formidable dragon, a creature favored by their lord. In response to their admiration, Shen Mu offered a subtle nod as a greeting. "I imagine this immense form may present some inconveniences," remarked Frigg, who was not resting within the palace but rather stood on her balcony, seemingly anticipating Shen Mu's arrival. Upon witnessing the giant creature cautiously approach, she smiled and spoke. "Indeed, as you can see, Your Highness Frigg, you are one of the few master sorceresses in Asgard, and I wish to inquire if there exists any magic that could assist me in controlling the size of my body." Shen Mu candidly admitted, "You are the most undragon-like dragon I have ever encountered. The dragons I have known were filled with nothing but bloodlust and savagery, mere instruments of war. You give me the impression that within this draconic form resides a soul of human wisdom." Frigg did not directly divulge the information Shen Mu sought. Instead, she expressed her astonishment. It is noteworthy that she, unlike Odin, could not perceive that his soul did not belong to this realm, but rather inferred it from his demeanor and conduct. Nevertheless, Shen Mu felt no disquiet regarding this, having been exposed by Odin previously. He understood that his secret was not concealed from the discerning eyes of the powerful. As long as they remained oblivious to his system, everything remained unaffected for Shen Mu. "Perhaps it is the blessing of the progenitor of dragons that renders me somewhat unique," he mused. Did not reveal anything in response to Freya's speculation. "The progenitor of dragons. Nidhogg, that black dragon intent on destroying the world tree, his protection will hardly bestow you with wisdom. However, your very existence is a miraculous surprise. As the daughter of the Allfather of Vanaheim, I have never encountered a dragon as extraordinary as you within the annals of our history that span hundreds of thousands of years." Freya feels a peculiar sense of kinship towards this young dragonborn of Vanaheim. "Oh, my apologies, it seems I have inadvertently spoken too much. I suspect your visit is not solely to discuss your physical form. Odin has informed me of your heightened sensitivity to magic. It indeed appears to be true." As Freya spoke, she raised her hand, casting a feeble spell upon Shen Mu's scales. Instantly, Shen Mu felt an unsettling sensation coursing through his body, as his strength began to be restrained by another force. Furthermore, he found himself unable to dispel it. Overall, this spell diminished Shen Mu's power by approximately 10%. This was quite difficult for him to accept. It is worth noting that this was merely a casual spell from Freya, far from the intricately prepared large-scale magic. Should he encounter certain magical adversaries in the future, Shen Mu feared he might be easily outmatched. Although he had mentally prepared for his low magical resistance, a sense of horror still gripped his heart. At the same time, the urge to swiftly overcome this flaw began to arise within him. "Your Highness Freya, may I inquire if I could learn about magic from you?" Shen Mu posed this question directly to Freya. "Of course. I would be delighted to teach such a student as you. I once attempted to impart my magical knowledge to Thor and Loki. However, Thor prefers to engage in battle as a warrior rather than wield magic. On the other hand, Loki possesses a remarkable aptitude for magic. I have taught him the finest magical inheritance of the Vanir, and he has learned far more adeptly than his brother Thor. Yet, when it comes to combat, Loki seems to favor using magic for mischief. He often relies on his magical daggers even in battle." Freya couldn't help but chuckle at the contrasting attitudes of her two sons towards magic. Thor remains a quintessential warrior, utterly dismissing magic in favor of wielding his mighty hammer. As for Loki, he frequently employs his most proficient illusion magic for pranks, particularly at the expense of the four valiant warriors led by Thor. Influenced by Asgard's martial culture, Loki appears more inclined to engage his enemies in close combat wielding two small daggers rather than defeating them with magic. Nevertheless, as Freya spoke of her children, a tender affection involuntarily graced her face. Although Loki is not her biological child, over the course of more than 1,000 years, she has come to regard him as her own. Princess Frigga is a remarkable mother, and I believe she is also a wise teacher. I shall earnestly seek your guidance in the realm of magic, and for the time to come, I shall impose upon you, Your Highness." Shen Mu holds a deep admiration for Frigga, hence his tone naturally conveys the humility of a seeker. After all, in the original film, when Thor traversed time through the quantum realm to share his fate with her, she graciously declined with a smile. Moreover, she informed Thor that he was there to mend his own future rather than to alter hers as a mother. With her profound wisdom, she certainly comprehended the implications of that, yet she was still able to accept her destiny with grace. This alone is profoundly moving. Chapter 14. Experiencing the impact of magic on oneself. Before delving into the arcane arts, one must first comprehend the essence of magic. Prior to formally imparting her knowledge to Shen Mu, Freya began to elucidate the fundamental nature of magic in this world. In our realm, magical energy is governed by its rightful masters. Whether one employs black magic, white magic, or any other dimensional sorcery, one must seek permission from these energy sovereigns. The source of white magic is the triune Vishanti, who serves as the wellspring of power for the supreme sorcerer lineage. Conversely, the origin of black magic lies with the ancient deity of dark sorcery, Shumagorth, chaotic and malevolent, who is said to have inscribed the dark tome during his time in the realm, drawing even the attention of numerous dimensional deities seeking his power. As for other dimensional magics, they are wielded by the deities who preside over their respective dimensions, such as Dormammu of the Dark Dimension and Mephisto of the Hell Dimension. Utilizing magic exacts a toll. The greater the borrowed power, the more severe the backlash one ultimately endures, particularly when it comes to black magic and certain dimensional sorceries. Regarding the magic of the Marvel Universe, Shen Mu, having been a modest admirer in his previous life, possessed a certain understanding. The one who has mastered this borrowing system most adeptly is none other than the Ancient One on Earth, who, despite being aligned with the Vishandi, sought dark energy from Dormammu to prolong her life before the next supreme sorcerer could fully mature. However, her method of borrowing was akin to outright theft, having circumvented Dormammu's consent. Even when the debtor, Dormammu, sought retribution, he found himself subjected to her blows, which were not enough on their own, as she would further incite her pupil, Doctor Strange, to join in the assault. What could a beleaguered Dormammu do but swallow his grievances in silence? Thus, the cost of using magic, as recounted by Freya, did not weigh heavily on Shen Mu's mind. After all, to him, magic was merely a tool to surmount his inherent flaws, not a primary means to an end. Moreover, with sufficient strength, subduing those self-styled dimensional deities posed no great challenge. In terms of combat prowess and potential for growth, the ancient Kryptonian lineage was far from inferior. Furthermore, his greatest asset lay in the system that promised to deliver boundless surprises. Rest assured, Asgard and Vanaheim, as realms within the World Tree's 9 realms, draw their magical energies from this very tree. The World Tree lacks self-awareness, and thus, does not impose any repercussions on those who borrow its energy. Freya, noticing Shen Mu's silence, promptly reassured him with a smile. Indeed, when compared to other sources of magic that exact a toll on one's lifespan, health, or soul, the World Tree stands as a most benevolent patron, allowing borrowing without the necessity of an extraordinary background. However, the magical energy of the World Tree can only be harnessed by beings born from the 9 realms. Perhaps this is a form of preferential treatment for one's own kind. Princess Frigg, I am not concerned. I am merely pondering how to communicate with the magical energy of the World Tree. Although Shen Mu claims to be a dragon born in Vanaheim, his mind holds not even a trace of the so-called ancestral memories. You need not worry about that. I possess a small fragment of the World Tree's branch, which was left over when Odin forged Gungnir. Although a portion was later used in the crafting of Mjolnir's handle, a remnant still remains. You can utilize this fragment to connect with the World Tree. As she spoke, Frigg revealed a small piece, which was indeed diminutive, approximately half the length of her palm. Such a trivial size made Shen Mu feel that even a common toothpick would dwarf it several times over. Thus, gazing at Frigg's outstretched hand, he found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to reach out or refrain. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Frigg recognized his predicament. You see, in my extensive discourse, I have overlooked the most crucial question. Regarding the reduction of your size, I recall that King Buri, Odin's grandfather, seemed to have created such a spell. However, my recollection of that spell is rather vague. Do not fret. In the library of Asgard, there exists a trove of tomes collected over millennia by successive kings, wherein some obscure magics can be discovered. I can assure you that this spell is documented within. Tomorrow, I shall personally retrieve the book containing that spell from the library. So let us conclude tonight's studies here. Frigg declared, looking at Shen Mu. Thank you, Princess Frigg. I wonder if you could bestow upon me a few more spells akin to the previous one, preferably ones that can endure throughout the night. I wish to test the limits of my physical endurance. Shen Mu expressed his request to Frigg at that moment. Are you certain you wish for me to proceed thus? The previous spell should have sufficed in revealing how weak your body's resistance to magic truly is. Should I cast more spells upon you? I fear you would not fare well this evening. Frigg hesitated upon hearing Shen Mu's request. She was all too aware of the spell she wielded. While they were not lethal, enduring a series of debuffs would undoubtedly be an unpleasant experience. Princess Frigg, I implore you. I have deeply felt the effects of the previous weakness. The reason I wish to endure these spells is to conduct an experiment. I intend to face the rising sun tomorrow while bearing the weight of these debuffs, curious to see if the sun's rays might temporarily dispel their effects. Since you are so resolute, I find I have no grounds to refuse. I hope you have a delightful evening. Freya observed Shen Mu and felt an irresistible urge to indulge in a bit of mischief. It is rather difficult to assert that Loki's ascension as the god of mischief bears no connection to her, his mother and mentor. After making this remark, Freya raised her hands and commenced the casting of spells. Each gesture signified a distinct incantation, and within a mere span of time, the debuffs inflicted upon Shen Mu surpassed 30 in number. Furthermore, Freya showed no signs of cessation, continuing to layer spells until the count reached 55. The exertion of such a multitude of incantations left Freya somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Shen Mu felt his body become unbearably heavy. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashing over him, infiltrating not only his physical form, but also his spirit, which began to languish. The once radiant scales that adorned his body dulled in luster. However, this outcome was anticipated, after all. The initial feeble spell had provided a glimpse of what was to come. Struggling to lift his feet and depart, Freya called out to him, "If you do not mind, you may rest outside my chambers tonight, and I can relieve you of the spells whenever you can no longer endure." Observing Shen Mu's laborious movements, reminiscent of a waning dragon, she could not help but speak. "No need for that, Princess Freya. Good night," Shen Mu replied, choosing not to linger. For this was his own request. He was determined to persevere, even if it meant kneeling. Chapter 15. The Yellow Sun is the deity of Kryptonians with great difficulty. Shen Mu gradually made his way to the sanctuary prepared by Odin, a vast and resplendent palace. One cannot help but marvel at the abundance of gold that seems to grace Asgard. As Shen Mu stepped into the grand hall, he couldn't refrain from exclaiming this sentiment. Before him lay a magnificent golden bed, gleaming brightly. Though he had not inherited the memories of the dragon, he felt an instinctive affinity for such radiant treasures, perhaps stemming from his very lineage. However, the dual sense of confinement permeating his body and soul left him little inclination to discern whether it was solid gold or merely gilded. 55 debilitating spells weighed heavily upon him, making it feel as though he were shackled by thick chains binding his scales, skin, flesh, bones, organs, and even his spirit and soul. What Shen Mu remained oblivious to was the astonishment Frigga felt at his ability to still move. It is known that even Thor, ensnared by her 55 spells, would not only struggle to move, but would likely succumb to unconsciousness, his soul descending into a deep slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, the seemingly magically vulnerable Shen Mu not only remained awake but was also able to act, though his movements were as slow as a tortoise. This nonetheless indicated the remarkable strength and resilience inherent within him, far surpassing that of the Asgardians. It is understood that an ordinary Asgardian is at least thrice as strong as a Midgardian. Moreover, a royal such as Thor, endowed with divine power, is exponentially more formidable than the average Asgardian. Yet, the fact that Shen Mu, a dragon born in Vanaheim and not of the divine lineage, could outmatch even Thor and his kindred gods is truly astonishing. At that moment, Shen Mu lay quietly upon the golden bed, straining his spirit to perceive the subtle changes within his body. The spell cast upon him was all-encompassing, firmly binding every aspect of his being. However, as he focused his mind, he discerned that his golden heart seemed to be slowly resisting the adverse effects of the spell. My heart, the source of my newly awakened lineage, may well be the key to enhancing my magical resistance, Shen Mu mused to himself. This night may have been the most arduous of Shen Mu's reincarnation, even more so than the night of his birth when he suffered from hunger. I finally understand what it means to endure days that feel like years, he reflected. To stave off the encroaching slumber, he resolutely maintained his mental fortitude, counting the seconds as he persevered through the long night. As dawn broke, Shen Mu eagerly awaited the first rays of sunlight. When the sun's warmth enveloped him, he distinctly felt a surge of energy emanating from his heart. In an instant, like a star igniting, he sensed his body, once shackled by magic, beginning to awaken. The sound of chains snapping echoed within him, crisp and clear. Even the vigilant guards patrolling outside the palace heard that sound. What was that noise? "Captain, should we go take a look?" inquired a guard trailing behind the captain of the guard. "No need. His Majesty the God King has instructed us not to disturb that esteemed dragon unless there is a special circumstance," the captain replied, casting a glance in Shen Mu's direction before shaking his head and continuing his patrol with his subordinates. At this moment, Shen Mu, feeling entirely liberated from his constraints, stretched his magnificent wings with vigor. He then soared straight upward, greeting the sun head-on. "Has my capacity to absorb the sun's radiation enhanced?" Shen Mu, immersed in the profound comfort bestowed by the yellow sun, suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment. He could distinctly sense that, after breaking free from the shackles of magic, his ability to convert the yellow sun's radiation had significantly improved. This was reminiscent of the transformative journeys often depicted in certain novels, where protagonists rise anew from their trials. However, this might lead him down an unforeseen path, where flaws could become a means for swift enhancement of power. Naturally, Shen Mu was elated by this discovery. An increase in the efficiency of absorption and conversion implied that his strength would escalate at an accelerated pace. Previously, while watching films or reading comics, he had rarely encountered super beings actively overcoming magical shortcomings. Perhaps the blame lay with the writers, for after all, super beings were already formidable. Lacking weaknesses such as kryptonite or magic would render many plots difficult to unfold, just as most super beings passively absorb solar radiation to grow stronger. Only a select few actively sought paths to enhancement. "Your Majesty, we may have somewhat underestimated the sun's influence on Shen," remarked Freya, standing beside Odin. Last night, at his request, I cast 55 debuff spells upon him. Ordinarily, those spells would last at least 15 Midgard days. However, I can now sense that all the spells disintegrated the moment he came into contact with the sun. At this, Freya gazed in on Shen Mu, who hovered in the sky. Odin, with his remaining eye, observed Shen Mu and then glanced at the sun on the horizon, remaining silent, lost in thought. After pausing to watch for a moment, he departed for the grand hall of the temple. As the guardian of the 9 realms, maintaining the stability and order of these realms was a belief deeply ingrained in Odin's essence. As the god king, he could not afford to be idle. However, since the Dark Elves were defeated by his father, King Gorr, the 9 realms had not experienced significant turmoil. Over the course of several millennia, the only major upheaval occurred during the Frost Giants' invasion of Midgard, when he personally led the armies of Asgard to vanquish the Frost Giant chieftain, Laufey, seizing their ancestral artifact, the ancient Winter Casket. Since then, large-scale wars had ceased. Nevertheless, civilizations across the cosmos were not entirely independent, and conflicts inevitably arose. However, as long as matters do not pertain to the various realms of the 9, Asgard typically refrains from meddling. Your Majesty, the dwarf King Eitri has conveyed that the molds you requested have been completed and require your empowerment. At this moment, Heimdall approaches Odin to report. As the Sentinel of Asgard, he serves as the vital link between Asgard and the other realms. Heimdall, inform Eitri that I shall personally journey to Nidavellir. The molds referred to by King Eitri are the ultimate artifact, the Stormbreaker Axe, commissioned by Odin for his son Thor. Aware that Mjolnir could not eternally accompany Thor, Odin recognizes that upon the full awakening of his thunderous powers, a more formidable weapon will be necessary. This is the last assurance he, as the sovereign of Asgard and a father, can provide for his child and his people. Chapter 16. The wholesale place of divine artifacts. While Odin was engaged in state affairs, Freya did not neglect her promise to Shen Mu. She arrived at Odin's library, an immense 3-tiered palace. Each level housed the collections of a generation of divine kings. The uppermost tier belonged to Odin's grandfather, King Buri. The middle tier contained the treasures of his father, King Borr, while the lowest tier was reserved for Odin's own collection. It could be said that the entirety of Asgard's heritage resided within these walls. The spells created by King Buri, as I recall, should be located on the 3rd shelf. With a gentle wave of her hand, Freya summoned the books from the 3rd shelf, which then began to flutter towards her. They opened automatically, their countless words seemingly alive, dancing upon the pages. At last, Freya found the tome she sought amid the myriad of magical texts. With the book in hand, she departed. As a master of magic, Freya quickly grasped the spells inscribed within. The particular spell she discovered was one originally devised by King Buri to diminish the size of opponents, a necessity given the immense stature of certain giant races at that time. This spell not only reduced the adversary's physical form, but also weakened their strength to some degree. Thus, it proved to be an effective tool against large creatures, though its application on allies was rather less favorable. However, King Buri could not have foreseen that millennia later, such a spell would be utilized in this manner. Moreover, the spell bore a fatal flaw. Its efficacy was constrained by the caster's power, and its effects diminished significantly against beings of greater strength, potentially becoming entirely ineffectual. For instance, attempting to employ this spell against the mighty fire giant Surtur in his prime, or against deities larger than planets, would be utterly futile. Therefore, one might say this spell is akin to a mere trinket, unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. In Odin's era, equipped with the destroyer armor and the eternal spear, alongside the inherited power of Odin, the allure of such ornate spells had waned considerably. Nevertheless, this particular spell might not be as ineffective against the young dragon. Freya recalled Shen Mu's recent escape from magical restraints under the sunlight, leading her to suspect that the spell may not be as potent as initially thought. However, she considered the possibility of enlisting a dwarven craftsman to forge a magical artifact for him, permanently inscribing the spell so that he could later channel his own energy to wield it independently. This thought flashed through Freya's mind as a potential solution. A spell cast by another would always encounter instinctual resistance from the body, especially from beings like Shen Mu, who possessed formidable physiques. Yet, if the caster were to be herself, the likelihood of resistance would surely diminish. Freya contemplated extensively, as she had not anticipated that Shen Mu would swiftly master magical energy and adeptly unleash spells. She conveyed her thoughts to Odin. Indeed, this is an excellent idea. I am on the verge of embarking on a journey to Nidavellir. Having gathered all the materials necessary for the gifts intended for Thor upon his ascension as a worthy god king, we may invite Shen to accompany us. The existence of the Stormbreaker, this ultimate weapon, is hardly a secret. The dwarf king could not forge it without the express permission of the Asgardian monarch. Shen, please visit the temple. His Majesty the God King has a matter to discuss with you regarding the spell that controls your body. Heimdall conveyed Odin's message to Shen. Thank you, Heimdall. Shen felt a certain fondness for this diligent guardian who faithfully fulfilled the role of the gatekeeper of the divine realm. Moreover, he was one who could traverse the rainbow bridge without hindrance. Shen folded his wings and descended directly onto the vast plaza before the temple, then strolled gracefully inside. Shen, my queen Frigga has discovered a spell that can control your body. However, this spell has a slight flaw. It requires a magical artifact to assist you. Thus, you must accompany us to Nihil, where the dwarven artisans are the finest smiths in the cosmos, Odin stated directly upon Shen's arrival. Thank you, your majesty and Princess Frigga. Shen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After all, his presence in Asgard felt akin to being a guest, yet he was receiving the utmost hospitality. Although he understood this was part of Odin's grand design, Shen could not help but acknowledge this favor sincerely. The 3 gods and 1 dragon stepped outside the temple, where Odin's attire suddenly transformed into the battle armor he wore during their first encounter. The eternal spear soared into his grasp, raising the spear aloft. A resplendent rainbow cascaded from the heavens, instantaneously transporting them away. This was one of the abilities of the eternal spear, the free summoning of the rainbow bridge. Nihil, situated upon a stellar ring, facilitates the dwarves in harnessing stellar energy for the crafting of various implements, and is home to over 300 dwarven artisans. Respectful greetings to you, your majesty Odin, uttered Eitri, the king of the dwarves, as he set aside his tools and approached Odin. He placed one hand upon his chest and offered a slight bow. The dwarven clan had entered into a pact with Asgard, wherein they were responsible for crafting weapons and armor, while Asgard provided them with protection. As Eitri lifted his gaze, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Shen's imposing figure, a sentiment echoed by the other surrounding dwarves. To Shen, although they were known as dwarves, each of them stood at least 3 meters tall, albeit with somewhat disproportionate physiques. Eitri, as the dwarf king, appeared to tower nearly 5 meters high, making Odin and Frigga seem merely the height of his legs. However, in comparison to Shen Mu, it is merely a matter of a small witch encountering a great sorcerer. It is my honor to introduce you. This is Shen Mu, a friend of Asgard, who has come seeking your assistance in crafting a magical ornament. Odin took the initiative to introduce Shen Mu to the dwarf king. It is a privilege to meet you, Lord Eitri, Shen Mu said, bowing his head to the dwarf king. Welcome, Shen. As a friend of Asgard, you are indeed a friend to us dwarves. Please, do not hesitate to express your needs. Here, there is nothing we dwarves cannot forge. Initially, Eitri was somewhat astonished that such a colossal dragon would appear alongside Odin. He had presumed that this divine monarch had forsaken Sleipnir for a new steed. To his surprise, Shen Mu commanded such esteem from Odin, prompting a notably amicable demeanor from Eitri. Chapter 17. The Storm Battle Axe Mold. Your Majesty, the mold has been successfully forged, and now it requires your esteemed hand to inscribe the magical runes within it. As for the magical ornament that Shen requires, that shall be a simple task, for I shall personally craft it for him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Shen Mu, Eitri turned to Odin and spoke. At that moment, Shen Mu realized that Odin had other matters to attend to in Nihil. Initially, he had thought that Odin had come solely to escort him via the Rainbow Bridge to create the so-called magical ornament. Nonetheless, he found himself quite intrigued by the mold. Especially since it was commissioned by Odin himself, surely it must be of divine caliber. Odin did not shy away from Shen Mu, allowing him to accompany into the vast artisan workshop. Upon witnessing the mold, Shen Mu instantly recognized it as the Storm Battle Axe, for it resembled a hefty tome. The mold descended slowly, and as Eitri tapped it, it indeed opened like a book. It was divided into 2 sections, one for the axe blade and the other for the axe's back. Your Majesty, this is the ultimate artifact of Asgard that you envisioned. Once you bestow it with powers akin to the Eternal Spear, it too shall summon the Rainbow Bridge upon its creation, Eitri explained to Odin. The Rainbow Bridge is an extension of Odin's might, and the tangible Rainbow Bridge in Asgard was crafted based on this principle. However, the Rainbow Bridge summoned through Odin's power is solely capable of transportation, whereas Asgard's tangible Rainbow Bridge is a formidable weapon capable of annihilating a world. Is this the final weapon you have prepared for Thor? Frigga, now aware of its significance, recalled Odin's previous explanations. Indeed, when Thor becomes worthy of the title of God King and is willing to fight for the peace of the cosmos, he shall earn this artifact. Odin, reflecting on Thor's current reckless demeanor, could not help but shake his head. While he held great confidence in Thor's future, Odin was acutely aware that the path to becoming a true God King was still a long one. Eitri, take Frigga and Shen to craft the necessary magical ornaments. I shall notify you once I have completed the runes, Odin declared, gently tapping the ground with the Eternal Spear. With that, Shen Mu had no objections and followed Eitri out. After their departure, Odin grasped the Eternal Spear and commenced inscribing the ancient runes on the interior of the mold. With each stroke, the air shimmered with faint flashes of lightning surrounding the runes. Since this artifact was intended as Thor's ultimate weapon, its core would enhance Thor's thunderous might. For when Thor proved worthy of wielding this artifact, it would signify that he had fully awakened his innate power. Thus, The storm battle axe would differ significantly from the former Mjolnir, while Mjolnir aided Thor in guiding and controlling his powers. The storm battle axe would serve to amplify and elevate his strength. In this instance, Shen Mu and Freya followed Eitri to another workshop. Your Highness, do you wish to craft a magical ornament in the shape of Ymir, to render it an eternal enchantment? Upon hearing Freya's request, Eitri immediately grasped her intention. Indeed, Eitri. This magic and the ornament are intended for Shen, whose considerable stature renders daily activity somewhat cumbersome. Is this a challenge for you? Freya inquired with a smile. However, she was acutely aware that creating such a trinket would pose no difficulty for the masterful dwarf, Eitri. It is a simple task, Your Highness. I have recently acquired a substantial amount of URU metal. Eitri then turned to Shen Mu. What style of ornament do you prefer? Truth be told, Shen Mu was at a loss regarding what sort of ornament would befit his draconic form. Eitri, I care not for style, practicality is my sole concern. Shen Mu replied rather nonchalantly, unable to conjure a specific design. I swear by the name of the dwarf king that nothing Eitri, forge is of inferior quality. Eitri perceived Shen Mu's last remark as a challenge to his expertise, and he thumped his chest in solemn oath. After scrutinizing Shen Mu thoughtfully, he continued. I will require a scale from you as an auxiliary material. Without hesitation, Shen Mu extended his claw and plucked a scale to hand over. Upon receiving the scale, Eitri selected a rather large mold, ignited the forge, and cast a piece of metal adorned with peculiar patterns into the flames. That was URU metal, renowned for its exceptional hardness and remarkable capacity to bear magic, making it the ideal choice for forging artifacts. Under the intense heat generated by stellar energy, the URU metal swiftly began to melt. Once fully liquefied, he poured the molten metal into the mold and patiently awaited its cooling. Your Highness, how fares Thor these days? During the waiting period, Eitri inquired about Thor's recent circumstances. However, his true concern lay not with Thor but with Mjolnir, the legendary hammer forged by their kin. He is quite spirited. He was recently bested by Shen, which I believe will inspire him to train vigorously for some time. Freya unreservedly revealed Thor's defeat, showing no regard for his pride. What? Shen defeated Thor, who wields Mjolnir? Eitri found this hard to fathom. Thor's reputation had been formidable across the 9 realms over the years. With Mjolnir in hand, he was considered invincible. Yet, for one so powerful to be vanquished by another, no, by a dragon, astounded Eitri, causing him to fixate his gaze upon Shen Mu, as if seeking to discern what set him apart. That battle was a result of Thor's overconfidence. Furthermore, Thor is still quite young. His strength remains in a developmental phase. Shen Mu does not perceive the defeat of a half-hearted Thor as a particularly glorious achievement. It is no exaggeration to say that vanquishing the current Thor in this universe is an easily attainable feat, though Thor is young. Are you not even younger, Shen? Odin has informed me that you have only been alive for less than 4 years. Upon hearing Shen Mu's humility, Frigg could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The thought of such a powerful physique belonging to someone merely 4 years old, akin to that of an infant, brought her amusement. What? The nearby Eitri was nearly petrified. Gazing at Shen Mu's massive form, he shook his head repeatedly, as if trying to dispel an incredulous thought from his mind. Before long, the molds for crafting the ornament had completely cooled, and Eitri skillfully extracted the contents. It was a ring of considerable size, reminiscent of Frigg herself. Your Highness Frigg, please inscribe the runes of this spell upon the ring. Eitri urged Frigg, emphasizing that this was the most crucial step. Without hesitation, Frigg extended her hand, and one by one, the runes materialized, beginning to meld into the ring. The surface of the ring began to reveal the corresponding patterns of the runes. Chapter 18, The Enchanted Ring. From the intricate process of Frigga inscribing the runes, it became evident that the construction of this spell was far from trivial, lasting nearly half an hour. However, what Shen Mu did not comprehend was that casting a spell and meticulously inscribing it are 2 distinct endeavors. The difference is akin to that between creating a computer and merely operating one. If the sole aim was to cast the spell, Frigga could have done so with effortless ease. As the final rune was inscribed, the ring began to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, Shen Mu experienced a sensation unlike any other emanating from the ring. Following this feeling, he gently beckoned with his claw, and the ring instantly flew towards him, fitting snugly onto one of his talons. It swiftly adjusted to the size of his claw, and Shen Mu immediately grasped the method of utilizing the ring. The purpose of using his dragon scale was to enhance the compatibility between the ring and himself. Moreover, within a certain range, it could respond to its master's summons. Much like Mjolnir. At that moment, Eitri began to elucidate the ring's capabilities to Shen Mu. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu focused his thoughts, and the ring on his claw soared into the air. Shen, you may attempt to activate the magic within, until you fully comprehend the magical energy yourself. You can temporarily substitute it with your life energy. However, fret not, for the amount of life energy required to activate the spell is minimal and should not burden your body, Frigga stated with a smile. Taking her words to heart, Shen Mu relaxed his mind, allowing the ring to draw upon his life energy. although he sensed a slight drain of energy from within. It felt akin to scooping a single cup of water from the vast ocean. In an instant, a radiant light flashed from the ring, and Shen Mu suddenly perceived a change in perspective. Itri, who previously required him to bow down to meet his gaze, now stood in need of his upward glance, while Frigga still needed to look down to address him. At that moment, Shen Mu appeared to stand merely 2 meters tall, his form proportionally diminished, reaching the limits of his capacity for reduction. In terms of strength, he felt as though he had lost 1/5 of his power, yet the impact was negligible. Moreover, he sensed that, should he wish, he could effortlessly lift the spell's constraints at any moment. Thank you, Your Highness Frigga. Itri, your dwarven craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. After confirming the effects of the enchanted ring, Shen Mu expressed his gratitude. Shun, your dragon scales seem unlike any I have encountered among the dragons over the millennia. They are even more resistant to melting than URU metal, and the quality of the forged product surpasses all expectations. Shun, Nidavellir shall always welcome you, and the dwarves will forever be your allies. At that moment, Itri recalled the recent forging, where Shen Mu's dragon scales and URU metal were placed together in the forge, only for the URU metal to melt first. Moreover, from his extensive years of forging experience, he discerned that the quality of this magical ring surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. There were no flaws in the forging technique or process. The only plausible explanation lay within that piece of dragon scale. Throughout the years, he had crafted various weapons and armors, utilizing the scales and bones from creatures as forging materials. However, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Thus, at this moment, his gaze toward Shen Mu was somewhat fervent. For an exceptional blacksmith, nothing evokes more excitement than the discovery of an unknown, superior forging material. Upon hearing this, Freya could not help but direct her attention to Shen Mu's lustrous black scales. As for Shen Mu, upon hearing the last remark, he immediately understood the underlying intention. Although, given his current condition, even if he were to shed all his scales, they would regenerate after basking in the sun for just 3 to 5 days. However, Shen Mu had no intention of allowing himself to be treated as a mere mobile repository of materials. Itri, the rune engraving is complete. At that moment, Odin's voice suddenly resonated in their ears, halting their conversation. Upon seeing Odin, Shen Mu distinctly sensed that the god appeared even more aged than before, with an unmistakable hint of fatigue etched upon his countenance. Yet, to uphold the dignity of the All-Father, he leaned on the Gungnir, refusing to sit down. Freya hurriedly stepped forward to support Odin. After thousands of years of companionship, they exchanged a knowing smile. Odin, noticing Shen Mu's significantly diminished stature, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. Itri ignored Odin, instead approaching the mold for the Stormbreaker axe. As the mold's creator, Itri was best positioned to perceive the changes within. With the current mold, all that was needed was to channel the energy of a neutron star into the forge, melt the URU metal, and pour it into the mold, thereby crafting a formidable artifact. However, this mold was intended for a single use. After all, it was the ultimate artifact of Asgard, and it could not be mass-produced like a wholesaler's goods. Moreover, without Odin's power, even if he could replicate it, it would lack the true might of the Stormbreaker. Your Majesty, everything regarding the magical artifact is in order. I shall now secure it, Itri reported to Odin after his inspection. Itri, the future matters are entrusted to you. After uttering this, Odin refrained from further conversation, leading Freya and Shen Mu outward. Upon reaching the open space from which they had arrived, he raised the Gungnir, and instantly, the Rainbow Bridge descended, transporting them back to Asgard. Shun, you may take some time to familiarize yourself with this magical ring, and also attempt to harness the magical energy within this fragment of the world tree, Freya said, her mind preoccupied, as Odin might soon succumb to Odin's sleep once more. Thus, she handed the small piece of the world tree branch to Shen Mu. I understand, Your Highness Freya. Shen Mu was well aware that Freya would attend to Odin. Thus he readily agreed without hesitation. As he observed the retreating figures of Odin and his companions, Shen Mu transformed back into his colossal form and soared into the sky. The utilization of the magical ring proved to be remarkably straightforward. It seemed that the incorporation of Shen Mu's dragon scales as a forging material rendered it considerably easier for him to wield. This phenomenon bore a resemblance to the concept of a personal magical artifact often depicted in certain Xinxia novels. The minuscule amount of life energy expended was effortlessly replenished after basking in the sunlight for merely a few breaths. Consequently, a remarkable spectacle unfolded in the skies above Asgard. Everyone witnessed the dragon's form fluctuating between vastness and diminutiveness. Thor, it appears Shen has gained mastery over his own size. Shall we invite him to the arena? We all yearn to challenge a formidable adversary capable of besting you, suggested Voltag, suddenly approaching Thor, who was engaged in his training. Upon hearing this, Thor set aside his equipment and lifted his gaze toward the heavens above. Chapter 19, Thor's Challenge Once More, Part 1. While Shen Mu was engrossed in his activities, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. In the next moment, Thor, wielding his hammer, appeared before him. Shen, it seems you have discovered the magic that allows you to control your form. How about a trip to the arena? Vostag and the others are eagerly waiting to challenge you. Thor refrained from explicitly stating that he wished to challenge Shen Mu himself, instead invoking the names of Vostag and his companions. Shen Mu considered the proposition and found it agreeable, for defeating Thor would indeed empower his treasure chest. He pondered whether Vostag and the others would be up to the task. Very well, I am curious to witness the prowess of the three warriors of the Celestial Palace. Without hesitation, Shen Mu accepted the challenge. No, Shun, you are mistaken. They are the four warriors of the Celestial Palace. Sif is a warrior recognized by all. Thor corrected Shen Mu, emphasizing that Sif had grown up alongside him as a childhood friend. Had it not been for Jane Foster's arrival, Sif might have become Thor's wife. For in traditional Norse mythology, Sif is indeed Thor's spouse, albeit in this Marvel universe, the narrative diverges. Were you ever inclined to become a Valkyrie? Shen Mu suddenly recalled Thor's words to Valkyrie in the film, and the question slipped from his lips. How do you know that? Thor instinctively inquired. Caught off guard by the inquiry. Haha. Upon hearing what he longed to hear, Shen Mu burst into laughter and soared toward the arena. Thor's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After all, such revelations can be quite mortifying, particularly for a youthful and brash Thor. In his younger days, he had often heard tales of Valkyries battling across the 9 realms, leading him to idolize them and aspire to the glory of Valhalla, the hall reserved for the bravest of warriors. In his youth, Thor had indeed contemplated becoming a Valkyrie, but upon realizing that they were exclusively female, he reluctantly abandoned that dream. Yet, few were privy to this secret, and he was perplexed as to how Shen Mu had come to learn of it. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters, for Shen Mu had already entered the arena. If he did not act swiftly, someone else would seize the opportunity to challenge him first. At that moment, within the dueling grounds, 2 Asgardian warriors were engaged in a fierce contest. It was evident that they were fighting with genuine weapons, as both bore varying wounds, and the ground was stained with splatters of vivid crimson blood. Yet, the surrounding Asgardian warriors displayed no signs of distress. Rather, they were filled with excitement. In Asgard, such injuries were not fatal, compounded by their generally robust constitution. Thus, with proper treatment, he would soon be back on his feet, lively and vigorous. The gladiatorial contest was nearing its conclusion, however. All eyes were not on the combatants in the arena, but rather uplifted towards the heavens. They had witnessed the arrival of the colossal dragon that had vanquished their Asgardian hero. Shen Mu had already arrived, yet observing the throng surrounding the arena. He chose not to descend, instead hovering in the air to witness the unfolding spectacle. In a casual sweep of his gaze, he caught sight of a familiar visage. The butcher. No, he was better known as Scourge, the executioner personally appointed by the future goddess of death, Hela, wielding the formidable weapons of destruction. Shen Mu merely glanced at him briefly, his attention lingering for but a moment, stirred only by the recognition of a familiar face. At that juncture, the 2 combatants in the arena seemed to sense the abrupt cessation of the crowd's fervent cheers. Consequently, their movements halted as they followed the gaze of the spectators upwards, where they beheld Shen Mu looking down upon them. At that moment, Thor, hammer in hand, descended between them. Your contest ends here. It's time to descend and partake in revelry and healing. Faced with the son of the God King, the future heir to the throne, and a renowned warrior of Asgard, the 2 fighters exhibited no signs of resistance. They simply sheathed their weapons and retreated. They understood that a potentially more thrilling battle was on the horizon. Thus, they hastily attended to their wounds and positioned themselves at the sidelines, eager to observe. I, Thor Odinson, hereby challenge the dragon Shen Mu from Vanaheim. You are all witnesses. Thor boldly proclaimed before the assembled crowd. Instantly, the previously tranquil audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their enthusiasm swelling like a rising tide. Shen Mu recognized that Thor had been harboring a grudge since their last encounter. However, given Thor's eagerness for a rematch, Shen Mu had no reason to decline. It was a splendid opportunity to stretch his limbs. With this thought in mind, Shen Mu gracefully descended from the sky, landing opposite Thor. Thor, Thor, Thor. The crowd resumed their fervent support, for Thor bore the honor of Asgard upon his shoulders. Yet, after rallying for Thor, they equally chanted Shen Mu's name. For the Asgardians, a warrior who could defeat them in fair combat, even if of foreign origin, commanded their respect. Thor raised his Mjolnir before him and declared, Shun, come forth. Very well. Prepare yourself. As Shen Mu's words echoed, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, vast and formidable, aimed directly at Thor's visage. This was, indeed, the dragon's customary greeting. Thor, naturally, was not to be underestimated. He hurled his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, which dispersed the dragon's breath with an unstoppable force. This time, Shen Mu chose not to employ his super speed to gain an unfair advantage over Thor. It was a concession, after all. He had received considerable care from Odin and Frigg in recent days. However, the primary reason was that such a battle lacked any true excitement. The essence of a dragon's romance lay in the visceral exchange of blows. Subsequently, Shen Mu clenched his claw into a fist, channeling his biological stance, and collided with Mjolnir. Instantly, the hammer was sent hurtling back with a velocity surpassing that at which it had approached. Observing this, Thor began to engage Shen Mu in close-quarters combat, exchanging punches and kicks with measured precision. One must concede that, as a warrior, Thor's combat skills were indeed formidable. In terms of technique, Shen Mu humbly acknowledged his inferiority. Nevertheless, this confrontation was inherently unbalanced. The adage "a single force can overcome 10" aptly described Shen Mu's current combat style. When Thor strained with all his might to withstand one of Shen Mu's casual claw strikes, the tail behind Shen Mu, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, struck Thor squarely. With a resounding crash, Thor was propelled several dozen meters away, ultimately colliding with the wall behind him and rolling over several times before coming to a halt. His body left a deep imprint upon the wall. Chapter 20, Thor's Renewed Challenge, Part 2. Thor, is this truly the extent of your fighting spirit? It seems you have failed to learn from your previous battle. You must be wary of more than just the actions visible to your eyes. The unseen poses a far greater threat, Shen Mu remarked to Thor, who was pinned helplessly against the wall, having been struck by Shen Mu's tail yet again. The audience in the stands was ignited with fervor from the recent blow, their cheers reaching a fever pitch, showing no concern for their prince's downfall. In their eyes, once one steps into the arena, all titles and identities become irrelevant. What remains are merely two warriors. Thor rise. To be knocked down like this is truly pathetic. As the dust settled, the four warriors of the Celestial Palace shouted hoarsely from the platform. They were Thor's closest friends and could not fathom his defeat. Shen, are you not exerting your full strength? Despite being struck, Thor, with his extraordinary physique, had not sustained significant harm. Summoning his hammer, he freed himself from the wall and brushed off the dust, questioning Shen Mu loudly, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Shen Mu's lack of full effort made Thor feel as though his dignity had been tarnished. Thor, this is not a life and death battle. If it were not me standing before you, but Vostag or Sif, would you fight them with all your might? One must admit, Thor's naivety is glaring. This immaturity does not stem from age, but rather from his thoughts and actions. Asgard's compulsory education may excel in imparting knowledge and combat skills, yet it severely lacks in nurturing critical thinking. Nearly 1,500 years have molded Thor into a brawny brute, while his years spent on Earth fostered rapid growth, both in spirit and power, incomparable to his present state. Shen, you are not like Vostag, and I am certainly not Sif. I desire our battle to be more fervent, not this lackluster performance, akin to a timid maiden. Thor's declaration drew an immediate glare from Sif outside the arena. Fight! Fight! The other Asgardians erupted once more into a frenzy of excitement. Shen, did you hear that? This is Asgard. Thor's spirit surged as he fixated on Shen Mu. If you insist on this, then I shall take it seriously. I hope you do not regret it. What could Shen Mu do against someone so intent on seeking punishment? Naturally, he would oblige. At this moment, Loki, having heard of his brother's renewed challenge, approached the edge of the arena. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, his eyes glinted with intrigue, sensing an entertaining spectacle ahead. He had witnessed Thor's injuries upon his previous defeat. It can be said that having been brothers for over 1,000 years, he had never witnessed Thor sustain such a degree of injury. Naturally, the one capable of inflicting harm upon him, Shen Mu, was not someone to be underestimated. This was indeed the reality. To fight with all one's might is the greatest respect one can pay to a warrior. With that said, Thor swung his hammer and leaped towards Shen Mu, intending to deliver a powerful downward strike. To embody his earlier declaration, Thor held nothing back in this assault. It could be asserted that, apart from Odin, no one in Asgard could withstand this blow. However, Shen Mu showed no inclination to evade. It was time for Thor to confront the truth. Unfurling his tightly clenched claws, Shen Mu advanced head-on. The spectators, witnessing Shen Mu's audacity to meet the strike directly, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. After all, the name Mjolnir resonated even more profoundly than that of Thor himself. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous sound of impact reverberated outward from the arena. Following this, a colossal wave of force accompanied by dust and debris surged forth, scattering remnants of the wall that had just been shattered by Thor's body. Alarmed, the onlookers instinctively shielded their faces. Before they could assess the outcome of the recent clash, a shadow emerged once more from the swirling dust. It somersaulted through the air several times before finally landing on its feet, digging deep furrows into the ground to dissipate the residual force. As the dust gradually settled, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded before their eyes. By Odin's grace, what did I witness? The gigantic dragon had actually grasped Mjolnir. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? It is widely known that Odin had placed a spell upon Mjolnir. During a grand feast, Thor had placed Mjolnir at the center of the square and declared that everyone was welcome to attempt to lift it. Under the influence of fine wine, more than half of the attendees had tried to raise Mjolnir. However, regrettably, Not a single soul could even budge by the end of the festivities. Impossible. Vandal and the others gasped in disbelief. That was Mjolnir. Yet, if one were to consider who among the crowd was most astonished, it would undoubtedly be Loki. He had once mingled among the throng, attempting to lift the hammer of the god of thunder. Alas, he had failed. He had always believed that being able to wield Mjolnir was tantamount to possessing the right to ascend to the throne. Little did he know that his fate, intertwined with Thor's, had been sealed from the very beginning. As a descendant of frost giants, he was inherently distanced from any claim to the throne. His tragedy perhaps lay in Odin's early decision to adopt him, which sent him a misleading signal, leading him to believe he was no different from Thor. Moreover, Frigga treated him as if he were her own son. Thus, regardless of how much Loki endeavored to prove himself more deserving of the Asgardian crown than Thor, it was all in vain. The king of Asgard is destined never to be held by a frost giant. This is simply inconceivable. At this moment, Thor witnessed the scene at the center and wore an expression of disbelief. Simultaneously, his eyes revealed a tapestry of complex emotions: disappointment, anger, sorrow, jealousy. It felt akin to witnessing his most beloved partner nestled in the embrace of another. A flicker of green swayed above his head. As for why Shen Mu could lift Mjolnir, it was indeed a clever ruse, not a genuine feat of strength. For this divine weapon cannot be wielded solely by brute force. One must possess a divine power equivalent to Odin's to shatter the enchantment he has cast, or possess the sheer strength to lift a celestial body. Currently, Shen Mu is incapable of fulfilling either condition. Yet, the illusion of lifting Mjolnir was achieved. It appeared as though he had succeeded, for he distanced himself from Mjolnir using a biological stance, avoiding direct contact. Nonetheless, this charade seemed to be effective. At the very least, Thor was completely deceived. Chapter 21. Thor's Renewed Challenge Part 2. Upon witnessing Thor's somewhat disheveled demeanor, Shen Mu casually tossed Mjolnir towards him. Instinctively, Thor reached out to catch his beloved hammer, and an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him, akin to reclaiming something precious. Thor, how long will you remain in a daze? The battle is far from over. As Shen Mu's voice resonated in Thor's ears, a black claw came into view. In the next instant, Thor was once again violently hurled away. Shen Mu was no longer waiting idly. He soared upward, preparing to unleash a flurry of strikes upon Thor. However, in an abrupt halt, he skidded to a stop just before Thor. At that moment, Thor's body crackled with electric energy, and the sky above the arena began to shift dramatically. It was Thor. He was gearing up for a counterattack. As Thor's steadfast companions, the three warriors immediately recognized the significance of this transformation. After all, Thor was the god of thunder, not merely the god of hammers. Wielding lightning was his true prowess. Although this ability had yet to fully awaken, the might of Mjolnir was sufficient to unleash formidable, thunderous assaults. Indeed, amidst the fervent cheers of the onlookers, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Shen Mu in an instant. Without the aid of super speed, Shen Mu took the hit squarely. The divine-infused lightning shattered his scales, yet that was the extent of its impact. Ultimately, the thunder failed to penetrate his skin or reach his flesh and bones, merely leaving him with a tingling sensation. He appeared somewhat fatigued. Thor's divine lightning could arguably be classified as a form of magic. However, it seemed to have inflicted less harm than anticipated, perhaps due to Thor's still unawakened potential. The few scales that had fallen off posed no significant detriment to Shen Mu, as he would swiftly regrow them under the sun's warmth. Shen, do not let your guard down. With his attack evidently effective, Thor's previously pent-up frustration from being dominated by Shen Mu seemed to dissipate. A hint of pride crept into his words, as he believed himself to be back in the game. Just moments ago, Shen Mu had admonished him to pay attention to the unseen movements, causing the proud Thor to hold his breath. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Well done, Thor. This is the essence of the Asgardian god of thunder. Observing Thor seemingly gaining the upper hand, the three warriors and Sif were instantly filled with jubilation. Regardless of the outcome, as Thor's friends, their hearts naturally leaned towards him, despite their warrior ethos. Thor, is this truly the extent of your attacks? This merely tickles. Shen Mu retorted, unyielding in his verbal counteroffensive. Extending a claw, he unleashed a legendary technique that combined the essence of the one yang finger with the lion's roar. Shen, your appearance has infuriated me. The true battle is only just beginning. It seems that the recovery of Mjolnir has awakened the dormant power of the thunder god within Thor, hinting at a genuine resurgence. Curse it, this fellow has grown stronger. Loki, who initially intended to witness Thor's brutal defeat, has clearly noticed that Thor is now fighting with renewed strength. Although Loki has always believed that wisdom is paramount for a king, the esteemed status of Asgard was not attained through mere tolerance and mercy. In the face of all threats, absolute force must be employed to subdue them completely. Thus, Loki harbors a yearning for immense power, not for its own sake, but to earn Odin's recognition. Returning to the battlefield, provoked by Shen Mu, Thor relaxed his grip on the hammer's handle, allowing it to slip slightly. Grasping the rope at the base of the hammer, He swiftly began to swing it and sprint forward. Ultimately, the hammer soared upward, aimed squarely at Shen Mu's chin. Simultaneously, thunder roared in the heavens, bolstering his assault. Several arcs of lightning encircled Shen Mu, sealing off any escape routes. Thor seemed to sense that he was on the verge of erasing the disgrace of defeat that clung to him. However, in the next instant, his dreams shattered. Shen Mu had discovered a method to counter the Thunder God's hammer. With a strength far surpassing Thor's, he felt no need to evade. Channeling his biological energy, one claw gripped Mjolnir's head, while the other struck mercilessly at Thor's back. Of course, Thor was not one to be trifled with, sensing danger. He relinquished the hammer and executed a sweeping maneuver beneath Shen Mu, attempting to grasp his tail and spin him away. Yet, his thoughts were overly simplistic. It must be noted that the force in Shen Mu's tail could very well exceed that of Thor's claw strikes. Thus, before Thor's plan could unfold, Shen Mu swung his tail, ruthlessly dragging Thor across the ground. Instantly, the already battered terrain suffered further devastation. Finally, when Thor could no longer maintain his grip, Shen Mu pivoted abruptly, seizing Thor's cloak with one claw. Thor, I offer you this advice. Wearing a cloak in battle is not a wise choice. An ominous premonition coursed through Thor's entire being. Shen, wait. Before Thor could utter another word, Shen Mu swung him to the ground with a couple of powerful strikes. However, Shen Mu did not exert much force. He merely sought to replicate certain iconic moments he had once witnessed. Thus, Thor sustained no injury, only feeling a wave of dizziness and a rush of blood. Yes, this is precisely what I wished to see. Loki watched the scene unfold from the sidelines, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement within him. It was a sensation that defied description, a sheer delight. Ultimately, Shen Mu placed Thor gently upon the ground, announcing that the battle had concluded. Thor recognized that Shen Mu's final 2 strikes had been mercifully restrained. There was no way he could shamelessly continue the challenge. You have triumphed, Shen. However, I can sense my power is on the verge of awakening, and when that time comes, I shall surely defeat you. Thor conceded defeat to Shen Mu with admirable grace. Very well, I shall await your next challenge. Yet, you would do well to hasten, lest the gap between us widens further, Shen Mu taunted. His words igniting a renewed fervor in Thor's gaze. Thor felt that this battle had provided him with substantial insight. As the surge of power he experienced revealed an entirely new realm. However, the sudden thought of his Mjolnir being lifted by Shen Mu sent his spirits plummeting. Mjolnir has strayed from its rightful path, was the sentiment echoing in Thor's mind at that moment. Chapter 22. Overturning the arena before the entire assembly, Thor conceded defeat. Reigniting the fervor of the spectators. Shen, Shen, Shen. The crowd erupted spontaneously in a chorus of Shen Mu's name. The audience's enthusiasm somewhat alleviated the tinge of sorrow within Thor. Though Thor could be impulsive at times, he was certainly not a petty individual. Shen Mu had bested him outright, and thus he accepted his defeat with grace. However, conceding did not imply that Thor had truly surrendered. As he glanced at his Mjolnir and then at Shen Mu, a trace of unwarranted bitterness flickered in his eyes. Shen Mu noticed this, but had no time to offer an explanation, as he realized that defeating Thor again had not replenished his treasure chest. Consequently, he shifted his gaze to the 4 warriors outside the arena and to Princess Loki, who stood in the corner. Although Thor's challenge had disrupted his initial plans, Shen Mu was resolute in not letting them off the hook. Vostag, Hogun, Fandral, Sif, and of course, Loki, the second prince of Asgard, you are all Thor's closest allies. Are you not? And to all the Asgardian warriors present, your prince has been vanquished. Now, I present you with an opportunity. You may join forces to challenge me and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to Asgard. Shen Mu knew precisely how to ignite their competitive spirit. On the battlefield, a mere shout for Asgard could transform them into fearless berserkers. After all, Valhalla was the coveted resting place for over 99% of Asgardians. What do you intend to do, Shen? Thor inquired, furrowing his brow. Having come to the arena, merely battling you would not suffice for my satisfaction. I wish to witness the valorous warriors of Asgard in action. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, Thor felt a pang of shame as shame for his own inadequacies. Indeed. As Shen Mu's voice fell, the 4 warriors led the charge, and all the onlooking fighters went into a frenzy. For Asgard, let us reclaim our honor. Those armed seized their weapons, while the unarmed surged towards Shen Mu with bare hands. What a band of brutes, Loki mused silently. Initially reluctant to partake in such barbaric combat, Loki resignedly conjured 2 magical daggers into his hands. As a defeated contender, Thor felt it inappropriate to continue the fight and quietly retreated to the stands, where he formed a trumpet shape with his hands and began to cheer. As the tide of warriors surged towards him, Shen Mu unleashed his super speed, tempering his strength to avoid causing fatalities, while simultaneously channeling his biological field. Then, a shadow darted swiftly through the throng. In the blink of an eye, most of the Asgardian warriors found themselves propelled outward, unable to react in time. With every strike, Shen Mu diligently restrained his own power, carefully selecting his points of impact. Saul was left dumbfounded. This skirmish had lasted less than a minute. Yet nearly everyone lay prostrate on the ground. Had Shen truly suppressed his speed? Could I endure such velocity for more than a minute? Saul found himself pondering these questions, soon realizing that Shen's restraint was not merely leniency, but rather a vast ocean of might. Ding! The grand event of battling all heroes has commenced, and the treasure chest is continuously charging. At this moment, Shen Mu felt a surge of excitement, for he had finally received the notification that the treasure chest was in the process of charging. Remarkably, within this brief span, it had already surpassed halfway. Yet it remained insufficient for another unlocking. Battling all heroes, indeed? It seemed he had not misjudged if no grand event was at hand. He would need to instigate one himself. However, just then, among the fallen, some began to rise slowly. It appeared they had not yet conceded defeat. Unsurprisingly, it was the four warriors, though Loki was conspicuously absent. Shen Mu harbored no illusions that Loki, bearing the bloodline of frost giants, would be so easily vanquished. Shen, you are incredibly formidable. Is this truly your power? Wostag, the eldest of the three warriors, who had once followed Odin in thwarting the frost giant invasion of Earth, felt as though he were facing Odin himself or the frost giant leader Lao Fei wielding an ancient artifact. Those wielding such artifacts were capable of matching an entire legion single-handedly. Shen Mu's display evoked memories of those two formidable figures from the battlefield. Standing beside them, Hogan, having personally experienced Shen Mu's might, wore a grave expression. He twirled his meteor hammer, spikes erupting from its head. The previously unfathomable speed had left him no time to shift his weapon's form. Vandal, too, retracted his once graceful stance, pointing his slender rapier directly at Shen Mu. Sif held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, her countenance resolute. So, do you wish to concede? Shen Mu inquired, aware that their resurgence meant they would not yield easily. Yet, to further ignite their fighting spirit, he posed the question. Shun, the warriors of Asgard shall never retreat, Wostag proclaimed, raising his axe with unwavering determination. I sense your courage. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the most honorable battle of a warrior. Shen Mu surmised that perhaps only by thoroughly defeating them could he complete the treasure chest charging. Hogan, we will hold him off. You seek an opportunity from the sidelines. With that, Wostag awakened like a lion, radiating an aura of ferocity. Before he had taken on his current rotund form, he had been an indomitable warrior, once battling alongside Asgard's legions across the realms. Shen Mu, in a bid to provide them with a dignified means of defeat, refrained from resorting to brute force. The recent display of his formidable abilities was merely to eliminate the ordinary Asgardian warriors, leaving only those of true worth. Thus, Shen Mu has deliberately constrained his power to its utmost limit, engaging in a spirited exchange with his adversaries. At this moment, he fights as a warrior rather than as a formidable entity. Thor has disowned that Shen Mu is no longer overpowering his opponents. Each of these warriors is a seasoned combatant, their fighting techniques nearly impeccable. Any one of them would be regarded as a master of combat on Earth. However, Shen Mu's extraordinary capacity for learning enables him to swiftly assimilate these techniques and integrate them with his dragon form. Consequently, he is now relying solely on combat skills to dominate the fray. Before long, his opponents find themselves at their wits' end. Just as he is poised to defeat them entirely, Shen Mu intentionally feigns a weakness, allowing the ever-invisible Loki to finally make his move. Loki, having cast a spell to render himself concealed, awaited this very opportunity. Yet, Shen Mu had anticipated his arrival. With a sudden twist, he unleashed a frosty breath that encased Loki in ice. Aware of Loki's identity as a frost giant, Shen Mu knew this freezing ability would not harm him. He swiftly dispatched the remaining warriors, bringing the battle to a close. A notification from the system then chimed in. Ding. The momentous event of single-handedly vanquishing a multitude has concluded, and the treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to open it immediately? Chapter 23 The Solar Disk, Part 1. Frozen in place, Loki felt no discomfort. Rather, the coldness resonated with his very essence. Unbeknownst to those around him, his body, encased in ice beneath his battle attire, gradually transformed into a hue of icy blue. The chilling aura enveloping him was absorbed entirely. Thus, when Thor rushed forward in an attempt to rescue Loki, the ice began to shatter spontaneously. Loki found himself bewildered by the transformation of his body, for he still perceived himself as Odin's son, no different from Thor. Yet, the changes within him conveyed a stark truth. He was not akin to Thor and his companions. Loki, are you all right? Thor expressed genuine concern for his brother, momentarily disregarding the four warriors to inquire about Loki's well-being. Loki's feelings towards Thor were indeed complex. On one hand, he harbored jealousy towards Thor for receiving Odin's approval and wielding Mjolnir, the hammer bestowed by their father. On the other hand, Thor's fraternal affection stirred a sense of conflict within Loki, as he believed Thor lacked the qualities befitting a king of Asgard, yet Odin favored Thor above him. In response to Thor's concern, Loki retorted with a hint of pride, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing Loki's demeanor, Shen Mu cast him a meaningful glance. One that irked Loki, as if Shen Mu were privy to unspoken truths. Feeling increasingly uneasy remaining in that spot, Loki employed a spell to vanish from sight. Shen, your strength has indeed grown, has it? After ensuring Loki was unharmed, Thor turned to Shen Mu with a question. Indeed, I have told you. If you do not put in more effort, the gap between us will only widen, Shen Mu candidly acknowledged, thus providing Thor with a renewed sense of motivation. Upon hearing this, Thor fell into silence. Shen, you are the most admirable warrior I have encountered, second only to Odin, he remarked. At this juncture, Vostag and the others gradually regained their composure. Their exhaustion stemmed from sheer physical exertion rather than severe injuries, for Shen Mu had exercised restraint in his strikes. Shen, are you truly a dragon, or merely a highly intelligent being possessing the appearance of one? Vandal inquired, having resumed his elegant demeanor. Though his disheveled appearance contrasted sharply with his poise. Their years of rigorous training had finally brought their skills to a pinnacle, yet Shen Mu, through the very act of battling them, had not only mastered but surpassed their abilities. This realization left the sword master feeling somewhat disheartened. Only Hogun and Sif remained silent. Hogun quietly caressed his morning star, lost in sorrow. The spikes that adorned it had bent and deformed in the course of battle. This weapon, forged by dwarves, was beyond even Thor's divine resilience. Yet, upon striking Shen Mu, it left no mark, instead rendering his own weapon battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Sif busied herself with organizing her sword and shield, securing them upon her back. Vostag, you all should take some time to rest and recuperate before preparing for the banquet. At that moment, Thor suddenly addressed Vostag and the others. Not a problem. I shall present my most cherished wine. The very vintage we brought back from the realm of the elves centuries ago, Vostag declared, thumping his chest in assurance before leading the others to their recovery. Shen Mu, too, was preparing to depart, eager to unlock the treasure chest he had just recharged. However, Thor, with a conflicted expression, positioned himself in front of him. Shen, I have a serious question to pose to you. Have you gained the approval of Mjolnir? Once everyone had vacated the space, Thor finally released the tension from his face and directed this inquiry at Shen Mu. The hammer was akin to his other half, with the other half seemingly straddling two worlds. How could he possibly come to terms with it? So this is the source of your turmoil. Shen Mu, preoccupied with thoughts of his treasure chest, felt a tinge of exasperation upon realizing that Thor had been fretting over this matter. Shen, this question holds great significance for me. Thor insisted with utmost seriousness. Very well. I have not truly wielded Mjolnir. I merely employed some unconventional methods, Shen Mu confessed. Upon hearing this, Thor finally exhaled in relief, affirming, I knew it. Shen, you. Just as Thor was about to further inquire about Shen Mu's methods of lifting Mjolnir, Shen Mu interjected. By the way, Thor, your father is soon to enter another period of Odin's sleep. Perhaps you should go and see him now. In an effort to divert Thor so he could access his chest, Shen Mu relayed the information about Odin's impending slumber. What has happened to my father? Thor immediately inquired, his urgency palpable. You would do well to consult your mother. She is currently by Odin's side, Shen Mu advised. I must check on my father's condition first. I will speak to you during the banquet this evening, Thor said hastily before soaring away, wielding his hammer with determination. Finally, the nuisance had departed, allowing Shen Mu to focus on what treasures awaited him within the chest. Instead of returning to his quarters, he ascended into the skies. A piece of dragon scale had just been dislodged by Thor's lightning strike, and now it was time to bask in the sun and allow it to regrow. System. I wish to open the chest, Shen Mu silently commanded within his mind. In the next instant, a virtual treasure chest materialized before him. Gazing upon the chest radiating golden light, he rubbed his hands together eagerly and leaned in slightly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the solar disk, modified, from the Rune Continent. Would you like to claim it immediately? The solar disk of the Rune Continent, which Shen Mu is familiar with, is a treasured artifact that appears in the narrative of a game he once played in his past life, known as League of Legends. It is a divine instrument crafted by the Shurima Empire to create ascendants. However, what does the alteration indicated by the word signify? Beep. Host. The original solar disk was designed to siphon the power of the Starforger, Aurelian soul, to shape ascendants. However, the universe in which the host resides spans an infinite distance from the Rune Continent, thus transforming the target of the power siphoning into the sun. Siphoning the power of the sun? The solar disk can automatically condense the sun's power into solar divine crystals. And what, pray tell, is a solar divine crystal? The solar divine crystal is a crystallization of solar divine power, beneficial for the host's growth and the enhancement of divine might. System, you truly do cherish me. You understand my needs and have crossed infinite multiverses to procure this item for me. Shen Mu felt as though the system had providentially provided him with a solution to two pressing issues at once. Now, he need not seek a divine position from Odin. Chapter 24. The Solar Disk, Part 2. However, a significant dilemma loomed before Shen Mu. The solar disk was not a trivial object that one could easily carry. Once obtained, such a colossal artifact would undoubtedly raise questions regarding its origin. But wait, was it truly necessary for him to explain its significance? In an instant, Shen Mu's thought shifted. He had just single-handedly subdued the elite combatants of Asgard, showcasing his enigmatic prowess. What was so secretive about possessing a mysterious dragon? Wasn't it entirely reasonable and logical? With this realization, Shen Mu hesitated no longer and soared to the pinnacle of Asgard's highest peak. This location basked in sunlight throughout the day, making it an ideal place to position the solar disk. System, I wish to claim the solar disk, Shen Mu commanded. Ding. Reward distribution in progress. In the next moment, a massive structure resembling an altar materialized before him. A grand solar-shaped disk hovered in midair. Meanwhile, in a realm countless dimensions away within the Marvel universe, on the desert sands of Shurima, Azir, who had just ascended to become an immortal under the sun's radiant light, summoned forth the long-buried solar disk from beneath the sands. Shurima, your emperor has returned, Azir declared, conjuring numerous sand soldiers to herald the return of this emperor from millennia past. However, in the blink of an eye, the magnificent and sacred solar disk before him vanished into thin air. What is happening? Where has my enormous solar disk gone? Impossible. No one can silently take anything from before me. Could it be the ancient gods? With these troubling thoughts, Azir's initial joy at becoming an ascendant was swiftly diminished. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Mu was entirely unaware of these events. Is this the solar disk? It is truly mysterious and beautiful. Shen Mu marveled at the gigantic disk before him, which was larger than his own body. His admiration was not only directed at those daring souls on the runes continent who attempted to seize divine power in mortal form, but also at the very functions of the solar disk itself. The moment the solar disk manifested, Shen Mu felt the solar energy from above converging towards him. The temperature of the surrounding air began to rise, and the cells in his body grew increasingly vibrant. Here, the rate at which I can absorb solar radiation will accelerate further. It seems my path to becoming stronger is about to ascend to a new level. As he faced the sun, Shen Mu instinctively squinted in delight. At that moment, sunlight illuminated the disk, activating a series of golden runes. Instantly, a cascade of golden radiance began to flow across the surface of the disk. What is this? Why is there such a pure essence of divine power manifesting on Mount Horus? That fervent sensation is akin to the sun. With Odin now in a deep slumber, it is only Heimdall who has noticed the anomaly in all of Asgard. However, given the considerable size of the solar disk, it was only a matter of time before it attracted the attention of others. Presently, Heimdall cast his gaze towards the mountain's peak. In an instant, he beheld the immense solar disk alongside Shen Mu, who lay beside it. How could this be? This altar is actually converting divine power. And these peculiar runes bear no resemblance to any of the inscriptions from the 9 realms that I am familiar with. Shen, is this his doing? Heimdall's countenance reflected shock, prompting him to employ his astral projection ability, allowing his spiritual apparition to materialize beside Shen Mu. Sensing the presence of another, Shen Mu turned abruptly, recognizing Heimdall, but offering little concern. Shen, did you construct this altar? Heimdall inquired hesitantly. Although he already held a suspicion, he sought a definitive answer from Shen Mu. Indeed, it enhances my absorption of solar energy, Shen Mu replied candidly, not concealing the truth. Shen, what about these runes? Heimdall pointed to the glowing golden inscriptions on the solar disk. These runes do not belong to this universe. They hail from a realm known as the rune continent. This solar disk is also from there. Shen Mu openly revealed the existence of the rune continent. So this altar is named the solar disk. And the rune continent exists in another universe? No wonder I have never heard of this place. Heimdall was no fool. He was aware that there are other universes beyond this one. Thus, after lingering before the solar disk for some time, his form dissipated. He felt he had gleaned a deeper understanding of Shen Mu's true identity. Unperturbed, Shen Mu chose to bask in the concentrated rays of sunlight. Meanwhile, in the palace of the God King, Thor observed his father, who had succumbed to Odin's slumber, without interruption. Frigga, glancing at her son, gestured for him to accompany her outside. Mother, what has befallen father that he needs to enter Odin's slumber to recuperate? Odin is nearing the twilight of his existence, and thus must rely on Odin's sleep to prolong his life and restore his spirit. However, Odin's slumber typically occurs only once a year, yet this year marks the second instance. This implies that a significant amount of Odin's power has been expended recently, yet there has been no conflict of late. Odin should not be utilizing his divine power at all. Thor, you must understand that your father acts solely for you and all of Asgard, Frigga said, her expression radiating maternal affection. She comprehended the profound love that lay beneath Odin's seemingly stern exterior. Odin has entered the final phase of his life. Perhaps he has less than a century remaining before he completely fades away. Thus, regarding Thor's development, he is quite anxious. For the current Thor has yet to possess the noble heart that befits a worthy king. Mother, with Loki and me guarding Asgard, father has no reason to worry. Even in the future, with Loki at my side, Asgard need not fear any adversary. Although Thor has faced defeat at the hands of Shen Mu twice, the pride of the god of thunder remains unscathed. Alas, Frigga gently caressed her son's face, a sigh escaping her lips. As Loki's closest confidant, how could Frigga fail to discern the turmoil within his heart? As a mother, she comprehends that all Loki does is driven by a deeper purpose. Yet, the throne of Asgard is destined solely for Thor, and to reveal to Loki the truth of his heritage as a frost giant would be an act of profound cruelty. Chapter 25. The intruding temporal variance authority. At this moment, at the uninhabited foothills of Asgard, a temporal gateway swung open, revealing a fully armed squad emerging from its depths. At the forefront stood a commanding officer, a man of African descent. Is this truly the Asgard before the ravages of war? It is indeed magnificent. The officer gazed at the serene and harmonious Asgard in the distance, remarking, "Commander, this is the precise moment when the dragon, Shen Mu, acquired the solar disk. If we seize it now, a new temporal branch will emerge from this instant. As long as we obliterate the original temporal branch, the newly formed timeline will become the singular sacred timeline." A member of the squad activated a device on his wrist, projecting a scene wherein Shen Mu had just summoned the solar disk from the system. "Remember, our mission is to eliminate every potential branching point in the timeline caused by the dragon, Shen Mu. If it were not for Loki's transgressions, we would not have realized the sacred timeline has deviated so significantly." Other teams attempted to eradicate the dragon Shen Mu at its origin, but were thwarted by an enigmatic force. Thus, the mission to eliminate the target itself has failed. We must now ensure that the dragon remains in a controllable state by altering the branching nodes of time. This time, we need only to secure the solar disk. Everything else is of little consequence. Do you understand? Our operation must be swift, the moment we emerge from the temporal portal. You must employ the temporal delay device to immobilize him immediately. Otherwise, he will certainly sequester the solar disk within an unknown realm. Should he become wary, accomplishing our objective will become vastly more challenging. Is the mission clear to everyone? The officer addressed his squad. "Understood, Commander. Prepare for battle." The squad leader silently counted to 3 in his mind before preparing to activate the temporal portal. However, they had overlooked one crucial detail. Shen Mu possessed superhuman hearing. Although he often operated under a controlled state, he could filter out sounds irrelevant to him. Thus, should he choose, he could hear the entirety of Asgard's sounds. Just after Heimdall's recent visit, Shen Mu was about to continue basking in the sunlight when he suddenly caught mention of his name. Confirming the source of the voice, he discerned it was from the base of the very mountain upon which he stood. Upon eavesdropping, he realized these individuals sought the solar disk he had just acquired. Alarm bells rang in his mind as his thoughts raced, immediately surmising that they must have traversed the timeline. In the Marvel Universe, the only organization that could utter the term sacred timeline was none other than the Temporal Variance Authority. The organization founded by the Conqueror Kong was established to eradicate anomalies on the timeline, safeguarding the continuity of the universe, and to reinforce the dominion of his Kong dynasty. Upon hearing their mention of Loki, Shen Mu made a mental note about him, though he did not dwell on it excessively. Following their guidance, Shen Mu carefully stored the solar disk within his system space. Subsequently, as he subtly descended from the mountaintop, he continued to eavesdrop. When he learned that these individuals intended to erase him from his very origin, he nearly unleashed a torrent of dragon fire to incinerate them into ashes. However, upon overhearing their tactical deployment, Shen Mu realized it was the opportune moment to act. In the brief interval before this group of time guardians could react, Shen Mu swiftly subdued them, encasing them firmly in ice with his freezing breath. Just as he prepared to extract the time devices from them, he suddenly felt his consciousness slipping away. Maintaining his still posture, he observed a figure clad in a purple robe materialize beside him. The demon dragon Shen Mu, a harbinger of destruction in the sacred timeline of the multiverse, a destabilizing factor in the reign of the dynasty. "My lord believes your best fate is to remain forever at the end of time." The purple figure uttered a couple of phrases before attempting to impose temporal sanctions upon Shen Mu. At that moment, a pitch-black claw materialized from thin air, striking the figure against the mountainside, shattering it to reveal its mechanical intricacies. To Shen Mu's astonishment, another version of himself emerged. This iteration bore subtle differences. The once pitch-black scales now bore streaks of crimson, and a row of menacing spines adorned its back, resembling the fabled evil dragon of lore. "Although your past actions can no longer affect my present, I cannot stand idly by while you torment my former self." The demon dragon Shen Mu declared to the figure he had struck aside, gazing at his immobilized past self. "How nostalgic this form is. Despite being a divine dragon who yearns for the sun and possesses solar divinity, I am perpetually mistaken for a world-destroying demon dragon. Those fervent devotees even bestowed upon me titles such as Wings of Annihilation and Lord of the End. I have never desired to obliterate the world, let alone disrupt the multiverse." With a hint of exasperation, the demon dragon Shen Mu addressed his past self. However, the current Shen Mu was ensnared in a time freeze. His consciousness halted, rendering him oblivious to his future self's words. Nonetheless, it is perhaps for the best that he remains unaware of the battle involving time, for given their circumstances, they would undoubtedly need to find a place to lay low, which would hinder their growth. The person who understands Shen Mu best is, of course, Shen Mu himself. The dragon of magic, Shen Mu, was poised to release his past self from the stasis of time when an intriguing thought struck him. Consequently, he deftly erased all memories of the recent experiences that had transpired. Moreover, he obliterated every trace left by the Time Guardians, ensuring not a single remnant remained. Pass me. Relish the life of a dragon that is rightfully yours. It is, of course, also mine. Those pesky bureaucrats from the Time Management Bureau shall no longer intrude upon your existence. With that, the dragon of magic returned the present Shen Mu to the mountaintop. System. You are capable of communicating with my past self, are you not? Instruct him to unveil the solar disk and ensure the utmost confidentiality regarding this matter. After confirming these arrangements, the dragon of magic commanded the system, rest assured, host, everything has been meticulously arranged. Excellent. Now it is time to confront those rascals. They truly are a slippery bunch. Subsequently, the dragon of magic opened a portal through time and space, vanishing into the ether, releasing Shen Mu from his temporal stasis before his departure. Chapter 26, A Call for Help from the Elves, Part 1. As Shen Mu gradually regained consciousness, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Had I just fallen asleep? He extended a claw to scratch his head, igniting a flurry of sparks. Glancing at the intact solar disk beside him, he observed no apparent changes. However, a subtle sense of unease lingered, an indefinable discord that he could not articulate. After meticulously inspecting his body, he found no anomalies. System, did anything unusual occur to me just now? Shen Mu, feeling a tinge of apprehension, decided to consult the system. Unfortunately, the future system had already been rendered mute. Ding. Host, everything about your body is normal. No unusual occurrences have transpired. Is that so? Then where does this peculiar feeling emanate from? How strange. Perhaps I am overthinking. With that thought, Shen Mu decided to dismiss his concerns, contentedly basking in the sun. He took out a branch from the world tree, aiming to grasp the essence of magical energy. Yet, whether he closed his eyes in meditation or stared intently at the branch, inspiration eluded him. Perhaps it truly is a matter of Kryptonian physiology. After all, in the original DC universe, there are hardly any sorcerers beyond the main world. Logically, one would think that a super being endowed with a super brain could learn with relative ease. After all, he possesses knowledge of 28 galaxies and can master a completely unfamiliar language within mere minutes. If it weren't an issue of learning capability, it must be a limitation of Kryptonian biology. Nonetheless, Shen Mu remained undeterred. He was not a purebred Kryptonian himself. With more contemplation, he believed that mastering magical energy would merely be a delightful embellishment, especially now that he possessed the solar disk capable of condensing solar god crystals. Therefore, whether or not he ultimately grasped magical energy was inconsequential. As evening approached, the sun's last rays began to fade, with no insights gained from his meditative efforts. Shen Mu prepared to store the solar disk in the system's space and depart from the mountaintop. He recalled that tonight, Bostag would be hosting a banquet featuring a cherished wine he had preserved for centuries. Perhaps it was his transformation into a dragon. But Shen Mu found himself quite fond of the stimulating effects of alcohol. Shen, you aren't basking in your usual spot today. We were just about to send Heimdall to find you. As Shen Mu descended from the peak of Hall's mountain, he happened upon Sif, who was dressed casually. Having removed her armor, she now appeared transformed from a Valkyrie into an elegant noblewoman. Clad in a pale golden robe, her dark hair was lightly styled, and she adorned her ears with exquisite pendants. You look remarkably different and extraordinarily beautiful today, Sif. Shen Mu remarked with a smile as he engaged her in conversation. Shun, do you share the same appreciation for aesthetics as we do? In the eyes of Sif, Shen Mu, as a dragon, did not seem to possess an aesthetic sensibility akin to that of the Asgardians. In her imagination, he would likely be drawn to a mate as formidable as himself. No. My perception of beauty should not differ greatly from yours. While I perceive my current visage as the epitome of perfection, I can still appreciate your appearance. As time passes in the form of a dragon, Shen Mu has increasingly adapted to his immense physique. Although at times lacking the convenience of human hands and feet, he remains the most peculiar dragon I have ever encountered, indeed, the most powerful and sagacious. Furthermore, his form is far more robust and graceful compared to those clumsy dragon beasts. Sif holds a remarkably positive impression of Shen Mu. In terms of strength, he can surpass Thor, the god of thunder, and in character, he embodies the virtues of a warrior while wielding such power. The Asgardians revere the strong, and Shen Mu stands as a noble and worthy champion. Shen Mu is not unfamiliar with his own appearance. He acknowledges his strength, recognizing that few dragons in the entire Marvel universe can rival his prowess. However, in terms of appearance, before his size was diminished, he could be described as fearsome. Even now, though his imposing presence has softened, he cannot be deemed elegant. Nonetheless, receiving such praise brings him great joy. Thank you for your compliment, Lady Sif. Shen Mu expressed his gratitude. Little did he know that in the future, he would be revered as the world-destroying dragon by his followers. Shin, the feast at Vostag's place is ready. Shall we go together? Sif extended an invitation to him. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, the duo, one person and one dragon, strolled side by side toward Vostag's abode. Today's gathering was not as grand as the last, with only a mere dozen attendees present. Shun, Sif, the banquet awaits your arrival. Hurry, hurry. This is exquisite wine brewed by the elves of Alfheim. It has been several hundred years since the last time we indulged. Indeed, Vostag had painfully relinquished all his treasured reserves for this evening. Tonight promised to be a revelry to remember. Hogan and Vandal had already begun to drink. Upon seeing Shen Mu and Sif, they swiftly approached, wine glasses in hand. One of them offered Shen Mu a large cup, eager to toast. Naturally, Shen Mu did not decline. He raised the cup to his lips, savoring the floral and herbal notes of the wine as he swallowed. The moment it settled in his stomach, a wave of intense stimulation surged through him. Refreshing, Shen Mu exclaimed, genuinely exhilarated by the aftertaste. Compared to the pure, fiery spirits of Asgard, this elf-crafted brew resonated far more with his sensibilities. Shin, you have finally arrived, declared Thor, clad in a long black cloak, as he approached with a cup raised high. His spirits were rather low, after all. His father had once again succumbed to the Odin sleep. Moreover, his mother, Frigga, persistently refused to divulge the reasons behind his father's renewed slumber. Consequently, he could only channel all his emotions into drink. Shen Mu, ever the willing participant, indulged heartily. Meanwhile, as Shen Mu and his companions reveled in their libations, a horrific genocide was unfolding in the cosmos. The executioners were the Kree, a race engineered in a lunar experiment, while the victims were the Skrulls, known for their resemblance to the infamous Shanghai beings. Their enmity was long-standing. Ordinarily, their conflict would not have threatened the other realms beyond Earth, but fate intervened, leading their pursuit to inadvertently impact the elven kingdom of Alfheim. As guardians of order, the plight of the elves could not be ignored by Asgard. Thus, while Thor was immersed in his revelry, he received a message from Heimdall. Chapter 27. A Call for Aid from the Elves, Part 2. Thor received a distress signal from the elves of Alfheim. A fleet of Kree had inadvertently intruded into the elven realm while pursuing the Skrulls, resulting in minor devastation. Heimdall, utilizing astral projection, appeared amidst the banquet to relay this news to Thor. He was already aware of Odin's slumber, and thus deemed it sufficient to inform Thor directly. At that moment, Thor was already somewhat inebriated. However, upon hearing the news, he was instantly invigorated. He summoned Mjolnir to his hand, and his cloak transformed into armor. A flash of lightning surged from Mjolnir, swiftly dispelling any remnants of intoxication from Thor. Heimdall, prepare the Bifrost. We shall depart at once, Thor commanded. Heimdall nodded and vanished in an instant. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, Thor retracted his crimson cloak, opting to don only his battle armor. It seemed he recalled the incident earlier that day when Shen Mu had yanked on his cloak, along with the words Shen had spoken. The four warriors, witnessing this, began to ready themselves to accompany Thor, but were halted by Shen Mu. They had not fully recovered from the earlier battle, and Shen Mu intended to join the fray as well, perceiving this as yet another opportunity to energize the treasure chest. Vostag, allow me to accompany Thor this time. I am eager to witness the beauty of the elven realm, Thor declared to Vostag and the others, who had just set down their goblets. Upon hearing Shen Mu's suggestion, Vostag and his companions felt a surge of excitement. They understood well that in their current state, they would likely hinder Thor more than help him. After all, they were up against a fleet of Kree, notorious for their reputation in the cosmos. As one of the superpowers of the universe, the Kree possessed remarkably advanced technology. Thus, even with their divine powers, they had to tread carefully in the face of such technological might. The prospect of Shen Mu joining them gave them confidence, alongside Thor. They felt assured of their safety. Moreover, this time it was the Kree who had invaded the Nine Realms first. Even if they were pursuing the enemy, it did not change the fact that the Kree fleet had entered Alfheim and wrought destruction. Hence, should Asgard eliminate this fleet, the Kree Empire would have no grounds for complaint, for Asgard's legacy was not something they could afford to provoke lightly. At this moment, a glimmer of joy flickered across Thor's face, for he would fight alongside Shen Mu. He even entertained the thought of riding on Shen Mu's back, yearning to experience the thrill of being a dragon rider. With you here, we can proceed with confidence. We shall keep the banquet alive until your triumphant return, Vostag said, placing a hand on Shen Mu's shoulder. Thor, let us depart. Shen Mu greeted Thor briefly before striding outside, then soaring towards the Rainbow Bridge. Thor, witnessing this, opened his mouth to speak, but, seeing Shen Mu had already ventured far, fell silent, swinging his hammer and following suit. Heimdall was already awaiting their arrival. Shen, Are you joining Thor? Heimdall inquired, somewhat surprised to see Shen Mu arrive first. Indeed, I have a keen interest in the exquisite wines brewed by the elves, Shen Mu casually offered as an excuse. After a few breaths, Thor finally arrived. Thor, the Rainbow Bridge is prepared. You may depart immediately, Heimdall stated without further ado. Inserting the Sword of Guardianship into the control hub, turning it, and thus activating the Rainbow Bridge, Thor and Shen Mu exchanged a subtle nod and stepped directly into the passage. At this moment in Alfheim, the Kree fleet was unleashing indiscriminate bombardments. They had been pursuing the survivors of the Skrull for an extended period and were determined to annihilate them completely in this locale. To understand the enmity between the Kree and the Skrull, one must trace back to the rise of the Kree. Thousands of years ago, an advanced technological warship crashed on the Kree-inhabited planet Hela. The Kree achieved a monumental leap forward through the deciphered technology from this vessel. Within a mere century, the Kree, who were once not much better than primitive natives, had stepped into the interstellar age. Emerging from Hela, the inherently warlike Kree, driven by extreme militarism, continuously expanded their interstellar domain, ultimately establishing a vast cosmic empire spanning dozens of inhabited planets. However, the Kree remained unsatisfied with their expansion. To ensure the accuracy of their decisions, the Kree would not be led by a singular leader but instead would be guided by a creation of the Kree Empire's highest technology, a powerful artificial intelligence known as the Supreme Intelligence, which represented the wisdom and soul of all Kree. During the Imperial era, cosmic warfare was no longer reckless, constrained by the presence of two other great cosmic empires. Consequently, in their quest for expansion during this new epoch, the Kree declared that the Skrull posed a threat to the Empire's security, thus justifying their declaration of war. Faced with the formidable military might of the Kree, the Skrull had no means to resist. The entire planet was swiftly occupied, and those Skrull unwilling to be enslaved chose to flee their homes. These Skrull then became interstellar refugees, hunted relentlessly throughout the cosmos by the Kree. This time, the Kree fleet encountered this group of Skrull refugees, relentlessly pursuing them until, through a twist of fate, they arrived at the land of the elves. The inherently benevolent elves provided sanctuary for these refugees, inadvertently inciting the wrath of the Kree. The Kree believed that if they acted swiftly to enact indiscriminate strikes to obliterate this group of Skrull, they could depart quickly. However, they underestimated the power wielded by the elves. Although elves may lack prowess in offensive combat, they are undeniably experts in magical defense. Consequently, their plans have been thwarted. Moreover, the elves have sought assistance from Asgard. At this moment, the grounded Thor addressed Shen Mu, saying, "Well, Shen, is there a chance that you could know? My father possesses the eight-legged steed Sleipnir. However, that creature never allows anyone but my father to ride upon his back. I once attempted to mount him, but nearly found myself kicked away. His temperament is quite foul." "What exactly are you trying to say, Thor?" Shen Mu interrupted, observing Thor's rambling without reaching the crux of the matter. "Could you allow me to stand upon your back, just once, to experience what it feels like to ride with my father on Sleipnir? Just this once, I beg of you," Thor pleaded with a sheepish grin. In response to Thor's request, a colossal paw struck down. Shen Mu, showing no hesitation towards the one who wished to ride him, promptly delivered a powerful shove to Thor. Chapter 28. A Call for Aid from the Elves, Part 2. At this moment, the Kree fleet, upon witnessing the radiant arc of a rainbow descending from the heavens, realized that reinforcements from Asgard had arrived. Just as they contemplated a retreat, they discovered that this so-called aid consisted of merely one individual and a modestly sized dragon. Resolutely, the commander of the Kree fleet steeled himself and decided to annihilate these Asgardian reinforcements. In the next instant, they beheld the dragon expanding in size, sending the accompanying individual flying with a powerful swipe. "Commander, it appears that the Asgardians are experiencing internal strife," reported one of the Kree soldiers. "Excellent," the commander replied. "Let us disregard those Asgardians for now. We must intensify our firepower to eliminate these detestable elves and Skrulls before turning our attention to the two Asgardians." The commander promptly issued his orders. Consequently, a devastating bombardment ensued, plunging the elves and Skrulls into a deeper despair. The magical shield erected by the elves began to falter. Ding! Major event. Annihilation of invaders has been initiated. Treasure chest is continuously charging. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Shen Mu's mind. Before he could revel in this news, he discerned that the Kree fleet was attacking with renewed ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Mu ascended into the sky, his form cutting through the air with a series of sonic booms, rapidly closing the distance to the Kree fleet. "Commander, the dragon is approaching us at 5 Mach. Before the soldier could finish relaying the message, a massive inferno surged toward them. Fortunately, the warship was equipped with an automatic defense system, which managed to intercept the searing dragon's breath. However, this was merely a greeting from Shen Mu. The true assault was yet to commence. "Quickly, redirect and launch an attack on that dragon." The commander had scarcely issued his command when Shen Mu's form appeared before the warship, piercing through their flagship like a spear. With a swift maneuver, several accompanying vessels met the same fate. Report. The main vessel has sustained 80 damage. Danger. Danger. Immediate repairs are required. The escort ship is 95 destroyed. Immediate evacuation. Immediate evacuation. In the blink of an eye, Shen Mu had recklessly collided with their flagship, rendering it nearly inoperable. While the other vessels erupted in explosions, claiming the lives of their crews on the spot. What manner of beast is this? Relay the situation to the Supreme Intelligence. The commander hastily activated his personal combat armor and descended from the impending wreckage of the warship. He now comprehended why Asgard had dispatched merely this one individual and dragon. Such monstrous strength was utterly insurmountable. This inevitably reminded him of the Shi'ar Empire, one of the three great cosmic empires, which boasted a captain named the Swordmaster, possessing similarly monstrous abilities. At this moment, Shen Mu beheld the wreckage of the damaged warships poised to descend upon a beautiful flower garden. Being one who cherishes beauty, he could not allow such debris to tarnish this exquisite environment. Swiftly, he caught the falling remnants and relocated them elsewhere. The commander of the Kree, along with a few surviving soldiers, stood ready, their gazes fixed upon Shen Mu. Just as they were about to speak, their sword onto the battlefield, hammer in hand. Though the conflict was nearly at an end. "Shun, you exerted too much force just now," Thor exclaimed, his form still dusted with earth. A hint of complaint in his tone. He had merely wished to experience the thrill of riding upon Shen Mu's back. However, he was entirely unprepared for Shen Mu's sudden strike, which sent him crashing into the ground, mouthfuls of dirt accompanying him. As he regained his composure, Shen Mu, with a speed that eluded his perception, annihilated the entire Kree fleet. Well, this support battle has been the most effortless one in the nearly 15 centuries of my existence. He mused, so easy that he hardly needed to lift a finger. Thor, you might as well abandon the notion of riding on my back, or next time, you won't merely be flung several meters. In his human days, Shen Mu had fantasized about becoming a dragon rider, but he envisioned himself as the rider, not the dragon to be ridden. The Kree commander recognized Thor, the Grand Prince of Asgard and heir to the throne, and was about to approach him when a throng of fairies joyfully rushed forth. Thor, the diminutive fairies, only a few centimeters tall, felt a wave of relief upon seeing him and excitedly circled around him. The recent display of Shen Mu's might have left them both relieved and fearful, for the terror Shen Mu instilled was far greater than that of the Kree commanding warships. "Innes, do not worry, this is Shen, our friend from Asgard, who has come to assist you." Thor introduced Shen Mu to the little fairies. However, as he concluded, a hint of embarrassment crept upon him, for he was the Prince of Asgard yet had contributed little to the battle. Observing this, Shen Mu diminished his form. "Greetings, lovely fairy maidens." Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, the petite fairies finally lowered their guard. Though his stature remained imposing to them, his kind words struck a chord in their hearts. Fairies, above all, cherished nature's flora and fauna, along with the praises of others. Just a single word from him placed Shen Mu in the trusted circle of friends, especially given that he had just rescued them. "Your Highness, Prince of Asgard, we are the subordinates of the accuser, Ronan. We have inadvertently entered this place while pursuing the Skrulls and harbor no intention of invasion. Please forgive us." The commander, astutely aware of the circumstances, approached Thor after disarming himself. His underlying implication was clear. Everyone possesses their own connections. They are not merely destitute wanderers. To avoid igniting a cosmic conflict, it would be prudent to allow them to depart. Thor, however, was not one to execute unarmed captives or abandon his resistance. Yet, at that moment, Shen Mu gazed at the treasure chest, which was still in the process of charging, seemingly lacking just a fraction to completion. Coupled with the theme of this significant event, eradicating the invaders, Shen Mu swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. If these adversaries were to remain alive, the completion of his treasure chest charging might be jeopardized. Just as Thor prepared to speak, Shen Mu acted with swiftness, unleashing a breath of icy frost that encased several Kree and glacial sculptures. With a sweeping motion of his tail, they were reduced to a pile of ice shards. Shen, why have you slain them all?" Thor inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. His surprise was not so much over the demise of these individuals, but rather at Shen Mu's actions, for it was not in Thor's recollection that Shen Mu possessed such a penchant for bloodshed. To eradicate the roots of the problem. Besides, they pleaded for mercy from you rather than from me, who could easily crush them, Shen Mu retorted casually, redirecting his focus to the system. Indeed, upon dispatching the final foes, a notification from the system resonated. Ding. Major event. Elimination of invaders has been completed. The treasure chest has fully charged. Would you like to open it now? Shen Mu silently instructed the system not to proceed with the opening. Chapter 29. The belonging of the Skrull refugees. The elves were startled by Shen Mu's sudden actions. They revered nature, empathized with the weak, cherished peace, and held a disdain for bloodshed. Consequently, the magic they wielded was predominantly defensive and healing in nature, with little inclination towards aggression. Until today. Many of the elves in this tribe may have never even heard of war, let alone experienced an attack. This can be attributed to the unprecedented stability of the Nine Realms under Odin's rule for over a millennium. Such a peaceful and stable environment has fostered a group of innocent and Navi beings. Thus, the small elves that had been fluttering around Shen Mu now sought refuge behind a relatively larger elf. However, this larger elf was still only about 30 centimeters tall. Her expression remained calm, and there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. As the eldest among the existing elves, she possessed a profound understanding of the war-torn history of the Nine Realms, far surpassing that of these little ones, who had lived less than a millennium. She was acutely aware that, without Shen Mu and Thor's timely arrival, the fate awaiting them would be complete annihilation at the hands of the Kree fleet. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Jarl Elf tribe for your rescue, esteemed dragon. The elder elf flew before Shen Mu, bowing in gratitude while also apologizing for the behavior of the little ones. I do not take offense. Their innocence and beauty should be shielded from the ravages of war. In truth, Shen Mu could never harbor anger towards these diminutive beings, no matter the circumstances. They reminded him of a cat he had once cared for in a previous life, though mischievous and deserving of a light reprimand at times. Their endearing antics could dispel any frustration in an instant. Innis. Shen has been recognized by my father as a dragon of noble character and is a forever friend of Asgard, so you need not worry, Thor interjected. Addressing the elder Innis, he invoked Odin's name to assure her that Shen Mu was indeed a true ally, deserving of their trust. From the esteemed dragon, I sense a warmth akin to that of the sun. Hence, I have never doubted his character, Innis said softly, drawing closer to Shen Mu, her delicate face adorned with a hint of enchantment. Thank you. We are grateful for your rescue, great elves, and the two formidable warriors of Asgard. At that moment, the Skrull refugees, who had been fleeing for what felt like an eternity, approached and prostrated themselves on the ground, offering their most sincere thanks to the elves and Shen Mu. Originally, the crew of the spaceship had dwindled to just a handful due to years of relentless pursuit. They had anticipated their demise in this encounter, yet unexpectedly, they were rescued by benevolent elves who offered them shelter. However, the relentless and indiscriminate assaults from the Kree fleet made them regret involving these kind-hearted beings. Fortunately, the appearance of Shen Mu elevated their spirits from despair to hope, as the seemingly invincible Kree fleet was effortlessly vanquished. Yet, when they discovered that a few Kree remained alive, fear enveloped their hearts. Thankfully, Shen Mu's subsequent actions eased their trepidation. Why are the Kree pursuing you? Thor inquired of the refugees, his initial indignation stemming from their intrusion into the realm of the elves. He understood well the nature of these diminutive beings and the potential calamity their involvement could incite. More than a decade prior, the Kree sought to subjugate them, but their kin had resisted. Consequently, the Kree placed them on a threat list and dispatched a formidable fleet to declare unilateral war. Caught unawares, their planet fell swiftly, scattering the survivors throughout the cosmos in desperate flight. Over the years, they had roamed the universe, striving to evade the Kree in search of refuge, yet faced with ceaseless persecution. This latest incident occurred during a spatial jump, leading them to this very location, as explained by one of the Skrull leaders. After hearing their plight, Thor found himself at a loss for words, recognizing their suffering. They had lost their homes, families, and friends. What Thor did not yet realize was that his own future experiences would surpass the tragedies faced by these Skrulls. He would be left without parents, witnessing the death of his beloved brother Loki multiple times, and ultimately, his closest friends, the warriors four, would dwindle to just Sif, the rest having fallen to the wrath of his own sister. Even Asgard would eventually crumble into dust beneath Surtur's twilight sword. In his flight, he would also encounter the purple potato spirit, who would randomly slaughter half of his ship's populace while he sought the space stone. Upon finally reaching Earth, half of his remaining companions would vanish once more at Thanos' snap. Though he would later reverse the future, the anguish he endured was beyond description. Just when he thought everything had concluded, the emergence of the God Slayer forced him to witness the death of his beloved before his very eyes. Perhaps no one in the Marvel Universe has suffered as profoundly as Thor. Thor, how do you intend to manage them? It is unwise to leave them in the realm of the elves. Shen Mu inquired about the fate of the refugees. Would you be willing to accompany me to Asgard? I shall designate a place for you to reside, Thor contemplated, addressing the interstellar refugees. We are willing to express our gratitude for your kindness and compassion. Upon hearing that Thor was willing to take them to Asgard, the Skrulls could hardly contain their excitement. At this moment, nothing was more important to them than the prospect of a secure life. In their eyes, there seemed to be no place safer than Asgard among the Nine Realms. The elven elder, Innis, was equally delighted to see these unfortunate refugees find a home. At that moment, she had pressed her small frame against Shen Mu's neck, clutching a scale in her hand. The other little elves, witnessing her actions, followed suit and gathered around Shen Mu. They too were drawn to the aura he emanated, and any lingering fear was swiftly cast aside. Shen Mu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. For this sensation was reminiscent of his previous life when he would cuddle with cats. Only now he found himself in the position of being the one adored. Chapter 30. The Kree envious of Shen Mu's physical form. The situation has reached a gratifying resolution, and the little sprites have naturally commenced their unique magical restoration of the surrounding environment. Seeds of flora are scattered, and under the enchantment of the elves, they begin to flourish with remarkable rapidity. The corpses of the Kree have now become the finest nourishment, although the shattered areas will require considerable time for complete restoration. Such challenges are trivial for the elves. Hey, Shun, why do these little creatures take such a liking to you? It is worth noting that I was once their hero, Sol remarked, observing Shen Mu relishing the treatment he himself once enjoyed during his visit to the elven realm, a twinge of envy stirring within him. Sol, perhaps it is merely personal charm, Shen Mu replied with a slight shrug, noting Sol's envious expression. I am the son of Odin, the future ruler of Asgard. The invincible god of thunder, Sol, he proclaimed, puffing out his chest. In response, Shen Mu merely extended 2 fingers, conveying a message that could not be clearer. Sol's face turned somewhat awkward, and with a hearty laugh, he chose to shift the topic. In this world, a feast following battle is an essential tradition. However, as the elves are strict vegetarians, the banquet featured an array of fruits, all of which are specialties of the elven race. Though Shen Mu is a creature of pure carnivorous appetite, his human heritage made him not entirely averse to these plant-based offerings. Yet, none of these fruits resembled anything he had ever encountered. Some bore bizarre shapes akin to treasures from the sea depicted in a certain comic he had read in his previous life. At first glance, he questioned whether these peculiar items might possess an odd flavor. Nevertheless, as he observed the little sprites using their magic to present fruits larger than their own bodies, eagerly offering them to him, he felt it impolite to refuse. He picked one up and tossed it into his mouth. To his surprise, the fruit was unexpectedly delightful. Oh, this fruit is truly exquisite, he exclaimed. Upon hearing his praise, the little sprites danced joyfully in the air. Soon, more sprites arrived, carrying an abundance of fruits, creating a small mountain before Shen Mu. The Skrull folk, both adults and children, wept as they savored the fruits, their years of hardship having rendered them weary in body and spirit. To once again experience such tranquility was indeed a rare blessing. Lord Dragon, Prince Sol, this is a wine crafted from our finest fruits, prepared to honor our most esteemed guests. Please indulge. Elder Innes personally presented Shen Mu and Sol with a cup seemingly fashioned from wood, filled with a fragrant beverage. Upon inhaling its aroma, Shen Mu felt as though his mouth were beginning to salivate. Accepting the cup, he poured the contents into his mouth. The wine cascaded down my throat, imbued with the vibrant essence of fruits and an indescribable, special sensation. I felt as if every scale of my being trembled with delight, from the crown of my head to the very tip of my tail. This evoked in Shen Mu a memory of the celestial nectar described in the dramas of his past life. Perhaps this was the very flavor they spoke of. Truly, this was an exquisite wine, unlike any he had ever tasted before. Shen Mu exclaimed in genuine admiration. Beside him, Sol also wore an expression of bliss. Though he favored the strong spirits of Asgard, this elixir, which brought such a soothing tranquility to the soul, captivated him entirely. If our esteemed guests find pleasure in it, I encourage you to indulge further, Innes announced, and, as if by magic, their cups once again brimmed with wine. Shen Mu felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him, yet with such delightful wine before him, he thought little of it. At this moment in the Kree Empire, the Supreme Intelligence received the final message dispatched by this fleet. Accuser Ronan, your subordinate Wilson's fleet has been destroyed by the Asgardians while pursuing the Skrulls. The Supreme Intelligence conveyed this information directly to Ronan. Were the Asgardians attempting to instigate a cosmic war? As the commander of the Kree Imperial forces, Ronan felt no fear of Asgard. However, should war truly break out with Asgard, uncertainties loomed regarding whether the other 2 major cosmic empires would seize the opportunity to strike. While the cosmic empires maintained a facade of non-aggression, none would hesitate to seize a substantial opportunity when it arose. Supreme Intelligence, why did Wilson's fleet encounter the Asgardians? Though Ronan was straightforward in personal combat, leading to his eventual defeat by a foolish dancer, his ascent to the role of Kree military commander was no mere fluke. Certain inquiries could still yield illuminating insights. The fleeing Skrull ships had entered the Elven realm through a spatial leap, seeking refuge among the elves. In retaliation, Wilson launched indiscriminate attacks in the Elven domain, drawing the ire of the Asgardians. In the final transmission, he mentioned that they were assailed by a mighty dragon, possessing combat capabilities far superior to that of a dual fighter. The Supreme Intelligence presented Wilson's last transmission in its entirety to Ronan. A creature capable of shattering Wilson's warship with its body would serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. For millennia ago, Our biological weapon experiments conducted on the indigenous intelligent life of planet C-53 had to be abandoned due to the interference of the eternal titans. Nonetheless, it has been proven that our experiments yielded commendable results. The specimens we left behind have now become valuable tools, and when the opportune moment arises, we may assimilate them into our ranks as subordinate races to be deployed in battle. Upon witnessing Shen Mu's imposing figure, Ronan's initial reaction was not to marvel at Shen Mu's prowess, but rather to contemplate him as a potential specimen for biological weapon experimentation. Over 4 millennia ago, during Earth's primitive civilization era, the Kree had made a visit to this planet. Their objective was to study the indigenous humans of that time in order to engineer mutated soldiers for warfare. The experiments had shown considerable promise. However, due to the intervention of the Eternal Titans, they were compelled to withdraw, leaving behind their experimental subjects, the Inhumans. After years of evolution, the Inhumans ultimately chose to depart Earth and establish their kingdom, Attilan, on the far side of the moon. Now, more than 4,000 years later, the Kree have inadvertently rediscovered traces of their former creations. To their astonishment, the Inhumans have flourished and possess certain extraordinary abilities that enable ordinary individuals to awaken unique powers. For the warlike Kree, this is akin to discovering a formidable arsenal of weapons. Moreover, Shen Mu's emergence reveals the terrifying potential of individual biological existence. Should they succeed in capturing Shen Mu and allow Kree scientists to analyze his genetic structure, it might pave the way for a comprehensive evolution of the entire Kree race. Meanwhile, Shen Mu, still entranced by the elven wine, remains oblivious to the fact that the Kree have set their sights on his very being. Chapter 31. The Request of the Elder Elf, Part 1. The celebration following a hard-fought victory lingered into the deep of night, yet in the realm of the elves, the night stretches on for an extended duration. This land is bathed in light for most of the day, and the changes of the seasons are almost imperceptible throughout the year. In stark contrast lies Svarheim, the abode of the Dark Elves, also known as the Land of Mists, perpetually shrouded in darkness, with even the sun obscured by an unseen force. However, when compared to the grotesque Dark Elves, who threaten to plunge the entire universe into eternal night, these diminutive and benevolent creatures are undoubtedly more favored. It must be noted that the elven brews, while delicious beyond measure, possess a subtle potency that surpasses the pure spirits of Asgard. Even Shen Mu, a dragon with a formidable tolerance for intoxication, felt a pleasant haze enveloping him. After indulging in revelry alongside Thor and a group of Skrull refugees, he succumbed to slumber upon the ground. Most of the little elves nestled around him, their bodies cradled by blossoms that sprouted from thin air. Upon awakening and departing, the flowers remained, and Shen Mu found himself surrounded by a sea of blossoms. The Skrulls had long since roused, having consumed only a modest amount of the elixir, and were now busy mending their spacecraft. With a gentle flick of his tail, one of them roused the still drowsy Thor. "What is the matter, Shen?" Thor inquired, rubbing his eyes. "I merely wished to ensure you had not succumbed to intoxication," Shen Mu replied with a wry jest. "Huh, Shen, I am the god of thunder, imbued with the power of storms. How could I ever be undone by a mere few cups of wine?" Thor declared, rising and thumping his chest. Yet, the elven wine is indeed intoxicating. He could not help but smacking his lips at the memory of the exquisite beverage enjoyed the night before. For the people of Asgard, the intertwining of battle and libation is an innate romance. Your Grace, the Dragon Lord, and Prince Thor, you are awake. At that moment, Innis fluttered over, greeting the two with a smile. "Innis, your wine is truly the finest in all the 9 realms." They're generously praised. "Thank you for your kind words, Prince Thor. If you enjoyed it, you may take some with you when you depart," Innis offered, her words eliciting a broad grin from Thor. "Innis, now that the invaders have been vanquished, we are preparing to return to Asgard. Please inform the Skrulls to gather in the open space ahead." Despite the beauty of the elven realm, with Odin now in slumber, Asgard requires its prince, and thus they could no longer linger. "Are you to leave so soon, Prince Thor?" Innis asked, her expression revealing a hint of concern. "Innis, is there something troubling you?" Thor perceived her unease and inquired. "No, it is the elder who wishes to meet with the Dragon Lord," she replied. Upon hearing that this matter involved him, Shen Mu could not help but feel intrigued. "Innis, might I inquire why your elder wishes to meet with me?" Shen Mu asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Your Grace, the dragon," Innis replied. "I am uncertain of the reason. The elder has not met with outsiders for many years. The last encounter was over 5 centuries ago during the descent of His Majesty Odin. Since then, she has resided within the sacred tree palace and has not ventured out. Thus, I too am perplexed as to why she wishes to meet you." Considering Innis's words, Shen Mu resolved to meet this so-called elder to discern her true intentions. "Thor, you may escort the Skrull refugees back to Asgard. After my audience with the elder, I shall request Heimdall to retrieve me," Shen Mu stated, turning to Thor with his decision. "Very well, Shen, We shall return then. I will inform Heimdall to heed your summons. Thor replied without hesitation, striding out and calling aloud for Heimdall while raising the mighty hammer. In an instant, a colossal beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, enveloping them all before they were swiftly transported away, leaving behind a rune symbolizing Asgard on the ground. Yet, he had entirely forgotten to bring along the elven wine he had intended to savor. At that moment, Shen Mu turned to the elf beside him and said, Innes, let us proceed. Lead me to your elder. Please follow me, your grace. Innes responded, guiding Shen Mu to a majestic ancient tree. Its sprawling branches intertwined to form a gateway, shimmering with a silvery glow within. Surrounding the entrance were slightly larger elves standing guard. Innes, you have brought the dragon. The little elves exclaimed joyfully, circling around Innes and Shen Mu, tilting their heads curiously at him. This scene nearly overwhelmed Shen Mu, his heart swelling with affection for their innocence, yet he maintained a facade of calm to uphold his draconic dignity. All right, you may disperse now and return to your posts. Innes instructed, and the little elves obediently flitted away. Your grace, simply pass through this tree gate, and you shall reach the temple to meet the elder. Innes pointed towards the entrance. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu did not hesitate and stepped forward through the doorway. A flash of light enveloped him, and he felt a sudden pull, as if the very fabric of space had shifted. When his vision cleared, he found himself in an opulent palace, where a tall woman draped in a flowing white robe stood with her back to him. The figure possessed a height befitting a normal woman in the cosmos, markedly different from the diminutive elves outside. Before Shen Mu could utter a word, the figure turned and approached him. In that fleeting moment, as he beheld the elven elder, Shen Mu found himself momentarily entranced. Before him stood the venerable elder of the elves, her cascading silver hair flowing like a waterfall from her shoulders to the ground. Her skin as luminous as jade, and her rosy lips perfectly formed, with pointed ears complementing her flawless visage. She might well be the most exquisite woman that Shen Mu had encountered in both of his lifetimes. Yet, it was her pair of ebony eyes, imbued with a depth reminiscent of the starry night sky, that captivated the heart most profoundly. Noticing the entranced gaze of Shen Mu, a gentle smile flickered in the elder's eyes, and she spoke to him. This palace has welcomed no guest for several centuries. The last visitor was Odin himself. We welcome you, esteemed dragon from beyond the threads of fate. Chapter 32, The Request of the Elder Elf, Part 2. As the elder spoke, her voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, flowed through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility within Shen Mu. However, her words stirred a flicker of unease in his heart. It was evident to Shen Mu that the impeccably beautiful elder elf possessed knowledge of something significant. What could be the reason for her summoning him? Without hesitation, Shen Mu directly inquired about his lingering doubts. Prior to your arrival, I glimpsed a catastrophe, one that would engulf the entire universe. The 9 realms shall crumble, countless lives shall perish, and even the gods shall not be spared. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, Shen Mu fell silent, for the Marvel universe was indeed rife with calamity. From the likes of Thanos, the harbinger of destruction, to the godslayer Gorr, and the terrifying celestial beings in between, disaster loomed large. Even the devourer of worlds might pay Earth a visit. Not to mention the formidable demonic entities lurking in alternate dimensions. Uncertain if this elder had foreseen the same catastrophe, he recognized that she possessed some degree of prophetic ability. May I ask, elder, how does this pertain to our meeting? Shen Mu feigned ignorance. Indeed, it is relevant, she replied. For several years, my visions of the future have become increasingly obscure, until all I could discern was a colossal black dragon. That dragon is you. I am unclear about the path your emergence will carve for the fate of the universe. Thus, I request your assistance in a matter. As the elder spoke these words, a look of earnest pleading crossed her features. Observing this, Shen Mu could not help but inquire, what is this matter you wish to discuss? I implore you to safeguard the realm of the elves, to protect it from impending ruin. The inhabitants outside are gentle and innocent souls, and in such a disaster, they would be unable to escape the clutches of annihilation. At last, the elder revealed her true intention. If you foresaw the future, why do you not intervene yourself? Shen Mu retorted, surely, you are not as feeble as the children beyond, because my lifespan is nearing its end. The theoretical maximum lifespan of a high elf is 10,000 years, and I have already surpassed 9,000. Before me, no elf has truly lived to see this day. By mere age, Odin is far younger than I. However, unlike the Asgardians, elves do not grow stronger with age. I am merely clinging to existence. Shen Mu found it difficult to fathom that this elder elf, who appeared no older than an 18-year-old maiden, was actually an entity older than Odin himself. The secrets of her preservation were a mystery. Should other races in the universe learn of it, she would undoubtedly be revered as a deity. Suddenly, Shen Mu's thoughts began to wander. I understand that this request may place you in a difficult position, but it is the only recourse I can conceive. The elder remarked with a hint of resignation as she noticed Shen Mu's silence. Do you trust me so readily? It is essential to remember that I am a dragon, and malevolence is my very essence. Are you not concerned that your decision may plunge the elven race into a deeper abyss? In response to the great elder's entrustment, Shen Mu began to question again. While I cannot foresee your future, I hold faith in the innate perceptiveness of the elves. Benevolent beings are naturally drawn to one another, and through your interactions with those little creatures, I believe there lies a tender heart beneath your seemingly rigid exterior. The great elder spoke earnestly to Shen Mu, his eyes reflecting a unique meaning. Who claimed that my heart is as unyielding as my exterior? Have you not observed my utter ruthlessness towards the captive Kree? Shen Mu sought to demonstrate that he was not a feeble individual by referencing his brutal treatment of the Kree prisoners. Will you employ the same tactics against the little ones outside? The great elder countered with words to silence Shen Mu. That remains uncertain. I can slay without a flicker of hesitation. Shen Mu continued to assert his toughness. If the esteemed dragon is unwilling, then so be it, after all. I am nearing my end. The fate of those little creatures outside is theirs to bear. Alas, the great elder seemed to surrender, his tone tinged with sorrow. The sight stirred an involuntary flutter in Shen Mu's eyelids. Especially with such an enchanting visage adorned with a look of despair, had Shen Mu still been human, he might have felt compelled to strike himself in disbelief. Guarding the elven kingdom is not an impossible task. However, what rewards might I reap from such an endeavor? Shen Mu was not easily swayed by the charms of beauty. The elves do not possess the ability to forge mighty artifacts like the dwarfs, nor do they wield the formidable combat prowess of other races. Our talents lie solely in our communion with nature, nurturing exceptional flora. If you are willing, the elven kingdom could exist independently beyond the 9 realms, with all elves heeding your command. The great elder's words effectively amounted to selling the entire elven realm to Shen Mu, with the price being merely a promise from him. The great elder's proposition indeed stirred something within Shen Mu. The environment of the elven kingdom is unparalleled, perhaps the most exquisite in the entire 9 realms. It could serve as a splendid sanctuary. Moreover, to speak candidly, Shen Mu harbored a genuine fondness for those innocent, kind-hearted little beings. Much like how he cherished cats in his past life as an overworked individual. After a tiresome day, filled with human interaction, spending time with animals like cats and dogs provided a refreshing reprieve for his weary soul. I promise you, if the elven kingdom faces peril in the future, I shall stand guard over them. Upon uttering these words, a radiant smile suddenly illuminated the face of the great elder, catching Shen Mu off guard with what transpired next. Suddenly, the elder, who had maintained her dignified demeanor, leapt forward and embraced Shen Mu, nuzzling her face against his neck. This unexpected turn of events sent Shen Mu's scales into a frenzy, yet his body remained rigid, allowing her to hold him as she pleased. At last, the burdens that had long plagued her were lifted. I shall now relish the remaining moments of my existence. These years spent languishing here in monotony to prolong my life have been unbearable. I yearn to bask in the sun, sip nectar, and play hide and seek with those little ones. In that instant, the elder's demeanor and tone mirrored that of an 18-year-old girl. Yet, her words carried the weight of profound experience. She appeared utterly unconcerned about her mortality, exuding an air of remarkable equanimity. Shen Mu pondered whether he would possess such composure when faced with death. However, he swiftly cast the thought aside, resolutely affirming within himself, the further death is from me, the better. I have no desire to embrace it. Chapter 33 The first sun god Crystal. After agreeing to become the guardian of the elven kingdom, Shen Mu did not rush back to Asgard. Instead, he continued to indulge in the exquisite food and fine wine of the elven realm for several days. He discovered that this enchanted land seemed more conducive to his own development, due to its unique geographical position. The elven kingdom basked in sunlight for over 18 hours each day. Consequently, Shen Mu decided to unveil the sun disk. What is this? Asked Sylphania. Barefoot and approaching with a light-hearted step, I sense a mysterious force emanating from it, as if it is gathering the power of the sun. This was the true name of the great elder. During these past few days, Shen Mu had been led by this elder, who had confined herself for centuries to explore the wonders of the elven kingdom. The weather was splendid, with clear skies and gentle breezes, an extraordinary phenomenon in the world he once knew. Yet, in this realm of elves, it was the norm. Storms and tempests were virtually non-existent, and the scenery consistently resembled a vibrant spring. Initially, Shen Mu had been somewhat reluctant, as it interfered with his tranquil sunbathing. However, he could not withstand the pleas of a 9,000-year-old elven matron and a host of little sprites who danced around him. Thus, these days became the most leisurely and comfortable moments since his rebirth. Each morning, upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in a sea of blossoms, regardless of his location. As his bond with the little sprites deepened, many would directly nestle upon him to sleep. During this time, he also learned the true name of the great elder, Sylphania. However, according to her own words, it had been countless years since anyone had called her by that name, and she was nearly on the verge of forgetting she even possessed another name. This is the sun disk, a powerful magical altar capable of condensing crystals imbued with the power of the sun god. Shen Mu did not withhold this secret, revealing the truth about the sun disk. What? The power of the sun god? Unbelievable. Throughout the millennia across the 9 realms, no deity has truly mastered the power of the sun. Sylphinia's face was filled with astonishment. Many gods merely held fragments of solar authority. Both the god of fire and the god of light were merely aspects of solar dominion. In various mythologies, the sun was revered as sacred. Although some boasted of solar deities, most were merely superficial, lacking the true mastery of solar power. The revelation that a magical altar could condense the essence of the sun god's power was nothing short of astonishing. Surrounding the sun disk, the temperature noticeably rose. Yet, the flora around it showed no signs of discomfort due to the sudden increase in warmth. Instead, they radiated a newfound vitality. The little sprites nearby wore expressions of pure ecstasy. As it happens, since everyone delights in the sun, there is nothing more splendid than basking together under its warm embrace. Time gradually slipped away for half a month, yet the solar disk had yet to coalesce into a sun crystal. This inefficiency prompted Shen Mu to lament the sluggishness of the process. However, the solar disk undeniably served as a genuine accelerator for cultivation. Remaining in its vicinity, Shen Mu felt a marked enhancement in his absorption of solar radiation. Naturally, Shen Mu contemplated deciphering the operational principles of the solar disk, aspiring to replicate it. The notion of transforming his own body into a unique, mobile solar disk by inscribing runes upon himself had also crossed his mind. Yet, such aspirations seemed implausible without profound knowledge of rune magic. The runes on the solar disk belonged to a completely distinct system from that of the Marvel universe. Lacking guidance from a mage of the rune continent, Shen Mu could only draw parallels through his understanding of Marvel's rune magic. Rune magic appeared to be an exclusive domain of Asgard, thus he resolved to delve deeply into it upon returning. During this period, Shen Mu also sought counsel from Sylphinia regarding the magic of the elven race. Like Asgard, elven magic originated from the world tree. Yet their use of magic did not pursue sheer destructive power. Instead, they harnessed the magical energies bestowed by the world tree for healing and protection. Nevertheless, this knowledge seemed to offer little aid to Shen Mu in grasping magical energy, merely enriching his theoretical understanding. Perhaps this body lacked any inherent magical aptitude. Shen, what do you think of the elven kingdom now? One day, Sylphinia leaned against Shen Mu's wing and suddenly inquired. It is as beautiful as a fairyland, he earnestly reflected, expressing his genuine feelings. Then, would you wish to remain here forever? Upon hearing this question, Shen Mu fell into a moment of contemplation, sighing softly. If this universe presented no threats to me, I would indeed cherish the opportunity to savor such a tranquil and leisurely existence. However, as you mentioned, the fate of this universe will be altered because of me. I believe I am not yet strong enough to govern my own destiny, let alone influence the fate of this universe. Thus, for now, this place is not suited for me. Yet, perhaps one day, when I can genuinely disregard all threats, I would choose to reside here. Sylphinia fell silent at his words. In truth, I am selfish. I cannot protect the elven kingdom myself. Yet I place the burden upon you. You need not bear this weight, she said, her tone laced with a hint of remorse after a moment of shared tranquility. No, it is not merely for that reason. Shen Mu is acutely aware that his pursuit of power is not solely driven by the pressure exerted by the elves. In truth, safeguarding the elven kingdom is but a secondary concern. What Shen Mu truly desires is the strength to navigate this perilous cosmos without being swayed by others. And he yearns to explore realms beyond this universe. After all, judging by the rewards from the system's treasure chests, there must exist even more captivating worlds beyond the Marvel universe. Following their last conversation, another fortnight has passed, and at last, the solar disk has produced its first solar god crystal. System, how should I utilize this item? Should I simply consume it? Shen Mu inquired of the system. Chapter 34. Activation of divine power, sublimation of bloodline. Holding the sun god crystal, which took a month to coalesce, Shen Mu found himself at a loss regarding its usage. Beep. Host, the sun god crystal can be consumed directly, but the absorption effect would only be 60. The most optimal method for the host is to incision their chest and integrate the crystal into their heart. Beep. Deep within the ancient Kryptonian bloodline of the host lies a blessing bestowed by the Kryptonian sun god Ra. If the host can activate this blessing using the power of the sun god, their bloodline potential will undergo a significant sublimation. Upon hearing this from the system, Shen Mu realized that the extraordinary prize from his initial gift pack indeed possessed hidden attributes. System, can you still claim you do not harbor any affection for me? Beep. Please refrain from making unfounded assumptions, or the system will refuse to resolve the host's inquiries. Must you be so stingy? I merely jest. It is nothing of great consequence. Hey, system, are you still there? Feeling shy, are we? As Shen Mu observed the system's silence, he lost interest in further jesting. He glanced at the area over his chest, tentatively reaching out to scratch it, only to hear the sound of metal scraping without leaving any mark. Realizing it would be quite a challenge, He never imagined that a question once joked about on certain forums would manifest in his own life. What should a person with an indestructible body do if they suffer from appendicitis? Although his situation did not involve an appendectomy, it was of a similar nature. Given the hardness of his current physique, without a weapon forged from kryptonite, attempting to cut open his chest to place the crystal into his heart would be a formidable task. Perhaps there is a way. As he observed the playful little sprites fluttering nearby, a sudden idea struck him. Given his size, these tiny beings should be able to carry the crystal and fly it into his body, positioning it atop his heart. The more he pondered, the more he found this solution plausible. Sylphina, I may need to trouble you with something. With that thought in mind, Shen Mu promptly approached the Grand Elder who was frolicking with the sprites. Shen, what has transpired? Sylphina inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she noticed Shen Mu no longer basking in the sun. Behold, this is the sun god crystal. I need to integrate it into my heart to fully absorb its divine power. However, I have discovered that no weapon is capable of cutting into my body. Hence, I was contemplating whether I could open my mouth and allow one of the little ones to carry the crystal inside and place it upon my heart. Shen Mu articulated his thoughts, gazing at her with eager eyes. Sylphina remained silent, simply taking the sun god crystal into her hands. A warm aura flowed from her palm, enveloping him with a sense of wonder. Unbelievably, that altar had indeed crystallized the power of the sun god. For nearly a month, the sun's disk remained ominously still, casting doubt in Sylphinia's mind regarding its authenticity. Yet now, the orange-yellow crystal she received from Shen Mu was undeniably real. She could feel an overwhelming presence of radiant, fervent divine power emanating from it. Although she had never truly witnessed the power of the sun god, she was convinced that this was indeed it. I shall have Ines personally deliver it to your being, Sylphinia declared, summoning Ines through a special form of communication shared among the elves. She then conveyed Shen Mu's intentions to Ines. Rest assured, your grace, I will see to this matter with utmost diligence, Ines assured Shen Mu as she hovered before him. Then I shall rely on you, Shen Mu replied, subsequently dispelling the enchantment that enveloped him. Instantly, his form reverted to that of his original shape, measuring over 20 meters in length as he parted his jaws. Fortunately, having subsisted on fruits and the exquisite wines crafted by the elves over the past month, his breath carried a refreshing aroma of flora rather than the scent of a carnivore. Without a moment's hesitation, Ines soared directly into Shen Mu's mouth with the sun crystal. The surrounding tiny elves watched in trepidation. Shen Mu was not idle either. He cast a biological stance upon Ines while she illuminated her surroundings with a light spell. She soon arrived at the vast golden heart that loomed before her. Your grace, do I simply place the divine crystal upon your heart? Ines inquired for final confirmation. Indeed. Ines, and then you may emerge. Shen Mu's voice reverberated within his body like rolling thunder, nearly startling Ines. Following his instructions, Ines placed the sun crystal upon Shen Mu's heart. In an instant, his heart began to radiate a golden glow. At that moment, Shen Mu felt as if his body were boiling with energy. Realizing this, Ines hastily darted back toward his mouth. Upon witnessing Ines emerge from within him, Shen Mu could no longer restrain himself and soared into the sky, radiating brilliance akin to that of the sun. At this juncture, whether it was the slumbering Odin, the ancient one within the mage's sanctum on earth, or the dark deity Dormammu in the shadow dimension, even the ancient dark god Zysorn beyond the multiverse, and the triune deity Vishandi, all sensed the disturbance. This commotion even caught the attention of the 5 primordial gods, who, after a fleeting glance, turned their focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, in a realm far beyond the infinite multiverse, the sun god Ra of Krypton, who quietly observes the growth trajectories of various cosmic supermen, felt a stirring of intuition and could not help but furrow his brow. It was astonishing to discover that there still existed Kryptonians possessing the ancient bloodline of Krypton. Had I not personally eradicated them from all timelines? As the most ancient and revered sun god of Krypton, Ra had orchestrated the destruction of Krypton across different universes. Yet now, he found that the blessings he had once bestowed upon the ancient Kryptonian bloodline had been activated. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. He then began to follow this intuition in search of answers, only to be halted by a golden wall. He recognized the dreadful barrier for what it was and had no choice but to abandon his quest. Nevertheless, this incident left a sharp thorn in his heart. Meanwhile, Heimdall, who was patrolling the 9 realms, witnessed this scene, his eyes momentarily unable to open from the shock. However, Shen Mu, the cause of all this turmoil, remained blissfully unaware, lost in the endless pleasure brought forth by his bloodline's elevation. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, the sound of Shen Mu's heartbeat resonated in the ears of all the elves like the beating of a grand drum. Chapter 35. Overcoming flaws. Time gradually slipped away. Day by day, his body remained suspended in the skies above the realm of the elves, akin to a second sun. The flora of the elven kingdom flourished wildly beneath the radiance emitted by Shen Mu, as if they had ingested a catalyst. This transformation was, of course, a delightful spectacle for the little fairies who could sense the jubilant spirits of the trees. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The elves had become accustomed to the existence of two suns in the sky. Great Elder, how much longer must Lord Dragon maintain this state? Asked Ines, perched on Sylphinia's shoulder, swinging her tiny feet. He must be waking soon. I can feel it. His life force is gradually stabilizing, Sylphinia replied, casting her gaze upward. Great Elder, Sister Ines, a piece of this has fallen from the altar brought by Lord Dragon. At that moment, two little fairies flew over, carrying a new sun crystal. It was truly astonishing that the altar could condense such a divine crystal in just a month. It was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. Sylphinia held the sun crystal in her hands, murmuring to herself, before carefully storing it away to present to Shen Mu later. As time continued to flow in Asgard, Thor remained a formidable presence in the arena. Since returning from the Elven Kingdom, he had settled back into a state of normalcy. After all, war was not a frequent occurrence, and the arena became an excellent outlet for his excess energy. Against ordinary Asgardian warriors, Thor could effortlessly dominate, even without wielding Mjolnir. Yet, such endeavors no longer ignited his passion. I find myself missing Shen, Thor lamented after defeating a challenger. Each encounter with Shen Mu had made him feel stronger. But battling these common Asgardian warriors lacked that same thrill. Haha. Thor, Shen is a distinguished guest of the Elven clan. He is surely indulging in fine wine and basking in the sun. Vostag, watching from the sidelines, laughed heartily, his words laced with envy for Shen Mu. He had once received only a modest supply of the Elven clan's exquisite beverages, which he cherished as treasures. Alas, Ines had told me I could take some. Yet I completely forgot. Reflecting on the Elven wines filled Thor with regret. Thor, allow me to challenge you next. Just as they spoke, Sif strode into the arena. Sword in one hand and shield in the other, tossing a sword to Thor with a fierce glint in her eyes. Sif, teach Thor a lesson. At this, the crowd erupted in cheers, with the three warriors leading the fervor. Thor shrugged helplessly, gripping his sword tightly in hand. To their eyes, Thor and Sif appeared to be a destined pair, with Sif undoubtedly being the prime candidate for queen once Thor ascended to the throne of gods. Indeed, had Thor not been exiled to Earth by Odin, he would likely never have encountered Jane Foster. Without that encounter, the sparks of love between them could never have ignited. Although Shen Mu's arrival might instigate some unforeseen butterfly effects, who can truly predict the future? Unbeknownst to Shen Mu, Thor was reminiscing about his previous encounters, while he himself found himself in a state of semi-slumber. On that day, the elves continued to frolic and play carefree in the vast jungle, when suddenly, Shen Mu opened his eyes. Two terrifying beams of searing light burst forth from his eyes, soaring skyward and dissipating after traversing an unknown distance. Without hesitation, Shen Mu leaped into the cosmos, his speed having increased at least twofold compared to before. The Great Elder, the Lord of Dragons, has awakened. But where is he headed? Ines inquired, watching as Shen Mu vanished into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Perhaps he feels he has slept too long and wishes to stretch his limbs, replied Sylphinia with a gentle smile. Indeed, the Lord of Dragons had slumbered for almost 2 months and deserved to move about. I have never slept for such an extended period. Ines concurred with her esteemed elder. Meanwhile, Shen Mu found himself amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos. He had never experienced such intimate contact with the universe before. Though the universe depicted in films and television was awe-inspiring, it paled in comparison to the reality of being enveloped within it. Countless colossal stars appeared as mere grains of sand, and he felt as insignificant as a grain when compared to them. Yet, he understood that with sufficient strength, he could manipulate this vast universe at will. Observing his own physique, Shen Mu sensed the terrifying power surging within him with even the slightest movement of his claws. The surrounding meteors scattered throughout space became his warm-up arena, as he shattered massive meteors spanning several kilometers using various techniques. This series of actions startled an interstellar pirate ship that had just passed through a space jump, causing it to hastily retreat. After thoroughly awakening his body, Shen Mu began to assess his newfound capabilities. I am at least 3 times stronger than before, he mused, noting the substantial enhancements in his strength, speed, and other abilities. Furthermore, thanks to Rao's blessing, Shen Mu had achieved a bloodline ascension, completely overcoming the Kryptonian's fatal weakness to kryptonite, though it is worth mentioning that kryptonite does not exist within the Marvel Universe. Additionally, the divine power seed within him had been activated. Though his divine power remains feeble, Shen Mu has now truly become a bona fide deity. The amalgamation of divine strength with his own bloodline imparts upon him the sensation that every cell within his being is adorned with a garment woven from divine energy. Consequently, the issue of magical resistance has been resolved. In an instant, Shen Mu is engulfed by a feeling of impotent frustration, as he had initially aspired to delve deeply into the study of magic to rectify this shortcoming. However, the activation of the blessing of Rao, coupled with the awakening of his divine power, has significantly dimmed his once ardent ambitions. Nevertheless, Shen Mu still yearns to journey to Asgard to learn the art of runic magic. After all, even to this day, the array of runes inscribed upon the solar disk continues to exert a formidable influence over him. Leaving aside other considerations, the ability to harness the power of the sun alone warrants diligent study on his part. It is time to return to Asgard to complete his studies in runic magic. Subsequently, he must contemplate traversing the Rainbow Bridge to Earth, for it is there that the majority of cosmic crises converge. Based on his previous experiences in Asgard, Shen Mu surmises that Earth is likely still in the latter half of the 20th century. The majority of the well-known superheroes have yet to emerge, indicating that this period is not the most bustling phase for the planet. Chapter 36. Courage. What Shen Mu was unaware of was that the entity he had just startled, suspected to be an interstellar pirate, was indeed a notorious band of marauders in the cosmos. The fleeing group was merely a faction of these raiders. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that among the team, there was an individual familiar to Shen Mu, Yongdu, the father of Star-Lord, who was currently traversing the universe assisting Ego in reclaiming the seeds he had scattered far and wide. How terrifying. Fortunately, we managed to escape swiftly. That was indeed a dragon. It could disregard the vacuum of space and unleash such catastrophic devastation. The magnitude of that meteorite would have spelled doom even for our ship upon collision. Yet that being pulverized the meteorite with mere flesh, was that truly a living creature? At that moment aboard the marauder ship, a cadre of mercenaries was fervently discussing the recent encounter with Shen Mu. Yongdu, do you believe your Yaka arrow could slay that individual we just witnessed? Kraiglin inquired quietly, approaching Yongdu, who stood by the window. If I could kill him, would I have let you all escape through hyperspace? Otherwise, I would have already dispatched you to capture him. Such a creature is a collector's dream. The wealthiest scoundrel in the universe would certainly offer a handsome reward. Yongdu was also lost in thought. Recalling the sight of Shen Mu, his eyes emanating crimson rays that pierced and shattered the meteorite, coupled with that imposing physique. Truly, a fearsome beast. Yongdu retrieved a small bottle of liquor from his pocket and gulped down a generous swig. Speaking of which, Ego truly is a prolific one. That lad must be the umpteenth child we've helped him recover over the years. Kraiglin remarked, observing a purple-skinned humanoid animatedly conversing with the marauders. That is of no concern to us, since Ego is willing to pay handsomely for the return of his scattered progeny across the cosmos. We shall simply do our duty for the coin. Yongdu remained oblivious to Ego's true intentions behind seeking out these children. In Yongdu's mind, these were merely indigenous children soon to be backed by a divine father, a boon that many would covet. As interstellar mercenaries, they were all too familiar with a life lived on the edge. Had Yongdu known that the children he had helped Ego locate had long since become mere remnants, he would not have hesitated to seek allegiance with such a wealthy and powerful father. Yet, at present, Yongdu remained unaware that over the years, the children he assisted Ego in finding had turned into lifeless husks. For Ego, any child lacking the inheritance of his divine genes was deemed worthless, relegated to serve as sustenance. For hundreds of thousands of years, since his transformation into this life planet form, he had scattered countless seeds of his essence throughout the universe in various forms. However, the number of children capable of inheriting his divine genes remained exceedingly few. Igor sought to harness the power of these progeny, imbued with his divine essence, to consume more planets and ascend to a greater existence. Regrettably, over the years, 99 of the children he found were merely mundane life forms, and the few who could inherit his power perished after awakening, unable to withstand its might. Thus, these offspring became his sustenance, and now, surrounding the core of his planetary essence, lay a graveyard of remains and scattered bones. Enough of such thoughts for now. Let us first deliver this child to its father and claim our reward, spoke Yongdu to Kraiglin. With that, their spacecraft commenced another leap through space. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Mu had already confided in the little sprite about his impending departure. Upon hearing this news, many sprites accustomed to Shen Mu's presence felt a twinge of sorrow, their expressions resembling that of tearful farewells. The little ones, unaware of the circumstances, might have thought Shen Mu was abandoning them. He received a newly produced sun god crystal from the hands of the Grand Elder, and subsequently stored the solar disk within his system space, donning a grand goblet gifted by the sprites. This goblet was a collaborative gift from all the little sprites, imbued with enchanting magic, though it appeared modest in size. It contained a lake's worth of exquisite elven wine. Shen, you must visit the Midgard. There, the mages possess a wondrous teleportation spell. While it differs somewhat from Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, it allows for travel across known realms of the universe at will. The Elven Kingdom always welcomes your arrival. Hilvenia informed Shen Mu before his departure, speaking of the teleportation spells wielded by Earth's mages. Indeed, for Shen Mu, other spells were of little consequence. Yet this teleportation was the most practical. He recalled watching the Marvel films, where, during the endgame, Doctor Strange had opened a portal to transport a multitude from Titan back to Earth after Hulk's snap revived them. This indicated that the teleportation spell could facilitate interstellar travel. The only potential limitation was that the caster might need to have visited the destination beforehand. However, this was hardly a significant restriction. Sylvania, even without your encouragement, I would venture there. It is the most intriguing place in the universe. Until we meet again. With that, Shen Mu found the clearing where Thor had once teleported back. Standing upon the massive rune mark, he called to the sky, Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Please, open the rainbow bridge for me. As his words echoed, the skies above the elven kingdom darkened tumultuously, and a colossal beam of vibrant light descended, enveloping Shen Mu entirely. In an instant, the light, along with Shen Mu, vanished, leaving only the refreshed rune mark behind. Shen, you have awakened your divine power. Upon encountering Shen Mu, Heimdall's first inquiry was direct and pointed. At that moment, Shen Mu, immersed in the transcendence of his bloodline, remained oblivious to the commotion his actions had stirred within the cosmos. Indeed, it was the genuine power of the sun god. Shen Mu did not conceal this truth. For someone as reticent as Heimdall, to pose such a question signified that his keen eyes had perceived something extraordinary. What a marvel! Heimdall remarked, gazing intently at Shen Mu for a prolonged moment. By the way, Heimdall, might I take the opportunity to traverse the rainbow bridge to Midgard? Shen Mu inquired, seeking information from this guardian of Asgard. Certainly, you are a distinguished guest as stated by His Majesty the King of Gods, Heimdall replied with utmost sincerity. Thank you, Heimdall. I owe you a drink when the occasion permits, Shen Mu responded, feeling a wave of elation upon receiving the desired answer. Now, his immediate task was to diligently acquire knowledge of runic magic. Chapter 37. Return to Asgard. Shun, you have finally returned. As Shen Mu glided slowly towards the celestial palace along the tangible rainbow bridge, an excited voice resonated from ahead. Their sword Thor, his hammer raised high, his face alight with anticipation. Thor, did you come specifically to welcome me? Shen Mu remarked with amusement, observing the eagerness etched across Thor's features. Shun, I heard from Heimdall that you have awakened your divine power. Is that true? A month prior, when Shen Mu fused with the solar god crystal, the resulting commotion prompted Heimdall to immediately inform Thor. With Odin currently in slumber, Thor had assumed responsibility for most affairs in Asgard, often with Loki assisting him in these matters. Thor understood that with the awakening of divine power, Shen Mu had officially ascended to the status of a true deity. Although he had previously regarded Shen Mu as formidable, he still considered him an ordinary being. Thor's pride stemmed from his lineage. Being the son of a powerful father and inheriting an impressive divine strength, Loki too shared this sentiment, both embodying a sense of pride in their divine heritage. Even when confronted by the infinitely more powerful Hulk, Thor endeavored to uphold his dignity as a god. Had Thor not experienced the humbling ordeal of becoming mortal, he might have never regarded the ordinary inhabitants of Earth, or even other superheroes, as equals. Indeed, are you eager to test my divine power? Shen Mu grinned mischievously. No. You have just awakened. I would not exploit your vulnerability, Thor replied, fully aware of his current capabilities. Prior to Shen Mu's awakening, Thor had struggled to match his strength. Now, with Shen Mu's newfound powers, he was even less inclined to challenge him. Thor's excitement stemmed from his desire to comprehend the nature of Shen Mu's awakening. He was acutely aware of Shen Mu's age, perceiving him as a mere child in the realm of Asgard. Shen, I wish to inquire how I might awaken my true power. During our last battle, you mentioned that within me lies a tremendous force, one that I can sense. However, I have yet to fully awaken it. At that moment, Thor set aside any concerns for pride and candidly expressed his yearning to learn from Shen Mu. It was somewhat embarrassing. Here he was, a legitimate god of thunder who had survived nearly 500 years, now seeking guidance from a freshly awakened deity. Thor, my method of awakening divine power differs from yours. You possess that strength inherently, while I have achieved mine through other means. You have yet to truly awaken your own power. The time for that has not yet arrived. Shen Mu spoke in a cryptic manner, relishing the joy of enigmas. He understood that for Thor to genuinely awaken, he must relinquish his reliance on Mjolnir. Now, he regards Mjolnir as essential to his existence, making the thought of relinquishing it nearly impossible. Shen, what does this mean? And why has your manner of speaking started to resemble that of my father? Thor expressed his indifference towards Shen Mu's riddles. Thor, I believe you should possess greater insight than I do. As Odin's child, he must have a deeper understanding of the powers you wield. Yet, why has he never sought to aid you in truly awakening that power? Shen Mu's words plunged Thor into a moment of reflective silence, genuinely contemplating the truth in Shen Mu's statement. As Odin's eldest son and the future heir to the throne, he should have been informed by his father of the means to awaken such power. However, Thor completely overlooked Odin's words, which indicated that he lacked the qualities necessary to become a worthy god king. Impulsiveness, irritability, a disregard for consequences, and a tendency to resort to brute force in times of trouble. These were mistakes Odin wished to prevent from being passed down to his son. Yet, Thor, having never faced adversity, remained oblivious to this reality. Thor, I intend to consult Princess Frigga about rune magic. Would you care to accompany me? Shen Mu inquired, glancing at the distracted Thor. That stuff? I learned it 1400 years ago. Upon uttering this, Shen Mu was taken aback. He suddenly realized that Thor was not devoid of wisdom. Rather, he often resorted to physicality in his problem-solving. Based on portrayals in films, Thor should be quite knowledgeable, as evidenced by his understanding of Groot's language during their first encounter, claiming to have taken that course while in Asgard. At that moment, Shen Mu's perception of Thor shifted. However, with Thor's next remark, Shen Mu decided to retract his earlier impression, deeming him a mere brute. Thor continued, only women would resort to such magic. True Asgardian warriors fight with genuine weapons. He even cited Loki as an example, despite Loki rarely employing magic in battle. How amusing. I say Loki is a formidable sorcerer. Yet he seems preoccupied with wielding those two small daggers instead of utilizing his powers, evidently influenced by you lot, Shen Mu exclaimed. Though he acknowledged that physical combat was indeed exhilarating and aligned with his dragon persona, he recognized the utility of magic. Even if he could not achieve the prowess of Doctor Strange or the Ancient One, magic could greatly assist in both combat and daily life. Just as when Thor faced Malekith, the Dark Elf, in their final confrontation, Mjolnir had momentarily become lost in another dimension, unable to respond to his summons in time. Thus, this illustrious god of thunder from Asgard finds himself reduced to commuting via the subway, enduring 3 stops. Equally comical is the sight of the Hulk, who must ride a small electric scooter to the battlefield amidst the chaos of New York. In stark contrast, the sorcerers, wherever they may traverse, effortlessly open portals to pave their way. Even the Supreme Sorcerer, the Sorcerer Supreme following Doctor Strange, has reached a level of mastery where he no longer requires hand gestures to conjure portals. Such displays of grace amidst the fray are truly remarkable. Thor, I shall first seek out Lady Frigga, and later this evening, I shall treat you all to exquisite elven brews. With that, Shen Mu disregarded Thor's reaction and proceeded directly towards Frigga's palace. Chapter 38, The Land of Creation and the Runes Before Awakening Divine Power. Shen Mu felt no particular affinity for the land of Asgard. The scenery appeared more magnificent than any architecture he had previously encountered. However, since the awakening of his divine abilities, he began to perceive extraordinary nuances in this land. Shen Mu sensed a force emanating from the earth, yearning to merge with his being. Yet, it seemed his body was not the vessel it sought. Consequently, that force swiftly dissipated from within him. He speculated that perhaps only Odin and his kin could harness such power, which might explain their superiority over ordinary Asgardians. Ah, you have finally returned. The realm of the elves is truly enchanting, isn't it? Frigga inquired with a smile while tending to her exquisite flowers in the garden upon seeing Shen Mu. Indeed, it is remarkably beautiful. I almost contemplated residing there permanently, Shen Mu responded, following her lead. It appears you have gained much during your time in the realm of the elves, she remarked. Shun, I may have been mistaken along with Odin. You are not merely a being born of Vanaheim, but rather a divine entity imbued with the will of the sun, Frigga declared upon her first glimpse of him. She could scarcely conceive of any term aside from divine to describe Shen Mu. In just over 2 months, she perceived a profound transformation in his entire being. She wondered what extraordinary encounters could have facilitated such remarkable growth. In comparison, among all known cosmic races, only the inherently divine beings possessed such rapid development. Your Highness Frigga, I have come to seek your wisdom regarding the art of rune magic, Shen Mu stated, deliberately sidestepping her earlier remark. For he understood he was no divine being, but rather an unremarkable system bearer and reincarnator. Thus, he expressed his intent directly, wishing to avoid further discourse on that matter. Your eagerness to learn is commendable. Since you wish to study rune magic, you must first grasp its origins. Rune magic is a unique form of sorcery that stems from the world tree, initially comprising 24 rune entities, which emerged as a result of Odin's self-sacrifice. However, the original 24 rune entities have since merged with Odin, and the current form of rune magic is derived from his creation. Each rune possesses distinct powers, and their combinations can give rise to even more formidable magic. Rune magic is the art of utilizing the interplay of these runes. Frigga commenced her exposition on the history of rune magic. Shen Mu listened attentively, discovering that the rune magic of Asgard bore a semblance to the magic he had previously encountered in the Land of Runes. The Rune Continent, as the backdrop of the game League of Legends, is undoubtedly a tapestry woven from the rich historical and cultural essences of diverse civilizations. This realization further solidified Shen Mu's resolve to pursue the study of rune magic. To master this arcane art, one must first grasp the fundamental essence of the rune runes. Once the runes are comprehended, it becomes imperative to engage with the latent powers encapsulated within each rune's letter. Otherwise, they remain mere symbols devoid of significance. With a graceful gesture, Freya summoned an array of peculiar runes that materialized in the air before Shen Mu. He scrutinized these glyphs intently, his mind racing as he endeavored to commit them to memory. "Your Highness Freya, how might I decipher the powers embedded within these runes?" he inquired earnestly. Upon completing the rudimentary memorization, each rune began to form distinct conceptual compartments within Shen Mu's mind. "Follow me. There exists a place that can aid you in grasping the essence of these runes," Freya beckoned, indicating for him to accompany her. Without hesitation, Shen Mu trailed closely behind her into a grand palace. "Your Highness," the palace guards acknowledged Freya's presence with respectful bows. "I wish to take Shen to the place of rune creation. Kindly open the gates," she smiled as she addressed the guards, who promptly complied without further ado. Swinging open the palace doors. Upon entering, they were met with an expansive floor adorned with an immense magical rune array. Freya channeled her magical energy into the array, and instantly, a passageway leading underground emerged. As they descended, Shen Mu followed Freya into a vast subterranean chamber. Surveying the surroundings, he observed countless runes etched into the stone walls, among which 24 distinct rune letters stood out prominently, representing the foundational elements of the rune runes. Here lies the very site where Odin birthed rune magic. Each rune retains the power Odin imparted, hence they remain in an activated state. "You may attempt to commune with the energies of these runes," Freya explained to Shen Mu. "Thank you for your generous guidance, Your Highness Freya." He expressed his gratitude once more. "I cannot assist you in communicating with the rune powers. That is contingent upon your own capacity for comprehension." With that, Freya took her leave, leaving Shen Mu in the vast underground expanse. For Shen Mu, engaging with the rune's power through direct contact was the most immediate approach. Thus, he extended a claw and gently touched one of the runes. Instantly, a crimson luminescence emanated from the rune, drawing Shen Mu into a realm ablaze with fire and light. Time became an abstract concept as he traversed this vivid world, and eventually, he awoke to find himself still poised in a stance of contact with the rune. In the depths of destiny, Shen Mu felt a profound connection to fortune as a claw traced 2 arcs in the air, conjuring a rune that radiated a subtle crimson glow. Was this success? It was undeniably simpler than grappling with the fragmented branch of the world tree to comprehend the essence of magical energy, Shen Mu mused, buoyed by his initial triumph. He pressed on with fervor, beginning to engage with the remaining 23 runic letters one by one. Immersed in his revelations, he remained oblivious to the passage of time around him. "Thor, how is it that Shun has just returned and yet has vanished again?" one of the 4 warriors remarked. "Did he not promise to treat you to the exquisite wine brewed by elves?" At that moment, the 4 heroes clustered around Thor, while Vostag turned to him with inquiries. For none in Asgard cherished wine more than he. Since news of Shen Mu's return had spread, over half a month had fleetingly elapsed. Apart from Thor's brief encounter with him, none had laid eyes upon Shen Mu, who had once again become elusive. Thor sought answers from his mother, Frigga, who informed him that Shen Mu was engrossed in communicating with the powers of the runes, using Shen Mu as a prime example to encourage Thor to embrace his studies with greater diligence. Regrettably, Thor was wholly preoccupied with awaiting his father's awakening, eager to learn why he had not been informed of the methods to awaken his own powers, thus neglecting all else. Chapter 39. The superbrain. Time flows swiftly for Shen Mu, a being impervious to hunger and thirst, unaffected even by the passage of years. Having lost the sensation of hunger, he inadvertently allowed nearly a month to slip away during his recent communication. Odin has awakened from his prolonged slumber. Originally, Odin's rest was meant to last only a week, yet this time it extended to nearly 3 months, a phenomenon unprecedented in its duration. However, this extended period of deep sleep has significantly aided in the restoration of Odin's powers. "Your Majesty, Shen should now possess the ability to comprehend the mysteries of the runes," Freya remarked as she accompanied Odin through the palace corridors, suddenly posing this inquiry. Certainly, having already mastered divine powers, his learning would progress even more swiftly than that of Thor. "I can sense that the power I left within the runes has completely dissipated. Shen should emerge soon. Having fully communicated with them during this recent period, the remnants of my power within those runes allow him to perceive their transformations clearly." As Odin surmised, Shen Mu had completed the communication with all the runes a fortnight ago. Utilizing his superbrain, Shen Mu elevated his understanding of rune magic to unprecedented heights. Building upon the creative traces left by Odin, it is no exaggeration to declare that Shen Mu has become a theoretical master of rune magic. With sufficient comprehension attained, he began to decipher the runes inscribed upon the solar disk, activating the solar disk with the divine power of the sun coursing through his veins. He meticulously felt the flow of the runic energies within. At this moment, had he not possessed the formidable physique of a dragon, one might have mistaken him for a sage lost in contemplation. Undeniably, the superbrain proves to be remarkably effective, particularly for the acquisition of knowledge. Shen Mu felt a twinge of regret for Superman's neglect of his own intellect. The original Superman, already endowed with extraordinary strength, seldom utilized his superbrain. This tendency only intensified after the formation of the Justice League. Even in times of crisis, Batman's meticulous planning offered reassurance. One could always trust that Batman had contingencies in place. Even if Batman faltered, summoning the Flash to reset everything was a viable option. Thus, the sole testament to Superman's possession of a superbrain lies in his mastery of knowledge across 28 galaxies, coupled with the ability to learn an unfamiliar language within 3 minutes. Now, Shen Mu has finally experienced a glimpse into the realm of academic excellence once deemed unattainable, courtesy of his superbrain. Yet, maintaining the superbrain's maximum operation for an extended duration has begun to take its toll on him, leaving him feeling fatigued, a weariness more profound than physical exhaustion. Nonetheless, it is heartening to note that Shen Mu has nearly perfected the replication of the runes on the solar disk. By continuously simulating within the hyperdimensional model established in his mind, he can ensure that his version bears no discernible difference from the original solar disk. Even as he harnessed the power of the communication runes, Shen Mu found himself subtly attuned to the elusive magical energies of the world tree that had long evaded his grasp. However, upon acquiring divine power, these magical energies merely served as embellishments, for the limits of magic within this universe were evidently set and scarcely worthy of further inquiry. Alas, while the superbrain proved exceptionally useful, its operation at full capacity left him utterly fatigued, more so than a month of relentless battle without respite. As he made his way outside, Shen Mu scratched his head with his claws. Upon voluntarily deactivating the superbrain, he felt his perceptions return to normalcy, allowing him to relax more easily. The first thing he did upon stepping outside was to soar into the sky, relishing the long-awaited embrace of sunlight. Father, why will you not reveal to me the true method of awakening my powers? I could undoubtedly achieve greatness. Thor continued to pester Odin for answers. Because you are still unworthy of that power, Odin replied, his disappointment in Thor ever-growing, delivering the words without a hint of subtlety. Frigga, standing by, quickly gestured toward Thor. Yet, consumed by rage, Thor was oblivious to his mother's signal. Father. Loki, nearby, seemed poised to speak, but obediently fell silent under Odin's stern gaze. Odin shook his head in disappointment, ignoring Thor as he departed with Frigga. As they passed by Thor, Frigga gently shook her head at him, fueled by anger. Thor returned to his palace, wreaking havoc and overturning every object in his path. Eventually, he slumped despondently onto the stone steps. Oh, what pitiful creatures they are. My dear brother, have you exhausted your fury? Unexpectedly, it was Loki, rather than the 4 warriors, who first approached to console Thor. Coming to his side, Loki spoke. Thor, do you believe Father has truly lost his wits? I could wield greater power, instilling awe for Asgard across the 9 realms. Yet, he steadfastly refuses to disclose how I might master that might. Thor began to vent his frustrations to Loki. While Loki found amusement in Thor's words, he feigned indignation. However, dear brother, while I may agree with your sentiments, the throne is occupied by him, our father. Your strength may pose a challenge to his sovereignty, and I believe you should exercise patience. Though seemingly comforting Thor, Loki's words subtly stoked the flames of discontent. Indeed, upon hearing Loki's remarks, Thor's expression darkened further. Could it be that the father he revered, the most magnificent god-king of Asgard, had become so foolish and decrepit with age? This was the lamentation echoing within Thor's heart. As Loki was about to utter more words to the book, Vostag and his companions made their entrance. Loki had no choice but to silence himself. However, Vostag was not there to console Thor, as the matter at hand involved a god-king and a prince, essentially an issue pertaining to the royal family. Although they were friends with Thor, their allegiance was sworn to the god-king Odin, who occupied the throne. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to divert Thor's attention. Thor, Shen has finally emerged. Hearing this, Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily inquired, Vostag, where is Shen now? I saw him soar into the skies as soon as he left the underground palace. He must be off to bask in the sun again. During his time in Asgard, Shen's daily habits had become quite apparent. He religiously soaked up the sun every day without fail. With this revelation, Thor immediately dashed out of his palace, wielding his hammer, and ascended into the sky. Chapter 40. Preparing to journey to Earth. Shen. My father claims I am not yet worthy of that power. Is this true? Or has he grown so old that his mind has decayed? Shen Mu observed Sol, who was forcibly dragging him down to lament, with a sense of helplessness. Sol, I can assure you with utmost certainty that the frailty of the body has not diminished your father's intellect. He perceives far more than you do, and he has sacrificed much more for you than you can fathom. So why not redirect your focus inward? Shen Mu was acutely aware of Sol's predicament. Without profound personal experiences, true growth was unattainable. Myself? Upon hearing this, Sol seemed somewhat moved, a reminiscent expression gracing his features. He reflected on the myriad events he had encountered over the past millennium and a half. In his youth, He devoted himself to rigorous study and honed his combat skills, aspiring under his father's guidance to become a great god king. Now, in his young adulthood, as Odin's firstborn, he had acquired the legendary weapon Mjolnir. Whenever turmoil erupted across the 9 realms, he consistently led the charge, quelling chaos. The Thunder God's renown resonated throughout the realms, and he upheld the glory of Asgard. Sol believed that all he had accomplished was merely his duty as Odin's son. His father had intended to formally designate him as the next god king on his 1500th birthday. Time was slipping away, with only a few decades remaining. He yearned to embrace this honor, capable of astonishing the 9 realms, yet he faced Odin's unrelenting criticism. Shen, I still cannot comprehend. Sol shook his head after deep contemplation. Shen Mu felt powerless, recognizing that Sol was destined to confront the trial. Since clarity eludes you, let us indulge in some drink. With that, Shen Mu retrieved the goblet gifted to him by the elves from the system's space. The familiar aroma of wine wafted into Sol's nostrils, slightly alleviating the resentment in his heart. Very well. I shall summon Loki and Volstagg. He has been eagerly anticipating the exquisite wine you brought back. However, upon seeing the diminutive goblet Shen Mu produced, Sol paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. But this tiny cup cannot hold much wine. Sol, it seems you have forgotten once more. Never be deceived by appearances. After saying this, Shen Mu tilted the goblet to his open mouth, pouring forth the wine. Sol watched in astonishment as he continued pouring for nearly 2 minutes without the goblet showing any signs of running dry. It suddenly dawned on him that this must be the magic of the elves. Shen, I have long heard from Sol that you returned with a bounty of fine wine from the elven realm. I intend to indulge thoroughly this time. Volstagg, with his rotund belly and hearty laughter, approached. Shen, how has your study of runic magic progressed? Sif inquired about Shen Mu's magical studies. Indeed, the runic magic created by Odin is profoundly intricate. It took me nearly half a month to grasp this arcane art, during which I also took the opportunity to decipher the power of the runes inscribed upon the solar disk. However, the latter statement was left unspoken by Shen Mu. From the preceding remark, it was evident to Sif that Shen Mu had yet to fully comprehend its depths. Shen, there is no need for you to feel disheartened. The study of magic has never been a brief endeavor, Sif kindly reassured him. In response, Shen Mu merely smiled inwardly, choosing not to articulate his thoughts. Since the last encounter where Shen Mu had encased him in ice, Loki had taken to avoiding interactions with him, sensing an underlying malice from the dragon. Thus, when Thor invited him to join in revelry, Loki declined without a moment's hesitation. As the gathering commenced, Shen Mu did not hold back, pouring the contents of his cup into a vast vessel while subtly channeling his divine power. Instantly, the liquid surged forth like an uncontrollable faucet, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma that captivated all present. Shen Mu also brought forth the exotic fruits from the land of the elves. Come, let us drink. At that moment, Thor seemed to forget all previous grievances, fully immersing himself in the exquisite libation. Thor, I may soon depart from Asgard, Shen Mu suddenly declared after what felt like countless rounds of drinks. In comparison to Asgard, Earth stands as the epicenter of monumental events occurring within this universe. Upon arriving on Earth, Shen Mu would have the opportunity to engage in significant happenings and subsequently empower his treasure chest. He was aware that 3 of the Infinity Stones currently resided on Earth. One was the Eye of Agamotto, worn by the Ancient One, representing the Time Stone. Another was the Tesseract, regarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. as an infinite source of energy, embodying the Space Stone. The last was the Ether, a treasure sealed on Earth after the Dark Elves were vanquished by Odin's father, King Gorr, representing the Reality Stone. Should he manage to control one or more of these stones, it would render Thanos incapable of executing that fateful snap. However, he was uncertain whether he could withstand the might of all 6 stones when the time came. Though within a certain temporal variance bureau, the Infinity Stones were deemed as common as refuse, Shen Mu did not attribute this to a flaw in the stones. Rather, he believed it was due to the unique position of the variance bureau itself. Much like the quantum realm that had once imprisoned Ant-Man, it remained unaffected by the energy of the stones. In fact, the laws governing the quantum realm diverged from those of the real universe. 5 years had elapsed in the latter, while only 5 hours had passed in the former. This was the reason the Avengers could traverse back to the past timeline to utilize the Infinity Stones. Thus, the most prudent course of action to eliminate danger is to quash it in its infancy. He possesses such confidence that as long as a gemstone is firmly in his grasp, Thanos could never seize it from him. What? Shen, you intend to leave? Why? Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, Thor paused slightly, his hand holding the goblet, and questioned him with a hint of confusion. Thor, Asgard can no longer facilitate my growth. When I first arrived in Asgard, it was to utilize the Rainbow Bridge and seek counsel from your mother regarding magic. I have now acquired what I desired. Thus, to become stronger, I must depart. Shen Mu candidly articulated his original intentions without reservation. Yet, What realm in the 9 realms is more powerful than Asgard? Thor voiced his skepticism. Earth, the place you refer to as Midgard. Impossible. Midgard is inhabited by mere mortals. Over 15 centuries ago, when the frost giants invaded Midgard, had it not been for my father leading the warriors of Asgard to repel the invaders, it would have long succumbed to an eternal frost. Thor immediately expressed his disbelief. For Earth had always been regarded as a symbol of weakness in their eyes. Thor, clinging to outdated perceptions is not a prudent habit. One day, we shall meet again on Earth. Shen Mu imparted this profound statement once more. Chapter 41 Farewell. Upon Shen Mu's declaration of his impending departure, the enthusiasm of the gathering did not wane. Rather, it surged with renewed vigor. The Asgardians are not prone to the sentimentalities surrounding farewells among friends. Therefore, the 5 companions and 1 dragon consumed nearly a quarter of the wine in their cups. The outcome was that, aside from Sif, who needed to maintain a semblance of sobriety to avoid collapsing amidst the men, the rest were thoroughly intoxicated. The following day, Shen Mu prepared to convey his intentions to Odin. Shen, are you ready to embrace your destiny? Odin inquired as Shen Mu entered the palace. Heimdall had already briefed him on Shen Mu's desire to utilize the Bifrost. Indeed, your majesty Odin, I intend to borrow the Bifrost to journey to Midgard. Acknowledging that Odin appeared to be aware of his purpose, Shen Mu refrained from further circumlocution. Midgard, you say? As the nominal ruler of the 9 realms, Odin was certainly cognizant of Earth's uniqueness. Many cosmic deities and dimensional entities traversing the universe had originated from Earth. For instance, the ancient dark sorcerer Zysorn, who mastered the forces of chaos, had long transcended the confines of the universe. Additionally, the triune deity, Vishanti, also hailed from Earth's ancient pantheon. Moreover, the dark dimension's demon Dormammu, who began as a mere sorcerer, ultimately forsook his corporeal form to merge with the dark dimension, becoming its sovereign. Furthermore, numerous historical records from Asgard indicate that Earth once served as a testing ground for cosmic deities. Thus, this seemingly ordinary planet draws the attention of many. I had hoped you might remain in Asgard for a time. After all, your divine powers are still nascent, and staying here could aid in mastering and augmenting your abilities. However, I understand that Asgard may feel like a constraint for you, Shen. This is your fate, the path you must tread. Listening to Odin, Shen Mu sensed a note of resignation in his tone. Nonetheless, Shen, I must offer you a small warning. Upon your arrival in Midgard, be wary of a malevolent demon from the hellish dimension, Mephisto. During Odin's slumber, I sensed your awakening solar powers, and countless formidable beings have felt it as well. If you set foot in Midgard, he may seek you out. The demon excels at manipulating souls, and subterfuge is their specialty. A powerful vessel with feeble divine abilities would be a rare and perfect target for him. Odin issued a cautionary note to Shen Mu. Thank you, your majesty Odin. I shall remain vigilant against the demons. Shen Mu took heed of Odin's words, heightening his alertness within. However, he was not overly daunted. The difficulty for a hellish demon to manifest its true form on Earth was immense. Yet, should it appear merely as an avatar, Shen Mu felt no fear. Moreover, even if these demons were to manifest their true forms through some method, the supreme mages of Earth would not remain idle. Furthermore, Shen Mu was well aware of Mephisto's tactics, which merely relied on the malevolent knights who wielded the hellfire. However, the knights he selected were far from obedient. Your majesty, I bid farewell to Princess Frigga, Shen Mu said to Odin before turning to leave. Upon arriving at Frigga's palace, he found Loki already present. Upon seeing Shen Mu's arrival, Loki's expression shifted slightly, betraying a hint of discomfort. Princess Frigga, I have come to say goodbye. I am preparing to depart from Asgard, he announced. This is the branch of the world tree you lent me. I have gleaned the essence of magical energy from it, and now I return it to you. At his words, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Loki's face, and internally he nearly erupted into a celebratory festivity. He felt an unsettling sensation, as though Shen Mu could see right through him, revealing his hidden depths. For Loki, the god of mischief burdened with heavy thoughts, this was quite unsettling. Finally, this fellow was leaving. Frigga felt a pang of reluctance. Although their time together was brief, her impression of Shen Mu was exceptionally favorable. He possessed formidable power yet was not arrogant or reckless like her eldest son. Instead, he exhibited remarkable rationality. Moreover, like the former Loki, he had a deep thirst for knowledge of magic, allowing her to relish the joy of teaching once more. Shen, this branch of the world tree holds no significance for me. Consider it a gift from me to you. Wherever you may be, Asgard will always welcome you back. Frigga stepped forward and embraced Shen Mu. Loki, I shall await you on Earth. As he prepared to leave, Shen Mu used his divine power to transmit his voice into Loki's ear, causing a momentary pause in Loki's expression. He cast a perplexed glance at Shen Mu's departing figure. What on earth did this creature mean? Although Loki held a sense of reverence for Shen Mu's power, he nonetheless regarded him with a hint of disdain. The identity of the son of the king of gods was sufficient for him to harbor such pride, at least until he had faced a series of beatings. As he traversed the Rainbow Bridge, Shen Mu arrived alone, just as he had departed. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. The system space still contained the goblet gifted by the elves, as well as a magnificent solar disk. Furthermore, Shen Mu recalled that he seemed to have an unopened treasure chest meant for vanquishing invaders. Immersed in various surprises, he nearly forgot. Lost in thought, he quickened his pace. And upon reaching the end of the Rainbow Bridge, he discovered Thor waiting with the 4 warriors. Shen Mu smiled and inquired, "Thor, are you here to bid me farewell?" "Shun, my father forbids us from wandering freely in Midgard. Otherwise, I would have loved to accompany you to witness the formidable beings you spoke of." Thor replied with a hint of regret. "Thor, there will be opportunities. I shall await you on Earth." With a smile, Shen Mu responded. Subsequently, the 4 warriors stepped forward to embrace him. "By the way, Shen, here is something for you." Vandar retrieved a long sword from behind and presented it to Shen Mu. This left Shen Mu somewhat perplexed. "I am a colossal dragon. What significance does a sword hold for me?" Nevertheless, he sensed a faint familiarity emanating from the blade. "Shen, do you recall the scales that fell from you during your battle with Thor in the arena? When the arena was being restored, those scales were discovered and collected, and the dwarves were entrusted to forge this dragon scale sword." Vandar elucidated the sword's origins. At that moment, Shen Mu experienced a sudden realization. No wonder the sword felt so familiar. "Vandar, you are one of the rare sword masters among the 9 realms. Consider this sword a gift from me." Without hesitation, Shen Mu returned the sword to Vandar, as he had no use for it. He found the elegance of using his fists and claws far more appealing than conventional weapons like swords and firearms. "Rest assured, I shall not bring disgrace upon this sword." Vandar, being a master swordsman and a true lover of blades, recognized the sword's quality. He then saluted Shen Mu with a formal swordsman's bow. "Thank you, Heimdall." After bidding farewell, he addressed Heimdall. "It is my duty." Heimdall nodded in acknowledgement and then turned the guardian sword, causing the Rainbow Bridge to open. Shen Mu plunged into it without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 42, Lord of Hell, Mephisto. At this moment, the Earth finds itself in the 1970s. The Second World War has come to a close, and the prevailing global dynamic is characterized by a tense standoff between the 2 superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. However, the undeniable force of superhumans and external threats from beyond the Earth witnessed during the war prompted the establishment of the Strategic Defense Initiative and Logistics Bureau by the International Security Council, currently led by Alexander Pierce. This deeply concealed Hydra operative has cunningly ascended to the highest echelons of a global security organization, a testament to the unpredictable nature of fate. In New Mexico, amidst a desolate expanse rarely trodden by human feet, the tranquility of the desert is disrupted by a brilliant beam of rainbow light descending from the heavens. As the luminescence dissipates, it leaves behind a circle of enigmatic symbols on the ground. Accompanying the rainbow is Shen Mu. Alas, he neglected to inform Heimdall to select a suitable destination. He must first ascertain the nature of this place. Shen Mu ascends into the air and gazes downward, observing a long, winding desert road leading into the distance. Appearing at the roadside is a signpost, prompting Shen Mu to proceed without hesitation. Warning, warning. A high-energy reaction has been detected in New Mexico, with energy levels continuing to escalate. Within the nascent S-H-I-E-L-D, alarms blare. Ramas. Bring up satellite surveillance. I need to know what has transpired in New Mexico, commands Director Pierce upon hearing the alert. Sir, according to satellite imagery, a massive rainbow appeared in New Mexico half a minute ago, with energy levels approaching those of a conventional missile's detonation. Additionally, the local magnetic field has been altered by an unknown force. Upon receiving this report, Pierce feels a wave of apprehension. Could this possibly be the work of those anomalies again? A few years prior, a group of self-proclaimed mutants nearly ignited a nuclear conflict between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. The visage of that terrifying figure, capable of manipulating hundreds of missiles with a mere gesture on the island of Cuba, remains seared into their memories. It was then that the government intensified its secretive research into these anomalies. Sir, energy readings at the monitoring point are returning to normal, and the magnetic field is stabilizing. Notify the field team to conduct a side investigation for any clues. Yes, sir. The agent promptly boards a fighter jet to the location of the incident. Simultaneously, at the moment of Shen Mu's arrival, a devil cloaked in crimson within the hellish dimension reveals a wicked smile. The nascent deity, bearer of true solar power, though yet weak in divine strength, possesses an unparalleled and formidable physique, truly the perfect embodiment to channel my power into the earth. If it were possible to harvest the souls of all humanity simultaneously, I would not shy away from assuming the throne of Satan in the future. Perhaps I should consider striking a deal with him. In the interludes of the demonic discourse, I quietly activated one of my demon incarnations left on Earth. This manifestation is none other than the ancient demon Mephistopheles from the infernal dimension. In his realm, he is not the sole ruler, There are also fallen angels like Lucifer, as well as demons such as Beelzebub and Asmodai. Each claims to be a lord of the infernal dimension, yet in truth, they govern only a fraction of it. The only being worthy of the title of true sovereign of the infernal dimension is Satan, and thus far, no demon has dared to openly proclaim themselves as such within hell. For Satan embodies more than just a name. He represents the actual dominion over the entire infernal realm. The moment someone lays claim to the name of Satan, they invite the wrath of all hell upon themselves. However, should one wield absolute power, subduing the other lords of hell would not be an impossibility. As the cunning old fox Mephistopheles set his plans into motion. In the supreme mage temple nestled in the Himalayas, the Ancient One, clad in a brilliant yellow robe and wielding a small folding fan, was instructing a new group of apprentices in the arcane arts. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow slightly, halting the graceful motion of her fan. Is this the dragon that has thrown all known timelines into disarray? I have witnessed the chaos wrought by its interference. And that nauseating stench of demons. Has Mephistopheles already set his sights on him? Very well. It is opportune to discern what peculiarities this individual possesses. The Ancient One mused inwardly. She noted that Mephistopheles' incarnation had charged towards Shen Mu, yet she remained unperturbed. She was eager to unveil the secrets hidden within Shen Mu, allowing Mephistopheles to probe the depths. With her power, even the true form of Mephistopheles would find little advantage against her. A mere incarnation was hardly a cause for concern. Teacher, is something the matter? Inquired the young Baron Mordo, noticing his Miner's sudden pause. Nothing of importance. Continue your studies. The Ancient One replied, simultaneously instructing her new pupils while keeping a vigilant eye on Shen Mu and Mephistopheles. At that moment, Shen Mu, having consulted the roadside sign, realized his location and the current year, 1973, New Mexico, USA. It was earlier than he had anticipated. However, where should he go now? Should he greet the Ancient One first, or wait for her to seek him out? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in his surroundings. A familiar scent of sulfur wafted through his nostrils. The aroma was not entirely displeasing to Shen Mu, as it mingled with the dragon breath he exhaled. In the next moment, an elderly gentleman adorned with a top hat, clad in a black suit, and leaning on a gentleman's cane materialized before him. The old man's eyes, one a vivid yellow and the other a striking green, possessed an almost otherworldly allure. Instantly, Shen Mu was reminded of the character Mephisto from the film Ghost Rider. It appears you recognize me. However, out of courtesy, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mephisto, the mightiest lord of the hellish dimension. He gracefully removed his top hat and placed it over his heart, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. Evidently, Odin's words held truth. This ancient demon sought me out without delay. Shen Mu discerned that this was merely an incarnation, and though a trace of vigilance flickered within him, he felt no fear. Odin, a wretched creature unable to escape even death, is nothing but a pitiable soul flailing in desperation, a relic who has existed for countless ages. Mephisto harbored no reverence for Odin whatsoever. My purpose in approaching you, newly ascended deity, is to propose a collaboration, Mephisto declared to Shen Mu, making his intentions clear. Chapter 43. The Devil's Bargain in the Arid Desert. The sun cast its slanted rays upon Mephisto, who leaned upon his gentleman's cane, elongating his shadow. Yet, the reflection upon the ground revealed a demon adorned with horns. Collaborating with a demon is not something I wish to consider, nor do I intend to barter my soul at a moment's notice. Furthermore, given that we speak of an alliance, your mere manifestation seems lacking in sincerity. Shen Mu was acutely aware that Mephisto could not currently descend to earth in his true form, thus he deliberately sought to provoke him with his words. Clearly, the old demon understood as well, but his countenance betrayed no hint of change. Dragons and demons are fundamentally akin. To the people of Earth, both are embodiments of malevolence. As an otherworldly entity arriving on Earth, one requires an ally. The awakening of your solar divinity has not gone unnoticed, aside from myself and Hell. Numerous demons have set their sights upon you. Even greater entities beyond the cosmos have cast their gaze your way. Should you choose to sign a contract with me, I shall shield you from the pressures of the infernal dimensions, and in return, you need only perform a singular task for me. As a demon who has lured countless souls into perdition, Mephisto understood that matters must unfold step by step. If he could secure an agreement with Shen Mu first, the latter would inevitably bear his mark. Thus, even if other lords of hell sought to intervene, they would have to ponder the repercussions of disrupting the established rules among the lords of the entire infernal realm. It sounds enticing. Yet I wonder what task could possibly elude such a formidable demon as yourself. Please, enlighten me. Although Shen Mu had no intention of signing a contract with Mephisto, he was curious about the old demon's intentions. More than a century ago, an individual who had forged a soul contract with me betrayed my trust, stealing a document from my possession. I require you to locate him and reclaim the contract. The being Mephisto referred to as the previous generation of the malevolent knight he had created. His true name was Carter Stray, once a Texas Ranger. However, he was far from an upstanding officer. engaging in corruption and malfeasance, ultimately being apprehended after being denounced. Following a trial, he was sentenced to hang. And just as he was prepared to meet his fate, Mephisto made his appearance. He seduced the soon-to-be-deceased into signing a contract, subsequently merging the spirit of vengeance within his being. From that moment on, he became Mephisto's puppet, serving him for decades. Mephisto had been secretly orchestrating a grand scheme. He once took on the guise of a missionary and infiltrated a village named Venganza, spending centuries brainwashing its inhabitants into becoming the purest of saints. Thus, they were imbued with sanctified souls, destined to ascend to heaven and transform into angels upon death. Consequently, the original Venganza was rechristened as Saint Venganza. However, Mephisto's intentions were far from altruistic. He did not aim to deliver a host of angels to the heavenly realm. At the pinnacle of the faith held by this group of individuals, he surreptitiously enacted a cunning scheme within the village, leading the villagers to misinterpret and ultimately slay his incarnation as a missionary. Subsequently, the villagers could no longer hear the sacred words nor summon divine miracles. Convinced that their foolish actions had incensed the Lord, they fervently began to pray, descending into a state of madness. It was at this juncture that Mephisto finally revealed his true nature, enticing these villagers to enter into a pact, ostensibly for redemption, but in reality a surrender of their souls. After sealing the contract with Mephisto, these thousands of sacred souls gradually descended into the most malevolent of beings. This occurrence swiftly drew the attention of the celestial realm, prompting the dispatch of angels to thwart Mephisto's machinations. However, the fallen souls could not be restored, and the sacred contract of Gonsar, burdened by the weight of their corruption, was deemed too wicked to ascend to heaven and was thus sealed in place. Yet Mephisto was not easily dissuaded. Despite his incarnate powers, he found himself unable to breach the seals established by the angels. Consequently, he sought the assistance of Carter Slade, who had become a hellish knight, to retrieve the contract. Little did he anticipate that Carter, whom he believed to be irredeemably lost, was in fact rediscovering his conscience amid ongoing trials. Upon realizing the immense evil contained within the sacred contract of Gonsar, Carter chose not to surrender it to Mephisto, but instead concealed it away, under the protection of the sacred ground. Although Mephisto held dominion over Carter Slade's soul, he was perpetually unable to track the whereabouts of Carter, who had not transformed since. The formidable lord of hell, Mephisto, found himself outwitted by his own contractor. What a delightful irony. Shen Mu could not help but laugh mercilessly. Having discerned the true nature of the object Mephisto sought, the sacred contract of Gonsar. However, reflecting upon the original outcome, Shen Mu was unable to suppress his mirth. For the souls within that contract were initially intended by Mephisto as a means to bridge the realms of the mortal and the infernal. Yet they had been entirely consumed by the witch's heart demon, leaving him with a fatal weakness that rendered the hellish knight's judgment into ashes. Not only had he lost his own life, but the intricate schemes of his father spanning millennia had evaporated into nothingness. What a grand folly for Mephisto. Such was Shen Mu's most immediate impression. That accursed traitor, that thief, once I find him, I shall ensure his soul endures eternal torment in the fires of hell. At this moment, Mephisto seemed unable to maintain his gentlemanly facade, his words dripping with barely contained fury. Yet, upon observing Shen Mu genuinely laughing at the situation, a strange smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. He intended to employ this self-revelation as a means to lower Shen Mu's guard, leading him to believe that this great demon was merely a farce. Thus, Shen Mu would unwittingly step into the trap he had woven. However, he underestimated the foresight of Shen Mu, who had long since discerned his true nature. Therefore, even with Mephisto's blatant self-exposure, it did nothing to sway Shen Mu's resolute determination to refrain from entering into a contract with him. What do you think of this condition? I believe you would also prefer not to have other lords of the abyss lurking near you, creating unnecessary turmoil. The words of Mephisto were imbued with a sinister enchantment, subtly ensnaring Shen Mu. Beep. An unknown force is infiltrating the host's mind. The system has detected a risk of exposure and has initiated self-defense protocols, successfully eradicating the anomalous power. Before Shen Mu could fully comprehend the situation, the system suddenly issued a warning. In an instant, he realized that the demon before him was engaging in deceit. His eyes transformed into a fierce crimson, unleashing two terrifying beams of scorching light imbued with solar divinity, which struck directly at Mephisto. In that fleeting moment, Mephisto's incarnation was swiftly consumed by the searing rays. I shall return for you, and when I do, your body will be mine to command, the Lord of the Abyss proclaimed ominously. Bah! Coveting my form, you vile demon, Shen Mu retorted, having learned a valuable lesson. In future encounters with demons, he resolved to heed not their insidious whispers. When action was warranted, he would strike without hesitation. Chapter 44. The invitation from Ancient One. Upon witnessing Shen Mu vanquish the avatar of Mephisto, a faint smile graced the lips of the Ancient One. Mordo, it is your turn to instruct them for the time being. I shall visit a friend. After uttering this to his disciple, the Ancient One opened a portal before him, leading to the desolate expanse where Shen Mu resided. Mordo, observing his teacher's swift departure, shook his head and resumed guiding the new apprentices. Do not falter. You must learn to maintain your focus undisturbed by external forces. Mastery of the levitation technique is an essential foundation for the study of magic. Through levitation, you may traverse most realms of the universe. Concentrate your thoughts and envision your desired destination in your mind. Your gaze must transcend the immediate world around you, imagining every intricate detail. The more focused your mind, the clearer the image you conjure, thus accelerating the opening of the portal and rendering it more effortless. Mordo diligently instructed each apprentice, aware that they would become the bulwark against dimensional incursions within the great sanctuaries. He understood that his mentor, the Ancient One, had long begun the search for his successor, the next supreme sorcerer. Though Mordo yearned for that esteemed title, he was acutely aware of the responsibilities it entailed. Yet, when he ultimately learned that his revered teacher had sustained her life through the very dark forces they collectively condemned, his faith crumbled, leading him down a path of darkness. Meanwhile, as Shen Mu prepared to depart after ensuring Mephisto was reduced to mere ash, a luminous circle suddenly manifested before him. From within emerged the strikingly charismatic bald woman, the current supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, who was rumored to have perished in an explosion of special effects funding. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, she radiated an aura of mystery. One hand rested behind her, while the other held a small wooden folding fan. An eye-shaped magical talisman, the Eye of Agamotto, hung from her chest, serving as the vessel for the time stone. Uncertain of his own impulses, Shen Mu instinctively retrieved a uniquely shaped fruit from his system space upon the Ancient One's arrival. Would you care to try this? A delicacy from the Elven lands. The Ancient One, momentarily taken aback by the offering, found herself at a loss. Before their formal introduction, she had perused numerous possibilities through the time stone, aware of their potential conflicts and harboring a sense of wariness. However, the sudden gesture of presenting fruit was wholly unexpected. Are all you dragons so hospitable? A smile broke upon the Ancient One's face as she inquired. The fan in her hand vanished in an instant, and without further ado, she seized the fruit from Shen Mu's grasp. Without concern for decorum, she took a bite and raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise, exclaiming, quite delightful. Unbeknownst to the Ancient One, there exists a saying, he who eats from another's hand is beholden to them. Shen Mu, too, retrieved a piece of fruit from the spatial realm and tossed it into his mouth. Your every action truly belies the ferocity of a savage dragon, resembling more a shrewd and mercantile human trader. Gui chuckled softly at this remark. Politeness begets no offense, as the ancients of Earth would say. Shen Mu, unfazed, continued to savor the fruit while responding, I am quite intrigued by your origins. Many years ago, I observed the timeline, and since your emergence, numerous established events have undergone transformation. Who, pray tell, are you? After finishing the fruit, Gui elegantly wiped her mouth and inquired with a gentle demeanor. As for me, I am Shen Mu, and regarding the changes in time you mentioned, I am utterly unaware, he replied nonchalantly, spreading his two claws in a gesture of indifference. Gui scrutinized the imposing dragon before her. All life trajectories indicated that this dragon had only been born a little over 4 years. Yet, the overwhelming aura of terrifying vitality radiating from him was truly remarkable. It seemed as though every cell in his being pulsated with explosive vigor. Gui had no doubt that such a creature's lifespan would far exceed the entirety of human civilization. You are indeed a marvel. I have never encountered a being as formidable and extraordinary as you. I have met those from Asgard who proclaim themselves as deities, yet they appear feeble in your presence. Incomprehensible potential, perfect life characteristics, unparalleled growth rate. You are divinely ordained, destined to become the strongest life form on Earth. Even that green giant shall not surpass you. Gui remarked, withdrawing her gaze with astonishment. Shen Mu was aware of whom she referred to the green giant, Hulk. However, that was a matter of the future. Hulk had yet to be born. Thus, Shen Mu feigned curiosity. Who do you speak of? In the future, you shall encounter him. Though I cannot predict the trajectory of Earth's fate with your arrival, I earnestly hope you never become entangled with the dimensional demons or stand against Earth. Although Gui's expression remained gentle, her tone bore a hint of resoluteness. As the supreme sorceress who had safeguarded Earth for centuries, she had withstood countless incursions from foreign dimensions. The legacy of the supreme sorceress was to be the guardian of Earth, and Gui was a paragon of this mission. Of course, though I am a dragon, I harbor no fondness for brutal slaughter. As Shen Mu regarded the seemingly frail sorceress before him, he felt a mix of vigilance and composure. He had never contemplated opposing Earth. A small part of him was influenced by lingering sentiments from his past life, while the greater part was driven by the knowledge that Earth was under the watchful eyes of formidable entities throughout the cosmos. Before acquiring the power to confront them, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. Would you care to visit Kamartaj? There, you shall find matters of interest to you. Suddenly, the Ancient One extended an invitation to Shen Mu. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. Initially, I had intended to pay a visit to the supreme sanctum in the Himalayas. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu found no reason to decline. Then come with me. As she spoke, the Ancient One gestured with her hand, tracing a circle before her, and instantly, a golden portal materialized. On the other side, one could observe a group of diligent mage apprentices engaged in their studies. Without further contemplation, Shen Mu followed her through the portal. Chapter 45. Is this dragon a deity? Not long after Shen Mu and his companions departed, an aircraft descended upon the site. Disembarking was an agent dispatched by Pierce to investigate the circumstances. Sir, no unusual individuals were detected. However, residual high-energy reactions remain at the incident location. There are no abnormal radiation readings, and we may proceed with our investigation. A figure clad in protective gear and equipped with specialized detection instruments surveyed the surroundings before reporting back. Understood. We shall commence a thorough examination of the area. Agents began their meticulous search across the desolate expanse. Sir, we have made a discovery. At that moment, one agent uncovered traces of a peculiar symbol left by the Rainbow Bridge. Hearing this, Rupert, the officer in charge of the operation, swiftly approached the agent. Sir, look here. A bizarre, colossal symbol has emerged. Rupert felt a fleeting familiarity with the symbol, yet the specifics eluded him. Transmit the symbols scanned back to headquarters for professional analysis. Furthermore, advise them to investigate within the realms of folklore, mythology, and totemic beliefs. I possess a vague recollection of this symbol, but the details escape me. Rupert instructed the agent while kneeling to examine the soil surrounding the symbol. Sir, we have also made a discovery here. At that moment, another agent reported his findings. Immediately inform the personnel to preserve this area where the rune is located intact. We cannot afford to damage a single fragment, understood? Rupert cautioned the agent before proceeding to investigate another discovery. Understood, sir. The agent promptly began contacting the relevant personnel. Rupert then moved to another area, where, from a distance of several dozen meters, he observed a scorched trench and the sand at its end, melted into crystalline form. Sir, this location has endured extreme heat, reaching at least 1,000 degrees Celsius. Gazing at the glaring evidence on the ground, an unsettling premonition surged within Rupert. The last time he experienced such a feeling was when his elder brother was tragically gunned down in the street. Now, this ominous sensation resurfaced, instilling a profound sense of unease within him. Protect everything in the vicinity and await Director Pierce's instructions. Ensure that no one interferes with anything, understood? Rupert spoke gravely to the agent. Understood, sir. I pledge my life to this duty. The agent stood resolutely, almost saluting. Rupert moved aside to report his preliminary findings to his superior. Meanwhile, a whisper reached the ears of the agent standing behind him. Come closer, approach here, and I shall grant you all that you desire. The agent's gaze became clouded as he took deliberate steps toward the pit, the residual heat melting the soles of his shoes, searing his flesh. However, he seemed impervious to pain, continuing his path along the ravine until he reached its end, where he extended a hand. A droplet of black blood slowly ascended from the ground and fell into the agent's grasp. At that moment, Rupert, having just completed his report, turned around and beheld the agent holding the ominous droplet. An unsettling premonition surged within him, and although he was unaware of its nature, Rupert immediately shouted, Brant, put it down. Yet, it was too late, for the droplet swiftly merged with the agent's body. A flicker of eerie green light flashed in the agent's eyes as he glanced toward Rupert, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Witnessing such an event unfold before him, Rupert dared not delay and promptly reported back to the director. Alexander Pierce sensed that the situation was far from simple. Coincidentally, the runes Rupert had dispatched for analysis had yielded preliminary results. Director, based on Rupert's insights, we compared this rune to our database and discovered its striking resemblance to the symbol of the Bifrost from Norse mythology. There is a legend in Norway and Denmark that recounts how, over 1,000 years ago, a horde of blue-skinned giants invaded the earth, only to be vanquished by Odin, the god king, and the warriors of Asgard who arrived on the Rainbow Bridge. After that rainbow appeared, such a mark was left upon the ground. It is since then that the tales of the Norse gods began to spread throughout Norway and Denmark. As the agent conveyed the identification results of the symbol to Pierce, the latter's brow furrowed deeply. Isaac, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you suggesting that I present a tale of Norse mythology to the entire Security Council? Pierce retorted, his tone brusque. Isaac, the agent, felt a wave of grievance, for their initial validation had indeed led to such a conclusion. However, with the boss dismissing it, there was little he could do but await further investigation. Meanwhile, Shen Mu remained oblivious to Pierce's outburst. He was following Gui through the mage's sanctum in the Himalayas. The mages bustling about cast curious glances at Shen Mu, as it was the first time the sanctum received a non-humanoid being. Master, who is he? Moto wondered. astonished that Gui had returned with a dragon. Could this dragon be the successor chosen by his teacher? The thought flashed through Moda's mind, only to be immediately cast aside. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No non-human entity has ever held the title of Supreme Mage, he mused, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Shen Mu, observing from the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. After all, it is rather intriguing to witness a person's face fleetingly display a myriad of emotions: bewilderment, incredulity, resolute denial, and eventual acceptance within mere seconds. This is Modu, who is known as Shen Mu, a deity hailing from beyond Earth, now gracing the realm of Kamartash for a time. Although the divine energy emanating from Shen Mu is not overwhelmingly potent, it is undeniably authentic, distinct from that of Odin and his kin. For Shen Mu's divine essence resonates more closely with the power she sensed within Vishanti. Greetings, Master Modu. Shen Mu amicably extended a claw, addressing the darkening sorcerer who would one day awaken the ambition of Thanos. At this moment, Modu remained ensnared in the astonishing revelation that Shen Mu was indeed a deity. Initially perceiving him as an anomalous apprentice of magic, he was taken aback to discover he was, in fact, a god. This abrupt shift in identity left Modu momentarily dazed and struggling to comprehend the situation. Chapter 46. The Nightmare of the Red Sun. After a considerable time had passed since Ancient One led Shen Mu into the inner hall, Mordo finally regained his senses, his expression still lingering in astonishment. Mordo, what seems to be the matter? Inquired a somewhat portly Asian-faced mage. This individual was none other than the successor of the Sorcerer Supreme, the new generation's Supreme Mage, Wang. Wang, did you know that the Supreme One just brought a deity into the sanctum? You would never guess what this deity resembles, Mordo said, his tone imbued with a hint of mystery. What does it look like? Is it peculiar in appearance? Surely it isn't a dumpling. Wang dismissed the news lightly, for he was well aware that Dormammu from the Dark Dimension was an unequivocal demon. In his eyes, Ancient One had repelled Dormammu's invasions on numerous occasions, rendering him a god in Wang's mind. No. It is a colossal dragon, with wings, an exceedingly ferocious dragon, Mordo insisted. In his perception, even if Shen Mu were a deity, he might not embody benevolence. A dragon, you say? One that resembles a giant lizard? Wang's mind conjured images of the malevolent dragons he had encountered in books. Listen, Mordo, this is not a matter of great concern. You ought to continue training the new apprentices. Since it was the Supreme One who brought him, we can ascertain he poses no threat and is, in fact, a benign presence. The true dangers for Kamartash lie in the intrusions from other dimensions. With that, Wang ceased his conversation with Mordo and made his way directly to the library. Although Wang was not yet the librarian of Kamartash, he relished his time in the library, distilling wisdom from the various tomes to enhance his mental prowess, which was invaluable for mastering spells. His interest in the arrival of Shen Mu, the deity, was rather tepid. Noticing this, Mordo gradually composed himself. It appeared his cultivation still fell short. Perhaps even Wang was more suited to become the Sorcerer Supreme. No, I am the rightful successor to the Sorcerer Supreme, he thought, feeling a pang of inadequacy at Wang's unperturbed demeanor, which ignited within him a fervent desire to train earnestly. At that moment, Ancient One ushered Shen Mu into a chamber enveloped in the fragrance of sandalwood. The bright yellow robe he wore vanished, replaced by a flowing garment of pure white fabric. I did not anticipate that this initial transformation would originate from you, Shen Mu remarked to himself, a hint of sarcasm in his mind. Would you care for a drink? Perhaps tea? Or would you prefer something else? Ancient One inquired, intrigued by Shen Mu. Despite his fearsome dragon-like exterior, there was a strikingly refined aura about him, as if conversing with a well-mannered human. No, thank you. I have my own beverages, Shen Mu replied. Having spoken, Shen Mu produced the specially crafted wine cup, still half filled with liquor, and inquired of Gui, would you care for a sip? While the sorcerer does not prohibit the consumption of alcohol, I have little fondness for its taste. Nor do I wish to cloud my mind with even a trace of irrationality. Since Gui began drawing power from the dark dimension to sustain her life, she has relinquished many of her desires. I find your existence truly intriguing. It appears that all aspects of your being are intertwined with the sun. However, through the eye of Agamotto, I have endeavored to foresee your myriad possible futures, yet I can merely glimpse fragments of what lies ahead. A formidable entity seems to be interfering with all of this. Upon hearing Gui's words, Shen Mu's interest was piqued, and he showed no concern about having his future revealed. Curiously, he asked, what manner of future do you foresee, Master Gui? You will find yourself ensnared in an unprecedented and colossal crisis, with no one to extend a hand in your aid. Gui's proclamation instantly altered Shen Mu's demeanor. Could it be that I am destined to encounter some terrifying entities in the future, foes transcending the multiverse, or even greater beings? Yet, it seems implausible that the power of the Time Stone could unveil the consequences wrought by such entities. Though a sense of self-preservation stirred within Shen Mu, He remained skeptical of Gu Yi's assertions. Furthermore, the most conspicuous feature was the 3 red suns hanging in the celestial sphere. Gu Yi continued. Though Shen Mu had previously harbored doubts about my words, the mention of the red suns convinced him to a great extent. The Kryptonian bloodline is indeed formidable, regarded as a glitch within the cosmos. However, across the universe, Krypton has not ascended to become the unrivaled supreme race. He was acutely aware that the Kryptonian lineage's inability to dominate stems from 3 inherent flaws. The first is kryptonite, a substance ubiquitous on Krypton. The second is magic, still a fundamental force within the universe. And the third is the not-so-rare red sun. The first 2 flaws can directly harm Kryptonians, while the latter can gradually diminish their powers until they vanish entirely. Certain peculiar red suns can even strip Kryptonians of their abilities in a remarkably brief span. Enveloping Krypton is a red sun, compounded by the omnipresence of kryptonite, rendering them incapable of activating their innate powers. The Kryptonian trader, Jor-El, discovered the secret of the yellow sun, which is why he sent his child to Earth before Krypton's destruction, hoping he would become a guiding deity for humanity. Though Shen Mu previously overcame the first 2 flaws through Rao's blessing and the awakening of divine power, the last flaw remains the most lethal. He had assumed that within the Marvel universe he was familiar with, red suns had never manifested, thus he paid little heed. Nevertheless, Gu Yi's current words doused him with a chilling reality. Master Gu Yi, might you be able to scrutinize more closely through the time stone? Who is the enemy that fights against me? Shen Mu pondered, seeking to ascertain the nature of the adversary who could discern his vulnerabilities. Are you aware of the secret of the Eye of Agamotto? At this moment, the attention of the Ancient One was drawn to Shen Mu's abrupt revelation of Agamotto's secret. Isn't this common knowledge? I am also aware that the Tesseract is, in fact, the Space Stone. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One regarded Shen Mu with a profound gaze, a flicker of understanding dawning within her. Since Shen Mu was aware of the Infinity Stones, he undoubtedly comprehended the immense power bestowed by uniting all 6. Your existence is exceedingly peculiar. Even though I can glimpse fragments of the future through the time stone, I cannot perceive more concerning your destiny. Yet, I sense that it does not transpire within this universe, but rather in a desolate wasteland of apocalyptic proportions, the Ancient One remarked, shaking her head. After digesting her words, Shen Mu's mind began to race, contemplating the potential adversaries he might face. An unknown cosmos, a crimson sun. This led Shen Mu to question whether it was a future version of himself that had inadvertently traversed the barriers of the universe to arrive in a world illuminated by a red sun. Regardless, this served as a stark reminder for Shen Mu. Only by eliminating his flaws could he truly confront all challenges without fear of unforeseen consequences. Chapter 47, New Events. Reversing the future in the face of the threat posed by the red sun, Shen Mu is not devoid of defensive strategies. On the contrary, he possesses numerous options. The simplest solution would be to devise a device capable of shielding against the radiation of the red sun, akin to the protective suits worn by Superman's formidable adversary, General Zod. However, donning a suit of armor while embodying a dragon feels somewhat peculiar and does not align with Shen Mu's personal style. A nanotechnology suit, as conceived by the future Tony Stark, would be more appropriate. Moreover, another possibility exists, to seek out a symbiote that could transform into a symbiotic battle armor at will. Alternatively, Shen Mu could elevate the solar divine power within himself to an extraordinary level, granting him the ability to wield the forces of the sun. Nevertheless, such an enhancement would require an undeniably lengthy duration, perceptible to the naked eye. One could also acquire other abilities through treasure chests, ensuring that even in the absence of Kryptonian powers, one could still possess transcendent strength. Shen Mu harbors minimal concern regarding the future depicted by the Time Stone. Master Gu Yi, I wish to request a sling ring and learn the art of teleportation. May I? With a sense of assurance, Shen Mu begins to articulate his purpose for visiting Kamartaj. Certainly, it would be even better if you could join Kamartaj. I might even break tradition and pass the mantle of the next Sorcerer Supreme to you. Gu Yi responds. Although she is aware of a future disciple who would surpass her and take on the responsibility of safeguarding Earth, that scenario belonged to a timeline now altered by Shen Mu's presence. The potential that Shen Mu embodies astonishes Gu Yi. If she could hand over her responsibilities to him, she feels she could retire much sooner, rather than contending with the invasions from the dark dimension while simultaneously siphoning power from it to sustain her own life. Gu Yi understands that if her reliance on dark powers were to be revealed to other sorcerers, it would undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval in their minds, particularly for her disciple, Mordo, whose character she knows all too well. I apologize, but I have no intention of joining the Sanctum of Sorcerers. Shen Mu firmly declines without hesitation. The title of Sorcerer Supreme holds no allure for him, as it would only invite a plethora of troubles. What a pity. Had you accepted, you might have become the greatest among us throughout history, Gu Yi remarks with a hint of regret. I shall entrust that honor to another deserving. No, I mean to another exceptional sorcerer. Shen Mu almost inadvertently refers to a fool, but quickly corrects himself. Gui pretends not to have heard. Though Shen Mu keenly notices her brow raise slightly. The suspended ring lies outside. You may retrieve one at your leisure. Should you wish to pursue the art of teleportation? If you are disinclined to seek instruction from Mordo, you may explore the relevant tomes in the library. Furthermore, should you harbor an interest, you are welcome to peruse other volumes as well. Camartage does not prohibit the acquisition of magical knowledge. It merely restricts the application of certain spells. Hearing the words of the Ancient One, Shen Mu realized that there was no intention to teach him. However, he remained indifferent to this fact. It seems that pettiness is indeed an inherent trait of women, even for the Supreme Sorcerer. Shen Mu silently criticized the Ancient One for her remark, suspecting it stemmed from having overheard him refer to the Supreme Sorcerer's successor as a fool. Nevertheless, he held a degree of admiration for her character, noble yet not rigid. A guardian of light who does not shy away from darkness. As Shen Mu was etching the magical scriptures of Camartage into his mind, the year 2023 loomed in the future, a time when mutants faced catastrophic annihilation. Ever since they revealed their extraordinary and terrifying powers, the government had secretly begun capturing mutants for research purposes. They sought to harness mutant DNA to cultivate ultimate biological tools, while simultaneously devising methods to eradicate mutants entirely. Some individuals also turned their attention to these exceptionally gifted beings, none more obsessed than Bolivar Trask, the founder of Trask Industries and the father of Sentinel robots. Through collaboration with the government, he relentlessly pursued the capture and study of mutant DNA, ultimately discovering a unique gene, designated as X, responsible for their mutations. In his view, mutants represented both the hope for human evolution and a common enemy to all ordinary people. Through these studies, he engineered the first generation of Sentinel robots capable of autonomously detecting and exterminating carriers of the X gene within a certain range. The shapeshifter Raven became aware of this grim reality and, in a bid to prevent him from further harming her mutant brethren, she assassinated Bolivar. However, this act resulted in her own capture by the government. Her ability to transform at will led the authorities to regard her as a significant threat, reinforcing Trask's narrative of mutant peril. Consequently, they deciphered Raven's genetic code, creating the next generation of mutant killer Sentinel robots. These Sentinels possess the capacity to adapt their abilities according to their adversaries, and within a short span, they nearly eradicated all mutants. At this juncture, the only survivors were the X-Men, led by Professor X, who were making a final stand. Yet, they found themselves cornered, with their hopes resting on the shoulders of Kitty Pryde. She had long believed her power was merely to phase through walls. However, she eventually came to realize that her true ability transcended all barriers, including time and space. It is precisely through her exceptional ability that the professor's consciousness is transmitted back to the past, allowing the X-Men to receive information from the future, which has enabled them to evade the relentless pursuit of the Sentinel robots on multiple occasions. However, this time they intend for Katie to send consciousness back several decades in an effort to reverse the future. Wait, Professor, she said, her tone heavy with concern. While I can transmit an individual's consciousness back a few weeks or even a month, sending it back several decades poses a significant challenge. Even with the most powerful human brain, there exists a limit to its mental endurance. Traversing time and space could tear it apart. No one can withstand such a transmission spanning decades. I am truly sorry, but I cannot bear to witness you lose your life because of this. Katie understood in her heart that if they insisted on proceeding with the transmission, Professor X would be doomed, with no other outcome possible. The expressions of those present grew somber. What if there exists a mind capable of enduring centuries without losing itself? And a brain that can heal itself in an instant of being torn apart? At that moment, Logan, whose temples were already graced with strands of silver, suddenly spoke. As soon as he uttered these words, all eyes turned to him, for they understood that he was referring to himself. He had survived from the late 19th century to the present 21st century, sustained by the formidable vitality granted by his extraordinary healing abilities. In an instant, the flickering hope that had just been extinguished reignited within them. Chapter 48. In desperation, rely on Wolverine thus. When I close my eyes and awaken again, my consciousness will return to my youthful body, regardless of time and space, correct? Logan, after grasping the intricacies of this phenomenon, expressed his sentiments. Indeed, Logan. Upon your return to the past, you must seek me out at my estate and find a way to convince me that everything you say is true. You must undertake the same task I once did for you, instill belief in me, guide me, assist me, and help me reclaim my true self. Patience is essential. For I was somewhat different back then, Professor X advised Logan. Patience has never been my forte. I fail to comprehend why you cannot discern everything through reading my mind. Logan expressed his confusion regarding the professor's statement. Because, during that year, I lost such abilities, the professor did not divulge the complete reasons to Logan. The truth was that he had suffered a spinal injury at the hands of his erstwhile ally, Magneto, rendering him unable to stand. Subsequently, after receiving a serum crafted by Hank McCoy, he regained his ability to stand, yet it suppressed his mutant gene, resulting in the loss of his powers. You will also need to locate me, for I was the one who led Raven down that dark path, Magneto interjected, approaching Logan. That sounds like promising news. Where shall I seek you? Logan knew that the professor resided at his estate, which later transformed into the X Academy. However, Magneto was uncertain about where to find himself. My circumstances at that time were rather peculiar. I was imprisoned in a special facility 100 floors underground. Charles knows the precise location, Magneto confessed. A hint of embarrassment coloring his expression, as he was the sole prisoner. At that time, he had merely altered the trajectory of a bullet that had been fired, causing it to curve and strike a man named John F. Kennedy, who happened to be the President of the United States. By the way, Logan, you might first seek out Shen, for he was then residing at the mystical sanctuary of Kamar Taj atop the Himalayas. With his wisdom, he should be able to assist you in persuading me swiftly. Just as Logan was about to recline, the professor suddenly spoke to him. Shen was already on Earth at that time? Logan inquired, astonished. Although he was familiar with Shen Mu, their acquaintance would only blossom much later. Furthermore, during that period, Shen frequently traversed realms beyond Earth. Of course, he had informed me of his arrival on our planet during that time. Had he remained here, our kind would not have endured such a fate. As he spoke, a deep sense of regret permeated Professor X's tone. I am prepared, Katie. You may commence. The ready Wolverine addressed his beloved disciple. Logan, once you succumb to slumber, your psyche will journey back to the past. When you existed in the past, your present self would not vanish. However, upon awakening, everything you have done shall transform into genuine history. This signifies that, apart from yourself, none of us will remember these occurrences. The Phantom Cat, Katie, recounted to Logan the alterations of the past. I have long accustomed myself to enduring solitude. Logan remarked with a hint of sentiment. Upon hearing such words, Katie felt a sudden itch in her eyes, yet she restrained herself and said, Logan, now, relax. I need to clear your mind to maintain your tranquility. Why is that? He inquired. Because once your emotions fluctuate too greatly, it becomes exceedingly difficult for me to grasp your consciousness, let alone transport it to the past. All right, let's proceed. I shall see you shortly. With these words, Logan gradually closed his eyes, striving to maintain a serene mindset as instructed by his pupil. To him, it felt akin to taking a nap. There will be a slight sting. Remain calm. The Phantom Cat gently placed her hands on either side of Logan's temples, commencing her abilities. Do you truly believe we can reverse the future? Magneto queried his longtime friend. He will succeed. I have faith in him. Professor X expressed his unwavering confidence in Wolverine, perhaps as a means to comfort himself and those around him. At that moment, Wolverine, who had just embraced Katie's powers, instantly felt countless needles piercing his mind, an immense pain causing him to roar in agony. His adamantium claws uncontrollably broke through his skin. However, gradually, he sensed his consciousness begin to rise to the surface like bubbles. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself lying on a comfortable waterbed, with a woman's arm draped over his shoulder. Turning his head, he beheld a woman's face he could scarcely remember. Gently removing her hand, he rolled off the bed, found his trousers scattered on the floor, donned them, and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He then slightly pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer outside. The era-imbued architecture and advertisements confirmed to Logan that he had successfully returned. Just as he prepared to slip away quietly, the door burst open, and 3 men entered. Hey, who are you? What is happening? Logan could no longer recall what he had done at this moment. One of the men addressed the startled woman on the bed, saying, Quick, put on your clothes. Another man, somewhat irate, turned to Logan and shouted, You ask what is happening? Our boss hired you to protect his daughter, not to be her companion in bed. Wait, this is not my doing. No, it was the former me who acted thus, not the present me. I only arrived here 20 seconds ago. Do you believe I have returned from the future? Logan attempted to elucidate the situation to them. However, the words spoken left the 3 men feeling utterly deceived. Miss, please step outside. We will take good care of him, the man addressed the woman. No, I doubt you will. You will leave behind your wallets and car keys, or you will awaken in a hospital. Trust me, Logan thought of Katie, who urged him to remain calm. Thus he spoke to the 3 men with composure. What gives you the right? Just because you claim to have returned from the future? The man mocked Logan. No, it's this. He attempted to extend his adamantium claws, only to realize he had unfurled 6 bone claws instead. Sensing the precarious situation, the 3 men immediately drew their firearms and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Yet, they were soon left dumbfounded. The bullets that penetrated Wolverine's body were swiftly expelled, leaving not a single mark behind. Subsequently, Logan showed no mercy to those who dared to shoot, effortlessly ending the confrontation in a matter of moments. He took their wallets and car keys and departed without a backward glance. The professor mentioned that Shen had now arrived on Earth, and he believed that with him around, persuading the young professor would be a simple task. However, Shen was currently situated in the mage's sanctuary atop the Himalayas, which was quite a distance away. Contemplating this, Logan decided to head to the airport to purchase a ticket to seek out Shen Mu. Yet, he forgot that traveling abroad required a passport, which he utterly lacked. Chapter 49. The young beast Logan stepped out of the room, surveying the surroundings that had remained unchanged for decades, feeling an unsettling sense of disorientation. Gradually, memories began to resurface, allowing him to reacquaint himself with his surroundings. He located the vehicle belonging to the three men above and opened the door. Inside sat the woman who had just been lying in bed, her demeanor distressed. "Jimmy, what on earth has happened to you?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. She continued to call him by his childhood name, a name known only to those closest to him, like his brother Sabretooth. However, since the impulsive act of taking his adoptive father's life, he had forsaken his original name, James Howlett, and adopted the name Logan Howlett instead. After undergoing a transformation that bestowed upon him a body of adamantium, he now traversed the world primarily as Wolverine. Logan recalled the profound connection he had once shared with the woman beside him, transcending mere physical desire, which compelled him to reveal his childhood name during a moment of heightened emotion. "Listen, Gwen, I must undertake a significant task now. You may exit the vehicle," he stated, his tone devoid of tenderness. The Wolverine, returned from a future fraught with turmoil, had no desire to linger in the embrace of softness. Like a heartless rogue, he opened the door for her to depart. "Humph," she huffed, angered by his abrupt change in demeanor. Just the night before, he had been tender and affectionate. But now he turned his back on her. After exiting the car, she gazed through the window, hoping he would reconsider and take her away with him. Unfortunately, Logan showed no hint of compassion, driving away without looking back. As she watched the vehicle recede into the distance, she clenched her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, as Logan embarked on a mission to alter history in hopes of reshaping the future, history was quietly unfolding its own course. In a meeting poised to impact the fate of mutants, Bolivar was eloquently persuading government officials to continue supporting his research and to endorse his proposed Sentinel program. "We have just faced a setback on the battlefield in Vietnam, and now we are scrutinizing all defense expenditures. Even if what you say is true, we have coexisted peacefully with mutants for countless years. They still live under the order we established. I fail to see the significance of your actions. And we cannot support a weapon aimed at our own citizens," a government representative bluntly dismissed Bolivar's proposal. "Sir, if you continue to underestimate the enemy before you, the front lines of this war will not be half a world away in Vietnam. They will be in our cities, on our streets, in our homes. By the time you realize this, it will be too late, and you will march to your graves burdened by yet another failure." However, Bolivar's words did little to sway the minds of the assembled officials. After enduring a defeat, they were reluctant to immediately embark on a new war, especially against the loved ones of a disheartened populace. They understood that once war was declared, the repercussions would be immeasurable. As politicians, their foremost concern was their political careers. Thus, they steadfastly rejected Bolivar's proposal. Faced with a cadre of short-sighted politicians, Bolivar remained undeterred in his pursuit of researching mutants. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Vietnam, the defeated American forces were executing the final evacuation of their troops. Among them was a unique squad of mutants. However, their leader, Colonel Stryker, had betrayed them to Trask Industries, reducing them to mere subjects for experimentation. Bolivar and Stryker had formed a collaboration, sharing a common understanding regarding the mutant issue. Yet, an unexpected intruder disrupted all their plans. Mystique, Raven. Utilizing her abilities, she transformed into the guise of a colonel and infiltrated the tent of the mutant squad, which was awaiting transfer to another experimental facility. Here, she encountered William Stryker, the greatest adversary of mutants, who was equally committed to their annihilation. In a confrontation, Raven, in concert with the members of the mutant squad, successfully incapacitated all the soldiers guarding them and facilitated their escape on a transport plane. Raven chose to remain behind, harboring doubts about Trask Industries' intentions regarding the mutants. She uncovered clandestine collaborations between Trask Industries and the military, eventually infiltrating the facility to discover inhumane experimental data on her fellow mutants. This revelation ignited her desire to eliminate Bolivar, propelling events towards their historical trajectory. Logan initially intended to seek out Shen Mu at the so-called Kamartosh, yet found himself unable to leave the country for the time being. Reluctantly, he decided to first consult with the professor of this era. Following the address etched in his memory, Logan drove to the entrance of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Contrary to his recollections, the place appeared somewhat dilapidated. A sign reading "Private Property, No Trespassing" hung on the gate, while the plaque bearing the school's name lay discarded amidst the overgrown weeds by the roadside. Logan struggled to reconcile this site with the future mutant school, the base of the X-Men. Ignoring the sign, he drove through the gate. After knocking on the closed door for an extended period without a response, He was about to force entry when a young man finally opened it. Logan recognized him, though it was after the latter had transformed into the blue-skinned beast. In his current, more youthful appearance, Hank was momentarily unrecognizable to Logan. "Who are you? Did you not notice the warning against trespassing outside the estate?" Hank inquired, peering from behind the door towards Logan. Logan furrowed his brow. "What has transpired at this school?" Hank, equally perplexed, replied, "The school has been closed for several years. Are you a parent of a student?" "Fortunately, I am not." "And you are?" Logan asked. "I am Hank." "Hank, you are the beast. It seems you have truly blossomed later in life," Logan remarked, raising an eyebrow for having grown accustomed to the fully blue form of the beast. He found it somewhat disconcerting to see him in a more normal appearance. Realizing this, Hank expressed his purpose. "I'm afraid the professor is not here." Upon hearing this, Hank promptly declined and attempted to shut the door. However, Logan swiftly braced himself against it. "Look at you. Your frail frame possesses surprising strength. Are you certain there isn't a beast concealed within?" Logan jested as he forcefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 50. The super crystal. At this moment within Kamartaj, Shen Mu finally recalled that there was a treasure chest he had yet to open. Thus, he addressed the system. "System, I wish to open the treasure chest." "Ding. Please open the treasure chest promptly next time, or the system will reclaim it." "Why are you in such a hurry, system?" "I simply forgot for a moment." Shen Mu retorted. "By the way, if you do reclaim the chest, will there be any compensation?" "Ding. No compensation will be provided." The system responded to Shen Mu's inquiry with unmistakable clarity. "Enough with the idle chatter. I want to open the chest." Shen Mu changed his demeanor and proceeded to follow the protocol, clicking on the chest that appeared before him once more. "Ding. The Invader Annihilation treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the super crystal. Would you like to claim it immediately?" Gazing at the large crystal, which resembled a heart, nestled within the system's space, Shen Mu felt a tinge of confusion. What is this super crystal? He had little recollection of the reward from this chest. Super crystal, originating from the world of uncontrolled superpowers. This miraculous crystal can awaken the telekinetic abilities of those who touch it. With the system's prompt, Shen Mu finally remembered the origin of this object. It was an item from a film he had watched in his previous life, depicting 3 high school students who, upon inadvertently touching this crystal, gained the ability to manipulate objects with their minds, leading to a tale of love and conflict. The ability to activate telekinesis was indeed a remarkable gift, and it appeared to be usable by more than one individual. Although telekinesis might not be the most formidable of powers, it was undoubtedly one of the most convenient. While in the original story, the characters experienced nosebleeds as a side effect when using their abilities, Shen Mu felt no concern, for with his immensely robust physique, such minor side effects could be easily disregarded. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Shen Mu extracted the crystal from the system's space. The instant his claws made contact with the crystal, its originally pale blue hue transformed into a deep crimson. Immediately, Shen Mu sensed a surge of power flowing from the crystal into his body, more precisely, into his mind. In just a few breaths, the crystal reverted to its original form, though its size had diminished significantly. Now, the crystal was merely a third of its original size, evidently drained by Shen Mu. However, he began to experience a peculiar sensation. It felt as if something within his mind yearned to break free from its constraints. In the next moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed in his mind, and it felt as if countless invisible tendrils extended from his body. With merely a thought, these tendrils moved in accordance with his will. Shen Mu gently reached toward the table before him, and it lifted into the air. Is this telekinesis? The ability to materialize thought is indeed wondrous. Moreover, this power seemed to possess the potential for growth. Shen Mu understood that the psychic power, awakened by the crystal, would grow increasingly potent with continued use. Indeed, given his extraordinary physique and the superlative intellect he already possessed, the potential ceiling for his psychic abilities had undoubtedly been elevated to unimaginable heights. Perhaps, in due time, Shen Mu might be able to move a star solely through the force of his mind. Naturally, with this newfound toy, he could not confine himself to merely shifting tables indoors. Ascending from Kamartaj, his psychic energy surged forth like a mighty torrent, enveloping the surroundings. Countless snowflakes began to swirl around him, morphing into various forms as dictated by his imagination. Ultimately, Shen Mu shaped the ice and snow into a colossal white dragon, stretching hundreds of meters in length. He commanded the dragon to soar and dance through the air, testing the limits of his psychic control. 100 meters, 500 meters. After flying over 1,000 meters, he sensed a waning in his influence over the snow dragon. This was merely the nascent stage of his psychic power. With the passage of time, he was confident that this range would only expand. Regrettably, this was solely kinetic energy, devoid of any psychic abilities. Yet, it was enough to fill Shen Mu with delight, while he reveled in his newfound prowess. The nations equipped with satellites and the inhabitants surrounding the Himalayas were left in disbelief at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Report, Commander. There has been an anomalous change in the snow near the Himalayas. A gigantic white unidentified flying object has been spotted above the mountains, the report detailed. As images captured by satellites were transmitted onto a large screen. As a video played, the onlookers were rendered speechless. They beheld a magnificent, snow-white dragon soaring around the peaks of the Himalayas. Surely this cannot be real. Dragons do not exist in this world. Many began to doubt the authenticity of the footage. Commander, this is the satellite imagery. There is not a hint of fabrication. A technician countered amidst the skepticism. Notify the agents and ensure that the truth of this matter is uncovered, Pierce instructed. Having just explained to a group of Security Council members the earlier incident involving a suspected manifestation of the Rainbow Bridge from Norse mythology. At this moment, Pierce contemplated retirement, feeling the weight of such extraordinary occurrences. Fortunately, he had a capable individual in mind, Nick Fury, a level 9 agent whose abilities he trusted implicitly. At the foot of the mountain, countless residents began to pay homage, praying that the creature would not encroach upon their homes. Shen, it appears you have awakened yet another remarkable ability. However, the commotion you've caused is quite substantial. At that moment, a portal opened before Shen Mu, and out stepped the somewhat exasperated Ancient One. It's no matter. This world is about to become quite lively. Shen Mu replied nonchalantly, preparing to step into the portal created by the Ancient One. Seeing this, she could only shake her head in resignation. Indeed, Shen, when time permits, you might consider a trip to New York, as a certain special friend of yours seems to be searching for you. At that moment, the enigmatic expression on Ancient One's face conveyed a sense of mystery as she addressed Shen Mu. Possessing the Time Stone, she is acutely attuned to fluctuations within the timeline. Friend, I have only just arrived on Earth, so I should have no acquaintances, right? Could it be that Thor was swiftly cast out by his father? That seems unlikely. Shen Mu pondered the identity of this so-called special friend. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit later. Meanwhile, within Xavier's mansion, Logan and Beast found themselves embroiled in their inaugural clash. I have already informed you, there is no professor here. If you are not a parent of a student, I must insist you leave immediately, Hank stated, trailing closely behind Logan as he disregarded the warning and advanced further into the room. I shall not depart until I have seen the professor, Logan proclaimed, his determination unwavering as he ascended the staircase. Stop right there, Hank exclaimed, seizing Logan by the arm. Listen, we may become friends and allies in the future, but now it is time for you to reacquaint yourself with me. With that, Logan delivered a powerful punch to Hank's face, sending the untransformed beast crashing to the ground. Stars dancing before his eyes. Understanding that he could not thwart this intruder without transforming, Beast relinquished his restraints. Instantly, his physique began to swell. His body adorned with a coat of blue fur, and his limbs grew strong and robust. Chapter 51. Shen Mu's intrusion. Professor, I know you're there. Please respond. Logan began to shout fervently at the house. In the next moment, Hank, having successfully transformed into a beast, lunged at him with the ferocity of a wild animal. Logan, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, was violently hurled against the railing, which shattered, sending him tumbling to the floor below. However, before he could collect his thoughts, he was met with the sight of a large, blue, furry face launching itself at him once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Logan raised his foot and kicked Hank squarely in the abdomen. Instantly, Hank was sent sprawling, crashing into the coffee table in the living room. Listen, Beast. I have no desire to engage in battle with you. My sole purpose for being here is to locate the professor. Seeing the blue-haired creature poised to charge again, Logan swiftly intervened. Hank, what on earth is going on? This is unbearable. Upon hearing that voice, Logan instinctively called out, Professor. No, you have mistaken me. There is no professor here. In the next instant, a disheveled man, clad in socks and a bathrobe, clutching a bottle of liquor, descended the stairs. At first glance, Logan thought he had misidentified the person. Yet, those eyes were unmistakably familiar, even beneath the layers of dishevelment that concealed a profound wisdom. Upon hearing the commotion, I assumed it was Eric, as that fellow typically disregards the warnings on the door. Now, my unfamiliar friend, trespassing on private property may well land you a visit to the police station for a cup of tea. You should heed Hank's advice and leave at once. The youthful Professor X sat at the foot of the staircase, tilting his head back to take a swig from his bottle before addressing Logan. Professor, I fear I cannot comply, for the individual who sent me to find you is rather extraordinary. Logan adjusted his body, still recovering from the recent impact, and spoke with an odd expression. Whoever sent you, return and inform them that I am exceedingly busy and have no time for your trivial games. The Professor's expression remained unchanged. That person is you, 50 years from now. Logan wasted no time, articulating the truth directly. You mean to say that 50 years hence, I dispatched you back to the past? Are you mad, or am I? Hank, prepared to throw Logan out, looked to the professor for confirmation. If you attempt to read my thoughts, you will uncover the truth. With no other recourse, Logan resorted to the most straightforward approach. How do you know I have lost my abilities? Are you surveilling me? Who are you? An agent from the CIA or another intelligence agency? The professor immediately began to question Logan's identity upon hearing this. No, Charles, we have known each other for several years. For you, I possess greater knowledge. It was at the tender age of 9 that you awakened your extraordinary abilities, and myriad voices began to echo in your mind, leading you to believe you had succumbed to madness. It was only at the age of 12 that you realized these were merely the thoughts of others. In that very year, you encountered Raven, the shapeshifter, who intruded into your home driven by hunger. Shall I continue? Logan inquired of the professor. It is impossible. I have never shared such matters with anyone else. An expression of disbelief graced the professor's face. That is simply because the time has not yet come for you to open your heart to others. Logan's countenance bore sincerity. Very well. I concede that you have piqued my interest. Follow me to my study, for I am eager to hear your tale. Just as the professor prepared to rise, a shimmering golden circle suddenly materialized before them, expanding rapidly. In the next moment, Shen Mu stepped through the portal. Hearing from Master Gu Yi that I had a friend here, I came to see if I was interrupting anything. Though Shen Mu spoke these words, his slit-like pupils scrutinized the 3 individuals without restraint. Ah, the young Professor X, along with the equally youthful beast. Then my friend must indeed be you. Logan from the future. After observing the scene, Shen Mu grasped the situation. However, a greater perplexity soon arose. Based on his previous experiences, this realm should primarily align with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet the emergence of the X-Men's significant events led him to suspect that this was not merely a cinematic universe. The discrepancies in their timelines made him doubt he had arrived in a hodgepodge of worlds. Oh, for heaven's sake. At that moment, the astonished professor abruptly stood, retreating in panic and stumbling backward down the stairs, uttering an expletive. Having lost his abilities, he could no longer maintain a sense of control over the situation. If Logan's arrival suggested a promising story, then Shen Mu's appearance truly heralded the onset of the bizarre. Imagine a fearsome dragon swaggering into your home as if it were its own garden. Such an occurrence would bewilder anyone, especially since this dragon spoke fluent English, the universal language of the cosmos, prompting the usually composed professor to curse. Meanwhile, Beast Hank reacted more directly. Baring his teeth, he lunged at Shen Mu. Yet before making contact, he found himself ensnared in an invisible force, rendering him immobile except for his eyes. A wave of profound terror washed over him, causing him to revert from his transformed state. Observing this, Shen Mu released him, and upon landing, Beast hastily positioned himself beside Professor X, instinctively shielding him. The only one who displayed a look of surprise was Wolverine, Logan. Although he was perplexed as to how Shen Mu had discerned his time-traveling nature, it did not diminish the joy akin to encountering an old friend. Shun, you are truly on Earth. Charles did not deceive me. Yet, you appear more refined than in the future. Logan, ever the familiar one, inclined to approach Shen Mu for a manly embrace, only to be restrained by Shen Mu's telekinesis. However, Logan's words prompted Shen Mu to ponder. Do I truly resemble anything close to refined? Having always held a clear perception of his appearance, Shen Mu discovered a hint of brilliance in that thought. If he could be referred to as refined now, how terrifying would he become in the future? Hey, Shen, you're still the same. Logan was not the least bit surprised by Shen Mu's telekinetic hold, for in the future, he had attempted to embrace Shen Mu on numerous occasions, only to be rebuffed. Now, it seems it is time for us to have a proper conversation, isn't it? Shen Mu addressed the professor, whose expression was somewhat grim. Ding. Major event reversal initiated, treasure chest charging continuously. Chapter 52. Foretelling the future. Upon receiving the prompt from the system, Shen Mu realized it was time to stir things up once more. After resuming his seat, Professor X and the Beast Hank were fixated on Shen Mu, unable to fathom how a dragon could nonchalantly cross its legs like a human. Indeed. Seated on the opposite sofa, Shen Mu held a fragrant goblet, casually lounging with one leg thrown over the other. However, Professor X soon found himself captivated by the exquisite drink in Shen Mu's hand. At that moment, he was a quintessential despondent alcoholic, gazing at what he once deemed fine wine, inhaling deeply the enticing aroma wafting from Shen Mu's cup, only to feel that what he had been drinking was likely akin to horse urine. Ever since you departed from this universe, I have not savored your elven brew in ages. In contrast to the professor's wide-eyed astonishment, Logan was far more direct. He skillfully retrieved a cup from the manor's kitchen and presented it to Shen Mu. Ever generous with his drinking companions, Shen Mu filled the cup generously. Logan took a cautious sip, his face lighting up in rapture. Though it seems to lack some of the richness of the future, it is still exquisite wine. Logan was well aware of the drink's formidable potency, hence he refrained from indulging too much before clarifying matters. Oh, Logan, do you mean to say that in the future, my wine will taste even better? Shen Mu's interest was piqued. Absolutely. However, In the future, you won't be using this cup, but rather a blue gourd. Something like an endless wine pot. Or so the peculiar name goes, Logan divulged without reservation. An endless wine pot, how splendid. Drinking from a gourd was once my dream. Hearing Logan's enthusiasm, Shen Mu couldn't help but take a hearty swig. Now that he had mastered the teleportation spell, he could easily visit the land of elves to replenish his stock. Mr. Dragon, your wine. Professor X approached Shen Mu, holding a goblet. A hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Not a problem. Shen Mu promptly poured him a glass, subtly indicating that the only one disinterested in the wine was the beast. Yet, the beast merely regarded Shen Mu with a wary and fearful gaze. Unaware of the drink's potency, the professor tilted his head back and drained the glass in one go. Indeed, what I drank before was horse urine, Professor X exclaimed, his face flushing crimson before he slumped onto the sofa. I still need to convey some important matters to the professor. Logan's expression turned slightly troubled upon witnessing Professor X's intoxication. This is simple. After speaking, Shen Mu blew a gentle breath of cold air towards Professor X and then exhaled a wisp of flame. In the interplay of ice and fire, a potent aroma of alcohol suddenly emanated from Professor X. After enduring the stark contrasts of fire and ice, Professor X shivered profoundly, swiftly awakening from his stupor. Now, Charles, it's time for you to listen to Logan's tale. Although Shen Mu was already well acquainted with this narrative, he did not mind hearing it once more from the protagonist himself. Thus, Logan began to recount the tragic fate of mutants over the next 50 years. Initially, the professor appeared quite at ease, recalling the moment during the Cuban Missile Crisis when he lost both his best friend and his legs in one fell swoop. Subsequently, the outbreak of the Vietnam War saw many teachers and students from the Mutant Academy drafted into service, with numerous lives tragically lost on the battlefield. Under the weight of such multiple calamities, Charles succumbed to despair. Not only did he shutter the academy, but he also sought a serum from Hank to treat his spine. This serum was derived from Hank's own serum that suppressed his mutant genes, and due to addiction, Charles lost all control over his dosage, ultimately leading to the complete suppression of his mutant abilities. From that moment on, he relinquished his telepathic powers, bidding farewell to the myriad voices within his mind. But he regained the use of his legs. He now believed that all would eventually perish, rendering the distinction between dying early or late utterly inconsequential. However, as Logan's account deepened, a grave expression settled upon Charles's face. Despite Logan's succinct narration, the underlying horror and bloodshed were palpable. The future held even more harrowing experiences than those he had previously endured. Was this to be our destiny? Was the root of all this turmoil the assassination attempt orchestrated by Raven? The previous serenity on Charles's countenance vanished. Beast, seated nearby, felt a chill run through him, recalling Logan's words that he would die, and quite early at that. The only one remaining composed enough to sip his drink was Shen Mu. Though unclear as to why he did not intervene in this catastrophic event for mutants on the original timeline, he was resolute not to miss out on the treasure rewards. Professor, the future requires your assistance. With Shen Mu's unexpected involvement, Logan and Charles had not engaged in significant discord. While he lamented the fate awaiting future mutants, Charles felt a burgeoning sense of helplessness. As he spoke, a wave of pain coursed through his body, compelling him to endure the suffering and return to his room. Witnessing this, Shen Mu remained silent, fully aware of Mystique's whereabouts and intentions. However, should he intervene, it would rob Charles of his chance at self-redemption. And perhaps the future Professor X would cease to exist, diminishing the joys that lay ahead. After all, the more vibrant the world, the greater the number of strong individuals, leading to grander events, perhaps even enhancing the quality and quantity of treasure chests. How did Charles end up this way? Logan inquired of Hank. In response, Hank divulged the myriad tribulations that Charles was currently enduring. Having experienced profound loss himself, Logan empathized with Charles's suffering, which rendered him somewhat taciturn. At that moment, upon returning to his chamber, Charles prepared to administer the serum as he routinely did, only to be drawn to a photograph resting upon the desk. The image captured none other than Mystique, Raven. Memories flooded back to Charles of their first encounter when the little girl, adorned with shimmering blue scales, had transformed into his mother, pilfering food from their home. In that moment, he had assured her that she would no longer need to steal in secrecy, for he would protect her. Thus, he gently set the serum back down, enduring the excruciating pain in silence until he gritted his teeth and persevered. Logan, I shall assist you in finding Raven, yet she has been profoundly influenced by that monster, Eric, the murderer. How shall you endeavor to persuade her to willingly return to our home? Charles inquired of Logan as he exited the room. Chapter 53, The Efficacy of Magic. Charles, everything is about to change, for it is you and Eric who have brought me back here. Logan spoke with a trace of seriousness in response to Professor X's inquiry. Well, you have convinced me. However, my abilities have yet to be restored, making it quite challenging to locate Raven. The serum's suppressive effects on mutant genes cannot be entirely eradicated in a short span. Logan, will Eric and I still be friends in the future? The professor inquired earnestly. You both are pioneers of the mutant kin, each embarking upon divergent paths to fulfill your dreams. Yet, when confronted with the existential threat of extinction, you have fought side by side until the very end. Logan was acutely aware of the tumultuous relationship between the professor and Magneto over the decades. Very well, we must liberate Eric from the prison beneath the Pentagon. An additional ally enhances our strength. At this moment, the professor remained uncertain of Shen Mu's true stance and whether he would lend assistance. After all, he had merely heard from Logan that they would be friends in the future, yet he was unfamiliar with Shen Mu. Furthermore, this matter pertained to the survival of mutants, and he might be placing his hopes in a dragon of unknown origins who was neither a mutant nor even human. Logan's words held merit. He and Magneto epitomized two contrasting philosophies regarding mutant existence. He believed that mutants could achieve peaceful coexistence with humanity, while Eric adopted a more radical approach, seeking to wield violence to compel the world to acknowledge the power and status of mutants. It is difficult to ascertain who is right or wrong between the two, or perhaps they are both misguided, as neither of their chosen paths seems viable. Mutants possess an immeasurable strength that could allow them to depart from Earth, akin to the inhumans of yore, and establish a new sanctuary on the moon or elsewhere, a realm entirely their own. However, extricating Eric from the heavily guarded subterranean prison of the Pentagon would prove to be no simple feat. A misstep could incite chaos, leading us to confront over 25,000 military and police personnel. We must devise a meticulous plan prior to our undertaking. The professor unfurled a map, revealing the architectural blueprints of the Pentagon. Despite the ideological rift that had set them on divergent paths, Charles secretly yearned for Eric, who had once collaborated with him to establish the school for mutants, to return. I say, why go through such elaborate measures? Is it not merely a matter of extracting old Magneto from his cell? Surely, that is a straightforward task. Just as the three were fervently discussing their action plan, Shen Mu languidly interjected. Instantly, confusion adorned the faces of the professor and Hank, while Logan's visage brightened with surprise. Shun, I always knew there was a reason Charles had me return to seek you first. He understood that Shen Mu possessed immeasurable power, one that even Shen, who had awakened the Phoenix Force in the future, could not contend with. Now, upon hearing Shen Mu's words, he realized that Shen Mu was likely preparing to take action. It would be more prudent for Lord Dragon to share any potential solutions. The professor was intrigued to discover what secrets lay within Shen Mu's enigmatic persona. Instead of merely listening, they would observe directly. With that, Shen Mu extended his left claw, adorned with a mysterious ring. Merging the design he had just seen with the images in his mind, he lazily traced a circle in front of him with his tail. Instantly, the golden portal that had earlier ushered Shen Mu into their estate reappeared. Through the portal, they beheld a white figure seated with its back to them. The surrounding space was a stark white, dominated by a massive glass dome overhead. Eric, the professor exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise at the sight of the familiar silhouette. Noticing the commotion, Magneto slowly turned around, his expression reflecting even greater confusion than theirs. Charles, what is happening? Is this the power of our new compatriot? Upon confirming that the individual within the luminous circle was indeed his dear friend, Professor X, Magneto voiced his bewilderment. Eric, let's discuss this outside, the professor urged. Aware that this was not the moment for idle chatter, he intended for Eric to escape the confines of his self first. With a mix of skepticism and caution, Magneto carefully stepped through the portal, confirming his arrival at Xavier's estate, a complex expression etched on his face. He had never anticipated that he would so effortlessly escape the prison that had confined him for so long. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Shen Mu, who was seated nearby, sipping a drink, and his gaze narrowed in alarm. He was intimately familiar with the professor and Beast Hank. They could not possibly possess such interdimensional capabilities. As for Logan, he could surmise that he too was incapable of such feats. Therefore, having eliminated all impossibilities, the answer became glaringly evident. Who are you? Are you also a mutant? Eric inquired, surprisingly unfazed by Shen Mu's appearance, as he had encountered numerous mutants before. Perhaps Shen Mu was merely a unique being who had undergone a more profound awakening. No. As you can see, I am a genuine dragon. Not some genetic experiment of certain individuals, Shen Mu replied, seemingly casually, yet his words stirred an unusual feeling within Eric. As a mutant, he had always believed that this innate ability was a divine gift, that mutants should be the vanguards of human evolution. Yet, Shen Mu's words hinted at a secret unknown to them. Nevertheless, seeing that Shen Mu appeared disinclined to elaborate further, Eric chose not to reveal too much of his own emotions. The professor, too, was deep in thought, pondering the profound philosophical questions of existence. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Ordinary individuals yearn to unravel the origins of their existence, let alone the mutants. Even the professor remains uncertain of the significance behind their mutation. After speaking, Shen Mu chose to disregard them, as his mind was captivated by the system's treasure chest charging. Initially, the charging of the chest after the commencement of this monumental event was rather sluggish. However, upon releasing Eric from his prison, the charging progress suddenly surged. Charles, I surmise you must have encountered some trouble again. Otherwise, given your nature, you would not have rescued me. Old man is well aware of his longtime friend, who perpetually harbors impractical dreams. Indeed, we must locate Raven, for she is pivotal to the fate of our mutant kind. Upon hearing his friend's words, Magneto was taken aback. When did a single individual hold sway over the destiny of an entire race? Even if that were the case, Magneto believed it would be himself or the ever-steadfast Charles. Chapter 54. Settling disputes. Seeing the look of perplexity on Magneto's face, Logan stepped forward to recount once more the dark fate that awaited future mutants. With your abilities, coupled with the mindwave amplifier I constructed for you, locating Raven should be a trivial endeavor. It is essential to note that she lacks a helmet capable of blocking telepathy. After hearing this, Magneto's confusion deepened. He was acutely aware of Professor X's capabilities, the most powerful mind among humankind. And with the massive mindwave apparatus he had once built for him, finding and controlling an individual on Earth should be an effortless task. Therefore, he recognized that there must be additional issues at play. The professor has lost his powers. At this moment, Hank, standing nearby, revealed the fact of Charles's diminished abilities. Why have you lost your powers? Magneto inquired, furrowing his brow, suspecting that something had transpired with Professor X during this period. The serum that healed my spine simultaneously suppressed the X gene within me. Upon hearing this, Magneto noted that the professor was leaning against the table as he spoke. So, you sacrificed your abilities to regain the ability to walk. As Magneto uttered these words, a surge of anger boiled within him. Although mutant powers caused him anguish, once he fully embraced his identity, he had taken pride in possessing abilities beyond the reach of mortals. He believed that mutants represented the rightful path of human evolution, aspiring to awaken all who bore the X gene. He had even contemplated transforming all of humanity into mutants. He had exerted considerable effort for the survival of mutants. Yet now, his dear friend had relinquished that divine honor merely to stand again, which was incomprehensible and infuriating to him. I lost my powers, which led me to. He hesitated. Forget it, you know nothing. The professor wished to share the burden of the relentless pain he endured from the memories of others with Magneto, but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary, for he knew that even if he spoke, the other would not comprehend. I may be unaware, but do you understand what I have lost because of this ability? Magneto felt his fury nearing an uncontrollable peak. Meanwhile, Hank, standing aside, dared not interject. He cast a pleading glance toward Shen Mu, who appeared thoroughly engrossed in consuming fruit procured from an unknown source, showing no interest in their exchange. To Shen Mu, this was a splendid spectacle, a clash of two divergent ideologies. Thus, he had no intention of intervening. Regardless of what you have lost, it does not justify your actions. The expression on Professor X's face darkened as well, for it was Magneto who had taken away the most significant person in his life. Very well. Shall I disclose what I have done? Angel, Azazel, Emma, Siren. Our kin have perished due to your weakness. They all endured cruel experiments and torment before their demise. I seek vengeance for them and strive to secure the right to exist for our brethren. Well, what are you doing? When our kind needed you, you chose cowardice, evasion, and turned a blind eye, professing to protect mutants, yet your actions speak otherwise. As Magneto's emotions escalated, everything metallic in the room began to tremble and rise into the air. Even the entire mansion started to quake. Logan attempted to intervene. But before he could approach, the car keys in his pocket were yanked away, pinning him forcefully against the wall. Beast suffered the same fate. Magneto advanced towards Professor X, his eyes ablaze with fury, while the professor, though stripped of his abilities, harbored his own indignation, glaring back in defiance. Shen, please, you must stop them. Logan urgently implored Shen Mu, for both the professor and Magneto represented the future of mutants, and any impulsive incident could lead to dire consequences. Enough, enough. Like children playing house, if you cannot strike, do not play too recklessly. As Shen Mu uttered these words, a powerful telekinetic force surged forth, pressing both men down to the ground. The metallic objects controlled by Magneto instantly lost their momentum and fell from the air. Yet, even in this subdued state, they continued to glare fiercely at one another. Observing this, Shen Mu exerted a slight additional pressure, eliciting creaks from their bones. The sensation of pain in their bodies finally quelled the fury within them. Once Shen Mu lifted his telekinetic hold, both men felt a sudden lightness and struggled to turn over, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Logan and Hank each supported one another and sank onto the sofa. After settling, Magneto spoke first. Since you have found such a powerful ally, why do you still need to rescue me? With this gentleman's capabilities, you should be able to easily retrieve Raven. Eric, this is a crisis for mutants. While Shen is a friend, he is not obligated to save the future of all mutants. If he can assist us in freeing you, we should be grateful. Logan interjected, asserting his seniority in both age and experience over the Professor, Magneto, and Hank. Upon hearing this, Magneto fell silent. However, Shen Mu mused inwardly. For the sake of the treasure, this obligation could be fulfilled. 3 days hence, Raven would assassinate Bolivar at the peace conference in Paris, according to the history I know. She succeeded. Yet, after her successful assassination, she was captured and became a significant subject for experimentation. Logan once again provided crucial information based on future history. Eric, do you see? This is the consequence of your taking Raven away. You have transformed her into an assassin, a mere subject for experimentation, and even the key to unleashing the extinction of mutants. Professor X articulated these words with a calm demeanor, yet it was evident that a deep-seated resentment simmered within him. No, the history that has yet to unfold cannot be deemed history, as long as we can locate her before the meeting commences, or thwart her assassination attempt at the event, our future shall be altered. Is this not the very purpose of bringing Logan back from the future? However, I must express my apologies, Charles, for you remain an insufferable scoundrel. Magneto uttered these words with a conflicted heart. Now that the course of action has been made clear, Hank began his preparations. It is worth noting that Charles possesses a private jet under his name. Meanwhile, Logan found himself disinterested in observing the two of them. The sudden turn of events had caused him to spill his drink, prompting him to seek out a new glass to share a drink with Shen Mu. Chapter 55. Paris. Meanwhile, Professor X and his team were devising strategies to locate Raven, while the guards at the Pentagon were on the verge of insanity. During their routine delivery of dinner to Magneto, they discovered that the formidable prisoner had inexplicably vanished from his cell. This was the prime suspect in the assassination of a former president, and the effort expended to apprehend Magneto was monumental. The very nature of his confinement underscored the significance the authorities placed upon him. Yet now, he seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The Pentagon, fortified with over 25,000 military personnel, had dedicated a unit of 60 guards solely to monitor Magneto. Although security cameras were intentionally omitted from the prison due to fears of his abilities, the watchful eyes of 20 guards per shift, around the clock, remained fixed on the solitary exit of his cell, and yet, not a single anomaly was detected. Furthermore, a thorough review of all surveillance footage post-lunch revealed no suspicious individuals. The only plausible explanation for his silent extraction from the world's most secure prison appeared to be his fellow mutants. I believe Professor Bolivar's concerns are justified. The immense power possessed by these mutants allows them to flout national laws and dignity. If they could stealthily liberate Eric Lenscher, a violent criminal, from incarceration today, what is to stop them from appearing in our offices or homes tomorrow? What then shall we do? Shall we merely stand by as they take our lives and harm our families? Thus, I propose that Professor Bolivar's initiative warrants renewed consideration. At this moment, a government official spoke grimly, his words casting a heavy pall over the assembly. His statement prompted deep reflection among the other legislators. Initially, they had dismissed Bolivar's Sentinel program due to political standings and budgetary constraints. However, the mutants had begun to demonstrate their contempt for national authority. This was a provocation, and if left unaddressed, the mutants' audacity would only escalate, potentially leading to a catastrophic war of extermination. I concur with the sentiments expressed by Senators Dunes and Aubrey. We must develop corresponding countermeasures against the mutants, and when necessary, eliminate them. With this declaration, other members began to voice their agreement. Following the meeting, I shall inform Bolivar of this new resolution. The collaboration between the government and Trask Industries will persist, and the Sentinel program will receive robust financial backing from the state. Ultimately, Secretary of State Ray Weiss rendered the final decision. A transformation triggered by a mere butterfly led the government officials to forge a new resolution, unbeknownst to Professor X and his allies. Meanwhile, the progress of Shen Mu's treasure chest charging silently advanced a notch, though he remained oblivious to this minor change. At this moment, in Paris, Shen, why didn't you inform Hank that you could directly come to Paris? I've noticed he has been tirelessly preparing for a long time, and now appears quite dejected, Logan whispered as he leaned closer to Shen Mu. Because he never asked. Moreover, when it comes to saving one's own future, one ought to feel a sense of involvement, however futile it may be. At least it attests to the effort once exerted. Upon hearing these words, Hank's expression grew even more somber. For the first time, the technology he revered felt utterly impotent in the face of supernatural forces. While he had invented a serum to suppress his mutant genes, the concept of magic was simply beyond his comprehension. Professor, I have thoroughly examined all of Bolivar's itinerary information, but it remains highly classified. I suspect he might be with the president, Hank lamented, his confidence shattered by Shen Mu's earlier remarks. compounded by the lack of any useful information. Eric, do you have any means to locate Raven? Or, after you left with her, did you establish any special method of communication? The professor, devoid of telepathic abilities, could only inquire whether his old friend had a way to reach Mystique. No. We typically communicated through regular phone calls or acted in unison, Magneto replied, shaking his head in resignation. Mr. Shen, I wonder if you possess any means to assist us in finding Raven, akin to your remarkable teleportation spell. Magneto continued, his hope rekindled. Indeed, there is a way, but it requires a biological medium from Mystique to cast the spell, Shen Mu revealed, recalling a particular incantation from the mystical library of Kamartash. It was the same spell Doctor Strange used with strands of Thor's hair to locate their father, Odin. This spell could identify individuals with similar or closely related bloodline information. It essentially served as a familial locator spell, but combined with the portal from the suspended ring, its efficacy would be exceptional. Upon hearing Shen Mu's explanation, both Magneto and Logan exchanged glances. One had only just been released from confinement, while the other barely recognized Mystique. Meanwhile, Professor X and Hank shook their heads. Acknowledging that too much time had elapsed, they possessed only a handful of photographs and some faded memories of Mystique. Then it seems there is nothing to be done. We must patiently wait for the meeting to commence. In the meantime, perhaps you can devise a plan for how to gain entry into the conference room. Lest you find yourselves barred from entry after her assassination is complete, Shen Mu stated nonchalantly, as if entirely unconcerned. Hearing his words, Magneto's resolve began to crystallize. Even if it meant forcibly breaching the venue, he was determined to enter the conference hall. Should he be unable to leave with Raven alive, he would ensure that he would take her lifeless body with him. This indeed reflects his magnanimity, willing to sacrifice anyone for the future of mutants, even if that person is his dearest friend and companion. At this moment, however, Charles is overwhelmed with regret, wishing fervently that he had not lost his abilities. Alas, he has made his choice, and he must now bear the consequences that follow. Hank, please assist us in forging identities as journalists for each of us. We will need to gain access to the conference. In the absence of alternatives, the professor has no choice but to rely on Hank for this preparation. I understand, Professor. Hank, feeling a renewed sense of purpose, exhibits a hint of exhilaration upon realizing his value once more. The waiting is the most arduous part. Though this only affects a few who harbor anxieties about the future, Shen Mu remains unaffected, for he possesses the capability to rectify any outcome. Regardless of the failure of this group, he is unencumbered by concerns of international repercussions, for even if every nation on Earth united against him, they could not pose the slightest threat. Chapter 56. The first appearance before the world. 3 days have swiftly elapsed. During this brief interlude, Hank, the professor, and Logan endeavored to seek any trace of Mystique amidst the bustling streets. They even resorted to broadcasting her name in a desperate plea. Only Magneto, burdened by a warrant for his arrest, refrained from making a conspicuous appearance. In the shadows, unseen by the X-Men, Mystique had assumed the guise of a military representative from Vietnam, attending the conference. Although Shen Mu foresaw the trajectory of future events, he was disinclined to disclose this knowledge to them. Raven had noticed the professor and Hank, yet she chose not to reveal herself. She understood that her path diverged completely from Charles S. On the day the conference commenced, the rebranded professor and his companions successfully infiltrated the venue under the guise of journalists. However, Shen Mu did not accompany them, leaving Logan with words unspoken. Yet, time did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. The conference began, but despite their exhaustive search of the premises, Bolivar was nowhere to be found. Instead, following the peace talks, there was another meeting to which reporters were not permitted access, with no other option. In order to avoid inciting a detrimental impact before the representatives of numerous nations, they stealthily approached the vicinity, relying on Logan Execute hearing to eavesdrop on the proceedings. The focal point of this meeting was indeed Bolivar. 3 days prior, he had received a call from the Secretary of State, who expressed approval of his proposal concerning the Sentinel robots. This revelation filled Bolivar with astonishment, yet also instilled a sense of bewilderment. What could have prompted such a dramatic shift in the Secretary's previously unwavering stance? The Secretary merely stated that a mutant criminal, codenamed Magneto, had escaped custody, suspected of assassinating the former president. In that instant, the gravity of the situation dawned upon Bolivar. The initial capture of Magneto had relied heavily on sheer luck. Having achieved that once, he would undoubtedly exercise even greater caution in the future. The cost of apprehending him again would be far greater than before. What troubled him further was the possibility of Magneto seeking vengeance. In this age, rife with metal, danger lurked at every corner. As someone well-versed in Magneto's abilities, Bolivar understood the terrifying power he could unleash if he were to lose control within the steel jungle of contemporary society. My lord, I fail to comprehend how he could escape under such stringent surveillance. I trust one have provided you with a comprehensive dossier of his capabilities and the precautions necessary for his detention. At that moment, Bolivar felt an overwhelming frustration towards the incompetence of those tasked with oversight. How could they possibly allow a criminal to slip through their grasp? Bolivar, the situation is far from straightforward. We have meticulously examined every aspect of the prison, and there are no traces left behind. That individual has seemingly vanished into thin air. Discounting other possibilities, we suspect the emergence of an unknown, more enigmatic mutant, akin to the devilish figure we previously apprehended, who possessed the ability to teleport others instantaneously. It is conceivable that a being with even more terrifying abilities has now appeared. As an ordinary person, facing a mutant capable of manifesting silently in any location is akin to having a sword of Damocles hanging precariously above one's head, ready to fall at any moment. Moreover, their abduction of Magneto indicates that he must be a significant accomplice, should he seek vengeance. The Secretary of State's words trailed off. Confident that Bolivar understood the implication, the fear of retribution lingered in the air, for few are unafraid of death. At this moment, Bolivar felt a tumult of emotions. He was elated that his Sentinel program could finally come to fruition, yet apprehensive about the threats posed by Magneto and the newly emerged unknown mutant. After ending the call, Bolivar realized that his report required amendments. The original plan lacked the necessary urgency. He immediately set about revising his report, raising the threat level posed by Magneto and introducing speculations regarding the unknown mutant. He even decided to double the number of Sentinel prototypes from 8 to 16, considering the need to impose restrictions on certain mutants with extraordinary abilities. How splendid it would be if my Sentinel robots could morph into various forms tailored to different types of mutants. However, all of this necessitates more mutant DNA and the most critical of connections. While revising his report, Bolivar began to contemplate further updates and iterations for the Sentinels he had designed. In a small conference room, representatives from various countries gathered for this special meeting. Bolivar wasted no time and immediately presented his extermination theory to establish dominance among the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of one war heralds the inception of another. And this forthcoming conflict will be more brutal and arduous, for you shall contend with a cadre of superpowered monsters. The individual depicted in this image is named Magneto. According to our research, he possesses the ability to manipulate metal. Regrettably, 3 days ago, this dangerous mutant escaped from the world's most secure prison. Bolivar then recounted the events surrounding the Cuban Missile Crisis from a decade prior, which had been classified until now. Instantly, fear etched itself across the faces of the representatives. Witnessing the efficacy of his information, Bolivar proceeded to introduce the Sentinel robots he had devised for tracking and hunting mutants. Outside, Magneto, employing a subtle tactic, caught a glimpse of the Sentinel robot designs, igniting within him a profound and terrifying intent to kill Bolivar. In that moment, Raven, seated amidst the assembly, felt an intensifying urge for violence surging within her. However, the next instant, the gene detection device in Bolivar's hand suddenly emitted an alarm, pinpointing its source directly at her. "Who are you?" Bolivar inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. "I have no idea what you are talking about," Mystique replied, gradually rising to her feet. Observing this, the surrounding security personnel advanced swiftly, intending to subdue her, but were effortlessly dispatched in a matter of moments. As she reverted to her original blue-skinned form, the others were poised to draw their weapons against her, yet Bolivar intervened, exclaiming, "Do not kill her. I require a living specimen for my experiments." At that moment, his gaze upon Mystique ignited a fervent intensity. However, the fleeting hesitation of the security staff afforded Raven a chance to counterattack, successfully seizing a firearm. Just as she prepared to fire, the conference room doors were suddenly smashed open by Magneto and his team, momentarily diverting the attention of everyone inside. Yet, before they could react, an unexpected brilliance illuminated the ceiling above. In the next instant, the entire ceiling of the conference room was torn asunder by an unseen force, revealing Shen Mu in his true form before the astonished gaze of all present. "Good morning, everyone." Shen Mu's fearsome visage and his gaze, reminiscent of one scrutinizing a meal upon a platter, rendered everyone but Logan and a few others paralyzed with terror. The slightly braver security personnel trembled uncontrollably, their legs quaking, their hands unsteady on their weapons, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of a superior being. Only Bolivar, upon witnessing Shen Mu, widened his eyes behind his glasses, astonished as if they were light bulbs. Then, with a mere thought, Shen Mu employed telekinesis to lift Professor X and the others, along with Mystique, into the air. "Farewell." Shen Mu bid them amicably before casting out a portal and departing. Chapter 57. The future is not yet over. After Shen Mu and Professor X vanished for a moment, the group finally emerged from their state of shock. Just now, a dragon. How could this be possible? We are in Paris. This absolutely cannot be real. How could such legendary creatures manifest in the real world? It must be some trick devised by those mutants. I share the same sentiment. Otherwise, why would he have taken those mutants away? They must be their accomplices. The threat posed by mutants certainly deserves to be included in the national defense agenda. Many representatives expressed skepticism about what they had just witnessed. However, the paralyzing terror of being scrutinized by a top predator felt all too real. Perhaps, just like the mutants, there are other mysterious entities in this world that we are yet to discover. Impossible. If such legendary beings truly exist, we would have at least some inkling of their presence. Humanity's footprints span the globe, and even the skies are monitored by satellites that serve as our eyes. At that moment, a group of representatives began to debate Shen Mu's identity and whether his appearance signified the existence of a hidden world. Only Bolvar gazed upward, lost in thought about the place where Shen Mu had vanished. Damn it, I should never have attended this cursed peace conference. Nor should I have had to deal with those insufferable mutants who clearly have no regard for us. Meanwhile, the President of the United States, having been urgently evacuated to a secure location by his bodyguards, began to curse loudly. We must return to the White House immediately and bring Bolvar with us. I need him to fully present his Sentinel robot project. The war against the mutants has officially commenced from this moment onward. After calming himself, the President spoke to the accompanying agents. Yes, Mr. President, we will invite Professor Bolvar at once. With that, the agent turned and departed. At this time, within Xavier's mansion, Shen Mu contemplated his system with some hesitation. He had effectively thwarted Mystique at its source, leaving no DNA for research samples and causing no fatalities. Logically, the treasure box's charging should have been completed, yet the system's prompt contradicted this. Ding. Congratulations, host. The first phase of the major event has successfully charged the treasure box. Would you like to open it now? System, what does this mean? Is there more to this event? Indeed, host. This is merely the beginning. The future has only shifted and has not truly been reversed. Of course, the host can continue to charge the treasure box at each stage. After each phase concludes, the host may choose to open the box or retain it until the major event is entirely resolved. Subsequently, all treasure boxes will merge into a more advanced box. A more advanced treasure box? Could the rewards from this be superior to those obtained from a standard box? Indeed, esteemed host. The quality of the treasure chest varies according to the type of events, ranging from the most basic ordinary chests to rare chests, then to epic chests, legendary chests, and ultimately culminating in the mythical chests. May I inquire which tier the initial chest I opened belongs to? How are the levels of events classified? The birth of the host is a singular occurrence, and the quality of its treasure chest does not conform to any existing category. The classification of each event's level is determined by the strength of the characters involved and the ultimate scope of the event's impact. If one were to consider solely the growth potential of this ancient Kryptonian bloodline, it would undoubtedly be deemed legendary. Shen Mu quietly murmured to himself. The ancient Kryptonian bloodline he had acquired served as the very foundation of his growth thus far, and he had yet to glimpse the limits of its potential. Bestowing it with a legendary title would not be an exaggeration. System, if I were to merge the treasure chest from this event, what caliber of chest might I expect to receive? Ding. The event remains unresolved, rendering a final assessment impossible. Shen Mu, initially inclined to question the system's capabilities, soon found solace in a change of perspective. Perhaps the system originates from a higher dimension, yet it is not omniscient or omnipotent, is it not? During the moment Shen Mu was lost in thought, in a future more than 50 years ahead, the second generation of Sentinel robots had vanquished all the obstructive X-Men and breached the final barrier. Charles, it seems we have failed. The aged Magneto, having relinquished all hope of altering the past to salvage the future, resolutely embraced his demise. Professor X remained silent, his wise eyes dimmed with sorrow. Kitty Pryde, overwhelmed with tears and an insurmountable dread, nonetheless persevered in the exertion of her powers. Under the terrifying gaze of 5 lethal laser beams, the once mighty Magneto met his tragic end. Just as the Sentinel robots were poised to strike at the remaining Professor X and the beleaguered Kitty Pryde, who was desperately maintaining Logan's will across time, it felt as though time itself had been reset, and all vanished into oblivion. The ground was strewn with corpses alongside the terrifying Sentinel robots, as if this entire scene had never existed. The future, once annihilated by the Sentinel robots, had now transformed. Logan, stripped of his consciousness of the future, opened his bewildered eyes only after a painful bout of head-clutching. He gazed around at a group of individuals, recognizing only Magneto, a notorious figure with a wanted poster, while the others remained strangers to him. Who are you? Why do I find myself here? His memories lingered on that passionate night spent with the daughter of the employer he was sworn to protect. He was utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired, perplexed by how he had awoken in this unfamiliar place. Logan, have you returned? Professor X attempted to inquire of the wary Logan. Return? What do you mean? Is my presence here the result of your machinations? Logan, with a swift motion, unsheathed his bone claws, his gaze darting back and forth across the faces of Professor X and Magneto. Logan, calm down. This matter is rather lengthy, but we are friends, Beast Hank quickly interjected, only to be halted by Logan's outstretched bone claws. I do not know you, but I am familiar with that individual. I wish not to entangle myself with such troublesome company. I intend to leave this place, and it would be wise for you not to impede my departure. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. With that, Logan prepared to depart, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Shen Mu, who stood like a statue of iron. For reasons unknown, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, but the instincts of the beast warned him of danger. After lingering on Shen Mu for a few seconds, Logan turned away and departed without a backward glance. Charles, shall we simply allow him to leave? Magneto contemplated intervening, yet he noticed Professor X gently shake his head. The Logan from the future had already departed, suggesting that perhaps the future had been altered. The present Logan remained a wild Wolverine. Forcibly retaining him would serve no purpose. Now, it is time for us to have a serious discussion with Raven. With that, Charles shifted his gaze towards Mystique standing nearby. Chapter 58, Magneto's Decision. Charles, perhaps you ought to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Raven shed her blue skin, reverting to her human form. After today's unforeseen upheaval, coupled with the recent efforts of Charles and his companions to locate her, she sensed that there were deeper issues at play. Just as Charles hesitated to reveal the truth to this girl he regarded as a sister, Magneto spoke first. Raven, your actions today nearly brought about a cataclysm for mutants. The future of everyone could be jeopardized due to your assassination attempt. In fact, the very existence of the mutant race may be at stake. You came perilously close to becoming the catalyst for annihilation, Eric stated, his expression devoid of emotion. In that moment, as he had stormed into the conference room, he had contemplated the irrevocable act of extinguishing Mystique to eliminate any future threats. However, before he could take action, Shen Mu intervened. Now, having brought Mystique back, he remained uncertain about whether the future had truly shifted, and thus his guard was not fully lowered. As long as Mystique existed, the threat would persist. Allowing such a threat to linger was precisely what he detested, akin to Charles's inclination to resolve all matters through peaceful means. Unbeknownst to him, however, there are times when violence may serve as the simplest and most effective solution. What? Eric, what do you mean by that? Mystique questioned, confusion evident in her voice. Raven, this matter is somewhat intricate. We will explain everything in due course. For now, please remain calm and do not leave the house. If you would, Professor X, who had always viewed Mystique as a sister, felt a pang of guilt for having left with Magneto in the past. Thus, faced with her now, his heart brimmed with compassion. He understood that the girl before him acted out of a desire for vengeance after witnessing the suffering of her kin. While he shared her indignation regarding the persecution of their kind, he recognized that nurturing hatred only breeds further animosity, a futile cycle. The relationship between humans and mutants should not devolve into mutual hatred, hostility, or even extermination. Indeed, in the nascent stages of their powers, mutants may inadvertently cause destruction due to their unstable abilities. However, with proper guidance, mutants can become formidable allies in the advancement of human society. This was the very purpose behind establishing the school for gifted youngsters, to aid newly awakened mutants. Charles, tell me now, what do you all know? Who was that individual who just left? And who was the one masquerading as a dragon? Furthermore, how is it that you can stand unaided and no longer employ your telepathic abilities? What transpired during your absence, and what does it all have to do with me? I demand that you disclose everything. At this moment, Mystique felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and bewilderment. She could not comprehend why she had become the catalyst for the impending extinction of mutants. Her intention had been to eliminate the executioner who had relentlessly subjected mutants to cruel experiments, avenging her fellow kind and sparing the remaining survivors from doom. How had she transformed into the origin of all calamities in Magneto's narrative? Very well, Raven, please take a seat. I shall disclose everything to you, Charles assured her. Upon hearing this, he resolved to lay bare the complete truth. Meanwhile, Shen Mu regained his focus from the system. He had discerned what the next phase of this monumental event to alter the future entailed. Thus, he prepared to act preemptively to validate his hypotheses. Without uttering a word to Professor X and the others, he activated the portal and departed. Beast, who had been by his side, wished to convey something to Shen Mu, but he found the portal swiftly closing before he could do so. His outstretched hand lingered in the air, frozen in surprise. Fortunately, he had not extended it into the portal. Otherwise, he would have been left with a single arm, reminiscent of Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' minions, who lost an arm to the spatial forces involved. Professor, Mr. Shen has left, Hank reported. Although he felt gratitude for Shen Mu's assistance, there was a peculiar sense of relief in his departure. After all, with Shen Mu present, it felt as though his own efforts were rendered insignificant. Long-distance travel required meticulous preparation on his part, while Shen merely needed to trace a circle with his tail. Hank was unaware of the plethora of practical magic Shen Mu had yet to reveal. He had not even had the chance to express his gratitude. It was thanks to Shen Mu's help that they had so effortlessly averted the crisis. It seemed that he would have to wait until their next encounter to properly convey his thanks. Professor X, while unsure of Shen Mu's true motives for appearing and assisting them, felt a genuine sense of gratitude in his heart. Charles, was that truly a dragon? Raven asked, staring blankly at Professor X. Indeed, that was Shen. His assistance was instrumental in our successful intervention, averting the crisis of the future. Moreover, according to Logan from the future, he is our ally, having aided us mutants and even saved the Earth multiple times in that former timeline. Though he is a dragon, he embodies the qualities of a commendable hero, Charles remarked with a sense of nostalgia. A dragon? Are there other anomalies in this world aside from us mutants? Raven murmured quietly to herself. Charles, I have no interest in your storytelling at this moment. It is imperative that we contemplate Raven's future now. Given your and Hank's current state, I doubt you possess the capability to safeguard her, someone interjected. Thus, to ensure the future of mutants remains untroubled by further misfortunes, I must take her to a place of absolute safety. Though Magneto professes otherwise, he harbors intentions of eliminating this threat entirely, ensuring it never looms again. Such a resolution would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for the future. Eric, this time you shall not take Raven from my side. Professor X has painstakingly reunited with his sister. He cannot allow her to be led away by Magneto. Charles, given your current state, you are utterly incapable of preventing me from undertaking any action. In response, Magneto merely scoffed. Eric, what do you intend to do? The beast, already in his transformed state, was consumed with affection for Mystique and could not permit Magneto to take her away again. Raven, you must recognize who truly fights for the future of mutants. Come. Walk with me. Magneto, believing he understands Mystique, extended his hand to her once more, adorned with a confident smile. Yet this time, Mystique did not reciprocate the gesture. Eric. My thoughts are in turmoil. I wish to go nowhere but here. She shook her head in refusal. Witnessing this scene, the smile on Magneto's face froze. Come with me. I am not negotiating. I am issuing a command, he declared coldly. Eric, if you wish to leave, by all means, but Raven shall not depart from this place. Suddenly, Charles uttered a remark directed at him. Upon finishing his statement, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Yet his index and middle fingers remained pressed against his temple. Recognizing this familiar gesture, Magneto instinctively stepped back 2 paces, only to find himself ensnared in a web of consciousness. Chapter 59, The Search for Revelation, the Egyptian God in the Way. Professor, has your power been restored? A look of surprise suddenly appeared on the beast's face, for he understood that his own strength was insufficient to prevent Magneto from taking Raven. However, if the professor had returned, then everything would no longer be an issue. Without the specially designed helmet, Eric could never triumph over the professor. Indeed, I have returned. From this moment on, I shall never relinquish it again. The professor first smiled at Hank, then turned his gaze toward Eric. At that moment, Charles, who had tapped into Eric's innermost thoughts, was consumed by fury upon realizing that Eric was contemplating Raven's demise. Eric, Raven is our family. How could you consider killing her? You scoundrel? Are you not meant to protect all our mutant brethren? What difference is there between you and those who spill the blood of our kind? Charles transformed into a colossal figure, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Magneto, questioning him as he struck. Charles, if sacrificing one person could save all mutants, even if that person were you, I would show no mercy. The future is not immutable, as long as humanity continues to harbor hatred towards mutants. The sentinels that seek to annihilate us will persist. In the face of Professor X's formidable psychic presence, Magneto found himself utterly defenseless, yet he still conveyed his beliefs. For Magneto, after the loss of his mother, Charles was the only true confidant he had left in this world. Therefore, when he uttered those words, it became evident how profoundly he valued the survival of their kind. Upon hearing his friend's words, Professor X released Magneto from his psychic grasp. He could sense Magneto's unwavering determination to protect the majority of mutants. Although their envisioned paths diverged, he harbored a deep respect for Magneto in his heart. Eric, I understand your concerns, but from this day forth, I shall not permit such events to transpire. Even in death, I will fulfill my promise to safeguard our mutant brethren. For I am Professor X. Charles likewise declared his oath to Magneto. This declaration signified that from that moment onward, there would only be Professor X in his wheelchair, not standing Charles Xavier. Having spoken, Professor X withdrew from Magneto's mental realm, relinquishing his control. Charles, I hope you can uphold your words, Eric said, casting a lingering glance at his old friend before departing without a backward glance. Hank made no effort to stop the departing Magneto. Charles, what did you say to Eric? Mystique, witnessing Magneto's departure and piecing together his earlier words, discerned that something significant had just transpired between them. It is nothing more than a reaffirmation of our respective ideals. Raven, I shall now divulge everything you wish to know, and I hope that you will choose to remain with us in the future. The Institute for Mutants will undoubtedly require a mentor of your caliber. Subsequently, Professor X recounted to Raven the tumultuous events involving Logan and Shen Mu, including the harrowing tale of the dark future he had witnessed. Upon hearing Charles's words, Raven was engulfed in profound self-doubt. She had never realized that her momentary impulse could lead to such catastrophic consequences for the mutant race. Everyone perished. Raven, do not worry or fear. The darkness has passed, and we can now forge a new future. Professor X stepped forward and gently embraced the wounded Raven. In that moment, being enveloped in his embrace felt like a return to that fateful night over a decade ago. Meanwhile, the despondent professor, having shed his gloom, was now brimming with vigor. Embarking on the transformation of the seemingly forlorn Xavier's mansion. The long-sealed underground chambers were reopened, and the dust-laden cerebral enhancers sprang back to life. It was time to reinstate the Institute for Mutants, allowing more young mutants to learn here and master their abilities. On another front, Shen Mu, after finding a suitable place to rest, appeared in Cairo, the capital of Egypt. He was acutely aware that the future of mutants was intertwined with the slumbering figure of the mutant progenitor, Apocalypse, hidden somewhere beneath this city. In the 1970s, Cairo was not yet adorned with towering structures. Rather, it was characterized by modest, multi-story buildings. The landscape was suffused with a hazy yellow hue, as if the air itself were imbued with fine grains of sand. Shen Mu soared through the skies, unabashedly revealing his form. His wings unfurling as his X-ray vision scanned every inch of the city, penetrating hundreds of meters into the ground. Below, many individuals paused in their activities, looking up in astonishment. What have I witnessed? What manner of creature is that? Is the divine about to impose judgment upon its people? This monstrous figure could very well symbolize the harbinger of calamity. Oh, great deity, please grant us your forgiveness. In Egyptian lore, dragons do not exist. Hence, many were unfamiliar with the sight of Shen Mu's draconic form. Some engaged in discussions, while others had already knelt in supplication, beseeching divine mercy. At that moment, within the Giza pyramid complex, 5 figures gradually materialized. They were the 9 pillars of Egyptian mythology, though only 5 had manifested, the others having truly transcended this dimension. Disappointed in humanity, they had chosen to withdraw from human affairs, and what appeared now were merely avatars of their respective messengers. Thus, each appeared in human form, clad in tailored suits. Horus, an emissary of a foreign deity, stepped into the realm of Egypt, questioning whether they should expel him. At this moment, a female deity manifested before the vengeful god Horus, who stood directly in front of her. No, she was not merely a divine messenger. She was a true goddess, akin to Ra, possessing the formidable power of the sun. We lack the means to thwart him. Horus gently shook his head and remarked. However, I recall that the moon god Khonsu has been tirelessly creating his avatars to act in the realm of humanity. We could have him probe this passing deity with his true form. Suddenly, Osiris, standing to the right, proposed. Very well, I concur. I agree as well. After a brief deliberation, the gods resolved to send forth Khonsu, whom they regarded as a naive fool, to test the waters. Subsequently, the 5 deities extended their hands, and a radiant white light emerged, revealing a creature adorned with a raven skull, its body wrapped in white bandages, wielding a scepter. Khonsu, an otherworldly deity, has entered Egypt. We require you to expel him on behalf of the 9 pillars of gods. We permit you to use your divine power without restraint this time. Complete this task, and you shall attain true freedom. We shall no longer interfere with your actions among mortals, Horus instructed Khonsu, though you are all a bunch of scoundrels. I accept your bargain, the moon god Khonsu declared, thrusting his scepter into the ground, causing the celestial phenomena to shift dramatically, and his figure vanished in an instant. The sun, once blazing high in the sky, was replaced by a radiant full moon. Shen Mu also came to a halt, for before him stood an unfamiliar and enigmatic creature. Ding! A significant event, the moon god's intervention has commenced, and the treasure chest is charging continuously. Chapter 60. Defeating Khonsu. The populace of Egypt gazed at the abruptly transformed sky, trembling with the conviction that the apocalypse was upon them. With utmost reverence, they knelt, imploring the deities for forgiveness. The luminous moon above was merely conjured by Khonsu's divine prowess, not a genuine celestial body. Other nations soon recognized this peculiar phenomenon, noting that only Egypt was enveloped in moonlight, while just a meter beyond its borders basked in bright sunlight. Deploy the satellites immediately. I must ascertain what transpires within Egypt. Pierce commanded, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Since the emergence of that enigmatic rainbow, bizarre occurrences had unfolded one after another. Commander, our satellites appear to be obstructed by an unknown force. We cannot discern the specific situation, reported a somber technician responsible for satellite operations. This was the work of the 9 deities of Egypt, employing their divine powers to obscure human perception. Mobilize the relevant personnel within Egypt at once to investigate the circumstances. Pierce instructed, his demeanor weary as he returned to his office. From a cherished box, he retrieved a Hydra medal. This world requires a new order. I shall carry forth your will, Leader Schmidt. Long live Hydra. Whenever fatigue weighed upon Pierce, he would gaze upon this medal, personally bestowed upon him by the Hydra leader. Red Skull. Meanwhile, the dragon remained restless, drawing the ire of a certain group. Agatha, playing with the sandalwood before her, subtly shook her head. She was aware of the indigenous deities on Earth but chose not to interfere in their affairs. After all, her duty as the supreme sorceress was to safeguard the Earth from intrusions from other dimensions. I am Khonsu, the moon god, a deity from a foreign realm. This is the domain of the Egyptian gods. You have trespassed. Depart this place at once, Khonsu declared, brandishing his staff at Shen Mu. Confronted by this unexpected entity, Shen Mu was perplexed, for in his understanding, such a creature had never appeared in the Marvel universe, nor had he ever heard of the Egyptian gods. However, he recalled that adjacent to Marvel, DC featured a character named Black Adam, who wielded the powers of the Egyptian gods. You demand that I leave? Have you not yet awakened from your slumber? Shen Mu retorted, and as his words echoed, his figure vanished from Khonsu's sight, unleashing a furious strike. With the force of countless tons, his dragon claws descended upon Khonsu in less than a second. Instantly, Khonsu's form shattered like a broken sandbag. Fragments of luminous white cascading from the sky, reminiscent of shattered moonlight, beautiful enough to enchant the heart. Nevertheless, Shen Mu remained vigilant. For the tone of his adversary suggested that beyond this monster, the so-called Egyptian gods were also present. In the next moment, the moon above cast a brilliant ray of silvery light. In the moonlight, a figure gradually coalesced once more, revealing the creature that proclaimed itself as the moon god. Despite the skull's expressionless facade, Shen Mu discerned a flicker of fear within. Evidently, the recent strike had instilled trepidation in him. Otherworldly deity, I concede your strength. Yet beneath this resplendent moon, you cannot hope to prevail against me. Thus, I suggest you depart. We shall treat this encounter as though it never transpired. Khonsu, having endured the recent assault, recognized that he was no match for Shen Mu in combat. To preserve his dignity, he resorted to negotiating with a tone of conciliation. Is that so? A seemingly indestructible punching bag ought to provide me with a fair amount of amusement. As he spoke, the corners of Shen Mu's eyes reddened, and divine energy coalesced around them. Khonsu sensed the surging power of the solar god, and an ominous figure surged to the forefront of his mind. But in the next instant, two terrifying crimson rays hurtled towards him. Reacting swiftly, Khonsu thrust his staff forward, conjuring a silvery shield before him. However, the immense force propelled him backward with great speed, sending him hurtling through the air for an unknown distance. The relentless heat of the solar god's power swiftly eroded the barrier he had erected. Just as Khonsu teetered on the brink of collapse, a beam of white light burst forth from a pyramid, enveloping him. Instantly, he felt a surge of strength surpassing his prime. His form transformed into a series of afterimages, evading Shen Mu's rays. Then, an endless cascade of white linen billowed around him, and in the blink of an eye, the moon god Khonsu metamorphosed into a towering behemoth, reaching a height of 100 meters. This was his true divine form. Yet, even in this enhanced state, he remained uncertain of his ability to conquer Shen Mu. Nonetheless, on his own turf, he could not simply yield. Otherworldly deity, I warn you once more, depart from this place, and I shall let the matter rest. Khonsu's voice resonated like thunder, crashing towards Shen Mu. Once I have acquired what I seek, I shall take my leave. However, should you continue to obstruct my path, you shall meet your demise. Shen Mu disregarded Khonsu's lofty demeanor with equal disdain. Arrogance. Khonsu's ire ignited further, and with a thunderous roar, he darted forward like a wraith. His colossal staff, charged with lunar energy, aimed at Shen Mu. Is this all you can muster? You, the moon god, are pathetically weak. Shen Mu raised a claw, effortlessly grasping the descending staff. With a slight exertion, he wrenched the massive weapon from Khonsu's grasp. Seizing the staff, Shen Mu swung it back with the force of a landslide, striking Khonsu with tremendous impact. The blow sent Khonsu's form hurtling away like a baseball struck by a bat. Before the momentum could dissipate, Shen Mu was already behind him, delivering another vicious strike. At this moment, Khonsu felt the utmost humiliation he had ever experienced since his inception. Even when sealed by the 9 pillar gods, he had never endured such indignity. The esteemed moon god found himself mercilessly battered by a foreign deity, treated as mere plaything. Despite the fact that this otherworldly being possessed solar powers comparable to those of Ra, Khonsu's fury surged forth. Enough! I am the moon god, and the dignity of a deity is not to be trifled with. He roared in wrath, yet he found himself utterly unable to control his own body. His divine powers rendered ineffective amidst the relentless assault. Who among us is not a god? I have had my fill of this. It is time to send you home. Suddenly, Khonsu's staff erupted with a crimson glow, which Shen Mu hurled towards him. The staff pierced Khonsu's body, and instantly, a crimson radiance emerged from him, rapidly expanding as if the sun were rising anew. Dawn has arrived. The celestial phenomena altered by Kong Su's divine power were instantly shattered, defeated and powerless to retaliate. What shall we do? There is nothing to be done. After all, human faith holds no value for us. Let it be. At this moment, the avatar of Horus withdrew its gaze from Shen Mu, speaking with an air of indifference. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the major event of disrupting the moon god. The treasure chest has been charged. Would you like to open it immediately? Chapter 61. The resurrection of Apocalypse as Shen Mu ignited the divine power of the sun to obliterate the godly form of Khonsu. Beneath a humble shop in the city of Cairo, the recently unleashed solar energy catalyzed an unfinished ritual from 3 millennia ago, linked to the being known as Apocalypse. Within the subterranean depths, a diminutive pyramid crafted from pure gold absorbed the dissipating solar energy, revealing intricate golden patterns that extended deeper into the earth. At the heart of this underground sanctuary lay a half-meter-high altar, upon which reclined a peculiar figure clad in armor, adorned with blue-violet skin. This entity was none other than Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants, who had once ruled the Nile Valley 600 years prior. As one of the earliest mutants, he possessed the ability to transfer his consciousness into other mutants, thereby acquiring their abilities. Over the eons, he continually exchanged his aging body for youthful ones, amassing thousands of powers. Yet, despite his immortal soul, he was unable to secure a deathless physical form. Hence, his ultimate desire was to find a body that could withstand the eternity of his indomitable spirit. Fortuitously, through the relentless efforts of his knights, he discovered a mutant endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities, destined to serve as the vessel for Apocalypse's next reincarnation. However, he could not have fathomed that the very ordinary humans he had enslaved and despised would betray him at the critical moment of his grand rebirth ritual. The conspirators' treachery shattered the pyramid and severed his reincarnation process, imprisoning him in the abyss for over 3 millennia. He had anticipated awakening a decade hence due to unforeseen circumstances. But now, catalyzed by Shen Mu's solar energy, his reincarnation ritual was reactivated. In that instant, Apocalypse's eyes flew open, his soul rapidly reviving as he began to seize control of this new corporeal vessel. The next moment, observing the massive stones hovering above him, an immense purple energy enveloped Apocalypse. The stones began to tremble, sending vibrations through the ground. Is there an earthquake? Wondered the shopkeeper above. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of purple light shot into the heavens, unleashing a terrifying tremor that resonated from Cairo to the farthest reaches of the earth. At that moment, the inhabitants of Cairo were just beginning to recover from the celestial upheaval. Their senses, partially obscured by the divine, allowed them to perceive only that the sky had darkened, then brightened once more. Has the judgment of the gods dissipated? Some pondered. Just then, a violent tremor struck, prompting everyone to scatter in haste toward open spaces. Kamartaj, the incense, which Ancient One had been tending to, toppled from the table with the jolt. This fellow truly was incorrigible, provoking one calamity only to invite another. The ancient mutant, who was meant to awaken a decade later, had emerged a full 10 years ahead of time. Truly, the world had descended into chaos. Ancient One meticulously tended to the overturned incense burner, uttering a reflective remark. Meanwhile, within Xavier's mansion, Professor X and his companions, engaged in the restoration of the estate, were nearly struck by falling debris due to a sudden tremor. What transpired? Why did a sense of foreboding wash over me? Professor X felt an unsettling anxiety, an instinctive awareness that misfortune loomed on the horizon. Having departed from Xavier's mansion, Magneto was intent on reclaiming what was rightfully his, the helmet capable of nullifying psychic abilities. After his capture, that helmet, along with the equipment and even the corporeal remnants of his fellow mutants, had been seized as trophies and confined within the depths of the Pentagon. Just as he was about to grasp the helmet, he sensed its formidable power. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of its former owner, the man he had personally slain. Resolutely, he donned the helmet, vowing never again to cower before Charles's psychic dominion. With his vulnerability addressed, he was determined to exact vengeance, not only for his fallen brethren, but for himself as well. In a quaint 2-story building in New York, a little girl with wine-red hair was quietly enjoying breakfast with her parents. Suddenly, an invisible force swept through, causing her hand, which clutched a spoon, to freeze abruptly. Her parents then witnessed a horrifying spectacle as the spoon began to disintegrate into invisible particles. Immediately thereafter, their daughter succumbed to unconsciousness. Jean, do not be alarmed. Jean will be fine, the husband reassured his visibly frightened wife. At Stark Industries, Howard Stark, now in his middle years, was relishing a rare moment of fatherhood with his 2-year-old son, Tony. A tremor shook the vicinity, prompting him to instinctively shield his child. Jarvis. Please investigate the source of this earthquake, he instructed after the tremor subsided. Yes, sir, replied J.A.R.V.I.S., impeccably dressed and exuding an air of gentlemanly composure. Logan, having returned to a life of indulgence, was roused by the tremor but merely rolled over, continuing to embrace the woman beside him in a deep slumber. High above, Shen Mu sensed the formidable force emanating from beneath Cairo. Meanwhile, the second phase of the monumental event known as Reversal of the Future had quietly commenced, rapidly advancing at an astonishing pace. Apocalypse, you truly are a challenge to locate. With that exclamation, Shen Mu accelerated, producing a series of sonic booms in the air. In an instant, his form plummeted from the sky, crashing through the ground towards the depths below. The shopkeeper, utterly petrified, scrambled out of his establishment. Below, Apocalypse, having just risen to his feet, abruptly tilted his head upward, sensing a terrifying presence drawing near. Given his recent revival, Apocalypse deemed it prudent to first ascertain the current state of the world before proceeding further. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the portal. Shen Mu, only a mere fraction of a second behind, watched helplessly as the figure of Apocalypse vanished into the violet gateway. However, just before the portal was on the verge of disappearing, Shen Mu seized it with one claw. With the other claw, he exerted all his strength in an attempt to forcibly tear open the already closed portal. Unfortunately, this portal was conjured by Apocalypse's own formidable abilities. Thus, when he sensed a dark claw emerging from behind, he immediately dissipated the energy, sustaining the gateway. In an instant, the portal vanished completely. Quite swift, I must say. Yet, you cannot evade me. Although Shen Mu may not be able to locate Apocalypse, who seeks to lie low for a time, he knew that such a being, with his nature, would never remain idle. Witnessing the mortals he once ruled now ascend to dominion over the world, this ancient mutant, who fancied himself a god, would undoubtedly be stirred into action, just as history had revealed to Shen Mu. When the time comes, he need not fear the inability to capture him. Chapter 62. The Awakening of Apocalypse. Under the very gaze of Shen Mu, the entity known as Apocalypse, having narrowly escaped peril, now assumes the guise of an ordinary individual in a border town within Egypt, his black hood concealing his otherworldly complexion. During my slumber, the world has undergone a transformation. What manner of beast was that which instilled such fear in me? And what are these iron constructs? I require more information about this world, and it too yearns for its deity to guide it. I, Apocalypse, have returned. As he traverses the streets of the town, Apocalypse observes the cityscape, now utterly transformed from that of 3 millennia ago, and muses silently. In the era of his dominion, there existed but a single deity in all of Egypt. He who was in Subdues. No entity was more powerful than he, yet after awakening from an indeterminate slumber, the first sensation he experienced was one of unprecedented terror. He sensed that had he lingered just a moment longer in his rest, he would surely have faced dire peril. Thus, he urgently sought to comprehend the duration of his dormancy and the current rulers of this world. Upon his escape, Apocalypse swiftly employed his abilities to mask his presence and erected mental barriers to thwart any psychic pursuit. As he walked, he suddenly became aware of a few individuals trailing him. A brief examination revealed that they were merely a handful of lowly mortals harboring laughable malice. Initially, Apocalypse contemplated ending their lives for their audacity to offend him. However, an idea struck him. He could extract valuable information from their minds. Thus, he stealthily diverted into a nearby alley. Who and I, has that fellow noticed us? One of the followers queried. And if he has, are we to fear a single individual? Retorted Who and I, a burly man, as he brandished a small folding knife, approximately 10 centimeters in length, and twirled it between his fingers. Follow me. If we can procure something of worth from him, our lives will improve significantly. I intended to seize something amidst the chaos when the sky darkened. Yet it brightened too soon, thwarting our efforts. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. With that, Who and I ceased his stealthy pursuit and swiftly maneuvered to position himself directly in front of Apocalypse. Outsider, you dare to steal from me? Surrender your possessions now, and we shall not trouble you. Refuse, and my knife shall find its mark in your flesh, Who and I proclaimed, raising the small blade threateningly towards Apocalypse. Yet, due to Apocalypse's lowered head, his entire form remained shrouded within the hood, preventing Who and I and his companions from perceiving his true nature. However, in the next instant, Apocalypse abruptly lifted his gaze, revealing a visage of deep azure to Who and I and his associates. Monster. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Apocalypse, the few inhabitants of this small town, who had never ventured beyond its confines, were instantly struck with terror, retreating in haste. The Apocalypse, undeterred, advanced slowly towards them. Begone, monster, do not approach. Huni brandished a small knife in frantic gestures, attempting to deter the advancing figure. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of the entity they faced. With a subtle lift of his hand, the Apocalypse summoned tendrils of sand from the wall behind them, ensnaring them in a relentless grip. No. Please, spare us. We were wrong. Grant us a chance, and we shall serve you. Huni's companions, paralyzed by fear, pleaded desperately for mercy. Tell me, who rules this world now? And who is the false deity you worship? The Apocalypse inquired, his gaze piercing into the quaking Huni, whose eyes gleamed with a silvery hue. No one governs the world. I only know that the officer of our city, Dahab, is Abdul. There are other nations. The most renowned is America, the most developed country in the world. I revere Pluto, the god of agriculture, Osiris, and Anubis, the god of the dead, hoping for a favorable reincarnation after my demise. Under the influence of the Apocalypse's mental control, Huni divulged all he knew. However, the Apocalypse was unsatisfied. Insufficient. Far too little. Suddenly, he noticed an antenna atop a building, from which he detected a multitude of information flowing. What is that? He queried, pointing towards the antenna. That is a television receiving antenna, Huni replied. Let me there. And I may forgive your transgressions, allowing you to continue living. With that, the Apocalypse released Huni from the wall-esque grip. Unfortunately, his three companions were not so fortunate. With a mere flick of his finger, countless grains of sand invaded the trio's ears, noses, and mouths, ultimately transforming them into a haunting relief upon the wall. Huni, now akin to a marionette, guided the Apocalypse to his home, where he mechanically switched on the television and stood by, motionless. As the screen flickered to life, the Apocalypse absorbed the information flowing through it. He approached slowly, placing his palm against the television, his eyes glowing like lanterns, receiving the boundless waves of signals permeating the air. In that moment, an overwhelming torrent of modern societal information surged into his mind, and the Apocalypse swiftly assimilated it all. After nearly 15 minutes, he finally opened his eyes. Weapons, nations, once feeble humanity has now ascended to dominion over the world. They betrayed me for these very reasons. These false deities have usurped my faith. This world requires purification. The ignorant must be saved. The Apocalypse perceived the vast array of information existing within the digital realm, grasping the trajectory of the world since his slumber. In the absence of his reign, the once cohesive and unified realm has fractured due to strife, as humanity incessantly forges increasingly potent instruments for the annihilation of its own kind. He bears witness to the statements issued by various governments regarding the threat posed by mutants, and the image of Magneto is indelibly etched in his mind. I shall return, and my knights shall accompany me to usher in a new order for this world. Those children of mine, whose gifts have been shackled, will ascend as the new sovereigns of this realm. I shall wield the very weapons you have crafted to dismantle all that you currently possess, while also vanquishing that fearsome entity. At this moment, Magneto, who is preparing to exact vengeance upon Bolivar and those government officials, remains unaware that the progenitors of mutants have already designated him as one of their four horsemen. Upon witnessing the nuclear arsenal amassed by humanity, he is astonished that this group, once held in disdain, has managed to produce such large-scale instruments of destruction. Apocalypse believes he has discovered a means to utterly obliterate Shen Mu. Chapter 63. Shen Mu's second form, the return of the divine, will be accompanied by knightly guardians. It is time to seek out my exceptionally gifted children. After acquiring the desired information, Tianchi slowly made his way outside, intent on reassembling his four esteemed knight protectors. Before departing, he remained true to his vow and spared Huni's life. For him, both the act of granting mercy and the act of taking a life are gifts bestowed by his divine nature. He opened a portal and vanished from the spot, setting off to find his first knight. Meanwhile, Magneto, having secured his helmet, stealthily infiltrated Trask Industries. He was particularly intrigued by Bolivar's design for the Sentinel robots, which were utterly impervious to ordinary mutants. Disguised as a Trask Industries employee, Magneto blended in with the team transporting the Sentinel robots. Is this the original Sentinel robot created by Bolivar? Observing the towering figure, nearly 10 meters tall, Magneto attempted to manipulate it, but to no avail. He realized that these contraptions were indeed crafted from a high-polymer space composite, devoid of any metal, just as Bolivar had claimed. These machines were destined for the vicinity of the White House, where the president would soon make a public declaration regarding the mutant issue. The colossal Sentinel robots were to be unveiled as formidable weapons to the world. However, while Magneto could not directly control these Sentinel robots, it did not imply that he lacked the means to influence them. He was poised to execute a grand plan, using the forthcoming public announcement to declare the dawn of the mutant era to the entire world. Silently following the transport of the robots, he boarded a train bound for Washington, D.C. As night fell, Magneto seized control, opening the train doors and leaping onto the roof. With a subtle gesture, he overturned the tracks behind the train, unfastening the cargo compartment and transforming the rails into slender wires that infiltrated the Sentinel's interiors. Once the robots were thoroughly permeated, Magneto made a slight motion, and to his astonishment, the robots activated autonomously without any command. The weapons aimed at mutants would soon unleash their wrath upon these wretched beings. Having accomplished this, Magneto nonchalantly returned to his compartment, awaiting the grand unveiling. On the other side, Shen Mu stood atop the world's highest peak. System. Open the newly charged treasure chest. Ding. The treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Divine Power Usage Guide. Rewards have been issued. Would the host like to claim them? System. The Divine Power Usage Guide. This must instruct me on how to wield my divine powers. It seems quite practical. Ding. Indeed, the host's current utilization of divine power is merely a rudimentary enhancement of destructive capability, far too crude. If other systems were to learn that my host is but a brute relying solely on sheer force, I would be subject to their ridicule. Unexpectedly, Shen Mu found himself the target of disdain from the system for a mere offhand inquiry. Moreover, through this exchange, he seemed to uncover something of considerable significance. Are you implying that there exist other systems beyond your own? Shen Mu inquired, curiosity piqued. Beep. Host's current strength is insufficient, lacking the authority to comprehend further details. Once again, Shen Mu felt the sting of the system's derision. Well, if my strength is indeed so lacking, I must apologize for your esteemed self. If we are to speak thus, the reason for my weakened state partially lies with you. If you were to provide more valuable rewards in the treasure chests, such as the heart of the universe or the power of origin, I could easily surpass the multiverse before you. System, shall we strike a bargain? From now on, grant me clandestine advantages with each reward, and I assure you, I will ensure you gain ample prestige before other systems. In response to the system's scorn, Shen Mu stood his ground. Beep. Host, please refrain from daydreaming. TCH, I wish to claim my reward. Unable to contend with the system, Shen Mu shifted the topic. Eager to receive his reward. Beep. Reward has been dispensed. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind, akin to a river breaching its dam. Shen Mu hastily activated his superbrain to absorb and digest the influx of data. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes, a flicker of crimson light flashing within them. Indeed, my method of harnessing divine power has been far too simplistic. The potential of divine power encompasses myriad possibilities. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, a golden radiance enveloped Shen Mu, and his immense form began to constrict, gradually assuming a more human guise. In this newly transformed state, Shen Mu stood bare, his visage resembling his previous life by only a fraction, akin to muscles forged from steel reflecting unusual luminosity under the sun's rays. His shoulder-length, dark red hair cascaded down, adorned by a pair of backward-curving dragon horns atop his head, and his eyes glimmered with yellow vertical pupils. Etched upon his back were the markings of two black wings, poised to unfurl into magnificent, fleshy appendages at any moment. In this form, my strength and speed remain largely unrestrained, presenting a rather appealing appearance. The body reshaped by divine power is not an illusion, but rather a genuine transformation of flesh and blood. Compared to his original dragon form, this is akin to a secondary state. However, to fully unleash his inherent power, he would still rely upon his dragon form. Yet Shen Mu could effortlessly transition between these two states. As he gazed at his reflection, an uncanny familiarity tugged at his memory. Suddenly, clarity struck. He realized his current appearance bore a striking resemblance to the demon Lord Zhonglu. He was a character from a single-player game known as The Legend of Sword and Fairy, which he had played in his previous life. Adorned with the same dark crimson aura, sporting similar upright horns atop his head, and possessing retractable wings, he bore an uncanny resemblance. In this universe, devoid of the demonic Lord Zhonglu, I am not merely an imitation, I embody the authentic essence. Shen Mu clenched his fist before him, and in an instant, a radiant glow enveloped his previously bare form, draping him in a long, black coat. Despite assuming a humanoid shape, his nearly 2-meter stature exuded an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. It had been quite some time since he last donned garments, and he found the sensation rather awkward. Adjusting his attire with a sense of unease, Shen Mu felt an unfamiliar constriction, lacking the liberating ease he experienced in his dragon form. Chapter 64. Inscribing the rune array upon the body, it is now opportune for me to inscribe the magical runes of the solar disk upon my very being. As Shen Mu spoke, he manifested 4 divine avatars. Restoring his original form, he extended his wings. Very well, you may commence. Shen Mu instructed his divine incarnations. Subsequently, the 4 avatars soared through the air, inscribing golden runes upon Shen Mu's body from the 4 cardinal directions. Each rune, upon contact with his form, seamlessly merged into his scales and flesh. It took the avatars a full 2 hours to complete the intricate etching of the runes. As the final rune descended, the solar power within Shen Mu surged and boiled with fervor. A vast and intricate rune array materialized on the surface of his body. The sunlight above began to converge towards him, and the area around Shen Mu gradually transformed into a miniature sun. At the moment the rune array was activated, he felt an overwhelming wave of exuberance pulsate through his entire being. Every cell within him was reinvigorated, immersing him in a state of ecstasy. The terrifying heat generated by the gathered solar energy caused the perpetual snows atop Mount Everest to show signs of significant melting. This extraordinary phenomenon swiftly captured the attention of numerous nations, particularly the Dragon Kingdom, which held certain claims over the summit. They promptly deployed various investigative measures to uncover the events transpiring atop the peak. Within the Dragon Kingdom, in the city of Kunlun nestled in the Kunlun Mountains, lay a dragon cave inhabited by a crimson divine dragon. This dragon was the source of Iron Fist's power, known as Shou Lao, the ancient dragon of Kunlun. Every warrior aspiring to inherit the name of Iron Fist must confront and defeat Shou Lao within the dragon cave to gain the dragon's power. At this moment, the dragon, having been slain and resurrected multiple times, suddenly opened its eyes from slumber. What purpose could a deity wielding solar power have atop Mount Everest? There was a sense of familiarity about him, yet one could only hope he would not bring about any untoward calamities. The current Iron Fist was nearing the end of his tenure, and my power shall once again ascend. With that thought, Shou Lao closed his eyes once more. Sinking back into slumber, the divine power gained by Iron Fist would revert to Shou Lao upon their demise. His relationship with successive Iron Fists resembled that of a lender and a borrower. The Iron Fist would vanquish him to obtain the dragon's power, which would expand within them during their training. Upon their death, the matured dragon power would return to Shou Lao, augmenting his strength, a mutually beneficial exchange of power. Shen Mu's divine energy was in a state of turmoil. What had he accomplished? As he instructed his disciples, Gui furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Are we inadvertently on the brink of yet another catastrophe? The emergence of your presence, does it herald fortune or misfortune for our planet? At this moment, the Ancient One, witnessing the melting snow atop Mount Everest, could not help but express her helplessness at the impending disaster that would befall those residing at its base. Kamartaj is nestled within the majestic Himalayas, and with this calamity looming, she could not simply stand idly by. Continue your training. I have matters to attend to. She instructed the gathered apprentices, before conjuring a portal and departing. Farewell, esteemed one, the mages said in unison, bowing slightly in the direction of her departure. Stepping through the portal, the Ancient One beheld vast stretches of snow cascading down the mountainside like an unstoppable avalanche. Faced with the raw might of nature, she showed no sign of retreat. Calmly, she extended her right hand, bending her ring and little fingers, and with a slight twist to the right. The surrounding space began to fold and twist, causing the tumbling snow to vanish into another realm. This was the hallmark spell of the supreme sorcerer, the mirror dimension. With her other hand, she invoked the spell of astral projection, creating numerous duplicates to maintain the mirror dimension. She then opened another portal, ascending directly to the mountain summit. Eager to uncover the source of the disturbance concerning Shen Mu. Initially, Shen Mu was enveloped in the euphoric embrace of solar energy. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar magical aura and instantly awakened. Upon realizing it was the Ancient One, he promptly deactivated the runic array enveloping him and, with a flash of divine light, manifested before her in his human form. Have you mastered the control of the divine energy within you? The Ancient One remarked, immediately discerning the transformation in Shen Mu. If their first encounter had left her with the impression of a mere vessel brimming with divine power, this time she was confronted with the undeniable essence of a complete deity. Of course, as a god, I am not merely a tool for amplifying destructive force. Shen Mu retorted, unfazed by the implications of his previous assessment. While your ability to control such power is indeed commendable, might you consider moderating the noise you create next time? Just look at the situation below. With that, the Ancient One gestured towards the snow still cascading down the mountainside. In that instant, Shen Mu grasped the gravity of the situation. This is quite simple, he declared, inhaling deeply and swiftly circling the massive mountain, exhaling a breath of super freezing air. Within mere seconds, he had entirely frozen the cascading snow. Observing Shen Mu's actions, a look of relief crossed the Ancient One's face. To her, a being as powerful as Shen Mu might not be overly concerned with the fate of humanity on Earth. Even disasters inadvertently wrought upon the world can inflict suffering upon countless innocent souls. Much like humanity itself, who, while walking, may unintentionally crush a few ants. Who truly cares? It is unlikely that many would pause to tread cautiously, carefully scrutinizing the ground beneath their feet for the presence of other ants. However, upon realizing the unforeseen calamities he had caused, Shen Mu's immediate impulse was to seek atonement. This instinct sets him apart fundamentally from many other formidable beings that have descended upon Earth. Such a seemingly trivial gesture, nonetheless, kindled a greater fondness within Ancient One. Though these sentiments held little significance for Shen Mu, upon returning to Kamartaj, Shen Mu discovered that he could regulate the absorption of solar energy through the manipulation of his divine power within the formation. This prevented him from becoming an ever-present furnace. Nevertheless, As long as the formation on his surface was activated, those who approached could still feel the fervent warmth radiating from him, akin to that of a blazing sun. Chapter 65. The Awakening of Magneto. The President of the United States is poised to deliver a politically significant declaration in front of the White House, an event that undoubtedly captures global attention. Early on, representatives from various states, along with social luminaries, flocked to Washington, D.C. Other nations have also responded by sending their own delegates to participate in this grand assembly. On the eve of the event, Magneto stands on a hotel rooftop, gazing towards the White House. It is our differences that incite your fear. You dissect and study my kind, even fashioning weapons intended for our complete annihilation. If you are to officially declare war on mutants, then I shall proclaim to the world through blood that your fears are justified. We mutants are indeed the future of this world. With that, 2 silver orbs soar from his hands, spiraling wildly around his form. Indeed, my child, you possess a gift that makes the world tremble. At that moment, a low voice emanates from behind Magneto. Without hesitation, the 2 orbs shoot forth like cannonballs towards the source of the voice. However, they halt before the newcomer with a piercing rush of air. It is Apocalypse, cloaked in his signature garb, accompanied by a striking woman clad in a sensual purple ensemble, her long black hair cascading down her back. She bears a formidable blade. The first night Apocalypse sought, originally intended for the mutant Caliban, fate intervened, allowing Apocalypse to intercept her. She possesses the unique ability to manifest psychic energy into tangible forms and is a master of numerous martial arts techniques. Under normal circumstances, her qualifications would not suffice to be chosen as a knight by Apocalypse. Yet in his haste to reform the 4 horsemen, he has reluctantly enlisted her for the endeavor. Following a potential enhancement, her ability to materialize psychic energy was amplified, allowing her to conjure various weapons at will, significantly increasing her power. In the next instant, a mere gesture from Apocalypse reduced the 2 orbs to mere ash, as if they had succumbed to the ravages of time. Who are you? Magneto inquires, furrowing his brow as he turns to face them. Yet, Apocalypse remains silent, advancing steadily towards Magneto. Stay back, Magneto commands sharply, causing all iron objects in the vicinity to levitate, poised to impale Apocalypse should he take another step forward. In response, the woman swiftly unsheathes her blade, gripping it in one hand while conjuring a purple whip with the other, her gaze fixed intently on Magneto. Realizing they share his mutant lineage, Magneto feels a slight easing of his murderous intent, yet he remains cautious, aware that not all mutants exist in harmonious camaraderie. You are already remarkable, but you can become even more extraordinary, my child, Apocalypse states, stepping closer to Magneto, locking eyes with him. Who are you truly? If you do not express your intentions soon, I shall not be courteous. However, for the proud Apocalypse, the way the other party addressed him as child was exceedingly displeasing. I, Jehovah, the divine, the sun god, the omnipotent one, have borne countless names throughout my innumerable reincarnations. I was born from death. I shall ignite the sacred flame that annihilates humanity, obliterating the existing civilization, purifying this world veering into error, and sowing new seeds to nurture fresh hope. I am Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants, and the true deity of this realm. Apocalypse solemnly declared his identity to Magneto. Huh, a god? Where were you when our mutant brethren were captured, experimented upon, and ruthlessly slaughtered? And where were you when my mother was murdered? Magneto, suppressing his fury, posed this question. Betrayed and ensnared in endless darkness. I was not by your side then, but now I have returned. Child, only I comprehend the true extent of your power, which far surpasses your current understanding. Come, follow me, become my knight, and together we shall usher in a new order for this world. Apocalypse extended his hand toward Magneto. However, he underestimated both Magneto and this era. These are no longer the days of 3 millennia past, where a mere display of so-called miracles could bring one to their knees. Especially now, when Magneto had yet to endure the profound loss of daughter and wife a decade hence. He regarded himself as the leader of mutants and was not one to submit easily. If you wish to become my god, it shall depend on your qualifications. With that, Magneto waved his hand, causing the armor enveloping Apocalypse to constrict violently, compressing his flesh. Upon witnessing this, Psylocke prepared to act. But the blade in her grasp slipped from her hand, pressing against her throat. The cold edge seemed to convey that any movement would result in her instant demise. In the face of such a scenario, Apocalypse exhibited no signs of panic, as if he could not even feel pain. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Instantly, Magneto felt he had lost control over the armor surrounding Apocalypse. The solid ground beneath him morphed into a quagmire, ensnaring his feet, while tendrils of grayish-white sand and stone bound him tightly. It must be said that, in confronting this ancient relic known as Apocalypse, the present company appeared rather naive. One must remember that through countless reincarnations, Apocalypse has acquired thousands of powers, each with the potential for awakening. Every ability he possesses is stronger than its original wielders, and when combined, their effects are far from merely additive. Nevertheless, even so, Magneto's innate talents were among the most formidable he had encountered. Were it not for the extensive preparations and significant disturbances required for the reincarnation ritual, he might have sought a new vessel altogether. Child, as a deity, I forgive your transgression. Now, do you wish to become my knight? Apocalypse once again extended an invitation to Magneto for an alliance. Aware of his constrained circumstances, Magneto, with wisdom rather than impulsiveness, recognized his lack of choices and acquiesced. Subsequently, Apocalypse opened a portal, transporting Magneto and the Shadow to a desolate desert. Child, within you lies immense potential yet to be awakened. Now, allow me to witness your true form. With that, Apocalypse reached out his hand towards Magneto, grasping at the air. Instantly, Magneto felt an unsettling stir within him, as if a dormant beast were on the brink of awakening. In the next moment, unable to withstand the force, he collapsed to his knees. Emitting a cry of anguish, his neck veins bulging as he strained against the ground. Do not resist, embrace your fury, recalling the moment of your initial awakening. Apocalypse ignited the latent power within Magneto, offering guidance. With Magneto's roar, a terrifying magnetic field enveloped the surroundings. The ground quaked, rocks shattered, and countless fragments of stone and dust spiraled into the air like a tornado, conjuring an apocalyptic vision of devastation. This is the true Magneto. Chapter 66. A mysterious case. Witnessing Magneto's formidable display of power, the ethereal butterfly was left utterly astonished. Although she had heard of Magneto's illustrious name, she had never anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Previously, the general consensus was that Magneto's prowess was limited to the manipulation of metals. However, his current exhibition suggested a depth of power far beyond mere metallic control. What instilled in her an even greater sense of awe was Apocalypse. Even a mutant as powerful as Magneto appeared as a mere child in his presence. Just how formidable could this ancient mutant, who proclaimed himself a god, truly be? Prior to encountering Apocalypse, her understanding of powerful mutants was limited to the 2 kings and 2 queens of the Hellfire Club. Regrettably, she had never qualified nor desired to join the Hellfire Club at that time. It was only upon meeting Apocalypse that she began to grasp the true extent of a powerful mutant's abilities. What have you done to me? After channeling the sudden surge of awakened power within him, Magneto gradually descended and confronted Apocalypse. I have merely awakened the dormant power within you, allowing you to become your true self. During my confinement in darkness, you, my children, have been unable to see your true potential. Upon hearing Apocalypse's words, Magneto instinctively glanced at his own hands. He realized that he had never truly comprehended his abilities throughout the years. At this moment, he perceived numerous microcosmic elements previously invisible to him, such as radio waves, ultraviolet rays, and even other unknown radiations. This was the crux of Magneto's limitations in mastering his own powers, a lack of knowledge. Yet, he could hardly be blamed, after all. A significant portion of his life had been spent in struggle. Unlike his friend Charles, who had benefited from an excellent educational environment and held 3 doctoral degrees from prestigious institutions, Magneto's life had been tumultuous. In terms of formal education, he perhaps fell short of even some high school graduates who had pursued traditional studies. Though the world before him was now vividly colorful, he possessed scant knowledge of what it represented. Nevertheless, his mutant abilities were instinctive. Even without understanding their principles, he could still wield them. Excellent, my knight. It is now time for us to continue our search for more of your brethren. My resurrection will see 4 knights in attendance, and you shall have 2 additional companions. With that, Apocalypse turned to prepare a portal to seek his next knight. However, it was evident that Magneto was not prepared to abandon the vengeance he had meticulously planned for so long. No, I have something far more important to accomplish. Apocalypse recognized the flames of vengeance burning in Magneto's eyes, directed at the despicable humans, a gaze he relished. At that moment, he believed Magneto could become his most loyal and exceptional knight in the future, for they both shared a profound disdain for those mortals. Go forth. However, one must exercise caution, for this world harbors unknown terrors. Nevertheless, I shall ultimately annihilate it. Lingdai, accompany him, and allow this world to truly recognize us anew. Apocalypse has expressed his support for Magneto's actions, while also cautioning him to remain vigilant against the lurking threats in the shadows. After all, the imposing black claw that belonged to Shen Mu left a lasting impression on him. Yet, at this moment, Magneto brimmed with confidence. Equipped with a helmet that rendered him immune to mental manipulation, he need not fear betrayal from an old acquaintance. Furthermore, with his newly awakened abilities, he felt no trepidation beyond a modicum of caution towards Apocalypse. Even though he had previously suffered a setback at Shen Mu's hands, he attributed it merely to his lack of preparation. Having made that mistake once, he would not allow it to recur. Meanwhile, at the White House, a security perimeter had been established, with over 500 guards visibly stationed, and many more concealed in the shadows. After all, those attending this conference were significant figures both nationally and internationally. Howard, you thief? The representative from Stark Industries, Howard Stark, had just alighted from his vehicle with his wife when a familiar voice reached his ears. Looking up, he saw Hank Pym, the founder of Pym Technologies and a former collaborator. Dr. Pym, I must reiterate, I did not take your Pym particles. The 4 vials you lost have nothing to do with me. At this moment, Howard felt a twinge of frustration. The Pym particles, Hank Pym's most crucial discovery, had mysteriously vanished 3 years ago from a heavily guarded military base. Pym had stepped out for no more than 5 minutes to retrieve a package from the transport department, only to return to find his particles had been stolen. Consequently, he placed the first suspicion upon Howard Stark, another founding member of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. However, Howard distinctly remembered that he had been engaged in conversation with a visitor from MIT, Howard Potts, at that time. He had been struck by the coincidence of their shared name. Yet, subsequent investigations revealed that MIT had no record of such a person, nor had they dispatched any visitors during that period. Even the likeness generated from Howard's description yielded no results in global databases. Thus, Howard found himself at a loss for words, for even his butler, Jarvis, had a clear recollection of that individual's appearance. Yet, the truth remained that this person had left no trace of existence. Consequently, this incident ignited a rift between him and Hank Pym. Following this, Pym withdrew from the Strategic Scientific Reserve and established his own Pym Technologies. Howard, I had presumed that you would at least possess the courage to take responsibility for your actions. However, it appears I have overestimated you. Hank Pym, on the other hand, harbored profound skepticism towards Howard's assertions. Prior to the theft of the Pym particles, certain individuals within the scientific community had covertly approached him, expressing their desire for him to relinquish the technology of the Pym particles, to which Howard had remained noncommittal. Following that, the items mysteriously vanished, leading him to cast a suspicious gaze upon these erstwhile friends. Yet, if Shen Mu were present, he would comprehend the unfolding events. The burden of this entire debacle falls squarely upon Captain America, Steve Rogers, for it was he who, during a future encounter with Tony to procure the Space Stone, inadvertently appropriated several vials of Pym particles as a supplemental resource for their temporal voyage. Little did he realize that this seemingly insignificant act would inadvertently alter the course of history. After the initial theft of the Pym particles, they appeared to vanish without a trace for decades, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 67. The grand display of the spectacle. Magneto was perplexed as to whether Apocalypse's placement of the shadow was a genuine act of assistance or merely a means of surveillance. Nevertheless, until he was certain about turning against Apocalypse, Magneto was not inclined to dismiss her. What do you truly intend to do? The shadow inquired as she observed Magneto soaring towards a newly constructed, yet unused, colossal stadium, bewildered by his intentions. You shall soon discover, he declared. I am preparing a cage for them, akin to the one they devised for our brethren. Thus, Magneto and the shadow brazenly entered the stadium. Hey, halt, my friend. And the alluring lady as well. We are currently finalizing the site facilities, and it is not yet open to the public. Hence, I must ask you to leave. A construction crew inside the stadium, witnessing Magneto's intrusion, promptly set aside their tools and advanced to obstruct their path. It is unnecessary. Magneto addressed the lead worker with an enigmatic remark, dismissing him without further engagement. Please, vacate the premises. I am not jesting. This is our work. As he spoke, the remaining workers slowly approached, brandishing various tools, their expressions menacing. I believe you might consider a change in employment. With that declaration, Magneto extended a hand forward, and a surge of magnetic energy enveloped the area. The tools in the workers' hands began to tremble uncontrollably. There those individuals. A worker, having recently seen a report on mutants on television, immediately connected the dots regarding Magneto's identity. Get lost, monster. You are not welcome here. Yet, a few undaunted souls remained. One of whom, wielding a steel rebar and filled with disdain, hurled a still-burning cigarette, but towards Magneto. The cigarette, ignited with embers, was abruptly crushed to the ground by an invisible force just short of reaching Magneto. Now, instinctively, Magneto could manipulate the gravitational and attractive forces around him through his control over electromagnetic power. The cigarette, but had swiftly lost its momentum upon encountering the supergravity field he had extended around himself. Observing the blatant disdain on the workers' faces, Magneto felt a war against humanity was indeed warranted. Monsters, are we? Allow me to demonstrate the true extent of the power you so disdain. With a mere thought. A steel rebar, once inert, animated as if alive, coiling around the worker's neck like a serpent. Ugh! The rebar constricted slowly, inducing a sensation of suffocation. The worker could hardly fathom that the mutant before him would dare to strike. They had always enjoyed the luxury of freedom, unreservedly expressing their grievances to anyone they encountered. He cast a pleading glance towards the other workers nearby, yet they were already paralyzed by Magneto's intimidating demeanor, which suggested that he would not hesitate to act violently. Reluctantly, the workers turned their fearful eyes toward Magneto, their expressions betraying not only terror but also a veiled loathing and animosity. I understand that you harbor disdain for us simply because we are different, but rather than contempt, I would prefer that you feel a sense of dread towards us. After uttering these words, Magneto exerted his power once more. The steel beam encircling the worker's neck constricted instantly, and within moments, his face turned crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Then, with a sickening crack, the neck supporting his head snapped. The remaining workers, gripped by panic, abandoned all pretense and fled in all directions. Beside him, Lingdai exhibited little reaction to Magneto's lethal act. Having navigated through society for quite some time, she considered the murder of a few individuals to be a minor occurrence. With the hindrances eliminated, Magneto clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly, the colossal stadium reverberated with the sound of crumbling concrete as countless steel beams buried deep within the ground were extracted. Gradually, the entire stadium began to lift into the air. Let us depart, he called to Lingdai, and together with the stadium, he soared towards the White House. Lingdai cast a lingering glance at the figure soaring through the sky and discreetly unleashed a purple whip, ensnaring a corner of the stadium as they ascended. Soon, pedestrians and vehicles below sensed the massive shadow looming overhead and instinctively looked up. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Is that a stadium flying in the sky? A man driving a convertible struggled to believe his eyes, thinking he was experiencing a mirage. In a bid to clear his head, he hastily stepped out of his car to light a cigarette, but as he exhaled, the stadium remained aloft. The next moment, a chunk of crumbled concrete plummeted from the sky, landing on the hood of his newly acquired car. Damn it! Damn it! He shouted in frustration at the flying Magneto and his stadium, momentarily forgetting the bewildering sight of the airborne arena. Meanwhile, outside the White House, all guests were seated, including Professor X and Mystique, who, of course, did not miss this significant event. It was crucial to remember that they, the mutants, were the focal point of this gathering. To know ourselves and our adversaries is essential. We may soon have to engage with these entities, and we must be prepared, Charles remarked. If, after today, the government truly declares war on mutants, what shall we do? Raven, her appearance altered, pushed Professor X's wheelchair, her expression laced with concern. I will not allow such an occurrence to transpire again, even if it necessitates the use of methods I would rather avoid. Aware of the dark future awaiting mutants, Charles felt a flicker of doubt within him. When yielding fails to secure peace, perhaps Eric's approach is not without merit. The most perilous aspect of Professor X, equipped with the Cerebro device, is his potential to employ violence as a means of maintaining peace in this world. He possesses the extraordinary ability to instantaneously connect the minds of every individual on Earth, to alter their memories, and, indeed, to erase them entirely. Yet, in the original timeline, even when facing the brink of extinction, Charles had never entertained such thoughts. However, all of this began to shift following the reversal of the impending crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, gathered here today, you are undoubtedly aware of the reason for our assembly. We are on the verge of confronting the most formidable threat in history, the mutants. Rest assured, we are not without preparation. Please direct your attention. The President of the United States delivered a passionate address, and with a sweeping gesture, unveiled 16 initial Sentinel robots, concealed beneath a massive American flag. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervent cheers and applause. Nevertheless, many in the audience remained unmoved, such as Howard Stark. As a veteran of the scientific strategic team, he was well aware of the hidden truths. Mutants and humans had coexisted peacefully, disrupted only by the ambitions of a few who sought to dominate the mutants and unravel their formidable secrets, thereby igniting discord between the two. Frankly, he disapproved of the decision to declare war on the mutants. Hank Pym shared this sentiment. Both had lived through the ravages of war and harbored a deep aversion toward conflicts ignited by any circumstance or rationale. What difference was there between the government's actions now and the atrocities committed by the Nazis against the Jews? They both regretted being present at this gathering. Perhaps out of shared understanding, the two instinctively turned to glance at one another. In that moment, there was no misunderstanding, only two hearts in unison. Chapter 68. The Little Phoenix. Meanwhile, Shen Mu found himself a guest at the residence of Jean Grey, who would one day become the formidable Dark Phoenix. However, it might be more accurate to say that his visit was uninvited. Earlier that morning, as John Grey was about to leave for school to teach his students, he swung open the door only to be met by the imposing figure of Shen Mu. The distinctive pair of horns atop his head and the slitted pupils in his eyes instantly filled John with an unsettling dread, evoking memories of the terrifying incident that had befallen his daughter just days prior. May I ask who you are? John Gray managed to steady himself, feigning calmness. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shen Mu, and I have come to meet Jean Grey. Shen Mu expressed his intentions candidly, with no hint of discretion. At this revelation, John's heart raced. I'm sorry, but Jean is currently unwell and cannot receive visitors. With that, he abandoned his plans of heading to work and attempted to shut the door. However, Shen Mu's telekinetic power rendered the door immovable, preventing John from closing it even an inch. Please, do not harm Jean. She is just a child, John pleaded, recognizing that the individual before him was beyond his capacity to resist. Is there someone at the door? At that moment, his wife, Elaine Gray, was tidying up in the kitchen and had faintly heard the commotion, prompting her to inquire. It's nothing, don't worry, Elaine, John replied, striving to maintain a calm tone. Sir, is there anything we could discuss outside? I beg you. A look of desperation crossed John's face. He had recently become aware of the existence of mutants through news reports and understood the government's stance towards them. He feared that the truth about his daughter might be exposed, putting her in jeopardy. Yet, he never anticipated that trouble would come knocking at their door. You need not be concerned. My presence here is not intended to harm Jean. I merely wish to witness the legendary Phoenix Force for myself. Shen Mu's words left John bewildered, utterly perplexed by their meaning. What is the Phoenix Force? John asked, steeling himself to confront Shen Mu. It is an ancient power from the cosmos that resides within your daughter, capable of making her truly extraordinary. Just as John awaited further explanation, he was startled to see Shen Mu greet someone behind him. Turning around, John found his daughter standing at the top of the staircase, looking somewhat apprehensive. Please come in. With Jean's unexpected appearance, John felt it unnecessary to continue obstructing Shen Mu, especially since the latter seemed devoid of malicious intent. Thus, he invited him into their home. John, who is this? Elaine emerged from the kitchen, surprisingly unfazed by Shen Mu's presence. After all, aside from the horns adorning his head, Shen Mu's visage bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary human, perhaps even more resolute and charismatic. This was Shen. He was. Greetings, madam. I am a teacher from the Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters, here specifically to meet with Jean. As John contemplated a suitable identity for Shen Mu, the latter spoke up on his own accord. Listening to Shen Mu's words so effortlessly, John found himself strangely convinced. He had heard of this academy, after all. The names of Charles and Henry Philip McCoy were quite renowned among the intellectual elite. Considering Jean's situation, he genuinely began to perceive Shen Mu as a recruiter. Mr. Shen, please come in. Elaine warmly beckoned him into their home, turning to her daughter who stood frozen on the staircase. Jean, hurry over here. Mr. Shen, would you care for some coffee? Once seated, Elaine inquired of Shen Mu. No, thank you, madam. He politely declined her generous offer, for having grown accustomed to wine. He found no appeal in coffee. Mr. Shen, do you have any solutions for Jean? John gazed at his daughter seated beside him, a tender expression gracing his face. Though he had learned of mutants from reports, Jean was, after all, his daughter. Shen Mu, curious, surveyed the young girl with red hair before him. Her cherubic face dotted with freckles, yet her gaze towards him was somewhat evasive. Suddenly, an alert resonated in Shen Mu's mind. Ding! An unknown force is attempting to invade the host's brain. Access has been blocked. In an instant, Shen Mu smiled at little Jean. Immediately, the young phoenix fidgeted nervously with her fingers as though she had committed a transgression. Since awakening from her previous fainting spell, she discovered her ability to hear the thoughts of others. She had overheard her parents' little secrets, which she found quite entertaining. However, now, facing Shen Mu, she involuntarily activated her power but heard nothing at all, and it seemed as if he had noticed her. This made her tender heart race with anxiety. Mr. John, Jean's future is destined to be anything but ordinary. However, I have a place that may be quite suitable for her. Should you agree? Shen Mu had not given this much thought. He merely wished to witness the nature of the Phoenix Force. After all, it was one of the three ancient powers within the Marvel Universe, and even though only a fragment of the Phoenix Force resided within Jean Grey, her remarkable compatibility made her the ideal host. Thus, it was not impossible for her to eventually gather the scattered Phoenix Force from the cosmos. Mastering the Phoenix Force would allow her to traverse across the multiverse in an instant. Therefore, after this brief encounter, Shen Mu suddenly contemplated what would transpire if this little phoenix were to visit Kamartaj. In the future, when Wanda, who has mastered chaotic magic, is sent to Kamartaj, it remains uncertain whether the Ancient One will still bestow the title of Sorcerer Supreme upon Strange. Moreover, should Wanda be abducted, it is questionable whether the Vishani can withstand the wrath of the Dark God Thawne. Contemplating this, Shen Mu felt an exhilarating sense of intrigue about what lies ahead, which further solidified his resolve to escort Jean and the future sorceress to Kamartaj. Mr. Shen, might the place you mentioned be the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters established by Professor Charles? John inquired tentatively. No. It is another location where one can study the arcane arts, Shen Mu replied, directing his words towards the young phoenix beside him. Upon hearing this, the latter's eyes gleamed with interest. "Father, I wish to learn magic," she declared. John's heart sank at his daughter's request, for the notion of magic seemed utterly implausible to him. Chapter 69. The heart of Magneto is worthy of condemnation as Shen Mu prepared to charm the future core members of the X-Men, particularly the formidable Dark Phoenix, into learning magic at Kamar-Taj. Magneto was already taking action. The President of the United States presented the Sentinel robots developed by Bolivar to all attendees at the conference and those watching via television. However, Magneto, from a distance, activated the Sentinels and manipulated their internal commands, transforming this superweapon, initially designed to combat mutants, into ruthless machines of slaughter against ordinary humans. Upon witnessing his Sentinels spring to life autonomously, Bolivar could no longer remain composed. "What are you doing? I did not authorize their activation." He immediately turned to Surtur, who stood beside him, seeking an explanation, for the activation controls were firmly in his grasp. "I did nothing," Surtur replied, equally perplexed, as he had not initiated the robots. In the next moment, 16 robots ignited their thrusters and soared into the air, aiming their firearms at the array of government officials and their creator on stage. No. Bolivar's protest was cut short as a barrage of specially designed bullets riddled him, leaving him a lifeless mass of flesh. The once great scientific mind succumbed to the very machines he had birthed. Surtur, sensing the imminent peril, swiftly sought shelter, yet sustained injuries to his legs. The government officials fared even worse. Apart from the president, who was desperately shielded by his bodyguards, they suffered grievous losses. The social elite and attendants frantically fled. Yet the Sentinels had not yet turned their sights upon them, granting a brief respite for escape. Hank Pym, recognizing the dire situation, hastily retrieved a small box from his pocket, placing it on the ground and pressing a button, causing it to enlarge. He emerged clad in his self-designed prototype Ant-Man suit. Meanwhile, Howard, lacking such resources, could only grasp his wife's hand and flee in disarray. Their butler, Jarvis, recognizing the threat, rushed in to provide cover for the couple's escape. "Charles, what is happening? Why have those robots gone rogue?" Raven pushed Professor X's wheelchair towards safety. While Charles was adept at navigating human interactions, he found himself powerless against this swarm of mindless machines, leaving him no choice but to flee. "I suspect this may be related to Eric," he pondered, ever the loyal friend, immediately thinking of Magneto. However, but those robots are constructed from special materials, devoid of any metal. How could Eric possibly control them? Raven's thoughts remained confined to the surface of the situation. Just then, she inadvertently glanced skyward, her scalp prickling with dread. A massive stadium was hurtling through the air. It truly was Eric. What was he attempting? Had he lost his mind to orchestrate such carnage? Although Raven initially harbored intentions to eliminate Bolivar, those desires were merely clouded by hatred. In stark contrast, Eric has now committed the heinous act of slaughtering dozens. At that moment, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, ensnaring all who sought to flee within a vast arena. Magneto and Psylocke gracefully landed. The Sentinel robots ceased their fire, aligning themselves in 2 rows to welcome the arrival of their sovereign. Upon witnessing the gruesome fate of the government officials on stage, Magneto felt no flicker of emotion. He had anticipated such a scenario when he resolved to undertake these actions, thus he regarded the scattered corpses with indifference. "Eric, stop." As Magneto advanced toward the underground refuge where the president was hiding, Raven urged Charles to step forward and intervene. However, Psylocke was quicker, brandishing a blade in one hand and conjuring a purple soul blade in the other, directing it at the professor and his companions. "Charles, Raven, how fortuitous that you are here. It is time for the world to reacquaint itself with us mutants." With a flourish, Magneto manipulated the surrounding cameras to focus on himself, commandeering the signal waves, thus forcibly altering all television broadcasts across the United States to display his presence. In the home of Jean Grey, the television screen abruptly switched. When Shen Mu observed this scene, he sprang to his feet. "You audacious Magneto, performing a solo act and jeopardizing my progress in charging the treasure, your intentions are reprehensible." Shen Mu was acutely aware that this spectacle was undeniably a crucial part of reversing the future. "I have matters to attend to. I shall confer with you further upon my return." In the next instant, he raised his hand, and with a thought, a portal materialized before him, allowing him to step through without hesitation. The Grey family watched in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Is this what he referred to as magic? John Grey murmured to his wife as he gazed at the vanishing portal. "Father, I wish to learn magic from that uncle," little Phoenix exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination to acquire such skills. "Let us discuss this further when Mr. Shen returns." John, now somewhat convinced of Shen Mu's claims regarding magic, pondered the implications. Meanwhile, Shen Mu emerged directly before Magneto, causing the latter to instinctively command several Sentinel robots to target him while he swiftly retreated. "Eric, do you realize you have made a grave mistake?" Shen Mu spoke with a calm demeanor, contemplating the fact that Eric had stirred up trouble without informing him, nearly causing him to miss a pivotal opportunity to charge the treasure. Who are you to attempt to thwart me? Due to Shen Mu's altered appearance, Magneto momentarily failed to recognize him. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall benevolently disclose my identity. I am merely a passing agent of justice. Shen Mu replied dismissively. You are not human. There is no need for you to assert yourself. You may depart, and it shall be as though nothing ever transpired. Magneto sensed a faint aura of danger emanating from Shen Mu, compelling him to refrain from acting impulsively. While I share a disdain for certain individuals, I am nonetheless compelled to take action. Shen Mu took a moment to observe the sluggish progress of his treasure chest's energy charge, confirming that his arrival was indeed fortuitous. Let me see what abilities you truly possess. With that, Magneto raised his hand, and 16 prototype Sentinel robots unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon Shen Mu. Faced with such feeble attacks, which could scarcely be likened to mere tickling, Shen Mu could not be bothered to evade. He allowed the bullets to rain down upon him, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. This spectacle caused Magneto's pupils to dilate slightly, for he clearly observed that the bullets striking Shen Mu's eyes did not elicit even a blink. Such defensive prowess is truly formidable. Chapter 70. Magneto's fury upon witnessing that the firepower of these Sentinel robots posed not even the slightest threat to Shen Mu, Magneto, in a fit of anger, dismantled them with ease. Surely, you do not believe these toys could endanger me? Shen Mu taunted him with a relaxed demeanor. Humph. A cold snort was Magneto's only response. He then spread his arms wide, unleashing a magnetic field that conjured a swirling vortex of iron and stone, hurtling towards Shen Mu with ferocious intent. The frenzied rotation of the metallic shards resembled a colossal meat grinder, ruthlessly tearing at Shen Mu's body. Now this is slightly more engaging. It has reached a level where it merely tickles, Shen Mu remarked nonchalantly. However, you could exert a bit more effort. I can handle it. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch, reminiscent of a landslide or tsunami, obliterating the massive steel vortex. The shockwave from his strike created a gaping hole in the stadium behind Magneto, and even the White House suffered a bisecting fissure. Seeing Shen Mu effortlessly dismantle his attack, while wearing an encouraging expression, ignited Magneto's fury. It also instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. Apart from the Black King and the earlier encounter with Apocalypse, he had never faced such contempt. As a formidable figure known as Magneto, one of the most dangerous mutants, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger and forcing himself to regain composure. His eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions. In that moment, the world around him transformed dramatically. The omnipresent magnetic field enveloped everything. Raising a hand, he began to distort the surrounding magnetic field, exerting control over the affected materials, which began to move at an astonishing velocity. When this motion reached a critical point, they morphed into unstoppable beams of destruction. In the next instant, crimson streams of light erupted from his hand. Wherever these luminous streams passed, all obstacles were annihilated at the molecular level. Shen Mu, intrigued by Magneto's new technique, perceived that he had developed a novel aspect of his abilities. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, he reached out and grasped the crimson streams in his hand. As they traversed the biological field that clung to his surface, they dissipated significantly, leaving no harm whatsoever to Shen Mu. This encounter revealed to Shen Mu the evolution of Magneto's powers. For he had previously believed that aside from manipulating metal with magnetic force, Magneto possessed no other remarkable capabilities. This misconception was a key reason why Magneto was often regarded as a mere spectacle every time he made an entrance. It was always accompanied by a grand display. His initial feat was the control of hundreds of missiles and the sheer act of pulling a nuclear submarine from beneath the waves, followed by his manipulation of a colossal stadium soaring through the skies. The third occurrence transpired along a timeline that had already been altered, where the aged version of him effortlessly lifted the Golden Gate Bridge. Each time he made a grand entrance, it was through the application of his innate abilities, overpowering others with sheer force. This approach proved remarkably effective against lesser adversaries and minor foes. However, when confronted with an entity like Shen Mu, who possessed unparalleled speed, strength, and defense, such tactics fell woefully short. Thus, Shen Mu had never held Magneto in high regard. Rather than being a master of magnetism, he seemed more akin to a ruler of mere iron. Yet, the Magneto standing before Shen Mu now appeared to be harnessing his true potential. Subsequently, when Shen Mu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the alluring woman clad in purple, who was being controlled by Professor X as she rescued others, he immediately surmised what had transpired with Magneto. Where is Apocalypse? Shen Mu directly inquired of Magneto, the only force capable of instigating such a transformation in Magneto. Aside from the one who could guide mutants to unlock their true powers, Apocalypse was nothing else that Shen Mu could conceive. Upon hearing this, Magneto visibly faltered, his eyes narrowing as if a realization dawned upon him. Are you the one that even that esteemed individual finds threatening? In an instant, Magneto recalled the words spoken to him by Apocalypse before his departure, coupled with Shen Mu's terrifyingly formidable prowess. He swiftly deduced Shen Mu's identity, the one whose very existence posed a danger even to that godlike figure. You seem to have misconstrued the situation. I require answers to my inquiries, not counter-questions, Shen Mu asserted, his telekinetic energy manifesting as a colossal hand that bore down upon Magneto with force. However, through his magnetic senses, Magneto detected an immense pressure approaching him and swiftly generated a powerful magnetic field within a 1-meter radius to shield himself. Although telekinetic force is intangible, the magnetic field is not without form. Thus, Magneto's force field barely managed to withstand Shen Mu's telekinetic grasp. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Mu's figure materialized before Magneto like a wraith. One hand reached out, making intimate contact with the magnetic field. A profound resistance emerged, yet Shen Mu showed no signs of relenting, his claw-like hand lunging directly at Magneto's throat. As he clashed with the magnetic field, dazzling arcs of electricity flickered around his arm, gradually turning it a fiery red, akin to a block of iron heated to glowing embers. Mastering the magnetic field, Magneto could perform numerous feats, such as energy conversion, although he might not fully comprehend the underlying principles. Instinct guided him in knowing what to do, such as the extraordinary nature of mutants. Nevertheless, this trickery did little to deter Shen Mu. His arm morphed into a pitch-black dragon's claw, divine power surging within him, instantly disrupting the magnetic field that Magneto had established. He then seized Magneto by the throat. Now, you must be able to inform me of Apocalypse's whereabouts. Fortunately, Magneto had the foresight to envelop himself in a protective magnetic field at the critical moment. Otherwise, Shen Mu's searing claws would have surely left a claw-shaped brand upon his neck. However, it was through this very claw that Magneto recognized Shen Mu's true identity, the colossal dragon that had once bested him. He had not anticipated that Shen Mu could transform into human form. Sensing his life was in jeopardy, Magneto relinquished his resistance, gradually raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Apocalypse, he was now in search of his next knight. As for the identity of this knight, I cannot say for certain. If you wish to verify, you may inquire with the spirit butterfly over there, as she was the first knight sought by Apocalypse. Should you desire to locate him, you might encourage Charles to engage his still-functioning mind. With his restored abilities and the aid of a brainwave amplifier, he could easily find anyone. Magneto, with remarkable candor, revealed all that he knew. His allegiance to Apocalypse was not one of loyalty, but rather a semblance of cooperation, as Apocalypse had merely provided an advance. Now, faced with the threat of death, divulging his knowledge could hardly be deemed treachery. Chapter 71. A deep bond of friendship. Upon hearing Magneto's words, Shen Mu felt no skepticism. Given Magneto's proud and lofty character, he would never stoop to the level of deceit. Although Shen Mu had not obtained any information regarding Apocalypse's whereabouts, he remained unperturbed. For with Apocalypse now gathering his 4 horsemen, the day when he would initiate his schemes could not be far off. I shall grant you my trust this once. However, considering your audacity to strike at me, should I not contemplate ending your life? Shen Mu remarked with a malevolent glint in his eyes, as he held Magneto by the throat. The moment Magneto heard this, he sensed the imminent threat to his existence. Shen Mu's insinuation suggested that he had chosen not to pursue the matter of the many lives Magneto had taken. After all, in his view, the other was a dragon, not human, thus the fate of those mortals held little significance for him. Nonetheless, the dignity of the strong is not to be trifled with, even if the confrontation arose from an attempt to thwart him. Observing Shen Mu's demeanor, which hinted at a grudge against Apocalypse, and realizing he had only recently allied himself with Apocalypse, Magneto found himself bereft of any justification for escaping this dire predicament. Do you have any final words to utter? Speak now, or you shall never have the opportunity again, Shen Mu declared, noting the pallor of Magneto's face and deciding to further instill fear within him. Deep down, Shen Mu had no intention of killing Magneto. After all, he was a rare talent, particularly now, having undergone Apocalypse's training. Magneto seemed to have begun to comprehend the true extent of his powers. Shen Mu had anticipated Magneto's potential aggression, for anyone would be irate if disrupted while enacting their grand designs. Thus, his words were merely an attempt to observe how this individual would react in the face of death. Before I meet my end, may I bid farewell to my old friends, Charles and Raven? Magneto, resigned to his fate, expressed his desire for a final farewell. Out of respect for your impending demise, I shall grant you this wish. With that, Shen Mu gestured toward Professor X and Mystique. Instantly, his telekinesis manifested as a colossal hand, drawing them near. Charles, does that man intend to eliminate us as well? Mystique exclaimed in terror, suspended in midair and unable to move. Do not worry, Raven, he is Shun. He harbors no significant hostility towards us mutants. Otherwise, he would not have aided us previously, Professor X asserted, confirming Shen Mu's identity. While intrigued by how Shen Mu could assume human form, he felt a sense of security regarding their safety. The sole concern weighing on his mind was the fate of Magneto. For this old friend, he truly wished to prevent a tragic end. Thus, he began to contemplate how he might plead with Shen Mu for Magneto's life. What? Which dragon is he? Upon hearing Professor X's words, Raven's face displayed a clear sense of disbelief. Shen, after just a few days apart, you have adopted a new persona. I almost failed to recognize you. The first action taken by Professor X upon his arrival was to extend a warm greeting to Shen Mu. Indeed, it seems you have returned to your wheelchair. Magneto was correct. Your abilities have been restored. Now, Eric has some final words to share with you all. Cherish this last opportunity. Upon hearing Shen Mu's statement, Professor X appeared momentarily stunned, for it implied that Shen Mu intended to eliminate Magneto. Charles, I never imagined we would meet for the last time in such a manner. I must look quite disheveled, don't I? Magneto remarked with a wry smile, glancing at the hand that still gripped his throat. Charles, I hope that after my passing, you will truly embrace the responsibility of leading our kind. Do not continue to evade. Your role is indispensable for the future of mutants. Perhaps your pursuit of harmony between mutants and humanity is indeed righteous. For that ideal, please press on. If ever your wish comes to fruition, do visit my gravestone and let me know. Even in the depths of hell, I would find solace. Magneto had never harbored hopes of ascending to paradise for his transgressions. Raven, I deeply regret everything I have done to you. Please, follow Charles closely from now on. He urged them to remain vigilant against an ancient mutant who calls himself Apocalypse, a specter from the old world. His power surpasses our understanding, and his ideology is even more extreme than mine. His goal is to annihilate the world and reconstruct it from its ashes. In that eventuality, nothing shall remain except for those he chooses. Magneto relayed the warning about Apocalypse to Charles and the others, hoping it might serve as a cautionary tale. However, Shen Mu, upon hearing this, merely smiled disdainfully. Indeed, Apocalypse is a formidable force to Magneto and his ilk. Yet, in the eyes of Shen Mu and certain hidden entities, he is merely a jester. His previous reign of terror on Earth was facilitated by the indifference of truly powerful beings. For them, it mattered not who ruled this world. Now, should Apocalypse harbor intentions of world destruction, many will not stand idly by. The first to act will be the supreme sorcerer from Kamartaj, followed closely by the deities of Asgard, and lastly, by Shen Mu. Well, I have said my piece. Now, you may kill me. At this moment, Magneto faced his mortality with a sense of tranquility. Shen, I implore you, spare Eric. Though he has committed grave errors, all his actions were for the sake of mutants. His vengeance stems from the fact that many of our mutant brethren perished at their hands, subjected to brutal dissection and experimentation. Could you possibly spare Eric this time? I assure you he shall never again engage in such actions. Upon hearing his old friend's earnest plea, Charles could no longer contain himself and implored Shen Mu for mercy. Although Magneto's transgressions had indeed crossed the line, witnessing the demise of his dear companion was something he simply could not bear. Beside him, Mystique remained silent, daunted by the gravity of the situation, having never exchanged a word with the matter at hand. Charles, you may have misunderstood my intentions. My desire to eliminate him is not rooted in his indiscriminate violence against others, but rather in the consequences of his failed attempt to strike at me. Shen Mu's words sent a chill through Charles's heart. Shen, I beg you, spare Eric. I would do anything for you. As Charles observed Shen Mu's familiar gesture, accompanied by a faint golden aura emanating before him, he instinctively uttered these words. Oh, are you truly willing to do anything to save his life? Shen Mu inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye, directed towards the professor. Yes, anything. In that moment, as he gazed at Shen Mu's expression, Charles felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine. Yet, having voiced his commitment, he could only steel himself and affirm his resolve. Chapter 72. The distasteful allure of cross-dressing. What a touching friendship it is. Eric, do you not feel moved witnessing your dear friend speak such words on your behalf? Shen Mu remarked to the visibly distressed Magneto. Charles, are you fully aware of what you are saying? I do not require your salvation. Death does not frighten me. Let our mutant brethren with courage and do not behave like a coward. Raven, take Charles away from here at once. Despite the emotion stirring within him, Magneto wished to spare his friend from bearing an undue burden, shouting for Charles to leave. Oh, do you truly fear not death? As he spoke, Shen Mu exerted a slight force with his hand. Instantly, even with the protective magnetic field enveloping him, Magneto felt an overwhelming pressure, his expression darkening. Shen, state your conditions. Whatever it is I can do, I will fulfill it. Charles exclaimed in a panic upon seeing the pain etched on Magneto's face. Is that so? If I were to compel the will of every individual on Earth to submit to me, would you consent? Shen Mu grinned wickedly, articulating a condition that instilled terror in all present. Charles' countenance changed dramatically. Through the last remaining camera broadcasting the scene live, those watching on television were equally horrified by this condition, fostering deep animosity towards Shen Mu. Yet, what struck greater fear in their hearts was the sight of Charles in his wheelchair. None could fathom that a man with such physical limitations could wield world-altering power. In a dimly lit underground fighting arena, two long-separated brothers were locked in a fierce battle within a steel cage. One a wolf, the other a tiger. Though both possessed rapid healing abilities, the wolf lacked the tiger's ferocity and was being relentlessly beaten back. "Jimmy, after all these years, how have you grown so weak?" The saber-toothed tiger sneered as he once more sent the unarmed Wolverine crashing against the electrified cage, eliciting a jolt of painful electricity. "Victor, I will kill you." Enraged, Logan extended his bone claws and charged at his brother, reminiscent of his earlier assault on their father. However, the saber-toothed tiger was no ordinary gardener. He easily evaded the attack and struck Logan down with a single punch, subsequently crushing his bone claws underfoot. The agony of his bone snapping sent Logan into a wail, igniting the fervor of the audience. As the onlookers cheered, Apocalypse surveyed the scene, and with a mere glance, everyone around him collapsed, losing consciousness. This sudden turn of events stunned both Victor and Logan. Then, with a wave of his hand, Apocalypse reduced the electrified cage to dust. "You shall be my third horseman," he declared to Victor, who stood atop the platform. The response to him was the menacing growl of the saber-toothed tiger. However, with merely a glance, Apocalypse rendered the saber-toothed tiger trembling and kneeling before him, its entire form beginning to stretch and sprout dense, steel-like, tawny fur. Within mere breaths, the tiger transformed from a man into a towering beast, standing at 3 meters tall. In the next moment, the saber-toothed tiger reverted back to human form. Staring in disbelief at his own hands, he could sense that he was now at least twice as powerful as before. And the transformation into the massive tiger had further amplified his strength exponentially. "Master." The tiger's thoughts became more primal, filled with reverence for the strong. Having sensed an unrivaled power emanating from Apocalypse, he immediately expressed his submission. Without casting a glance at the fallen Logan, Apocalypse prepared to depart, and the saber-toothed tiger mimicked his actions. However, before leaving, Apocalypse inadvertently noticed a small television in the corner, instantly captivated by the images displayed. The screen was broadcasting scenes of Magneto being effortlessly crushed by Shen Mu. Witnessing this, Apocalypse's wariness towards Shen Mu deepened. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words to Professor X, his attention swiftly shifted to Charles. "This is the power I have been searching for. You are now mine." Closing his eyes to absorb further information, when he reopened them, a terrifying smile graced his face as he spoke. At this moment, the trajectory of fate took a turn, yet it still led to the same conclusion. However, with a different beginning, the outcome was destined to be distinct. Pierce, with the unanimous consent of the Security Council, promptly ordered the launch of missiles towards Washington, determined to obliterate that group entirely. At that moment, within the National Strategic Bureau, Alexander Pierce received the directive from the Security Council. "Chairman, there are still numerous civilians and representatives from various nations present at the scene. If we launch missiles, their lives." Though Pierce longed to launch the missiles immediately, he was currently playing the role of an international organization leader dedicated to maintaining world peace, and could not simply agree without hesitation. "Pierce, after all that has transpired, have you not recognized the threat they pose? These damned superhumans have completely risen above the government. Sooner or later, they will seek to dominate the entire world. We cannot allow these beings to continue existing. They must be eradicated completely. The one who can control metal has already been subdued, providing us with an opportunity. The war began the moment that individual declared hostilities against us. For our future, let us take action. Some sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of ultimate victory. They are heroes who will live on in the hearts of us all." A group of council members spoke with great righteousness, conveniently forgetting that the sacrifices would not be theirs. As long as the enemies could be vanquished, everything would be worth it. "Indeed, Chairman. I shall immediately order the fighter jets to take off." In contrast to Nick Fury, Pierce, as a member of Hydra, reveled in the chaos. Although he was acutely aware that the launch of those 2 missiles could very well spell the end of his political career, he remained indifferent. For he had long harbored thoughts of retirement, even having already identified a suitable successor. The grand fireworks that were about to illuminate Washington served as a farewell celebration for his impending abdication. "Shun, given your recent actions, I know you are not the person I thought you to be," Charles remarked with a wry smile. "Well, you guessed correctly. My conditions are not as you presumed. If you wish for me to spare Eric, it is remarkably simple. All you need to do is don a woman's attire." At that moment, everyone gathered before the television was rendered speechless, questioning whether they had misheard. The wheelchair-bound Charles was suddenly inundated with confusion, and Mystique beside him mirrored his bewilderment. They could hardly believe that the condition concerning Eric's life was so absurdly whimsical. Chapter 73. Howard Starkshin, are you serious? You only want me to wear women's clothing once? After a moment of disbelief, Charles sought confirmation from Shen Mu regarding the condition of releasing Magneto. Of course. I have no reason to deceive you. What, do you find one occasion insufficient? Would you prefer to don the attire multiple times? If that is your desire, I could be persuaded to accommodate you. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Shen Mu's face. No, no, no. Once is ample. I shall wear it immediately. As long as you free Eric. The professor promptly instructed Raven to fetch women's garments, simultaneously relinquishing his mental hold on Ling Dai. The moment she was free from the professor's control, Ling Dai swiftly turned and fled. Observing this, Shen Mu felt no inclination to pursue, deeming the mere butterfly utterly devoid of value. At that moment, Shen Mu also set Magneto free for the time being. However, Magneto did not attempt to resist again. He simply awaited quietly. Internally, although he felt a tinge of shame at having his friend resort to such means for his rescue, he simultaneously harbored a sense of anticipation regarding Charles's feminine appearance. Thus, Magneto was engulfed in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. Just then, the fortunate Howard couple, accompanied by their butler Jarvis, approached Shen Mu. Although Shen Mu's appearance was far from that of a typical human, Howard approached out of gratitude. As they owed their lives to Shen Mu, Howard Stark, Shen Mu articulated his name with certainty, recognizing that their likenesses were quite faithful to their cinematic portrayals. This was, indeed, part of Shen Mu's motivation for persuading the professor to don women's attire, as the professor was renowned for his striking appearance in his original world. Sir, do you know me? Though aware of many secrets in this world, Howard had never encountered someone as formidable and distinctive as Shen Mu. Thus, when Shen Mu called his name, he felt a chill rather than elation, for being remembered by a being of such overwhelming power was hardly a cause for celebration. I am not well acquainted with you, but I am rather familiar with your son. After all, he was destined to become the illustrious Iron Man. And Shen Mu's previous engagement with the Marvel Universe was largely due to the success of the Iron Man film. What, Tony? He is merely a 3-year-old child. Howard, puzzled by Shen Mu's remarks, was left in a fog. He will become a remarkable individual. Shen Mu recalled the fateful snap from his previous life. While it aimed to provide a resolution for the heroes, one could not deny that the plot was rather contrived. Thank you for your kind words. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to invite you to Stark Industries to meet Tony. I am certain he would be thrilled to see you. May I inquire your name, sir? Although Howard was unaware of the underlying reasons, he took pleasure in hearing praise for his son and extended an invitation to Shen Mu. My name is Shen Mu, hailing from Vanaheim. Shen Mu did not conceal his identity, directly revealing it to him. Vanaheim. Could it possibly be the realm from Norse mythology? Are you one of the legendary Vanir? With Howard's extensive knowledge, he quickly recognized the origin of the name. This led him to speculate about Shen Mu's identity. Although it is rather commonplace to refer to oneself as a deity, it is not entirely inaccurate. From your perspective, I can perform feats that gods are capable of, and accomplish many things that they cannot. However, I am not of the Vanir. While the term god may be overused on Earth, it still embodies a certain reverence for the unknown. Stark, I wonder where the Tesseract is currently located. Shen Mu suddenly posed a question that left Howard astonished. Mr. Shen is aware of the Tesseract? Howard immediately regarded Shen Mu as quite mysterious, someone who possessed knowledge of even military secrets. Indeed, I may know more than you can imagine. The Tesseract is merely the name you assigned it. It possesses its own true name. Moreover, the cube is not its genuine form, and you are utterly unaware of its true purpose. After acquiring the Tesseract, Hydra merely treated it as a power source and utilized it to develop weapons. Mr. Shen, the whereabouts of the Tesseract are classified, and I cannot divulge that information to outsiders. Although Howard was intrigued by Shen Mu's statements, he refrained from revealing the location of the Tesseract. Then, might you be acquainted with someone named Howard Potts? At the mention of this familiar name, Howard's expression shifted dramatically. He suspected that this individual was the one who had stolen the Pym particles, the very culprit behind the misunderstanding with Hank Pym. Does Mr. Shen know his whereabouts? Could you possibly share? Howard inquired, his excitement palpable. Of course, I know his location, but why would I divulge that to you? His identity is quite intriguing, and it bears a significant connection to you. Shen Mu tantalized Howard with his words. Mr. Shen, I could reveal the whereabouts of the Tesseract in exchange for information regarding him. How does that sound? Not particularly appealing, as I suddenly find myself disinterested in the Tesseract's location, or rather, I believe I have already deduced where it lies. Compared to the Tesseract's whereabouts, I find greater enjoyment in observing the look of confusion on your face. Shen Mu deliberately uttered that name to confirm that this world was not merely a parallel universe, but indeed the Marvel Universe 199999. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, Howard chose not to press further. He recalled how Shen Mu had just instructed Professor Charles to don women's attire, which spoke volumes about his peculiar sense of humor. It was clear that the other party was genuinely aware of the intricacies of the situation, yet chose not to disclose them, likely for the amusement of witnessing his own futile quest for answers. At that moment, a faint sense of danger washed over Shen Mu. a mere whisper of a threat that posed little risk to himself. The next instant, his gaze instinctively followed the sensation, and he beheld two nuclear warheads hurtling towards them. How ruthless these politicians truly are. Should these two little devices detonate, it would be improbable for any life to endure in this vicinity. Hearing Shen Mu's musing, Howard and the others tensed up. Mr. Shen, what on earth is happening? Oh, it's nothing, merely that someone has launched two nuclear missiles in this direction. It's not a major concern. What? A chill ran down Howard's spine. He had not anticipated that those politicians could be so deranged, entirely disregarding the lives of so many people. Calm down. With little Juan here, even 100 more would be trivial, wouldn't you agree? Shen Mu said, placing a hand on Magneto's shoulder. At that moment, Magneto seethed with fury. Being struck by Shen Mu was one thing, but now these fools were audacious enough to employ nuclear weapons against him. Well, little Juan, why not hurl those two little toys into space? I know you can manage it. Magneto was tempted to hurl those missiles directly back at Shen Mu, but considering his formidable power, he restrained that impulse. Rising into the sky, he extended his hand towards the incoming missiles, and in an instant, their trajectory shifted, soaring straight upwards. Meanwhile, Shen Mu ascended into the air as well, unleashing two terrifying beams of heat vision towards the approaching warheads. Chapter 74. The erupting space gem. The news of the nuclear attack spread across America through television broadcasts, igniting widespread panic. At this moment, the populace realized that while mutants may be fearsome, the devastation wrought by a single command from certain politicians far eclipsed their menace. After all, those two nuclear warheads were indisputably instruments of annihilation. Within the blast radius, who could possibly survive? Moreover, the individuals who issued the launch orders were the true harbingers of terror. It is essential to note that within the explosive reach of those two nuclear devices resided hundreds of thousands of ordinary lives. Yet, these officials showed no regard for their existence. In comparison to mutants, they were the genuine executioners. Damn it, who issued the command to launch the nuclear missiles? I will see them tried before a military tribunal, roared the President of the United States, sequestered within the fortified underground bunker. While he had faith in the structure's ability to withstand the cataclysmic energy unleashed by a nuclear detonation, it was an affront to his position as president to nearly be obliterated on his own soil. The threat he faced was far graver than that posed by any mutant. Regrettably, the order to launch the nuclear weapons originated from the Director of Homeland Defense, sanctioned by the entirety of the Security Council. This was an international organization. Although the United States maintained a cooperative relationship with it, it could not exercise dominion. Thus, even upon uncovering the truth, the president found himself utterly powerless. For the council had granted its consent, and the United States held but a single seat within its ranks. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to Shen Mu, who had just mounted a counterattack. Two terrifying beams of thermal energy cleaved through the sky, imbued with a chilling power, racing towards an undisclosed target. Warning, warning. A high-energy response is rapidly approaching the base. Unknown energy interference detected. Energy levels are indeterminate. Immediate evacuation is advised. At that moment, the Homeland Defense headquarters erupted into chaos, the shrill alarms sending everyone into a frenzy. Quickly, ascertain the source of the energy response. No, dispatch fighter jets for interception at once. Pierce was equally alarmed, for this energy surge was not headed for New Mexico, but rather his very own stronghold. However, before he could issue the command for interception, Shen Mu's searing beams, imbued with the might of the sun god, had already arrived. Unimpeded, wherever the thermal rays passed, they left behind charred remnants, incinerating anything they touched with their terrifying heat. In an instant, the entire Homeland Defense headquarters was cleaved in two, with several agents vaporized on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Fortuitously, Shen Mu's two thermal beams collided precisely with the container housing the space gem. The vault, constructed from a special alloy, withstood the onslaught for a mere 2 seconds before being brutally breached. Subsequently, the entirety of the energy from the thermal rays surged upon the shell of the space gem. In an instant, the blue cube of energy that encased the gem shattered, revealing the true nature of the gemstone within. In the next moment, the awakened gem began to unleash its inherent power, and a brilliant azure beam of light ascended from the ground, reaching the very heavens. A spatial wormhole to an unknown realm was thus unveiled. Pierce, who had fortuitously survived, stood agape at the astonishing spectacle unfolding before him. Could this truly be the authentic form of the cosmic cube? Had our approach to its development been misguided all along? With a gaze entranced by the mesmerizing azure light, Pierce instinctively reached out to touch it. In an instant, as soon as his fingers grazed the transporting beam, he was whisked away by an overwhelming force of space. The surviving Hydra agents, filled with terror, watched their leader vanish before their eyes. They glanced at the ravaged base, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Shen Mu had been awaiting the sight of Charles in women's attire, but the intense spatial fluctuations emanating from afar captured his full attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his location as if teleporting. In less than 2 breaths, Shen Mu found himself before the spatial gem. Sensing the continuous energy being released by the gem, he extended his hand, ready to draw it closer with his telekinesis. However, the immense spatial waves distorted his mental grasp, rendering him incapable of seizing the gem. At that moment, a portal opened beside him. An Ancient One emerged. Was the Sorcerer Supreme also intrigued by the spatial gem? Shen Mu was well aware that Ancient One, apart from cherishing the Eye of Agamotto passed down from the first Supreme Sorcerer, held little interest in the other Infinity Stones. With her formidable power, had she desired, she could have effortlessly acquired the spatial gem long ago, leaving no room for the scheming Hydra agents to hold onto it for years. The sudden eruption of the spatial stone had briefly shattered the magical barrier the Sanctum had established beyond Earth, likely drawing the attention of certain dimensional deities. It was imperative to quell the gem's energy immediately. True to her nature, Ancient One remained focused on the sacred duty of the Sorcerer Supreme to protect Earth. She crossed her hands before her, forming a magical seal, as the Eye of Agamotto around her neck opened, emanating a verdant glow. A green magical circle materialized in her hand. With her right hand, adorned with the magical array, she delicately rotated it towards the time stone, causing the gem's energy to retract entirely back into its core, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, the devastated Department of Defense and the vanished Alexander Pierce attested that this was no mere mirage. Gazing at the gem, now hovering before him and radiating a soft cerulean light, Shen Mu pinched it delicately between his thumb and forefinger. A peculiar force began to erode Shen Mu's arm. Yet the pain it inflicted was utterly negligible to him. The Infinity Stones, crafted from the essence of 6 singularities that harbored boundless energy prior to the cosmic explosion, are indeed treasures of the universe. Even a solitary stone grants its wielder formidable power. When all 6 stones are united, one can wield a divine strength akin to that of a creator deity within the universe from which the stones originated. However, the requirements for a user to harness these 6 stones are exceedingly high. In the future, the Hulk snapped his fingers and sacrificed one of his arms. Despite his extraordinary regenerative abilities, it took him several years to fully recover. Thanos, equipped with the enchanted Infinity Gauntlet forged by dwarves, managed to snap his fingers twice, obliterating half of all life in the universe before annihilating the stones themselves. Yet, after those 2 fateful snaps, Thanos was left in a severely weakened state, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the Avengers. Chapter 75. A new event unfolds upon closely examining the diminutive blue gem, scarcely larger than a finger joint. Shen Mu marveled at the wonders of the cosmos. These 6 seemingly insignificant stones, when united, possessed the extraordinary power to reshape the entire universe. Ding! The redemption of the infinite gems has commenced. The treasure chest is currently charging. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind, instantly invigorating Shen Mu. The redemption of the infinite gems? He instantly comprehended the gravity of this significant event. In the course of history, these 6 infinite gems were destined for destruction at the hands of Thanos, who sought to preserve his population control agenda for the universe. The most effective strategy was to annihilate the very instruments capable of reversing his plans, the 6 gems brimming with infinite energy. Regrettably, Ant-Man Scott's return from the quantum realm had unveiled the possibility of traversing time. Ultimately, they succeeded in reversing everything by borrowing gems from the past. However, in the primary timeline, the infinite gems had already been obliterated. Thus, the purpose of this redemption was likely to salvage the gems from their doomed fate. Shen Mu believed he had grasped the essence of this grand event. Yet, something felt amiss. The Space Stone was in his possession, and he could not fathom a scenario where Thanos would be able to seize it from him, much less wield its power to destroy the gems. Logically, this redemption event should have already concluded, so why was there no reaction whatsoever? Something was decidedly wrong. Shen Mu stood in a daze, contemplating the possible scenarios. Observing the array of emotions that flickered across Shen Mu's face after acquiring the gem, Gui felt a sense of confusion. Shen, is there something amiss with the Space Stone? Gui inquired with curiosity. Nothing is wrong. I am merely struck by the immense energy contained within this tiny gem. Shen Mu responded, offering a nonchalant dismissal to Gui's inquiry. Gui, perceptive as ever, recognized that Shen Mu was not being entirely truthful. Yet she refrained from pressing further. Shen, have you truly considered not becoming the Sorcerer Supreme? If you were to assume that mantle, the Eye of Agamotto would be yours as well, Gui remarked, sensing Shen Mu's peculiar attachment to the infinite gems, and she sought to entice him once more. Hearing Gui's proposition, Shen Mu was tempted to feign agreement. However, he understood that someone as astute as Gui would easily discern the authenticity of his words. Forget about becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. However, if you are willing to relinquish the Time Stone to me, I could eliminate those who dare to cross boundaries. Shen Mu boldly proposed a trade to Gui. No, the role of a guardian transcends merely vanquishing those interdimensional intruders. Gui shook her head, rejecting Shen Mu's offer. Very well. However, I have found a promising disciple for you, and in a few days, I shall bring her to Kamartaj. After finishing his statement, Shen Mu vanished without giving Gui a chance to decline. Alas, everything has become utterly chaotic. Gui sighed deeply. A mixture of surprise and distress etched upon her face as she departed. In the dark quadrant of the universe, a towering figure clad in golden armor returned from a massacre, accompanied by a little girl with green skin. Supreme Lord Thanos, your loyal servant welcomes your return. Ebony Maw, assuming the role of the chief steward, immediately approached and knelt on one knee, offering his utmost respect. This was the sovereign of the dark quadrant, the last titan. The director of the Cosmic Life Planning Commission, Thanos. Ebony Maw, from this day forth, this is my daughter. Her name is Gamora. You shall impart all the knowledge she needs to learn. Thanos took Gamora's hand, ready to entrust her to Ebony Maw. While annihilating the planet of Hazebali, he had caught sight of this bewildered little girl who had lost her kin. Logically, Thanos should have felt no compassion for her. Yet, the capricious nature of the world revealed itself. The cold and cruel cosmic tyrant found a flicker of pity for this small child and brought her back to the dark quadrant he governed, even adopting her as his ward. At this moment, the timid Gamora gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a tinge of fear. Her small frame tightly clutching one of Thanos' fingers. Yes, my esteemed master, I shall train Lady Gamora to become an exceptional warrior. Ebony Maw gently beckoned, and Gamora was drawn to him uncontrollably, a testament to his telekinetic abilities. Lord Thanos, one of the Infinity Stones you seek has already manifested on Earth. Should we retrieve it? The recent fluctuations of the Space Stone had indeed captured the attention of the cosmos. It is not yet time. That small planet harbors a multitude of sorcerers, presenting a significant obstacle. Furthermore, the aged king of Asgard has yet to perish, though he appears decrepit. He is at the pinnacle of his strength in this stage of life. While Thanos considered himself equally powerful to either of them, they would find it impossible to gain any advantage in a direct confrontation with him. However, both shared a common objective, to protect Earth. Thus, Thanos foresaw that should he dare to launch a major invasion, he would be met with the combined forces of the sorcerers and Asgard. There is no need to rush concerning the stones. Instead, procure the next life-bearing planet for me. I have awaited my destiny for far too long. Thanos slowly returned to his throne. My master, the next target has already been designated for you. With that, Ebony Maw unfurled a star map, marking the planets harboring life, the next destination of their impending conquest. Fallen Blade, you and the neighboring Star of the Night should take the vanguard to carry out my bidding. Thanos harbors no interest in a planet of primitive civilization, opting instead to dispatch his formidable generals to indiscriminately annihilate the life upon this world. Yes, Master Thanos. Upon receiving the command, the two individuals promptly set forth with their fleet. They are lovers, typically embarking on ventures together. Are you the leader, Schmidt? Meanwhile, the transported Alexander Pierce gazes fervently at the figure before him, clad in a black cloak, his visage resembling that of a skinless red skull. Schmidt. It has been ages since anyone has uttered that name. Yet now, the only presence is that of the Soul Stone's guardian. The Infinity Stones possess a fragment of sentience. The Space Stone transported the Red Skull to Vormir, subsequently enslaving him to the Soul Stone, rendering him both a guardian and a guide, relaying the stringent conditions to all who seek the stones. Chapter 76. The Red Skull's escape upon hearing the words of the former leader of Hydra. Pierce felt a blend of regret and relief. After wielding power for so many years, the prospect of another who could threaten his position was unsettling to anyone. Leader Schmidt. What is the Soul Stone? As a native of Earth, it was entirely understandable that Pierce was unaware of such arcane knowledge that resided within the cosmos. Like the Tesseract, the Soul Stone is a cosmic artifact brimming with boundless energy. In fact, the term Tesseract is merely a colloquial reference. Its true name is the Space Stone. There are 6 such stones, formed from the essence of 6 singularities possessing infinite energy at the dawn of the universe. Each stone harbors devastating power, and I guard the most unique among them, the Soul Stone. Decades of solitude compelled the Red Skull to share more of the universe's secrets with this younger counterpart capable of conversation. As Pierce absorbed this revelation, he felt his heart racing with newfound intensity. He had been unaware that he wielded such a formidable weapon, and here lay another of equal might. He could not deny his intrigue. Leader Schmidt, this immense power is precisely what Hydra requires. I am convinced that with the power of the stone, our organization will truly dominate the world. Pierce endeavored to invoke the grand vision once set forth by the Red Skull to stir the dormant heart of ambition. To obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice their most cherished loved one. The Red Skull did not conceal this truth. Meeting Pierce's gaze directly as he articulated the conditions for acquiring the Soul Stone, it was his duty as a guide. Upon hearing this, Pierce furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is there no other way to obtain the stone? He pressed, refusing to lose hope. The Red Skull slowly shook his head. Leader, do you perchance know how to depart from this place? An unknown force attacked our Hydra base, activating the energy of the Tesseract, which transported me here. Pierce sought the wisdom of his elder in finding a way off former. Follow me. Though the Red Skull had become the guardian of the Soul Stone, his consciousness remained intact. For decades, he had languished in torment, gazing upon the coveted stone just out of reach. The emergence of this successor offered him a glimmer of hope for release. Rather than exist in such a liminal state, he would prefer complete liberation, even if it meant facing true death. While Pierce harbored doubts about the Red Skull's words, the desolate and dim surroundings left him with no alternative but to follow the elder leader towards the mountain's summit. As he walked behind him, Pierce observed that the Red Skull seemed to have transcended humanity itself. His cloak was not a tangible object, but rather seemed to be woven from the very essence of souls, as an intangible black mist swirled around, forming wailing specters. Suppressing the fear that surged within him, Pierce could only hope that the ancient leader of Hydra would, out of a sense of legacy, lend assistance to him, the successor who had inherited the former's aspirations. Upon reaching the summit, Pierce beheld a mysterious spectacle ahead, akin to a narrow passage to heaven. Surrounded by shattered ruins he had never encountered before. To escape this place, one need merely pass through the door of souls, and you would return to where you began. However, as a price, upon your death, your soul would return here, becoming a slave to the gem. The Red Skull pointed towards that doorway-like object and spoke. Upon hearing that the cost of returning would be his soul after death, Pierce found himself believing the Red Skull's words to a certain degree. For he held the conviction that nothing in this world came without effort. This was his guiding principle. The prospect of dying here did not terrify him nearly as much as the notion of becoming a slave after death. He had a clear understanding of the balance between life and death. Leader Schmidt, come back with me. Hydra needs you. However, Pierce could not fully trust such a statement, prompting him to cautiously probe the Red Skull. Pierce, Hydra is a thing of my past. Even if you were to sever my head, a new one like yours would still emerge. Long live Hydra. Yet, I am now the guardian of the soul gem. As long as the gem endures, so shall I. Eternally. Do you comprehend? The Red Skull was fully aware of his protégé's subtle thoughts, dismissing them internally while maintaining an impassive exterior. Thus, he articulated his circumstances in a manner that was highly enticing, intending to disarm Pierce's wariness completely. Indeed, upon hearing the Red Skull's words, Pierce's expression shifted momentarily. So, this is it, the temptation of immortality? Pierce believed he had discerned the Red Skull's true intentions. After all, since Hydra had repeatedly suffered setbacks due to a soldier injected with the super soldier serum, they had been diligently researching their genetic enhancements. While their strategic aim was to create stronger warriors, extending lifespan was also a crucial aspect. Hydra's ambition was vast, requiring ample time to realize its aspirations in an ever-accelerating world. They had developed a subpar replica of the super soldier serum, the Infinity Formula, which could enhance human capabilities to a certain extent and, more importantly, significantly prolong the user's life. Now, upon learning that his elder had embarked on the path of immortality, Pierce naturally believed that the Red Skull was content with his current state. Leader Schmidt, thank you for your guidance. Long live Hydra. At that moment, Pierce offered the Red Skull the highest form of respect, expressing his gratitude. Go forth. The Red Skull urged Pierce to depart, for with each passing second he lingered there, his own liberation would be delayed. In that moment, after performing his final rites, Pierce strode directly towards the Gate of Souls. However, as his feet crossed the threshold, the anticipated events did not unfold. He remained rooted in place, bewildered. Before he could voice his inquiries to the Red Skull, the latter suddenly knelt upon the ground, his cloak transforming into a myriad of swirling souls. These spirits swiftly sought out a new target, hurtling directly towards Pierce. Soon, a new gem guardian emerged. The Red Skull felt a long-lost sense of freedom wash over him, dispelling the shackles of his former existence. The influence of the gem granted him peculiar abilities. My successor, I shall find a way to return to Earth and continue the grand endeavors of Hydra that remain unfinished. You may remain here, undisturbed, until the end of time. The Red Skull, disregarding Pierce's furious glare, uttered these words with ease before transforming into an ethereal specter and descending from the mountaintop. This was the special power he had acquired, the ability to become a ghost, even to inhabit any living being, akin to possession. I curse you. Your soul shall forever endure the torment of hellfire in the afterlife, Pierce lamented, watching the Red Skull retreat into the distance with a heart full of rage and despair. Chapter 77. The Little Phoenix Apprentice. After a farcical episode concluded, Shen Mu recorded a vivid image of the cross-dressing professor using magic and, as promised, allowed Magneto to depart. However, before leaving, Shen Mu advised Magneto to diligently study modern physics, remarking on his untapped potential. He noted that Magneto's approach was overly raw, relying solely on instinct, and expressed hope for a delightful surprise upon their next encounter. The disparity between Magneto, who could manipulate magnetic fields, and the Iron King, who could only control metals, was indeed vast. The latter was akin to a more robust ant, while the former was worthy of cosmic power. Having spoken, Shen Mu stepped into a portal and vanished. Magneto, meanwhile, found himself in deep contemplation, touched by Shen Mu's words. During their brief skirmish, he had, in a moment of clarity, accomplished feats he had never dared to imagine. For so long, he had believed his abilities were limited to metal manipulation. Yet, it seemed that under Apocalypse's guidance, his true mutant powers had awakened. Apocalypse. The mere thought of this name stirred something profound within Magneto. This more extreme progenitor of mutants was still in search of his champion. At some point, he would unleash a tumult greater than Magneto himself could muster. Eric, come back with us. The professor, still adorned in a vibrant red gown, urged his old friend. Magneto's gaze towards Professor X was laden with complexity. Once the best of friends, their paths had diverged due to differing ideologies. Although angered by his friend's cowardice, he recognized that in times of dire need, the professor had steadfastly chosen to save him. Now is the time to leave. Otherwise, it may not be so easy later. Magneto was acutely aware that the commotion they had caused was substantial. This location would soon become a perimeter of encirclement, despite his fearless demeanor. He wished to consider his old friend's sentiments. I have already summoned Hank to assist us. Professor X felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Magneto's tone, as he knew they had a chance to bring him back. Thus, the three of them ceased their delay and promptly headed toward their predetermined destination. Before departing, however, Charles cast his gaze toward a certain spot underground, extending his mental prowess outward. What had originally been a mobilization assembly declaring war on mutants, demonstrating military might through sentinel robots, had now devolved into a farce. The highly anticipated genius scientist Bolivar had barely made his entrance before being reduced to mere debris, and the very sentinel robots he designed had turned into instruments of his demise. The president, hiding in an underground fortress, was beginning to regret heeding Bolivar's persuasion. Although there had been private frictions between mutants and humans over the years, the overall trend had leaned toward peaceful coexistence. He sought to forcibly disrupt this delicate equilibrium, aiming to eradicate mutants and nearly plunging humanity into an unprecedented genocide crisis. The president himself remained oblivious to the fact that his thoughts had gradually shifted towards a more pacific direction under the imperceptible influence of another's mental prowess. This transformation was largely due to Professor X, who, after witnessing extraordinary events, no longer retained his former innocence. He understood the magnitude of his abilities in fostering harmonious coexistence between humans and mutants, while his commitment to the ideal of peaceful cohabitation remained unwavering. He resolved to no longer be accommodating should anyone endeavor to undermine his vision of tranquility. Shen Mu, bearing the space gem, returned once more to the abode of Jean Grey. However, at that moment, profound fear was etched upon the faces of the Grey couple. In stark contrast, the young Phoenix gazed at Shen Mu with eyes alight with admiration, betraying no hint of trepidation. I want to learn magic from you. The scene of Shen Mu opening a portal had filled her with envy. She imagined that if she could master the circular incantation, she would be free to travel wherever her heart desired. Jean, don't be foolish. John admonished his daughter softly. Mr. Shun, I only wish for my daughter to live a safe and peaceful life, without being drawn into those horrific events. I hope you can understand the concerns of a father. After witnessing the terrifying battle among mutants, he was resolute in preventing his daughter from becoming embroiled in such chaos. Henceforth, he had decided to teach her to conceal her powers, to lead an ordinary life. Yet this notion was futile. As the host of the Phoenix Force, Jean's destiny was destined to be extraordinary. Even if she wished to avoid trouble, it would inevitably find her. As the Phoenix Force within her continued to awaken, she would gradually embark on her path to divinity. Therefore, to equip her with sufficient strength to navigate impending troubles, she must learn to master her powers. Shen Mu disregarded John's pleas and laid bare the reality he wished to evade. John cast a complex glance at his daughter. Mr. Shun, is there any way to remove the Phoenix Force from Jean's body? He inquired, still clinging to hope. It would be futile, even without the Phoenix Force. Jean remains a mutant, and a formidable Omega-level mutant at that. You do not possess the understanding of the powers wielded by an Omega-level mutant, Shen Mu replied, fully aware that Jean's status as the Phoenix's host was partly due to her Omega-level psychic talent, which had drawn the Phoenix Force to her. Will it be dangerous for Jean to study magic with you? John asked, his hopes beginning to wane upon hearing Shen Mu's words. Dangerous? Engaging with magic certainly carries risks. However, for a host of the Phoenix Force, such dangers are relatively inconsequential. In the realm of Marvel, the utilization of magic invariably demands a corresponding sacrifice. Not only are there various forms of dark sorcery, often culminating in death, where even the soul cannot escape, but even the white magic wielded by Doctor Strange has left a gaping wound in his abdomen. However, in the presence of the Phoenix Force, all these tribulations pale in comparison. For even in death, the Phoenix Force possesses the innate ability to absorb cosmic energy, enabling rebirth through a process akin to resurrection. Father, have you promised me that you will study magic under the guidance of a teacher? On the other side, Jean excitedly blinked her large eyes at her father. Hearing this, Shen Mu couldn't help but smile knowingly. This little phoenix certainly knew how to seize opportunities. Yet, the mention of a teacher stirred a thought in Shen Mu's mind. Although he initially intended for Ancient One to instruct her, he suddenly found himself reconsidering. Magic was no longer a mystery to him. The entirety of the magical tomes from Camartage was inscribed in his mind. And he had also retained a significant portion of Asgardian magic. So why not teach her himself? It would undoubtedly add a touch of amusement to his otherwise monotonous existence. Chapter 78. Return to Alfheim. Upon deciding to accept the little phoenix as a student, Shen Mu began contemplating the establishment of a permanent residence on Earth. Although he could indefinitely reside in Camartage, it was not his domain and thus not a sustainable solution. Previously, Shen Mu had contemplated emulating Superman by constructing a solitary fortress in the Arctic. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it, as he lacked the legacy of a chief scientist father. Superman, as a survivor of Krypton, was not alone. His father had meticulously prepared everything for him, including the Codex of Life, a Kryptonian genetic repository, and a spacecraft laden with advanced Kryptonian technology and the knowledge of countless star systems. Utilizing these resources, Superman effortlessly established his secret fortress. In stark contrast, Shen Mu was embarking on an entirely different path. Thus, if he were to construct something, it would likely culminate in a temple. Mr. Shen, may we request that Jean frequently return to visit us? After all, she is our only daughter, John suggested. Believing that after Jean recognized Shen Mu as her teacher, she would be whisked away to acquire mysterious knowledge. Beside her mother, Jean gazed at him with hopeful eyes. You need not worry. Learning magic does not necessitate a specific environment, so Jean can remain with you. However, I will occasionally take her to witness the true nature of this universe. Upon hearing this, the Greys finally felt a sense of relief. Their greatest fear had been that their daughter might vanish for years, leaving them bereft of contact. The agony of such separation was unbearable. Before I formally teach you magic, there is one more matter to address. Jean, come here. I need to greet the entity that slumbers deep within your soul. Shen Mu stood and beckoned to the little phoenix. Jean displayed no fear, but rather an eager anticipation. Teacher, where are we going? The little phoenix excitedly dashed to Shen Mu's side, clutching one of his hands and tilting her head in curiosity. To the legendary realm of the fairies, where kind and delightful little sprites reside. Shen Mu had chosen the most suitable location, Alfheim, a place that could be considered half of his backyard. Fairies? Teacher? Do such wondrous beings truly exist in this world? Jean's understanding of fairies stemmed from the fairy tales she had read in her early years. As she grew older and developed a rudimentary comprehension of the world, she had come to realize that fairy tales were merely fabrications concocted by adults to deceive children. All were fictitious. Yet now, hearing such incredible words from her unorthodox teacher was astonishing. Indeed, this world harbors not only fairies but also extraterrestrials, deities, and demons. These all exist. The universe is vaster and more intriguing than you can imagine. Shen Mu's words were directed not solely at the little phoenix, but equally at the Greys. Indeed, at this moment, the minds of this couple seemed to be experiencing a temporary shutdown. They believed that the existence of mutants was already filled with incredibility, unaware that mutants are merely a small facet of this world. Mr. Shen, does God exist? Can he hear our prayers? The Cheens, who were devout Christians, hurriedly inquired upon hearing Shen Mu's words. The omnipotent God you worship may not exist. However, heaven certainly has its place. In the vast Marvel universe, the concept of God is not as clearly defined as it is in the neighboring DC universe. Yet, the dimension of heaven does indeed exist, inhabited by beings that appear to be divine, such as angels. Upon hearing Shen Mu's statement, the expressions of the Grey couple fell somber. The feeling of having their long-held faith shattered by the revelation that their revered deity might not exist was difficult for them to bear. God is not as great and distant as you imagine. Your child, Jean, possesses the potential to become even greater than some deities. This was certainly not a mere boast from Shen Mu. Due to the peculiar nature of the Phoenix Force, under normal circumstances, a Phoenix host would be eroded by this power, becoming a tyrannical dark Phoenix. However, should one fully merge with the Phoenix Force, they could transcend their limitations and become a white Phoenix. They could even summon the complete Phoenix Force from the multiverse, thereby ascending to a level of power that rivals the multiverse itself, or even the omnipotent universe. To a Phoenix host in such a state, So-called gods would be little more than insignificant creatures. Teacher, can I really become such a powerful being? The young phoenix looked at her hands, bewildered, and asked Shen Mu. Of course, your future is limitless. Shen Mu gently patted the young phoenix's head. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. I believe you will be delighted to meet them. With that, a blue space gem appeared in Shen Mu's hand, which he activated with divine energy. Instantly, a portal enveloped both him and the young phoenix, and in the next moment, they found themselves in the sunlit realm of the elves. Wow, this place is so beautiful. The young phoenix, still tender in age, gazed at the profusion of flowers, trees, and greenery around her, exclaiming in wonder. She then released Shen Mu's hand and plunged headfirst into the sea of flowers. Shen Mu's arrival naturally caught the attention of the elder elf, Sylphania. Soon, amidst a swarm of fluttering little elves, the breathtakingly beautiful elder appeared barefoot before Shen Mu. Shen? For a moment, the elder found it hard to believe the figure before her. The other little elves felt similarly, had it not been for the familiar aura emanating from Shen Mu. They might have doubted that he was the very dragon they once knew. Hello, Sylphania. It's been a long time. Shen Mu greeted the elder warmly, showing no signs of surprise. Qin, come here. After exchanging greetings, Shen Mu waved at the little phoenix, who was lost in a sea of flowers, signaling her to come over. Teacher, this sister is so beautiful. The little phoenix, regaining her composure, found herself entranced once more upon seeing Sylphania. However, Shen Mu felt a sense of absurdity regarding her address. It seemed somewhat incongruous for a 10-year-old girl to refer to a relic of over 9,000 years as sister. Although this ancient elf bore the visage of an 18-year-old, Shen Mu was acutely aware of her true age. Nevertheless, Sylphania found great delight in the little phoenix's affectionate term. Oh, what an adorable little human girl. Just as Sylphania was about to reach out and pat the little phoenix's head, she suddenly seemed to sense something, her hand pausing midair. At that moment, her eyes appeared to behold a phoenix entwined in raging flames, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. Chapter 79, Confronting the Power of the Phoenix, Dear Sister. What troubles you? The little phoenix inquired, tilting her head at the peculiar demeanor of Sylphania. Nothing at all. I merely find you exceedingly adorable. What is your name? Why do you refer to Teacher Shen? Sylphania gently crouched to align her gaze with Qin Gray's. I am Qin Gray, a student of the teacher. He has promised to teach me magic. Qin felt an immediate warmth emanating from the beautiful older sister before her, and without hesitation, she divulged her connection to Shen Mu. Ah, I see. Then, Qin, welcome to Yalvium. As Sylphania's words faded, the surrounding flora and fauna began to sway, seemingly welcoming the little phoenix. At that moment, Shen Mu was encircled by a gaggle of tiny fairies, who scrutinized him with wide eyes. Are you truly His Excellency the Dragon? You look so much more handsome now. But, Your Excellency, you've become so small. Zoe prefers the grander form of the dragon. Indeed, Your Excellency has lost his wings. The fairies chattered animatedly about Shen Mu's transformed appearance, their voices as melodious as larks, rendering the atmosphere anything but noisy to him. It seems you are more accustomed to my original form, Shen Mu remarked, as divine energy surged through him, causing his shape to morph dramatically until, in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his dragon form. He then tilted his head back and let out a powerful roar, unfurling his enormous wings. Instantly, a swarm of fairies took to the air, clinging to him. The little phoenix watched in awe, speechless. A dragon. My teacher is a dragon. Her words stumbled forth, for within American cultural context, dragons were often synonymous with malevolence. Did Shen not disclose his true identity to you? Though he is a dragon, he is also a genuine deity of the sun, Sylphania interjected, observing the shock on the little phoenix's face. My teacher is a god? The little phoenix could hardly fathom such a revelation. At that moment, she began to understand why Shen Mu appeared to possess knowledge of many arcane matters. Yet, she also recalled Shen's assertion that she might one day surpass many gods in greatness. Now, she found herself believing it. Qin, upon witnessing my true form, are you frightened? Shen Mu approached the little phoenix, adorned with fairies. No, I am not afraid. You are my teacher, and I trust that you would not harm me. With newfound bravery, the little phoenix stepped closer to Shen Mu, reaching out to touch his impervious black scales. Haha, excellent. Today, you shall play with these little ones, and tomorrow I shall formally commence your lessons in magic. Shen Mu encouraged the fairies to take the little phoenix aside for play while he and Sylphania strolled in another direction. Are you perhaps curious about Qin's identity? As he strolled leisurely, Shen Mu reverted to his human form and spoke to the nearby Sylphania. He was aware that, with her keen insight and ability to glimpse into the future, this ancient relic would surely perceive the uniqueness residing within Qin. Was it truly the fabled ancient power that dwelled within her? Sylphania recalled the terrifying, illusory shadow that had recently appeared before her, and with a lingering sense of dread, she inquired. As an ancient being of the elven race, she possessed knowledge of certain cosmic secrets. Indeed, it was that very power, albeit not in its entirety. Merely a substantial fragment of it. Listening to Shen Mu's words, Sophia could not help but roll her eyes. Even a fragment of such legendary power was sufficient to render that young girl an extraordinary force. At the very least, she had felt an overwhelming terror in the presence of that power. However, upon considering Shen Mu's even more formidable rate of growth, Sophia found herself somewhat reassured. How do you intend to teach Qin? By the way, with your mastery of magic, can you truly assume the role of a teacher? Sophia harbored doubts regarding Shen Mu's ability to educate this pupil. Of course, she is merely a little girl. Teaching her should be a walk in the park for me. You see, in the central court, the current supreme mage has desperately beseeched me to be her successor, but I have turned her down. When faced with skepticism about his teaching abilities, Shen Mu naturally defended himself vigorously. Although Sophia did not wholly believe Shen Mu's claims, she accepted a considerable portion of them. This was also the reason she entrusted the entire Elven realm to Shen Mu. Moreover, the fact that Shen Mu could travel freely between the central court and Alfheim indicated that he indeed mastered teleportation magic. Little did she know. Shen Mu not only commanded magic but had also acquired the space gem, which was far more convenient than mere teleportation spells. So, your purpose in bringing Qin here is? The phoenix power residing within Qin has yet to fully awaken and may inadvertently exert some negative influence on her. Therefore, before formally instructing her, I intend to have a conversation with that incomplete phoenix. If communication proves fruitful, all will be well. However, if it proves obstinate, I may have to resort to unconventional means of persuasion. Shen Mu understood that the phoenix power possessed a degree of self-awareness. Sophia grasped Shen Mu's intention. To put it plainly, he aimed to issue a warning to that power, urging it to behave, lest he be compelled to impose his will through force. Such a notion could only originate from Shen Mu. Do you have the confidence to withstand that power? Sophia glanced toward Qin, who was joyfully playing with the elves in the distance. It's merely a somewhat larger fragment of power. I am not overly concerned. While the complete phoenix power would undoubtedly overwhelm Shen Mu, he would certainly flee at the first sign of it, as fast as he could. Even a fragment of the phoenix's power may hold similar significance. However, at present, what resides within Qin is merely a shard, which poses little threat. With your reassurance, I find solace. Time swiftly passed, and the little phoenix, having frolicked throughout the day, now lay nestled within a massive flower bud, drifting into slumber. Shen Mu and Sophia approached her. What are your intentions? Sophia inquired of Shen Mu, her gaze fixed upon the sleeping Qin. Naturally, we shall seek out the phoenix directly. Shen Mu bent down, extending his index finger, which glimmered faintly as it gently touched Qin's forehead. In an instant, he felt himself being drawn into an unknown realm, surrounded by what resembled the vast cosmos. In the distance, a radiant crimson light pulsated, with the surrounding matter and space continuously collapsing and reforming. Shen Mu understood that this was the embodiment of the phoenix's power, and without hesitation, he soared towards it. Chapter 80. A friendly exchange with the phoenix. As Shen Mu gradually approached the phoenix, a force imbued with a destructive nature began to assault his spiritual form, projected within this peculiar space crafted by the phoenix. Although it was a spiritual entity, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Mu's physical body, with all its powers and abilities intact. Thus, even in the phoenix's domain, this fragmented essence of phoenix power could not unleash its full potential without merging with its host. As he drew near to the radiant orb, Shen Mu began to sense a subtle pressure. The outline of the phoenix grew increasingly distinct. However, through the phoenix's energetic form, Shen Mu perceived within it a slumbering figure with black hair, an embodiment birthed from the phoenix's power, which could be deemed a dark persona. Perhaps a black phoenix. Seemingly sensing Shen Mu's approach, the black phoenix abruptly opened her eyes, and the immense energy of the phoenix instantly retreated into her being. Get out. In that moment, a surge of boundless wrath penetrated Shen Mu's mind, expressing her deep discontent with his intrusion into her realm. You insolent little creature. Your master calls me teacher, yet you, a mere shadow of a dark persona, dare to speak boldly before me. Shen Mu, undeterred, reciprocated with his own intent while hastening his advance. However, this action thoroughly enraged the Black Phoenix. She extended her hand toward Shen Mu, and a terrifying force capable of disintegrating matter into atomic states surged forth in an instant. Outside, tendrils of crimson energy began to emanate from her form. Sophia, upon witnessing this energy, quickly retreated several steps. Could such a force, steeped in ultimate destruction yet intertwined with the essence of rebirth, truly be tamed? Shen, what do you intend to do? The ancient elf, having lived for over 9 millennia, merely attempted to sense the energies radiating from the figure within and was mercilessly crushed by her spiritual force. This left her feeling a twinge of concern for Shen Mu's actions. Within the Phoenix's domain, facing this terrifying power of disintegration, Shen Mu transformed into a colossal dragon. Enveloped in the divine power of the sun, his draconic form resolutely resisted the Phoenix's force, pushing forward with unwavering determination. The disintegration energy and the solar divine force countered each other, exerting no effect upon Shen Mu's spiritual essence. Seeing her inability to disintegrate him, the Black Phoenix grew flustered. She promptly summoned an even greater power to confront Shen Mu. Cracks shimmering with red light appeared on her face, and a pair of massive energy wings manifested from her back. Dark crimson torrents of energy surged around them, seemingly intent on devouring Shen Mu entirely. As your teacher, today I shall impart upon you your first lesson, aptly titled Respect for the Teacher and Away. Prepare to experience the iron fist of my affection. With that, Shen Mu relinquished all constraints upon his body, and boundless power surged through him like a raging tempest. As he swung his dragon claws, an immense force, akin to a torrential storm, descended upon the Black Phoenix before him. In this brief span of time, Shen Mu unleashed an astounding barrage of assaults, numbering in the tens of thousands. Violence, in its most extreme and unadulterated form, erupted as the Black Phoenix was mercilessly shattered by Shen Mu, its crimson energy scattering in all directions. Yet, Shen Mu did not relent, for the power of the Phoenix is not easily subdued. Soon, the Phoenix, embodying the ultimate dichotomy of destruction and rebirth, began to coalesce once more, gradually taking on the shape of an egg. Meanwhile, Zyrphenia sensed that all forms of energy in the vicinity were converging towards Qin. Her body resembled an infinite black hole, causing the surrounding flora to wither as their divine energies were ruthlessly siphoned away. More accurately, they were consumed by the Phoenix power within her, which possesses the unique ability to absorb all energies in the universe to replenish itself. Zyrphenia quickly retreated, maintaining a cautious distance of 1,000 meters while observing the unfolding events. To attain rebirth, one must first learn to adhere to the rules. Shen Mu offered no respite to the Phoenix, once again activating his brutal mode. The indomitable Phoenix was dispersed repeatedly, failing to achieve rebirth after being shattered over 1,000 times, ultimately conveying a sense of capitulation to Shen Mu. One cannot deny that this Phoenix exhibited remarkable resilience. This time, Shen Mu permitted its rebirth. However, the form that emerged was no longer the Black Phoenix, but rather a pure embodiment of energy, a Scarlet Phoenix. What do you desire? The fragmented thoughts of the Phoenix resonated with uncertainty. Nothing of consequence, merely a desire to deliver a thorough beating. Shen Mu casually remarked upon regaining his human form. Shen Mu could sense the confusion emanating from the Phoenix. Your current host is favored by me, so when she seeks your power, it would be prudent for you to comply. Furthermore, you must temper your negative influence on Qin. I wish to avoid the emergence of another Qin. Otherwise, next time, I could engage in this for 100,000 iterations. Shen Mu threatened the Phoenix, indifferent to whether it grasped his meaning. After receiving Shen Mu's message, the Phoenix seemed to lapse into a momentary silence. In its complete form, it would possess a full consciousness, yet now it was merely a fragment, its self-awareness incomplete. After a considerable period, it finally comprehended Shen Mu's intent to become a worthy source of power, to lend its strength selflessly, without affecting its host. However, Qin was the most satisfactory host it had encountered across the multiverse, and thus, in the face of Shen Mu's excessive demands, the Phoenix ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, the Phoenix emitted a clear, melodious cry, causing all surrounding energies to begin to contract. Moreover, the scene of simultaneous annihilation and reformation that once surrounded the Phoenix has ceased to exist, thereby confirming that the Phoenix is indeed retracting its formidable power. Observing this, Shen Mu felt that he had accomplished his objective and was preparing to depart when, unexpectedly, he heard a voice filled with surprise. Teacher, is that you? Where are we? Turning around, he beheld the ethereal manifestation of Qin, who had appeared by his side, her expression radiating delight. It seemed that Qin was on the brink of officially awakening her Phoenix power, liberated from the fear of transforming into a rampaging dark Phoenix. This must be your own realm of consciousness, he remarked. The Phoenix you see opposite you is the latent power residing within your body. From this day forth, you must engage with it here every single day. Do you understand? Shen Mu intended to cultivate Qin into a unique and perfect vessel of power through this method. Upon hearing his words, Qin began to scrutinize the Phoenix earnestly, gradually inching closer. Witnessing this, Shen Mu smiled knowingly, his figure slowly fading from this ethereal space. Chapter 81. The stirring demon god. When Shen Mu emerged from that realm, he discovered that everything around him had transformed into an unfamiliar landscape. What had once been a vibrant paradise, teeming with lush vegetation, had now morphed into a desolate and forlorn wasteland. Only Qin lay peacefully asleep, her expression serene. Shun, have you successfully communicated with the entity within Qin? At that moment, Sulfinia flew over from a distance, her eyes filled with anticipation as she inquired. Indeed. We engaged in a cordial dialogue. Although there were some minor setbacks, ultimately it was moved by my sincerity and consented to my requests. Henceforth, not only will Qin be free from worries, but she has also acquired a stable source of energy. She will no longer need to draw strength from external sources to learn and utilize magic. The power of the phoenix itself is one of the rare and formidable forces in the multiverse, providing Qin with a natural advantage in her magical studies. She possesses an inherent source of magic. Not only does she incur no cost, but she will also gain greater mastery over the phoenix's power through the process of harnessing it, a truly fortuitous arrangement. That is truly splendid. The force that erupted from her earlier was quite terrifying. My mental fortitude was shattered upon approaching. Everything around here was a consequence of her unconscious actions, Sylphania spoke. Still shaken. Fear not. I would appreciate it if you could take her elsewhere, to spare her any fright upon awakening, Shen Mu suggested, surveying the lifeless surroundings. Teacher, Sister Nia, look. The following day, when the little phoenix awoke, she rushed over with exuberance to showcase her abilities to Shen Mu and Sylphania. She held a fruit in her hand, disassembling it into countless particles, only to reassemble it once more. However, due to her inexperience, the reconstructed fruit bore no resemblance to its original form. Teacher, I have failed. The little phoenix's spirits dampened. She had eagerly intended to display her talents, but had not achieved the desired outcome. After all, she was still but a child. You have performed admirably. You merely need to become more familiar with it. Shen Mu encouraged her gently. Oh, teacher, last night I think I saw you in a dream. You even advised me to communicate with that great bird daily. Were you assisting me? The little phoenix suddenly recalled her dream encounter with Shen Mu and posed the question. Indeed, since you have called me teacher, I felt it necessary to take some action. Thus, I address the unruly entity within you. Rest assured. It shall obediently heed your words from now on. Shen Mu replied candidly. Thank you, teacher. The little phoenix embraced Shen Mu tightly, nuzzling against him with gratitude. Now that you have grasped this power, do you still wish to learn magic? Suddenly, Shen Mu inquired of the little phoenix. Of course you should learn. I have a fondness for magic. Upon hearing this, the little phoenix hurriedly responded, for in her understanding, although she had acquired some intriguing abilities, they paled in comparison to Shen Mu's magical portal that allowed him to traverse wherever he wished. Very well. I shall prepare some introductory knowledge of magic for you today. In the meantime, you may continue playing with your sister Nia and the other little sprites. However, you must not use your abilities on them, understand? Shen Mu cautioned the little phoenix, harboring a concern that she might recklessly wield her powers against the sprites, potentially causing unnecessary harm. Teacher, I understand. The little phoenix, aware of the weight of this matter, replied earnestly. Nia, I entrust her to you for the time being. After entrusting her, Shen Mu promptly activated a portal to Kamartosh. After all, that place had nurtured countless mages over the years and should possess a comprehensive teaching methodology. Thus, Shen Mu, who had never been a teacher before, decided to seek guidance from the Ancient One. Shen, where have you taken the Phoenix host? Did you not promise me a surprise? The Ancient One had initially anticipated that Shen Mu would return with a disciple, yet upon consulting the Time Stone, she discovered that the possibility of the Phoenix host becoming her disciple had vanished. However, she had long been aware of her successor. She was merely jesting with Shen Mu, who had been the one to make the declaration first. Ah, my apologies. I have taken this disciple for myself. Despite Shen Mu's typically thick skin, he felt a fleeting moment of embarrassment under the scrutiny of the person concerned, though it quickly dissipated. Follow me. I have arranged for Master Ted to prepare what you need. The Ancient One, understanding Shen Mu's intentions, led him directly to a classroom-like space without waiting for him to elaborate. Your experience in learning magic is somewhat unique, so I understand you may not know how to teach others. Here is the Apprentice Mage's Handbook compiled by Master Ted. Take it with you. To be candid, Kamartosh had passed down its teachings through formal mages instructing apprentice mages directly for many years, and such a compilation of introductory knowledge had never been created before. This collection was hastily arranged by the Ancient One, but it would suffice for now. After all, she recognized that the Phoenix host was no ordinary apprentice mage. Ancient One, you truly understand me. Shen Mu felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation for the considerate figure before him. By the way, Shun, it seems that old demon Mephisto is stirring again, plotting something unknown. Since he has sought you out once, he will certainly come looking for you again. So exercise caution. Following the eruption of the space stone, the demonic entities from other dimensions had become restless, particularly Dormammu. She could sense the surge of dark energy. Hearing this, Shen Mu couldn't help but cast a scrutinizing glance at the Ancient One. He could perceive that the body of the Ancient One, now riddled with the scars of magic, was entirely relying on an external force to maintain its normal functions. Without a doubt, the Ancient One must have begun to draw power from the dark dimension. Shen Mu could not help but think, Dormammu's relentless gaze upon Earth is undoubtedly intricately linked to you. However, Shen Mu understood that this was all due to the Ancient One's unwavering commitment to her mission. Otherwise, her soul would have transcended long ago. Mephisto. As long as he cannot manifest in his true form, he would be unable to conjure any tricks. Shen Mu did not place much concern on Mephisto, who could only act on Earth through his avatars. Not to mention that his own strength was rapidly escalating, coupled with the possession of a space gem. Even if his true form were to arrive, Shen Mu would not be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to seek out that old knight to obtain the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, thus providing some irritation to that old demon. This thought merely flickered through Shen Mu's mind. Chapter 82. Barton Blazer with a copy of the Apprentice Mage's Handbook in hand. Shen Mu returned once more to the realm of the elves, directly entrusting it to Sylphinia for her to impart the knowledge. Shen, I recall that Sheen should be your student, correct? Shouldn't you be the one to teach her personally? Observing Shen Mu's nonchalant demeanor, the elven elder found herself at a loss for words. Do not dwell on such trifles. I merely wish to provide you both with an opportunity to deepen your communication. After all, you are aware of the little phoenix's potential. Her growth could surpass many formidable beings. In the event that I am absent from this universe or preoccupied with other matters, you may still seek her assistance. Shen Mu rationalized his decision to delegate the teaching. Now, I am entrusting you with her magical enlightenment. This is a rare opportunity indeed. He found a highly reasonable justification for his seemingly negligent approach. Surprisingly, Sylphinia took a moment to contemplate his words, conceding that he had a valid point. Very well, you have persuaded me. However, are you truly prepared to allow Sheen to flourish freely without guidance? Sylphinia suspected that Shen Mu's desire to be a teacher was a hasty decision. No. There is an old saying on Earth, a master leads you to the door. But the journey is up to you. I have already addressed the most significant issue within the little phoenix's being. From here on, she requires only occasional guidance for her development. Although Shen Mu still felt that managing a young girl would be bothersome, his reasoning was not without merit. Consider Doctor Strange, for instance. When he did not believe in magic, the Ancient One offered him a glimpse, revealing the splendor of the magical realm and completely altering his perspective. When he believed his hands prevented him from conjuring a portal, she demonstrated the act through a handless mage. When he thought he could not communicate with magical energy, she cast him atop the Himalayas, presenting him with the choice to either freeze to death or open a portal to return. Following these trials, the Ancient One allowed Strange to grow wild and free. Shen Mu believed this to be the optimal method for nurturing genius. Excessive interference would only stifle their innate talents. Of course, should this budding talent begin to veer off course, the teacher would be there to correct her with a firm but loving hand. Shen Mu successfully persuaded Sylphinia and then retreated to bask in the sun, seeking leisure. Meanwhile, on Earth, the agent Brand, once possessed by Mephisto, had now completely lost his self-awareness, becoming a true vessel for the Lord of the Underworld. This is the place, the perfect host for Zatanno's power. Mephisto murmured at the entrance of a motorcycle stunt troops camp, clad in retro attire. The passers-by seemed oblivious to his peculiar garb, offering not a single glance in his direction. Following the audience into the troop, one could witness exhilarating and daring motorcycle stunts unfolding within. Each daring aerial maneuver executed by the riders ignited a fervor among the audience. The moment we had all been eagerly anticipating was upon us. Let us welcome the king of stunts, Craig Klaus Simpson, alongside his partner, Barton Blazer, for their final duel performance. Today, they shall push the boundaries of their capabilities, soaring across a distance of 250 feet. Will they succeed in this formidable challenge? Let us bear witness. Now, unleash your enthusiasm as we unveil the heroes of the day. As the host's words faded, the thunderous roar of motorcycle engines ignited the crowd's excitement. Klaus. Unsurprisingly, the name on everyone's lips was that of Klaus. For in their hearts, he was undeniably the foremost figure in motorcycle stunt performances. Listening to the cheers, Burton felt a wave of envy wash over him. Klaus. I wonder when they will call my name, he remarked enviously to his friend beside him. That day will surely come. You will become the most exceptional motorcycle stunt performer. Klaus reassured, noticing his friend's envious expression. Are you ready? We are about to shatter the record set before us. This leap will be etched in history. Burton replied with unwavering confidence, having prepared meticulously for 3 months. He had recently welcomed the birth of his son, Johnny Blazer. And with his wife and 1-year-old son present at the event, he felt an abundance of assurance. Then let us embrace this monumental moment. With that, Klaus revved the throttle of his motorcycle, prompting Burton to follow suit. The duo first rode before the enthusiastic crowd, showcasing their presence before heading towards the stunt ramp. However, in a fleeting moment, Burton's attention was captured by a young man whose attire seemed oddly out of place. Just a glance sent a shiver through him, as if his very soul had been constricted. Yet, at his friend's urging, he shook off the unsettling feeling. Barton Blazer, prepare to become my greatest knight. A sinister grin crept across Mephisto's lips. At that moment, Burton's expression turned serious, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, he revved the engine, ready to leap into the air with his friend. Yet, in the final second before takeoff, Mephisto's finger twitched ever so slightly. In an instant, What should have been a synchronized flight of man and machine turned into chaos as Burton and his beloved motorcycle parted ways. As Burton plummeted heavily, his motorcycle crashed down upon his legs in a bizarre twist of fate. Burton's anguished scream pierced the air. The audience gasped in shock, but soon erupted into even more fervent cheers, for Klaus had successfully completed the challenge. He truly soared an impressive distance of 250 feet, setting a new record that surpassed his own achievement from 2 years prior. However, in that moment, he was not inclined to revel in his glory. Rather, he immediately rushed to his friend. The emergency personnel from the stunt team quickly followed suit. They rescued Barton and transported him to the hospital. Despite the doctor's valiant efforts to save his life, Barton faced the grim prospect of amputation of both legs, meaning he would never again ride his beloved motorcycle. This devastating blow was undoubtedly a thunderclap for Barton, who aspired to be the greatest motorcycle stunt performer. That night, after everyone had departed, Barton lay staring blankly at the ceiling, consumed by sorrow. A motorcycle rider without legs is akin to a bird without wings, forever deprived of the taste of freedom. Just then, a voice reached Barton's ears. Chapter 83, The Ghost Rider. As Barton turned his eyes in search of the source of the voice, an unforgettable visage suddenly emerged within his line of sight. Illuminated by the moonlight, the sight of this face sent a jolt of recognition through him. A peculiar sensation from the daytime performance still vividly etched in his memory. Who are you? A paralyzed Barton gazed in trepidation at Mephisto, who stood by his bedside. Who I am is of little consequence. I witnessed your performance today. You are an exceptionally talented rider. I wish for you to ride for me in the future. Mephisto proclaimed with an unsettling smile. Ride? Are you not aware that I have lost my legs? Have you come to mock me? Barton's eyes widened in indignation upon hearing Mephisto's words. No, I am here to offer you an opportunity. Life is capricious. During the day you soared through the arena, yet now you lie motionless upon a sickbed. I can assist you in standing once more to mount your motorcycle again. So, are you willing to strike a bargain with me? As Mephisto's words lingered in the air, the sky outside transformed dramatically. A bolt of lightning illuminated the room, casting a stark shadow upon the wall, revealing not a human form, but rather a demonic silhouette adorned with goat-like horns. However, Barton failed to perceive this. He was engrossed in contemplation of Mephisto's proposition. How will you help me? Barton inquired solemnly. The crux lies not in how I will assist you, but rather what you can offer in return for your restoration. Mephisto seductively lured Barton's soul towards its ruin. Name your price. Barton, still confused by Mephisto's insinuations, demanded. I desire your soul, Mephisto declared, a ludicrous statement that instantly extinguished Barton's interest, leading him to perceive the figure before him as a mere jester. From your eyes, I discern mistrust. Yet, this is your singular opportunity to rise again and ride your motorcycle. All you need do is sign this contract. With that, Mephisto produced a parchment of sheepskin from within his cloak and presented it to Barton. Barton's indignation surged anew, immobilized as he was. The notion of signing any contract seemed utterly absurd. However, soon the contents of the contract captivated his attention. Upon realizing that the initiator of this agreement was indeed Mephisto, his eyes widened in astonishment. This devil's name was not unfamiliar to him. He had appeared in numerous myths and legends. It appears you have acquiesced to the terms of the contract, Mephisto remarked, shifting his gaze, as a drop of blood flew from Barton's fingertip and landed upon the parchment. Now, the contract is binding. Arise, my knight, Mephisto exclaimed, abruptly pressing a pulsating flame against Barton's chest. Once, there existed a formidable demon lord of the underworld named Thanos, who gained his strength by devouring human souls. He was indeed a legitimate rival to Mephisto. Ultimately, however, he met his demise through a cunning scheme orchestrated by Mephisto, who obliterated all traces of Thanos' consciousness, enslaving his essence to serve as the raw material for creating malevolent knights. Those who were possessed by Thanos and transformed into these specters would possess powers far surpassing that of the former vengeful spirits, endowed with greater potential. It is so hot, I feel as if I might ignite. The moment the essence of Thanos fused with his being, Barton was overwhelmed by an intense burning sensation coursing through his body. In the next instant, he miraculously regrew the 2 legs that had been severed. Stumbling, Barton rushed to the window and crashed through the glass, plummeting downwards. The doctors and nurses in the hospital, alerted by the commotion in Barton's room, hastened to investigate. Upon flinging open the door, they beheld a young man clad in retro attire offering them a gentlemanly smile before vanishing without a trace. Realizing that the patient in the bed was missing, they immediately turned their gaze towards the shattered window. Outside, on the lawn, a figure enveloped in swirling black smoke was striding forward. Quick, call the police at once. The doctors had never witnessed such a scene. After a moment of stunned silence, they instructed the nurses to report the incident. Meanwhile, each step that Barton took felt exceedingly burdensome. His feet were engulfed in flames, causing him to sink deeply into the ground with every stride. At the intersection ahead, Mephisto observed him with a bemused expression. "What have you done to me?" Barton approached Mephisto, his voice laced with fury. "What have I done? I have enabled you to rise again, of course." Mephisto regarded Barton as one might admire a flawless work of art. "You have turned me into a monster." In his rage, Barton reached out, attempting to grasp Mephisto by the throat, only to be halted by a mere glance from him. "Now, you shall undertake 2 tasks for me. First, seek out a traitor named Carter Stray and reclaim the Sanctum Vanguard's contract from him. Second, locate the colossal dragon that has descended upon Earth, marked by my sigil. Upon finding him, incinerate his soul with your eye of judgment and bring me his corporeal form." Mephisto declared with a beaming smile. "Impossible. I will not serve a demon." Barton resolutely refused. "I'm afraid, my child, you lack the privilege of refusal." With that, Mephisto extended a finger and lightly touched Barton. Roar! An anguished cry erupted from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, hellish flames enveloped him, searing away flesh and blood until only a skeleton shrouded in fire remained. "Go forth, my knight." At Mephisto's command, the fiery skeleton silently approached a motorcycle parked by the roadside. The skeletal claw glided gently across the surface of the vehicle. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the entire car, which began to morph into a grotesque yet strangely beautiful form. He then mounted the motorcycle, but not before casting a lingering gaze into Mephisto's hollow eyes for several moments. Had he already begun to merge with his host, giving birth to a new consciousness? Truly, he is the one I have chosen. You shall become my finest knight. However, do not entertain thoughts of escaping my grasp, for such an endeavor would cost you everything. As he observed the receding figure, a chilling smile crept onto Mephisto's lips. Chapter 84. The method of cultivating genius far away in Alfheim. Shen Mu remains oblivious to the fact that Mephisto has unveiled his formidable weapon intended to confront him, the Knight of Judgment, endowed with the Eye of Judgment. However, despite the formidable premise of the eye, its actual efficacy is quite lackluster. The judgment becomes null and void if the subject believes wholeheartedly in the righteousness of their actions. In one universe, the Knight of Judgment failed to condemn Thanos, who had obliterated dozens of planets to appease the goddess of death, simply because Thanos never felt remorse for the lives he extinguished. Yet, Mephisto remains unaware of this flaw in the Eye of Judgment. After all, the knights he created had never encountered a failure in judgment, which bolsters his confidence in his creations. Shen Mu, unaware of the tumult unfolding on Earth, is preoccupied with the task of further educating the young phoenix. Possessing an innate and formidable mental prowess, the young phoenix quickly absorbs magical knowledge. Moreover, due to the unconditional energy supplied by the phoenix force within her, her initiation into magic far surpasses Shen Mu's early struggles. After all, he once grasped a fragment of the world tree for an extended period without yielding any substantial insights. Had it not been for his awakening through divine power, Shen Mu would have been at a loss for how much longer it would take him to begin his journey into magic. In a mere half-day, the young phoenix has already managed to open a portal, a fundamental spell essential for any mage, albeit her proficiency and understanding currently do not yet allow for interdimensional travel. However, given her remarkable learning speed and the unwavering support of the phoenix, it is reasonable to expect that mastery will come swiftly. Furthermore, casting spells within the Marvel Universe is relatively straightforward. Once one comprehends the steps, the magic is nearly at their fingertips. After all, practitioners merely possess the right to wield the magic without owning it. Thus, the only factors influencing a mage's prowess in the Marvel Universe are combat experience, mastery of magic, and the strength of the power they can draw upon. Individuals like Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, who are favored by powerful entities, naturally have access to a greater reservoir of strength and higher privileges, placing their abilities in a different realm compared to ordinary mages. Additionally, there exists a particularly unique entity, the Scarlet Witch, who wields chaos magic. For instance, Wanda, who has just begun to awaken her chaos magic, can easily overpower most seasoned mages. After all, the being who birthed chaos magic has long established dominance over the multiverse, leading to an elevated threshold for both its limitations and potential. Furthermore, Wanda has been personally chosen by this being, ensuring she is not lacking in power. Currently, the situation is similar for Jean. She possesses extraordinary talent and is bolstered by the Phoenix Force, which Shen Mu has inspired to assist her wholeheartedly. This paves the way for her endeavors. However, it seems that this approach may not be sustainable in the long run. Shen Mu suddenly realized that the rapid learning of his students was a bittersweet blessing. Before long, he would feel utterly depleted as their teacher. What on earth had possessed him? After all, swift learning is indeed a good thing. Once they acquire the ability for self-preservation, he could take her on adventures through the cosmos, broadening her horizons while simultaneously enhancing her practical skills. When she becomes capable of standing on her own, he could set her free to forge her own path. She could go wherever her heart desires, and at that point, it would be none of his concern. In a sudden epiphany, Shen Mu slapped his thigh, realizing that he had unwittingly immersed himself in the mindset of his previous life. He always perceived the little phoenix as merely a 10-year-old child, requiring ample care, which had unfairly burdened him with an inexplicable sense of responsibility. However, this was the Marvel Universe, and one could not apply conventional reasoning to these children. After all, in the comics, Franklin Richards, the child of Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman, possessed multiverse-level powers at a remarkably young age. Creating a universe was not an insurmountable task for him. He often collaborated with Eternity, the embodiment of the multiverse, to mend the fractured multiverse as a diminutive powerhouse. Contemplating this, Shen Mu wondered whether Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman might produce a similarly extraordinary child in this universe, which was indeed a thrilling prospect. As his thoughts meandered, Shen Mu felt his focus drift. Well, if the little phoenix was so gifted, then she deserved an equally exceptional method of cultivation. With that in mind, he produced a crimson crystal, a repository of solar essence he had accumulated. At this moment, Shen Mu intended to inscribe all the magical tomes recorded in his super brain onto this crystal. In due time, the little phoenix would merely need to channel her mental energy into this crystal to access any magical knowledge at will. Speaking of which, ever since Shen Mu etched the runic array of the solar disk onto his body, the solar disk had remained unused. Its presence on Earth was far too conspicuous. After all, many eyes were scrutinizing the planet, and an altar capable of harnessing solar divine power would undoubtedly attract attention from certain entities. Although Shen Mu did not shy away from challenges, it was ultimately a troublesome affair. Thus, to mitigate potential complications, he had chosen to store it in the system space. Upon his return to the Elven Kingdom, Shen Mu left the solar disk there, instructing the elves to gather the solar essence that coalesced into the solar crystal. After half a month, he meticulously categorized and inscribed all the magical knowledge he possessed. To enhance its completeness, he even made a special trip back to Asgard. However, Thor and the others were absent, as Heimdall mentioned they were on a mission. Now, this small crystal contained the magic of Asgard, the magic of the Vanir, elven magic, the magic of Earth's supreme sorcerers, and a selection of runic magic that Shen Mu had deliberately included. It seems rather unappealing to present this in such a manner to the little phoenix, who may not necessarily appreciate it. As Shen Mu prepared to bestow this crystal, imbued with countless arcane secrets, upon the little creature, he suddenly beheld its appearance, even through the lens of his limited aesthetic appreciation. He deemed the rough crystal unlikely to delight a child. Thus, Shen Mu wielded his mental prowess to reshape the divine crystal, meticulously crafting it into a more symmetrical jewel-like form. Subsequently, he plucked a scale from his own dragon hide, melted it with a fiery gaze, and, using his mental force, fashioned it into the semblance of a necklace, finally embedding the divine crystal within. Indeed, it now appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Shen Mu nodded in satisfaction at the final creation. Chapter 85. A surprise prepared by the apocalypse, finding the little phoenix playing with the fairies. Shen Mu casually tossed a necklace into her hands. "Teacher, is this for me?" the little phoenix asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Shen Mu maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "Of course. Since you have called me teacher, it is customary for me to bestow upon you a gift. But, teacher, you have already resolved a significant problem for me." "Haven't you?" Shen Mu understood she was referring to the matter of the phoenix power. "That incident does not count. Try wearing the necklace. And if it does not fit well, I can make adjustments." Despite his words, Shen Mu did not doubt that the gift he prepared would suit her. "Teacher, the necklace fits well, though its appearance is somewhat lacking," the little phoenix remarked. "However, considering this is the first gift from my teacher, I shall treasure it dearly." Though the little phoenix still felt the necklace was not aesthetically pleasing, the thought of it being her teacher's first gift brought her joy, and she happily adorned herself with it. "Humph, this necklace is not merely for your adornment. All the subjects you need to learn are contained within the crystals of the necklace. By infusing it with your mental energy, you can access all the knowledge I have inscribed within." Shen Mu informed her of the necklace's purpose. "Teacher, are you not going to instruct me further?" Upon hearing this, the little phoenix's expression fell, as if on the verge of tears. "Do not fret. It is merely that your talent is exceptionally remarkable. This is an adjustment made to suit your learning pace." Shen Mu gently tapped her on the head with his finger. Upon receiving Shen Mu's praise, the little phoenix's gloomy expression brightened instantly. "All right, that is enough for today. Prepare to return." As he spoke, he was about to activate the portal when he was interrupted by the little phoenix. "Teacher, let me do it." With confidence, the little phoenix extended her hand and conjured a portal in the air, revealing her home on the other side. It was evident that she had made significant progress with this spell during their time together. "Very well, since you can open the portal on your own, return home. I have other matters to attend to and shall not accompany you." Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, the little phoenix did not inquire further and obediently returned home. understanding that her teacher held other identities beyond that of an instructor. The moment Shen Mu returned to Earth, he felt an immense mental force enveloping him like a vast net. Without a second thought, he recognized the familiar sensation. Charles, you are being rather presumptuous. I find this feeling of being scrutinized exceedingly distasteful. Shen Mu addressed the air directly, aware that the other party could hear him. However, after Shen Mu's declaration, the mental force did not dissipate, and his instincts warned him that something was amiss. Indeed, in the next moment, Shen Mu felt his consciousness transported into a purple, otherworldly space. Before Shen Mu stood not Charles, but rather the individual he had long sought, Apocalypse. With Apocalypse's emergence, the very fabric of space began to transform, gradually morphing into a colossal pyramid. It seems that during my absence over the past half-month, some intriguing events have transpired on Earth. Who would have thought that the one who once fled in panic at my sight would now dare to seek me out? Let me hazard a guess as to what has emboldened you. Could it be Charles's formidable intellect? You cannot truly believe that such a modicum of mental prowess could vanquish me. If that is indeed your conviction, it would only serve to label you a fool. Shen Mu felt a flicker of astonishment upon the appearance of Apocalypse, truly perplexed by the unfolding events. This narrative must begin after Charles and the others departed with Magneto. Ever since learning of the existence of the ancient mutant Apocalypse, Professor X had commenced his quest, utilizing a cerebral amplification device to locate him, aiming to find and defeat him before he could execute his grand designs. However, they could never have anticipated that Apocalypse was already aware of Charles's existence, biding his time for this very opportunity. Once Apocalypse sensed the omnipresent mental energy, he recognized the moment had arrived, turning the tables and forcefully subjugating Professor X. In an instant, he materialized with Sabretooth in the underground chamber of Xavier's mansion, where the cerebral amplifier was housed. Harnessing Professor X's power, he entirely dominated the unhelmeted Magneto and all the inhabitants of the mansion, plunging them into a deep mental slumber. He ordered Sabretooth to prepare means to sustain Charles and the other mutants' lives. Rather than executing the traitorous Magneto, Apocalypse resolved to utilize him once his plans came to fruition. From that moment forth, Apocalypse began to prepare for the annihilation of Shen Mu. I have prepared a grand surprise specifically for you. Though humanity is inherently weak, their capacity for creation is astonishing, particularly in the realm of weaponry. In order to utterly obliterate you, I made all necessary preparations a week ago, merely awaiting your arrival. Now, your consciousness shall remain here. Once your corporeal form is extinguished, your soul will naturally find its destined path. With this power, I shall more easily accomplish the purification of this world. Outside, as Apocalypse uttered those words, every nation possessing nuclear weapons instantaneously launched them towards Shen Mu's location. Excluding those held as strategic reserves, even those ready for immediate launch numbered nearly 5,000. Now, all of them were hurtling towards the very place where Shen Mu stood. In that moment, humanity across the globe erupted in chaos, for the sight of 5,000 nuclear warheads being launched in unison resembled the apocalypse itself. They were left in utter bewilderment, engulfed by an overwhelming wave of fear. No one dares to fathom the immense energy that would be unleashed if these nuclear bombs detonated simultaneously. Perhaps more than 4/5 of life on Earth would perish in an instant. The tainted environment and altered ecosystems would subsequently annihilate the remaining humans and animals in the days to come. In that moment, humanity found itself engulfed in despair. Unaware of the reasons behind its impending destruction, within the realm of consciousness, upon hearing the words of the Harbinger, Shen Mu grasped his plan. He intended to suppress his own spirit and then utilize humanity's devastating weaponry to obliterate his physical form, ultimately allowing his soul to drift aimlessly. It must be acknowledged that the entirety of this scheme appeared meticulously devised. However, he had grossly underestimated Shen Mu and the protective forces present on Earth. Even if Shen Mu were to take no action, he was confident that he would remain unscathed, as would the planet itself. Nevertheless, given that the adversary had audaciously provoked him, Shen Mu was not one to relent. "Have you truly considered that you can confine me?" Shen Mu declared, initiating a mental confrontation with the Harbinger. Observing Shen Mu's unexpected resistance, the Harbinger swiftly unleashed his powers, his form towering within this peculiar mental space. As he swung a mighty fist towards Shen Mu. Yet, despite possessing the advantage of time and place, how could the Harbinger defeat Shen Mu, who had previously withstood the Phoenix's might? In an instant, Shen Mu reverted to his draconic form, turning the tide of battle. His consciousness became grander than mountains. And with a single step, he pinned the Harbinger beneath him, causing the entire spatial scene to shift. It transformed into the desolate mountains of Vanaheim, where Shen Mu had first emerged, signifying his complete reclamation of control over this domain. In the next moment, Shen Mu's awareness returned, and he sensed alarms ringing from all directions. Yet, he remained unfazed, calmly retrieving the space gem from his system. While he did not regard these cumbersome weapons with much concern, he had no intention of recklessly confronting them head-on. Upon witnessing the incoming nuclear bombs, Shen Mu activated the space gem, freezing that segment of space. He then harnessed the power of spatial teleportation to transport all the nuclear devices into the boundless cosmos. The explosive energies, significantly diminished in the vastness of space, failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Harbinger, are you not planning to flee this time? With the aid of Charles' strength, Shen Mu discovered that the Harbinger had not activated a portal to escape. Instead, he remained within Xavier's mansion, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Not disappointing him, Shen Mu grasped the space gem and activated the teleportation, instantly appearing before the Harbinger. Chapter 86. Submission, the Oath of Slavery. At this moment, only the saber-toothed tiger remained by Apocalypse's side. Upon noticing the arrival of Shen Mu, its primal instincts immediately signaled an alarm akin to a warning bell. Nevertheless, having been tamed by Apocalypse, it remained a loyal guardian by his side. With a growl, it bared its sharp teeth and extended its curved claws, resembling a beast poised to pounce. A mere kitten hissing is but a prelude to punishment. A glance from Shen Mu sent shivers through the saber-toothed tiger, causing its fur to bristle. A sense of impending doom enveloped it, rendering it deflated in an instant. As the saying goes, one must strike the dog before the master. This was Shen Mu's subtle display of power towards Apocalypse. What is this? Are you not planning to flee again as you did last time? Or do you have other tricks up your sleeve? I invite you to reveal them all, so that I may witness the means by which your ancient deity once ruled the world. If you possess none, then how utterly disappointing that would be. After intimidating the saber-toothed tiger, Shen Mu turned to Apocalypse with an air of nonchalance, entirely unconcerned about the impending battle. Who exactly are you? How did someone like you come into existence in this world? I have ruled for a millennium and have never encountered anyone as formidable as you. Someone who even surpasses the gods. Apocalypse regarded Shen Mu with a complex expression. Throughout the millennia, he had adhered to the ironclad law of survival of the fittest. Mutants, being superior to humans, were destined to be the rulers of the world, and he had indeed acted upon this belief. He recalled a time when his powers had yet to fully awaken, and the pharaoh sought to make him his servant. However, the proud Apocalypse could never submit to an ordinary man, no matter how exalted his worldly power might be. What he did not realize was that the pharaoh was, in fact, a conqueror named Kong, traversing countless timelines from the future. Due to the need to fend off the superheroes opposing him, Kong ultimately failed to subdue Apocalypse. Once Apocalypse awakened his powers completely and, through numerous reincarnations, seized the formidable abilities of countless mutants, he proclaimed himself a god. Regrettably, while his spirit could endure eternally, his body could not. After a long search, he found a mutant with the gift of bodily immortality, only to discover that the ordinary humans he had long belittled and enslaved dared to rebel, casting him into a deep slumber for 3 millennia in a world devoid of light. Now, witnessing humanity rise to power in his absence, alongside the emergence of a terrifying figure like Shen Mu, he sought answers from him. Do not flatter yourself in my presence. Your so-called world is likely limited to the confines of the Nile Valley, a mere corner of the earth. As for your claim of never encountering other formidable beings, it is merely because they cannot be bothered to acknowledge your existence. At least, I am aware of quite a few. It is not that they lack the desire to engage with you, but rather that they exhibit a certain indifference, unlike my own earnest concern for the peace of the world and the stability of the universe. Indeed, that is the truth. Shen Mu mercilessly retorted to Tianqi. Yet halfway through, he felt somewhat akin to an idler loitering on the streets, and hastily added, impossible. Who could possibly be stronger than I, apart from you? Hearing this, Tianqi found it utterly unbelievable that Shen Mu could assert such a thing. He is, after all, the supreme deity, the ruler of all beings. How could he be likened to a mere jester, as Shen Mu suggested? Disbelieve if you wish. I shall generously enumerate for you, without delving into distant realms. Let us consider the pantheon of Egyptian deities residing within your own dominion. Most of these entities have long since lost interest in Earth and departed. Furthermore, let us speak of the lineage of supreme mages on Earth, established by the likes of Agamotto himself, who could easily crush you with but a mere flick of his finger. Not to mention the ancient dark magic deities, such as Zysorn, the lord of the underworld, Setarak, Mephisto, and the dimensional demon Dormammu, who have consistently maintained their vigilance over Earth. As Shen Mu uttered each name, the expression on Tianqi's azure visage grew increasingly grim. He had never comprehended the existence of so many unfamiliar yet potent beings in this world. By observing Shen Mu's demeanor, he realized the veracity of these statements, which only deepened his discomfort. It dawned on him that the jester was indeed himself all along. Oh, and let us not forget the Norse pantheon, whose mythic legacies endure upon Earth. Their kings throughout the ages surpass you in might. Additionally, the Inhumans, who originally emerged from Earth and ultimately established a city on the far side of the moon, possess a current ruler with the power to obliterate you as well. By the way, just half a month ago, I took on a student who also possesses the ability to effortlessly dispatch you. Observing Tianqi's discomfiture, Shen Mu continued, enough. Tianqi's complexion had shifted from blue to black, and he could no longer endure the discourse, abruptly interjecting to silence Shen Mu. What? Are you angry? I have yet to finish my enumeration, Shen Mu remarked, sensing Tianqi's lingering curiosity. What is your true purpose? I have only just awakened. I cannot fathom how I have offended you. Why have you harbored such animosity since our first encounter? Tianqi realized that a relentless show of strength would be unwise. Thus he sought to comprehend why Shen Mu had targeted him. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that his premature revival was a consequence of Shen Mu unleashing the power of the sun god, which reactivated his reincarnation ritual. In truth, your life or death is of no concern to me whatsoever. However, your existence may serve as a crucial element in the fulfillment of a certain task. Of course, in the beginning, I had no intention of killing you. I merely wished to utilize you to validate certain matters. Alas, you fled far too swiftly. Moreover, just now, you were indeed harboring a lethal conviction towards me, were you not? In truth, Shen Mu had not initially contemplated the notion of directly eliminating the apocalypse. His every action was merely a means to reverse the monumental event of the future. The fate of Apocalypse was of no concern to him. However, Apocalypse had taken the initiative to flee. Now, he had orchestrated this grand spectacle with the intent to annihilate him completely. In Shen Mu's mind, Apocalypse had become no different from a corpse. As Shen Mu's words fell, the expression on Apocalypse's face shifted between shadows and light, eventually solidifying as if he had made a resolute decision. Whatever task you wish to accomplish, I shall undertake it on your behalf. I am willing to become your servant. At your command. Upon realizing that this world indeed harbors beings beyond comprehension, Apocalypse finally lowered his haughty head, expressing his submission to Shen Mu. Become my servant. Upon hearing Apocalypse's words, Shen Mu stroked his chin in contemplation. He had not anticipated that the imperious Apocalypse would arrive at such a decision. Upon reflection, it did not seem entirely implausible. After all, Apocalypse could be considered a minor boss, and with some effort, he could indeed have a promising future. Kneel and pledge your loyalty. After receiving Shen Mu's grace, Apocalypse knelt and prostrated himself before him. I shall become your most loyal servant. For all eternity. You shall be my sole master. Apocalypse employed the ancient language of Egyptian slaves to convey his everlasting submission to Shen Mu. Chapter 87. Reversing the future events. Final. Upon witnessing his newly recognized master bowing in submission, the saber-toothed tiger followed suit, kneeling before Shen Mu. Creatures like the saber-toothed tiger possess limited independent thought. Since he and his brother Logan embarked on the war, he had grown accustomed to obeying orders. Much like his code name, his mindset leaned towards that of a beast, willingly yielding to the stronger. Following the trajectory of his original life, he first followed Stryker, then was recruited by Magneto. However, in this altered timeline, he became the Knight of Apocalypse. Rise. Since you have sworn your loyalty, I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Nevertheless, my greatest aversion lies in deceit and betrayal. Thus, from this day forth, remember your identity. Shen Mu's words, imbued with divine power, were deeply engraved upon the spirit of Apocalypse. Yes, my master. With that, Apocalypse voluntarily shed his armor, donning garments reflective of a modern aesthetic. Though his striking blue skin remained somewhat conspicuous, Shen Mu paid it no mind. Is there anything you require of me? Having just pledged his allegiance, Apocalypse felt compelled to demonstrate his worth before Shen Mu. No, not at all. From now on, you shall continue to gather potential mutants willing to follow you. In your capacity as the progenitor of mutants, Shen Mu's directive stemmed from the immense potential inherent within the mutant race. While it is true that nearly 90% of mutants possess abilities deemed worthless and pitifully weak, it is not uncommon for them to lose their normal forms due to the awakening of their mutant genes. Yet, from this very group, Omega-level mutants can emerge, possessing power that transcends the ordinary. Each Omega-level mutant harbors an infinite potential. For instance, Icemen can generate ice indefinitely, theoretically capable of freezing the universe itself. With even a modicum of cultivation, these individuals begin at a cosmic level, with the potential to ascend to a multiversal caliber, if fortune favors them. A select few may even rival the 5 great creator deities. Though the likelihood is exceedingly slim, it is not altogether absent. This illustrates just how high the potential ceiling of mutants can reach. It is worth mentioning that mutant genes are somewhat related to those of the Eternal Titans, to whom Thanos belongs. In the past, the cosmic celestial beings conducted genetic experiments on Earth, giving rise to the closely related Eternals and Deviants. However, in contrast to the stable genetic structure of the Eternals, the genes of the Deviants are highly active, resulting in a propensity for genetic mutations. While such mutations render the Deviants unstable, their sheer numbers enable the continuous emergence of formidable individuals who break through limits. Thus, the Deviants ultimately triumphed over the Eternals. Regrettably, the defeated Eternals summoned the cosmic celestial beings, leading them to initiate a judgment upon life on Earth. After deliberation, the deviant race was deemed a failed experiment and sentenced to extinction. The Eternal Clan, having managed to survive, ultimately departed from Earth and settled on a planet known as Titan, henceforth referred to as the Eternal Titans. However, the genes of the obliterated anomalies persisted within certain primitive humans on Earth at that time, evolving into what are now known as mutants. Though mutants are fundamentally human, they are regarded as outcasts, thus rendering them remarkably efficient tools. Moreover, powerful mutants possess the potential to produce even stronger offspring. Among them, Magneto and Professor X stand out as exceptional figures. I understand, my master. I shall select the most formidable mutants in this world to become your perfect instruments. Apocalypse instantly grasped Shen Mu's intent. Rather than feeling any sense of unease, he found himself inwardly relieved. He harbored no objections to his kin becoming the vassals of a great power. Is survival of the fittest not the essence of existence? Apocalypse departed, bearing the shattered shell of divinity and a pledge of servitude. As Shen Mu subdued Apocalypse, he witnessed the chest's energy charging forward with remarkable speed. When Apocalypse complied with Shen Mu's command to recruit promising mutants, the progress reached 100%. Thus, this event came to a close. Shen Mu gazed towards the direction where Apocalypse had activated the teleportation portal. Ding. Congratulations, host. The major event has reversed the future, and the treasure chest has been fully charged. Would you like to claim it immediately? Wait. System. Didn't you mention that treasure chests from the same event at different stages could be fused? Ding. Yes, host. Excellent. Please fuse these 2 chests for me. Ding. Chest fusion complete. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it. Without hesitation, Shen Mu commanded the system to unveil the treasure. The familiar scene unfolded as he accessed the virtual chest before him. Ding. The chest has opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 12 talismans. As the system's notification resonated, in a certain universe within the confines of the American Secret Agent Organization, Base 13, Chung Xiaoyu, who intended to utilize the talismans, stood frozen in astonishment. Before her, the talismans, symbolizing 12 distinct powers, vanished without a trace in an instant. Xiaoyu, you should not have entered here. I will promptly inform Jackie Chan to escort you back. A familiar voice emerged from behind her. It was Sheriff Blake. Indeed, Xiaoyu, you ought to return the talismans. They are too perilous and must remain in Base 13 for safety. Suddenly, Blake noticed that the area where the talismans were stored now bore no trace of even a single talisman, leading him to believe that Xiaoyu had taken them. Listen, Sheriff Blake, this is not my doing. I had not even laid a hand on them when they disappeared. You can see for yourself. Xiaoyu declared as she turned her pockets inside out, demonstrating her honesty. Xiaoyu, this is not the time for jest. Sheriff Blake, well aware of the mischievous nature of the young girl before him, was initially skeptical of her claims. Trust me, Sheriff Blake, this time I am truly innocent. Xiaoyu felt utterly at a loss for words, for she was, after all, a notorious troublemaker. Although Blake remained somewhat doubtful, he refrained from pressing her further and instead opted to review the surveillance footage. To his astonishment, the footage corroborated Xiaoyu's assertion. The talisman had indeed vanished inexplicably. Chung Long swiftly informed father that the talisman has been taken by an unseen entity. Upon Chung Long's arrival with their father at the scene, they sensed no trace of magic. Despite having crafted a tracking spell, their father's pufferfish swirled aimlessly in place, unable to discern any direction. Thus, the disappearance of the talisman became an enigma destined to remain unsolved. Meanwhile, Shen Mu gazed at the 12-sided polygonal talisman before him, each side adorned with distinct animal motifs, feeling an indescribable sensation. Chapter 88. The power of the devouring talismans. The 12 talismans embody the divine powers of the zodiac animals belonging to a demon known as the Holy Master. In that realm, based on the principles of the I Ching, 8 demons possessing primal powers emerged. Among them, the Holy Master represents the fire demon of the Li hexagram, who once ruled over the entirety of Asia in ancient times. What is particularly intriguing about this world is the delicate balance between righteousness and malevolence. When the 8 demons wreaked havoc, malevolence prevailed, disrupting the equilibrium, prompting the emergence of 8 immortal deities who, at the cost of their own lives, sealed away the demons. However, after the Holy Master cunningly deceived his demonic brethren into aiding his escape from hell, he re-established his dominion, enslaving humanity. As righteousness and malevolence fell out of balance once more, a righteous sorcerer named Lup became the savior, employing a unique spell to transform the Holy Master into a statue. The 12 sources of power he possessed thus acquired substantial form, manifesting as the 12 talismans now held by Shen Mu. The stillness of the rat, the immense strength of the ox, the equilibrium of the tiger, the swiftness of the rabbit, the explosive might of the dragon, the stealth of the serpent. The healing grace of the horse, the soul-controlling capability of the goat, the transformative essence of the monkey, the levitating prowess of the rooster, the immortality of the dog, and the laser-like precision of the pig. The amalgamation of these powers is sufficient to elevate an ordinary being into a versatile warrior of extraordinary caliber. Shen Mu is acutely aware of the formidable nature of the talismans he now possesses. It is no exaggeration to assert that by merely wielding these 12 talismans, he could instantly acquire terrifying strength, surpassing 99 of the superheroes on Earth. Perhaps the only limitation of these talismans lies in the fact that their power is constant, unable to evolve like the bloodline of Krypton. While the strength of the talismans is not to be underestimated, their enhancement to his current abilities is rather limited. The power of the ox may not exceed his own, the rabbit's extreme speed might surpass his for now, but he is destined to surpass it eventually. The dragon's explosive capability can be matched by his own 2 types of breath, and the laser vision of the pig may not be stronger than his thermal gaze. Upon reflection, it appears that only the auxiliary abilities hold some utility for him. The rat, capable of transforming stillness into motion, raises curiosity regarding its potential. The tiger, embodying balance, yet his own strength is under his control. The serpent's invisibility seems trivial. The horse, banishing all negative states, piques interest. The goat, with its soul exiting ability, holds limited immediate value. The monkey, with its transformative skills, is intriguing. The rooster's levitation is redundant, as he can already fly and utilize telekinesis. And the dog's supposed immortality raises questions about its limits. After contemplating the capabilities of all the talismans, Shen Mu concludes that they merely serve as embellishments to his existing powers. Certain abilities may appear overpowered at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, they seem rather ordinary. The dog is indeed immortal, but Shen Mu harbors doubts about the absolute nature of such immortality. If it were truly unassailable, it should not have been confined within an epic treasure chest. However, carrying talismans in such a manner is indeed rather inconvenient. I recall that once these talismans are destroyed, the power contained within them is released and instinctively seeks out animals of noble lineage. With this thought in mind, Shen Mu focused his mental energy, suspending the talismans in midair, and exhaled a torrent of scorching dragon breath. Instantly, the talismans were reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. In the next moment, 12 radiant beams of various colors surged skyward. The unleashed power immediately drew the attention of many on Earth. At that moment, deep within the dragon-esque cave of Kunlun City, the ancient dragon Shou Lao abruptly opened his eyes, gazing with a look of astonishment in the direction of Shen Mu. That is the essence of dragon power? Could there be another dragon in this world besides me? Surely not. This power, akin to my own, is calling out to me. For the first time in millennia, Shou Lao felt a surge of excitement within the dragon-esque cave. He sensed the presence of a being akin to himself on this earth. Surrounding Shen Mu were 12 animals, instinctively attempting to scatter in all directions to seek out a host for this power. However, Shen Mu was swifter. A terrifying light emanated from his eyes and mouth, and an immense gravitational pull ensnared the 12 animals' ethereal forms, forcibly drawing them into his being. This magic, recorded in the ancient texts of Kamartaj, is a forbidden spell capable of devouring all power for oneself. In another universe, a peculiar doctor, obsessed with resurrecting his girlfriend, employed this magic to continuously consume summoned creatures, ultimately gaining terrifying power that transcended the multiverse. Yet, such power acquired through consumption would inevitably affect one's psyche, and he ultimately failed to alter his predetermined fate. Shen Mu, however, harbored no such fears as he employed this spell to absorb the essence of the zodiac animals. At the very moment he consumed the released power, Shou Lao, who had been striving to break free from the chains binding him, suddenly froze in his tracks. It has vanished. How could it disappear? Shou Lao felt the call of that other dragon power dissipate. His actions caught the attention of the practitioners in Kunlun City. Shou Lao, what is happening? Inquired an elder clad in a simple robe. In the west, a dragon power akin to my own has just emerged. I need you all to investigate this matter thoroughly. In return, I shall allow one among you to gain access to my power ahead of time, becoming the new Iron Fist. With these scales of mine, should you sense the dragon power, they will guide you to it. Upon hearing this, the group of young practitioners following the elder were filled with excitement. If not for the elder's lingering words, they would have hastily gathered their belongings and rushed west to uncover the truth. Even more exhilarated were the elder practitioners, their hair and beards white with age, standing at the forefront. They are beings who have existed for centuries, and their time of demise approaches swiftly. The location of the dragon bones, which can aid in prolonging their existence, can only be unlocked through the might of the Iron Fist. This presents them with a unique opportunity. Rest assured, Elder Shou, we will diligently uncover the truth behind this matter. After assuring Elder Shou, this eager group of chi practitioners hastily departed with the dragon scales in hand. Subsequently, the selection process for those who would investigate commenced with great urgency. After consuming the 12 chapters of power, Shen Mu realized that his understanding of talismans had been somewhat misguided. He discovered that while talismans indeed possess inherent power, their greater function lies in amplifying the strength of the user. In other words, the more formidable the user, the greater the potential of the talismans. At that moment, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed in the ears of certain formidable beings across the cosmos. Shen, have you truly crossed that threshold? You are indeed a miraculous child favored by the universe. Asgard, Odin gazed contemplatively into the void. A cosmic deity has emerged on Earth. Should we extend an invitation to him? Let us wait a moment. We do not yet know his full background. There will be opportunities in the future. In a realm of chaos, several colossal phantoms were engaged in discussion about Shen Mu. They were the cosmic elders, comprised of celestial deities from across the universe. Chapter 89. The leap of life's dimensions. At this moment, Shen Mu felt an extraordinary sensation. The breakthrough in his power had elevated his very essence of life. Now, Shen Mu could be regarded as a genuine deity of the cosmos. Previously, despite possessing the power of the sun god, he could only barely be deemed divine. However, in the eyes of certain ancient celestial beings, he remained merely an indigenous god, unworthy of walking alongside them. Even though Shen Mu's strength was on par with that of other cosmic deities, his lack of elevated life essence rendered him invisible to their gaze. Now, however, everything had changed. Having transcended that boundary, Shen Mu's life essence stood on equal footing with theirs. Moreover, in terms of combat prowess, he was not only comparable, but perhaps even superior to them. Most cosmic deities pursued paths of magic or divine power, or fused with dimensions to become lords of those realms, valuing the immortal soul above all. To them, the physical body was merely a vessel for the soul. In contrast, Shen Mu was different. His Kryptonian bloodline endowed him with the purest potential for physical prowess. Utilizing solar radiation as a driving force, every cell within his body became a formidable foundation for strength. Though he later acquired the power of the sun god, his physical form remained the absolute core of his being. The true purpose of the sun god's power was to further enhance Shen Mu's bodily development. As his ancient Kryptonian bloodline matured to a terrifying degree, all forms of technology, magic, and divine power would become mere illusions before him, easily obliterated with a single strike. However, reaching such a state would require a span of at least a millennium. To swiftly address his own shortcomings, Shen Mu had embarked on a journey through certain paths of magic and divine power. Under the amplification of the zodiac's strength, he had effortlessly crossed the threshold of a singular universe. Shen Mu opened his eyes, gazing at his own body in disbelief. It was noteworthy that Odin, having lived an entire lifetime, remained merely a father of the heavens. Although, bolstered by various powers and artifacts, his strength might surpass that of an average cosmic deity. He was still bound by mortality, with a lifespan limited to less than 10,000 years. In contrast, the true cosmic deities of the universe, each plucked from obscurity, had existed for tens of millions of years. Shen, congratulations on crossing the threshold. You are truly the greatest miracle I have witnessed in my lifetime. At this moment, the Ancient One emerged from the portal, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked upon Shen Mu. As a supreme sorceress who had protected Earth for centuries, her power already surpassed that of her predecessors. Yet, even so, she could not transcend that barrier. The Vishanti held great hopes for the Ancient One, intending to elevate her to be the fourth face of their pantheon once she crossed that threshold. However, according to their projections, for the Ancient One to truly become a cosmic deity, she would require at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of years of cultivation. Ancient One was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Thus, witnessing Shen Mu effortlessly surmount the insurmountable barriers that even the mightiest of warriors could not approach, she felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Just moments ago at Kamar Taj, she had glimpsed the 12 beams of light and the faint silhouettes of 12 animals within them. Growing up at the foot of the Himalayas, she was no stranger to those creatures, reminiscent of the 12 zodiac signs of the ancient eastern realms, or perhaps the 12 celestial deities. The moment they vanished, Shen Mu transcended his limitations, and it was undeniable that there was a profound connection between the two events. However, given her nature, it was unlikely that she would inquire directly for clarification. Nevertheless, her curiosity about Shen Mu's origins had intensified. With a name so distinctly imbued with Eastern essence, yet being a genuine dragon from beyond Earth, in the realm of Wanaheim, it was a conundrum that eluded her understanding. Is the mage here solely to extend his congratulations? She mused. Yet, arriving empty-handed seems rather inappropriate. After all, you are a distinguished supreme mage. That eye of Agamotto adorning your neck appears to resonate with me. Why not bestow it upon me as a gift? At this moment, Shen Mu was in high spirits and jested with Ancient One. Ah, if you truly desire it, I could indeed part with it, he replied. However, the gem is a vital force in safeguarding Earth, and should you take it, You must shoulder the responsibilities it entails. Despite his words, Ancient One remained intent on enlisting him in the cause of protecting the earth. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such notions. In any case, it will eventually belong to me, Shen Mu thought to himself, confident that the gems were destined to be his, merely held in temporary custody by Ancient One. By the way, I initially intended to caution you to exercise caution, but it seems that may no longer be necessary. With your prowess, those hellish pests cannot stir up much trouble. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Shen Mu's curiosity was piqued regarding what sort of schemes the demons of hell were concocting. Mephisto has created hellish enforcers, imbued with infernal fire and the eye of judgment, to seek you out, and his son, Blackheart, has also ventured from hell to the mortal realm, Ancient One revealed, sharing the warning she had intended for Shen Mu. It appeared that during his absence, hell had not been tranquil either. Mephisto's eldest son, upon discovering that his father had entrusted the coveted soul of Thanos to a mere mortal, was consumed by jealousy and resentment. Why? You would rather bestow the power of hellfire upon a wretched human than grant it to me. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your distrust, dear father. If you seek to claim that man's body as your vessel, then I shall utterly destroy him. If you wish for your creations to assist in locating the Saint Vengeance Pact, then I shall seize your covenant. Once I have consumed the fallen souls of those thousands of saints, I shall become unstoppable. At that moment, my era will dawn. It is time for a more formidable demon to occupy the throne of the Lord of Hell. Fueled by resentment, bitterness, and ambition, the dark-hearted demon communicated with the cultists, urging them to conduct sacrificial rituals to manifest his true form on Earth. Unlike his father, Mephisto, who is constrained by the limitations of his dimensionality and cannot fully descend, he is unencumbered by such restrictions. Thus, on Earth, his power surpasses that of his father to some extent. Upon his arrival, the first action of the dark-hearted demon was to summon his loyal minions from hell. He has 3 objectives for his venture onto Earth: to eliminate Shen Mu, to seize the Sanctum Sanctorum contract and consume the souls within, and to reclaim the hellfire power that rightfully belongs to him, which resides within the body of the demon knight. Chapter 90. The invitation of the Dark Emperor. I sensed it. The mark left by my beloved father signifies the vessel he yearns to possess. Now, I shall obliterate it completely. Come forth. At that moment, within a desolate graveyard, the Blackheart demon suddenly leaped down from atop a gravestone, addressing the empty air beside him. In the next instant, the ground surged upward, coalescing into a figure composed entirely of earth. Beside it, from a small puddle, emerged a man with long hair, drenched and dripping with water. Above, a strange wind swept through, swirling like a tornado, and another figure materialized from the earth. Lastly, a dark mist wafted in, and the gravestones touched by its shadow began to weather and decay, as if they had endured the ravages of time. The mist solidified into a pale, sinister-looking man with a mane of white hair. These were the minions summoned by the Blackheart demon from the depths of hell: the earth demon, the water demon, the wind demon, and the most formidable of them all, the corruption demon. Master Blackheart, have you located that individual? The wind demon inquired. I am uncertain how he managed to conceal the aura emitted by the mark for a time, but now he certainly cannot evade us. Let us go and find him. Destroy him, and present a delightful surprise to my foolish father, replied the Blackheart demon, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and following the lingering scent toward where Shen Mu resided. The other 4 demons mirrored his actions, each adopting their own forms as they trailed closely behind him. As it was still daytime, the unaccustomed Barton Blazer had reverted to his human form. Having yet to acclimate to the powers of the Wraith Knight, he remained oblivious to all that transpired during his transformations. Each time he felt the flames ignite within him, he lost all consciousness thereafter. However, the only memory he retained was that he had made a pact with a demon, selling his very soul. Thus, while his legs had indeed healed, he could no longer face his wife and children. The more pressing concern was the fear that he might, under Mephisto's influence, commit acts that would terrify even him, bringing harm to them. Consequently, he could only watch from a distance as his wife and children went about their lives. Suddenly, his body experienced an unsettling shift, for the entity within him had caught wind of the aura emanating from Shen Mu, marked by Mephisto. Damn it, here it comes again. But it's daytime. Sparks began to flicker from Barton's form. He had not fully embraced the power of the Wraith Knight, and thus the transformation still inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Each time, he felt as if his body was being consumed by searing flames. In Barton's mind, perhaps this was the price of his bargain with the demon, an eternity of torment. Boom. As the transformation completed, Barton's motorcycle, long awaiting his return, stood ready beneath him. After a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, the ground was left scorched, leaving a trail that extended into the distance. Soon, the Ghost Rider traversed the desolate areas and entered the bustling city. His path had already captured the attention of humanity. It was that infernal skeletal figure ablaze, shockingly appearing in broad daylight. Flee, lest you fall victim to his wrath. No, he is a righteous knight sent by the divine, here to purge the world of evil. Recently, news of the fiery skeleton's murderous rampage had spread like wildfire. Initially, this creature only emerged at night, but now it dared to appear under the blazing sun. Strangely enough, all those who fell to this skeletal monster were notorious wrongdoers. Consequently, opinions on the Ghost Rider began to diverge. Some fervent zealots revered him as a celestial fire sent to cleanse the world, worshipping him in an unconventional manner. Others, however, believed that no matter the nature of his victims, his tyrannical actions could not be obscured. Those who had committed sins were filled with dread, uncertain if they would be the next to encounter this beast. Thus, no one dared to confront the inferno-enshrouded skeleton, not even the police. Since the monster's emergence, law enforcement had mobilized significant forces to eliminate him. Yet, all their firearms proved utterly ineffective against the Ghost Rider. Even the bullets they fired were consumed, only to be regurgitated as molten iron. They attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing the Ghost Rider. To their horror, the water they sprayed not only failed to quench the fire but ignited it further. It was as if the substance was not water but oil, with Jesus above. Is the world truly on the brink of destruction? Why do such monsters continue to manifest? Some pessimists, connecting the recent events, speculated that it might be a harbinger of the world's end. At this moment, doomsday cults began to stir. Meanwhile, in a helicopter trailing the Ghost Rider, a commanding figure swiftly issued orders over the intercom. This creature appears to be heading somewhere with intent. Immediately alert the technicians to simulate his trajectory and deduce his destination. This time, we must eliminate this being. The devastation wrought by such a supernatural entity traversing the city is one concern, but the ensuing public panic is of utmost importance. Some hellish vermin are crawling your way. Moreover, the most prized tool of that old demon Mephisto, the Ghost Rider, is also en route. At that moment, Ancient One cast an odd glance toward Shen Mu, pondering how these oblivious hellish insects would react upon realizing the formidable presence they were about to confront. Just squash the bugs, Shen Mu remarked with a raised eyebrow. These pesky insects are here for you, so I shall not intrude on your refined pursuits. By the way, if you have the time, I wonder if you could pay a visit to Kamartaj. The Ancient One wishes to meet you. At that moment, the Ancient One unexpectedly extended an invitation to Shen Mu on behalf of her enigmatic superior. The Sorcerer Supreme wishes to see me? Could it be that he desires me to assume your esteemed position? Shen Mu pondered, unable to decipher the intentions of the Ancient One's mysterious patron. Nevertheless, he was intrigued to witness the formidable power that governed this universe. Once I have attended to my current matters, I shall indeed pay a visit to your illustrious superior. After receiving Shen Mu's response, the Ancient One lost interest in the fate of the insects and departed without delay. Chapter 91. The Malevolent Demon. It appears that those wretched insects have found me through this means. At this moment, Shen Mu extracted a faint trace of dark energy from his being. These malevolent overlords, having existed for countless ages, truly are elusive. During his initial encounter with Mephisto, Shen Mu had no tangible contact and was utterly unaware of when he had been marked by him. As Shen Mu pondered this, a sudden, intense noise erupted from all around. It turned out that Magneto, previously ambushed and subdued by Apocalypse, had donned his helmet once more. After relocating Charles with Mystique, he tore the entire subterranean space housing the brainwave amplifier from the ground. Apocalypse, come forth. Magneto roared in fury, peeling away the layers of the underground space. In the next moment, his furious expression faltered slightly, as the figure emerging from within was someone he wished to avoid. Not bad. You've gathered the courage to challenge your forebear. Commendable. Shen Mu remarked to the astonished Magneto hovering in the air. Where is Apocalypse? Despite the lingering shadow Shen Mu had cast in his mind, Magneto pressed on, steeling himself. Apocalypse has departed. From this day onward, he is my servant, and your grievances may cease here. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, Magneto's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the one who claimed to be an ancient deity would also submit to another. Gradually descending from the air, the chaotic magnetic fields around them began to settle. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. I thought you might be unable to resist attacking me again. Shen Mu's words sent a shiver through Magneto, who silently rejoiced at having restrained himself. Had he acted rashly, he might have found himself in peril once more. Now, I shall take my leave. Do you intend to obstruct me? Shen Mu observed the flicker of relief on Magneto's face and spoke once more. Magneto remained silent, quietly shifting his form to allow Shen Mu passage, signifying that he did not wish to impede his way. How tedious, truly tedious, Shen Mu remarked, feeling somewhat bored. He had originally intended to assess whether Magneto had made any progress in the past fortnight. Sensing the foul energies approaching him, Shen Mu casually found a spot to lie down and bask in the sun, awaiting their arrival. The demons arrived swiftly, with the first to appear being the Wind Demon, who transformed into a gust of elemental wind. Ding! The great event. Demoness scrutiny has commenced. The treasure chest is charging. At this moment, The system's voice resonated in Shen Mu's mind, alerting him to the initiation of a new significant event. Upon confirming that the figure lying before him was indeed the target of the current search, the wind demon grinned malevolently, transforming into a massive whirlwind that enveloped Shen Mu. It seems this will be my opportunity for glory. If I can eliminate this fellow first, I am certain to receive the favor of Lord Malevolence. With this thought, the wind demon intensified his rampage. He possesses profound insights into dealing with mundane life. By extracting all the air surrounding them, they are destined to suffer and perish from asphyxiation. Behold, a tornado. What is happening? The meteorological station had not forecasted any tornadoes in New York. Run. It would be disastrous to be caught in its grasp. The sudden emergence of the tornado incited renewed panic among the residents. Typically, should any meteorological anomalies arise, the authorities would issue a prior warning, yet this tornado formed without any forewarning. Observing the chaos around him, the wind demon reveled in his delight. His maniacal laughter carried by the wind. However, in the next instant, his mirth was abruptly silenced as he beheld a man seated at the center of the whirlwind he had conjured, lazily stretching. Instinctively, the wind demon felt an ominous premonition. Yet his demonic nature compelled him to escalate his assault. As a demon, he saw no reason to fear a mere mortal. He regarded Shen Mu as an ordinary human. Perceiving a vast chasm between them, aside from Shen Mu's somewhat unconventional appearance, he could discern nothing exceptional about him. Countless debris began to be drawn into the powerful vortex he had created. Damnable mortal, perish. The wind demon envisioned Shen Mu being torn to shreds. However, unbeknownst to him, a similar tactic had been employed against Shen Mu previously, one whose potency surpassed his current creation, yet it had proven utterly ineffective. Within the whirlwind, Shen Mu merely exhaled softly. From before him, the immense tornado began to crystallize. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped the wind demon, instilling within him a premonition of death. Sensing the dire situation, he attempted to flee, but the freezing process was too swift. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a colossal ice tornado. As a cosmic deity, Shen Mu's breath of frost was not merely a physical assault. It was imbued with divine power. Thus, at this moment, the wind demon found his very consciousness completely encased in ice. Shen Mu lightly flicked his fingers against the icy vortex, and in an instant, fissures began to spread outward. With a resounding crash, the massive ice tornado shattered into a shower of icy fragments. The wind demon had intended to seize the glory, yet he perished before his mission could commence. Slaying a minor demon advanced his progress by less than 1%. It seemed the true prize lay yet ahead. Observing the treasure chest energy level displayed on the system panel, Shen Mu pondered, how peculiar. The wind demon has vanished. Just as the eagerly approaching black-hearted demon halted abruptly, he expressed his surprise. Although he remained unaware of who Shen Mu was, chosen by his father to become an avatar, his inherent arrogance prevented him from considering it seriously. In his view, no matter how formidable the opponent, they could not surpass him, the fully empowered son of a demon lord. Dear Lord Darkheart, has something transpired? Inquired the earth demon, emerging from the ground upon noticing their master halt. The other two demons also paused, casting their gazes upon the Darkheart demon. The wind demon had been banished. Perhaps a formidable sorcerer had intervened. The Darkheart demon refrained from disclosing the truth of the wind demon's demise, merely stating that it had been driven back to the abyss. Sorcerers, those fools are courting death, daring to disrupt your plans, my lord. I shall ensure they meet a most agonizing end, and I will devour their souls, the water demon remarked ominously. Let us proceed. That wretch awaits ahead. Once we have obliterated him, each of you shall be free to hunt the souls of those mortals at your leisure, the Darkheart demon promised to the remaining three. Chapter 92. The demons of customs and habits subdued. When the black-hearted demon appeared before Shen Mu, he observed Shen Mu with a hint of astonishment. However, he did not sense any extraordinary aura emanating from him. Yet, remnants of the wind demon's shattered essence lingered in Shen Mu's surroundings. And with no other presence in sight, the black-hearted demon began to harbor doubts. Could it be that this individual before him was responsible for vanquishing the wind demon? Are you the chosen vessel of my dear father? I see nothing remarkable about you. Perhaps it is merely the pair of horns atop your head that evokes a sense of familiarity in that old wretch. After scrutinizing Shen Mu, the black-hearted demon scoffed, although a flicker of jealousy stirred within him. Despite being the offspring of Mephisto, he shared no blood relation, for he was conjured from a blend of Mephisto's power and a peculiar form of malevolence. Thus, although he referred to Mephisto as father and was recognized as a son, he bore none of the Hell Lord's lineage. His demonic form diverged significantly from that of his progenitor, most notably in the absence of the iconic goat horns. Upon witnessing the pair of dragon horns atop Shen Mu's head, he instinctively recalled his own true form. Presuming he had unraveled the reason behind that ancient being's desire for Shen Mu's vessel. From your tone, it appears you are the spawn of that old pest. Mephisto, I wonder how much of your father's wisdom and power you have inherited? Shen Mu regarded the pallid-skinned, dark-eyed scion of evil before him. Humph. I shall soon surpass that old fool. Eliminating you will be my first delightful surprise for him. As the black-hearted demon uttered these words, the ground beneath Shen Mu's feet shattered, and a colossal arm formed from earth ensnared him tightly. Well done, Shabak. Keep him restrained. I shall soon reduce him to mere remnants. Subsequently, the corrupted demon materialized before Shen Mu, praising the earth demon, and with a sinister grin, pressed a finger against Shen Mu's forehead. He was the embodiment of decay, birthed from the countless rotting corpses of demons in hell. Anything he touched would succumb to the corruptive force within him, gradually descending into oblivion. Any being of a lesser life tier, whether corporeal or spiritual, would inevitably be reduced to ashes if ensnared by his decaying power. Since he himself was born from decay, he possessed an eerie vitality surpassing that of ordinary demons. No matter how many times his form was destroyed, as long as his demonic soul endured, he could instantly regenerate. However, his demonic soul did not reside within his body but was instead situated in another dimension, linked through a special mental connection. Thus, the corrupted demon could be considered a unique form of immortality. Within the realm ruled by Mephisto, he ranked among the higher echelons of demons. Compared to the pure elemental demons of wind and earth, this one is distinctly more formidable. I remarked, have you finished yet? That foul odor emanating from you is utterly nauseating. Initially, I harbored some anticipation to see what tricks these demons could employ, yet is this all they can muster? Just as the decay demon basked in its arrogance, the seemingly helpless mortal it deemed a lamb for slaughter spoke up. Shen Mu felt a force attempting to penetrate his dragon scales, seeking to corrupt his very flesh, yet it was feeble, easily repelled by the divine power of the talisman. What? You can withstand my decaying power and even recognize me as a demon? You are certainly no ordinary being. The decay demon, astonished, observed that the spot it had touched showed no sign of change. Even more surprising was Shen Mu's knowledge of its infernal identity, leading it to realize that Shen Mu was not the lowly life form it had presumed. Nevertheless, this revelation merely sparked a moment of astonishment. After all, over the millennia, it had faced countless adversaries, all of whom ultimately crumbled to dust beneath its might. It doubted Shen Mu would be any exception, for it too concealed its true lethal abilities. Experience taught it that even the most fortified bastion can be dismantled from within. Thus, witnessing the situation, the decayed demon transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, intent on infiltrating Shen Mu through his nostrils and ears. Achoo! Shen Mu would certainly not allow such a foul creature to invade his body. He expelled the black mist with a forceful sneeze. Observing this, the earth demon, which had been clinging to Shen Mu, revealed its true form. A towering giant of mud rose from the ground, and with its emergence, the earth around it visibly sank several meters. What was this? First a colossal whirlwind, now a terrifying creature composed of earth. O Lord, forgive our transgressions. Am I truly not dreaming? Is this indeed a portent of the apocalypse? God, who will rescue us? Countless citizens gazed in horror at the earth demon's monstrous form, praying for salvation. In the next moment, they suddenly witnessed the creature's arm explode, its massive body seemingly struck by an immense force, sent hurtling backward. Shen Mu soared into action, delivering a devastating punch to the earth demon's head. Instantly, a powerful tremor resonated across a radius of several dozen kilometers, akin to a minor earthquake. However, as an elemental demon, the earth demon's vitality remained resilient, rapidly regenerating its shattered head and swinging its massive fist to retaliate against Shen Mu. Yet, Shen Mu did not grant it this opportunity, raining down another series of blows. Then, a terrifying explosive breath pierced through its head and directly traversed its entire body, resulting in a violent explosion of the earth demon's form. The earth demon's anguished shrieks were completely drowned out by the sound of the explosion. It was he, the mysterious hero who had vanquished that mutant not long ago. Could he be the messenger sent by God to save us? Yet, he bore a visage that resembled more of a demon. Regardless of whether he was a demon or an angel, it mattered not, as long as he could eliminate that monstrosity. At that moment, many individuals, using telescopes, beheld Shen Mu soaring through the air, instinctively regarding him as the hero destined to rescue them from peril. Slowly, Shen Mu descended before the black-hearted demon. Startled, the black-hearted demon instinctively recoiled a few steps. The arrogance and bravado he had just displayed were now replaced by a flicker of trepidation in his gaze towards Shen Mu. Meanwhile, the dissipated corruption demon had reformed its body, standing beside the black-hearted demon, infused with a hint of fear. Had his demonic soul been present in that corporeal form, he might have been utterly annihilated. Chapter 93, The Ghost Rider Versus. The heartless demon, let me ponder for a moment. Among your subordinates, there should still be a water elemental demon. Pray tell, where is he hiding now? Could it be that he has betrayed you, his master, and fled in secrecy? With these words, Shen Mu exposed the heartless demon's secret. On the other hand, the water demon, lurking within the underground drainage system, could no longer contain itself and burst forth. It seems I have underestimated you. You were indeed the one who brought down the wind demon. There is a reason that ancient being chose you. The heartless demon, observing Shen Mu's demeanor, realized that the demise of the wind demon was indeed at his hands. Do not be hasty. You shall soon meet the same fate. I will first crush you pesky little insects, and as for that old fiend Mephisto, I will eventually obliterate him as well. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, anger flickered across the faces of several demons. Shen Mu's demeanor suggested he regarded them with utter disdain. For thousands of years, even in the harsh realm of hell, no demon, apart from the great lords, dared to utter such grandiose proclamations in their presence. Clearly, they had forgotten the wind and earth demons who had just been vanquished. The water demon could no longer restrain itself, transforming into a transparent water figure, raising its arms skyward. Streams of rushing water surged from the ground towards the water demon, and in an instant, it morphed into a colossal water giant. Observing this, the corruption demon immediately melded its form into the water giant, achieving a peculiar fusion. In an instant, the once transparent water giant was enveloped in an inky blackness. Die, you wretched creature! The water demon roared, swinging a massive palm towards Shen Mu, aiming to ensnare him. Shen Mu, however, gazed impassively at the approaching, foul-smelling hand. Trash, he uttered softly, and his eyes emitted two beams of laser-like thermal vision. The water demon instinctively raised its other hand to shield itself. However, at the moment of collision, a hissing sound erupted as the terrifying heat scorched the bodies of both the water and corruption demons. Two distinct cries of anguish emanated from the water giant's form. The corruption demon sought to escape the confines of the water giant's body, only to realize it felt as if it were trapped. Originally, they had fused to confront Shen Mu, but now the water demon's body had become its prison. No matter how frantically it struggled, it was in vain. Though it knew it would not perish, the pain was akin to having its flesh slowly scraped away. They had always tormented other beings. Yet this time they had stumbled into a grave misstep, finding themselves on the receiving end of torment. The water demon, desiring to flee, discovered it could not move, forced to endure the searing heat. Seeing this, the heartless demon ceased to watch the spectacle, letting out a roar as it transformed into its true demonic form. A monstrous figure with hair reminiscent of octopus tentacles. With a flash at his feet, a swift assault was launched towards Shen Mu. As the demonic power coiled around a fist transformed into a multitude of ghastly heads with gaping mouths. Shen Mu raised his hand and countered with a punch. And only upon the collision of fists with the Blackheart did the sound of shattering air emerge. In the next moment, the entirety of Blackheart's form was obliterated. However, the soulless Blackheart demon would not perish easily. The scattered chunks of black slime quickly coalesced, reconstituting the complete form of the Blackheart demon. You are undoubtedly not a creature of Earth. From whence do you hail, and what manner of race are you? The Blackheart demon inquired, terror etched upon its visage. I have never claimed to be a being of Earth, Shen Mu retorted. Rather, it is you who, without comprehending the origins of your adversary, has come to court death. Truly, you have inherited none of your wretched father's wisdom. Observing the Blackheart demon's demeanor, Shen Mu couldn't help but think of the phrase, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Though Mephisto was not the most formidable among the lords of hell, he was certainly the most troublesome, for his incessant schemes left many of equals standing utterly defenseless. Since he orchestrated the demise of the elemental demon lord, Thanos, few dared to provoke Mephisto directly. Only the Blackheart demon, this wayward offspring, would dare to confront him head-on. Nonetheless, Mephisto exhibited a relatively high tolerance for the Blackheart demon's antics. Had it been anyone else, their soul would have long been extracted and tormented with hellfire day and night. Enough. You monstrosity, silence yourself. I will surpass that old fool. He has occupied the position of Lord of Hell for far too long. Everything should be under my dominion. I shall take his place as the true king of hell and seize Satan's throne. The mere mention of his father ignited a fury within the Blackheart demon. A grand ambition indeed, but perhaps you shall not live to see that day. At that moment, under the searing gaze of Shen Mu, the water demon's body was reduced to nothing, utterly incinerated. The corroded demon, finally liberated, fled desperately into the distance, but Shen Mu made no attempt to hinder it, for he sensed a far more intriguing presence approaching. A thunderous roar of a motorcycle echoed, and the fleeing corroded demon was ensnared by a flaming chain. A fiery skull, gripping the other end of the chain, dismounted from its spectral chariot and strode toward it with deliberate steps. The Lord's spectral enforcer. Release me. I am a vassal of the Blackheart demon. We are of the same faction. The corroded demon bellowed in desperation. You are guilty. Gaze into my eyes, came the hollow, emotionless voice of the spectral knight in response. The spectral knight then forcibly locked the demon's south head in place, compelling its eyes to meet the infernal gaze of the corroded one. In an instant, the Eye of Judgment was activated, and fiery vortices erupted within the hollow sockets of the skull. following that slender thread of spiritual connection. The might of hellfire ultimately located the malevolent soul of the corrupted demon, incinerating it instantaneously, abandoning the hollow shell of the corrupted demon that remained after judgment. The Death Knight's gaze fixated intently upon the Darkheart demon. In comparison to the sins that clung to the Darkheart demon, Shen Mu bore an almost negligible burden of transgressions. Indeed, having momentarily donned the mantle of a superhero, Shen Mu even carried within him a multitude of hopes and prayers from humanity. Thus, the Death Knight chose to confront the Darkheart demon first, pointing an accusing finger and proclaiming, "You are guilty. Your life shall be forfeit, and the hellfire reclaimed." Witnessing the hellfire, which ought to have been his own, manifest upon the skeletal figure, the Darkheart demon was consumed by fury. He then disregarded Shen Mu entirely, engaging in combat with the Death Knight. Observing this spectacle, Shen Mu leisurely settled in midair, producing a goblet as if an invisible chair supported him beneath. To Shen Mu, the duel between these two seemed akin to fledgling combatants squabbling, yet the back and forth proved entertaining. However, against the soulless witch-heart demon, the Death Knight's most formidable technique, the Eye of Judgment, lost its efficacy, leaving him reliant solely on the hellfire to maintain the struggle.